In the realm of Dragon Ball, what should one do upon awakening a system after traversing for 24 years? While others hone their physical forms, I embark on the path of immortality, single-handedly upholding the heavens. Zhang Xuan, since I have arrived, I shall find peace in my circumstances. Son Goku, I cannot possibly be his opponent. His power is far too formidable. Vegeta, that day, I witnessed him instill fear in Beerus to the brink of death. Beerus, even after all these years, his strength remains unfathomable. Whis, only Lord Zhang Xuan can truly maintain the balance of the universe. The Grand Priest, Zhang Xuan is my dearest friend. Zeno, have you contemplated becoming the candidate for the Omni King? To this, Zhang Xuan chose to disregard it all. He merely wished to be a laid-back cultivator. Zhang Xuan, actually, everyone, please do be quiet. On his first day as the monitor, overseeing the 12 universes while continuously accepting tasks within the Dragon Ball world, Zhang Xuan not only enhanced his own strength, but also trained son Goku and others. As the tournament of power commenced, Jiren found himself lost in thought, gazing at the two Saiyans before him, both in a state of perfected Ultra Instinct. Chapter 1. Awakening the System after over 2 decades of traversing. 7th Universe. Year 778 of the Age of Earth. After Earth experienced a series of cataclysmic events, peace was restored once more. The lightning cell was vanquished, and the Majin Buu incident was thoroughly resolved. As the saying goes, regardless of the world, Earth has always been fraught with calamity. Damn system. It's been 24 years already. My system has yet to awaken. Standing atop a floating island, Zhang Xuan bellowed at the sky, as if driven to madness. Zhang Xuan was on the brink of insanity. It had been 24 years since he traversed into this world. The crux of the matter was that he had not merely crossed over in spirit, but had physically arrived. Initially, Zhang Xuan had spent countless nights grinding through levels, securing 20 draws of human law, and achieving graduation with his weapons and exclusive holy marks. Then a voice in his mind proclaimed, "Host selected," commencing the process of traversal. Before Zhang Xuan could utter a word, he found himself transported. At first, he felt exhilarated at having crossed over with the system, as he had read tales of protagonists who ascended to greatness. However, his joy was swiftly doused when the system delivered a cold reality check. Awakening system in 22 to 24 years. Please be patient, host. After uttering this, the system left behind a house, an untended plot of land, several thousand packets of vegetable seeds, and a plethora of books. The land remained untilled, and the house contained furniture that required no concern, as the system had prepared everything. Yet, the towering stack of books loomed with a height of several meters, each tome thick enough to rival a person's fist. Zhang Xuan was immediately alarmed. Could you not have left me some form of entertainment? Awakening the system after over 2 decades, what on earth was that? As if sensing Zhang Xuan's plight, the system provided him with a power testing device and an old-school mobile phone with infinite battery life. Zhang Xuan, I have never felt so exasperated in my life. The issue was that this floating island and the Earth from Dragon Ball existed as 2 distinct worlds, unable to exit or enter each other's realms. Thus, for the next 20 years, Zhang Xuan commenced his joyful existence. He tilled the land, cultivated crops, read books, dined, and played box-pushing games on the mobile phone. Day 1. Water the vegetables, read, eat, take a nap, play pixelated snake or box-pushing, read, or listen to classic old songs left on the mobile. Day 2. Fake cigarettes, fake alcohol, fake friends. Day 3. Water the vegetables. Day 4. Day 10. Zhang Xuan, it's alright, just endure a bit longer. In the first year, Zhang Xuan, just hold on a little more. By the 10th year, Zhang Xuan, this is unbearable. Thus, Zhang Xuan joyfully spent 24 years. Seeing that the system remained dormant, he shook his head in resignation. The vegetables had long since ripened. He had only cultivated carrots, cabbages, and potatoes, and after 20 years of consuming them, he felt nearly deranged. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that these vegetables significantly enhanced his physical form. The house left by the system had long been transformed into a grand estate reminiscent of his past life, with the renovation skills gleaned from the books provided by the system. Those books were no mere trifles. After 2 decades, Zhang Xuan had only managed to read through a handful, which contained the most rudimentary knowledge. As for why he had only comprehended these few texts, the subsequent volumes were incomprehensible. The characters twisted and contorted like insects. The power testing device displayed a static reading of 78,563. 11 ton .78, 563 tons, 157,126,000 gene. After consuming spirit vegetables for over 20 years, Zhang Xuan's strength had surged. Now, merely one arm possessed a might exceeding 70 million gene. When Zhang Xuan first measured his strength, it was less than 1 psi. I fear I'm the least fortunate among all traversers. Zhang Xuan exhaled deeply, feeling as though his life was engulfed in darkness. Was there a single protagonist among traversers who did not awaken their systems from the outset? Yet here he was, waiting for over 20 years, nearly driven to madness. Damn it! Zhang Xuan retrieved the mobile phone that had accompanied him for 24 years from his robe. That mobile phone was on the verge of collapse, its corners nearly worn down, the screen marred by multiple cracks, the antenna long since broken, and the back cover somewhat loose. Mobile phone, Syrian War Damage Commemorative Edition, where, in Terror 100, the system had not even provided a sturdier model. Instead, it gifted him a standard mobile phone with infinite battery life. No matter how gently he wielded his strength, surely no phone could withstand such treatment. Had it been a fruit-themed smartphone, it would have shattered the moment Zhang Xuan touched it. Zhang Xuan sighed once more, cautiously cradling the battered mobile phone in his arms. Ding. The 24-year period has concluded. The system begins to awaken. Timeline. Super Universe ERAS, if responding to Zhang Xuan's fervent call. The system that had vanished for over 20 years finally re-emerged. Upon hearing that familiar yet foreign electronic voice, Zhang Xuan was momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of joy. Where have you been? You left me all alone here for 24 years. 24 years. A full 24 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured? Zhang Xuan was on the verge of ecstasy. After more than 2 decades, the system had finally awakened. System awakening in progress. 1.42.78.100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the Dragon Ball God-level cultivation system. The novice gift pack and update pack will be automatically dispatched to your system backpack. Would you like to open them? Yes. No. Open. Was there any need for hesitation in this matter? If I were to hesitate for even a second or two, I would no longer be Zhang Xuan. As Zhang Xuan's words fell, the novice gift pack and update pack gradually opened. From the crevices of the boxes, golden light began to seep out, and in the next instant, all the gift packs burst open. Upon seeing the rewards, Zhang Xuan was filled with a surge of joy. Congratulations, host. You have received from the novice gift pack initial cultivation of a golden immortal and 5 access cards for the floating island. Congratulations, host. You have received from the update pack 1 drop of Panga's blood diluted 1 billion times, an ultra-enhanced version of the omniversal erasure power, and a 48-hour experience card. For the completion of the Tai Golden Immortal.as, the system thoroughly elucidated the rewards. Zhang Xuan could hardly contain his astonishment. In the next moment, the complete power of a middle-tier Golden Immortal surged into Zhang Xuan's body, causing his pentagonal aspect to skyrocket uncontrollably. His human form was instantly transformed into that of a deity, with his feet and bloodline undergoing tremendous changes. There was no need to endure the tribulation. The system resolved everything for him. Feeling the almost explosive energy coursing through him, a subtle smile crept onto Zhang Xuan's lips. I am cultivating in the realm of Dragon Ball. Zhang Xuan then turned his gaze towards that drop of red blood. First, I shall absorb this drop of Pangu's blood diluted 1 billion times. My strength is bound to increase even further. His subconscious continuously urged him that absorbing this drop of blood would significantly enhance his power. With that thought, Zhang Xuan no longer hesitated. Skillfully, he sat cross-legged, drawing the drop of blood before him, and began the process of absorption. Chapter 2. Power Surge, Late Golden Immortal. After an indeterminate span of time, Zhang Xuan finally completed the absorption of the drop of Panga's blood. Hiss. The process was excruciating. Zhang Xuan gasped in disbelief. The mere act of absorbing this drop of blood, diluted to an unfathomable degree, proved exceedingly arduous. His strength surged from the initial stage of Golden Immortal to the late stage. This serves as a testament to the formidable nature of Pangu, the creator of the primordial world. Merely a single drop of blood, heavily diluted, enabled him to leap across 2 minor realms. What might the results be if he were to absorb the purest essence of Pangu? The thought left Zhang Xuan in awe. Moreover, there was another matter that incited his ire. The notion that absorbing Panga's essence was a simple endeavor, as portrayed in novels, was nothing more than a deception. He, at the early stage of Golden Immortal, had nearly lost his life. He longed to deliver a swift blow to those who spread such fabrications. The idea that a mortal could absorb Panga's essence without the aid of a system was utterly ludicrous. If even a celestial body could scarcely endure a drop of heavily diluted Panga blood, how could a mere mortal, devoid of a system, succeed in such an endeavor? Once the pain dissipated, Zhang Xuan experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort, indescribable yet profoundly satisfying. His skin had become considerably smoother, and he found himself markedly more handsome. You've become even more dashing, Yinzu. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated within his mind. Current host panel status, Zhang Xuan. Age, 48. Despite being 48 years old, Zhang Xuan's appearance remained that of a man in his 20s. Strength, late Golden Immortal. Strength rating, mid-tier super single universe level. System backpack, none. Talent root, ordinary divine. A luminous screen materialized in his mind, displaying his personal information. Ordinary divine level, you say? It appears to be a significant enhancement. He was well acquainted with the divine talent root. In the primordial realm, such a talent was truly mediocre, with a potential ceiling of merely Tai golden immortal. Was this truly the strength of a late golden immortal? It was indeed terrifying. Zhang Xuan clenched his fists, enveloped in a golden radiance. As a torrent of magical power coalesced around him, the shattered mirrors incessantly mended, only to shatter anew. He pondered the origin of such an abundance of Pangu essence. Many in his past life speculated that Pangu did not perish from creating the heavens, but was instead drained of life by the system. Furthermore, the strength rating on the system panel was astonishing. His ordinary late golden immortal strength could achieve the status of super single universe level. The seventh universe was merely a vast universe, classified as a single universe, while a super single universe comprised multiple, if not hundreds, of infinitely large universes. In comparison to the likes of Sun Wukong and Beerus, who nearly obliterated the universe in their battles, and given that angels surpassed destroyers, Zhang Xuan's strength far exceeded that of typical angels. Should he choose, a mere basic attack could obliterate the entire 12 universes. This implied that he was already ahead of all angels in the Dragon Ball realm, save for the Grand Minister. The angel's powers merely reached the early to late stages of Golden Immortal. With such power, as long as he refrained from courting disaster, avoiding challenges against the Grand Minister, the Omni King, or certain ancient and forbidden entities in the Dragon Ball world, he could indulge freely. Zhang Xuan revisited the remaining rewards, gaining a clearer understanding. The Omni King's super-enhanced erasure power was self-evident. He quickly comprehended the use of the Tai Golden Immortal Experience card. Should he encounter an adversary he could not defeat, he merely needed to shatter the card to immediately gain the full power of a Tai Golden Immortal. However, what intrigued him most were the 5 access cards, which were better described as teleportation gateways. With these cards, he could swiftly transport himself between the Dragon Ball world and the floating island at will, with no cooldown period. Zhang Xuan exclaimed, "I can finally go out. I've been cooped up for far too long." Without hesitation, he activated an access card. Having been imprisoned for 24 long years, he vanished from his location, only to reappear instantaneously on a small island on Earth. Bathed in the bright sunlight and caressed by the ocean breeze, tears welled in his eyes. As an orphan, he had never visited the seaside. Even after growing up and entering the workforce, time had eluded him. He had thought that this small dream of seeing the ocean would be difficult to realize. Yet here he was, unexpectedly encountering a world of adventure and a system. The fulfillment of such a dream in another realm left Zhang Xuan reflective. Did he miss home? Not at all. He had no ties left there. Whether he returned or not was inconsequential. Wasn't it more important to live joyfully? Why return just to endure the same grievances? Zhang Xuan would rather not go back. He had yet to fully experience this world, with a long journey still ahead. Though he chuckled to himself, remembering that he had not paid rent for 3 months, he could already envision the landlord's fury upon discovering his departure. On King Kai's planet, a diminutive figure with light blue skin, adorned with antennae and sharp ears, lounged leisurely in a recliner. Draped in a long black robe emblazoned with the words King Kai, the table beside him overflowed with fruits and beverages, while a gorilla and a mantis tended to him like royal attendants. After enduring a lifetime of hardships, shouldn't he indulge a little? This figure was none other than North Kai. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the entire planet. Losing his balance, North Kai and his recliner tumbled to the ground. Another ruckus caused by that rascal Sun Wukong. "Hey Wukong, can you behave for once?" North Kai exclaimed, rising to his feet and pointing angrily at a muscular man in a yellow training uniform with an unusual hairstyle standing nearby. This was none other than the Saiyan Sun Wukong, Kakarot, the hero who had saved Earth countless times. Haha, my apologies, King Kai. I didn't mean to. Sun Wukong, with skin as thick as city walls, exhibited no shame, laughing heartily instead. "When will you ever give us a break?" North Kai sighed in exasperation, shaking his head in disappointment at Wukong's antics. "King, your planet is too small. I can hardly exert any real power here," Wukong replied, encumbered by 50-ton iron rings on his arms and legs. In his ordinary form, he could hardly endure such training. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he manage. Upon hearing this, North Kai felt utterly defeated. So it was his fault that the planet was so small? Wukong had claimed that Beerus had done the same before. Enraged, North Kai grabbed a stick and chased after Wukong, shouting, "This planet is too small, and it's all you're doing. Had you not brought the self-destructive cell here, this planet would not be so diminutive." When Cell detonated, Goku, wishing to prevent him from obliterating Earth, used instant transmission to transport both himself and Cell to King Kai's planet, tragically resulting in their own demise along with that of North Kai. North Kai remarked, "I must sincerely thank you for that. Good fortune has never sought me out, yet calamity finds me first. Lord Kai, that situation was exceedingly unique. I had no alternative." Goku responded, reflecting on the dire circumstances. Indeed, at that moment, there was no other option. Goku evaded North Kai, who relentlessly pursued him. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated not only through King Kai's planet, but throughout the entirety of the seventh universe, accompanied by an overwhelming energy emanating from Earth. Goku and North Kai ceased their playful bickering, both turning their gaze towards the direction of Earth. "Hey, Goku, this is your doing, isn't it?" North Kai gulped, a hint of trepidation in his voice. He sensed a colossal power radiating from Earth, a power that was disturbingly familiar, reminiscent of a figure he could never forget, Beerus. At that moment, Goku's complexion turned ashen, his limbs trembling involuntarily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He found it impossible to calm himself as the overwhelming energy from Earth was far too formidable, despairingly powerful. Who was he, after all? The legendary warrior who once faced Majin Buu, one of the universe's premier fighters. What manner of foe could render him so helpless? Now, this force had utterly shattered his confidence, leaving him devoid of hope against his adversary, akin to an ant confronting a lion. Who could this possibly be? Could it be Vegeta and the others? Could it be that Vegeta has reached such a level? Vegeta interjected, No, you overestimate me. Goku stammered, believing this power originated from Vegeta. Yet, on Earth, Vegeta was equally astonished by the energy. The Z-fighters on Earth were likewise taken aback. What was this power? Had a new enemy emerged? Without hesitation, Piccolo initiated mental contact with Goku, who was far away on King Kai's planet. This power had finally drawn attention from certain individuals. Chapter 3, The Mysterious Strongman, the Grand Minister's attention. In a distant realm, transcending the 12 universes, there exists a world that can also be referred to as space. This world is devoid of time, destruction, or the exaggerated scale of the 12 universes. However, none dare tread carelessly upon its grounds. The entirety of this world is adorned in vibrant colors. The 12 universes orbit around this world like pearls, ceaselessly spinning. Somewhere within this realm, a colossal jellyfish floats serenely, appearing from afar as an island. Upon this jellyfish-like island stands a grand temple shaped like a character. Indeed, a single character. This is the palace of the supreme deity of the 12 universes, the Omni King. At the very center of the Omni King's palace square, a diminutive figure with blue skin and slicked-back hair stands quietly. This individual is the Grand Minister, the highest authority above all angels in the 12 universes. He holds an angelic staff in one hand, its crystal projecting various cosmic events and the states of each universe. This is his duty, to oversee all angels and maintain the order of the cosmos. It seems that recently, nothing extraordinary has occurred, a rare period of tranquility. A smile graced the Grand Minister's face as he waved his left hand, causing the staff to vanish. He gazed at the universe, resembling a glass sphere, for a few moments before preparing to return to the palace. Just as he was about to turn, he detected an anomaly and quickly looked back. The source of the disturbance originated from the seventh universe, the universe where his son Whis resided. He noticed a cross-shaped star within the seventh universe that was particularly dazzling. What could that be? The Grand Minister's curiosity was piqued by this brilliant star, yet he opted to continue observing rather than personally venture to the seventh universe. In the seventh universe, on a verdant planet, a feline-like being floated high above, gazing down upon the life below like a deity. Behind him stood a figure with silver hair, blue skin, clad in peculiar attire, adorned with a blue halo around his neck. This feline-like being was none other than Beerus, the supreme deity of the seventh universe. And behind him was his attendant and mentor, Whis. The sweetness is a bit excessive. Oh well, let's round it off. Having just awakened, Beerus commenced his duties, eating and destroying. He delicately tapped his toes, causing the planet before him to erupt in an instant. Within 3 seconds, the entire planet vanished from the seventh universe. Beerus and his attendant Whis floated amidst the cosmic void, observing the obliterated planet. There was no flicker of emotion in Beerus's eyes. Instead, he appeared languid. "Let us go, Whis," Beerus signaled as he turned away. Ho, Lord Beerus. You've only destroyed 2 planets and are already ready to return? Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with a smile. It seems Lord Beerus's workload today is rather lacking. Enough of this. I'm exhausted, and a little rest is warranted. Beerus retorted immediately upon hearing Wiss's comments. It appears that in the past 20 years, you have only destroyed this one planet, haven't you? Indeed, this was the first planet he had destroyed in 2 decades, as Frieza had been doing his bidding all this time. And in these 20 years, you've only eaten and slept, sleeping then eating, and eating then sleeping. Whis's words were relentless, each one piercing Beerus's heart. Be quiet, Whis. Beerus's face flushed crimson. Ho ho ho. Whis, ever perceptive, promptly fell silent, though his suppressed laughter remained evident. Humph. With a cold grunt, Beerus placed a hand on Whis's shoulder. Around them, space and time twisted. Subsequently, the two transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the center of the universe at a speed millions of times that of light. The surrounding cosmos transformed into white specks of light rapidly receding, illustrating the sheer velocity of their flight. What was it called again? Along the journey, Beerus rested a hand on Whis's shoulder, the other pressed to his forehead as he pondered the prophecy regarding the Super Saiyan God. What was it called again? Super Saiyan. I remember. Super Saiyan God. Beerus exclaimed with sudden delight, finally recalling the name of that individual. The prophecy Fish had foretold that his formidable rival would emerge in 39 years, that rival being the Super Saiyan God. Moreover, he had dreamt of matters concerning Super Saiyans. However, he could not recall what that individual looked like. In his dreams, the figure was enveloped in gold, with only a vague outline discernible. Suddenly, Whis seemed to sense something, turning his head in a particular direction before abruptly halting. Beerus, caught off guard, collided directly with Whis's back. Whis, what are you doing? Why did you stop so suddenly? Beerus exclaimed, rubbing his forehead in irritation. It has arrived, Whis declared, and immediately, the surrounding starry expanse trembled, accompanied by a fierce gale. What is happening? Beerus, feeling the gust of wind approaching him, had no time to ponder and quickly shielded himself with his arms, sensing the formidable power behind the wind that warranted serious attention. Wait, this is not a cosmic storm. It's a person's aura. Initially mistaking the gale for a cosmic tempest, Beerus soon realized that it was, in fact, the presence of an individual. Who could it be? Such overwhelming energy. He gritted his teeth, exerting half of his strength just to withstand the violent winds, yet they still propelled him a million light years away. In an instant, he found himself back beside Whis, his arms still trembling intermittently. Whis's expression was equally grave as he fixed his serious gaze towards the direction of Earth. He too sensed an immense force, an unknown power, rivaling his own, who could possess the ability to elude his divine perception for so long, only revealing their presence as they drew near. A being of equal might to Whis had seemingly materialized in this realm. Who could it be? A power that could even match my own. Could it be an angel? Whis contemplated, but quickly dismissed the notion. Angels maintain neutrality. Without the consent of other gods of destruction, they cannot freely traverse one another's universes or exert their powers indiscriminately. Whis, that power seems to be emanating from that direction, doesn't it? Beerus recognized the gravity of the situation. An unfamiliar entity, capable of rivaling an angel, had suddenly appeared in their world. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. Let us proceed to Earth and investigate. Thus, Beerus and Whis turned and soared towards the direction of Earth. It was not only the god of destruction and the angel who sensed this power. The Supreme Kai, the 12 angels, the Grand Minister, and several ancient entities all felt its presence. Chapter 4. Zhang Xuan. Do you think I am that kind of person? The old Supreme Kai, alongside the unreliable Supreme Kai Shin, knelt trembling on the ground. These two beings, among the highest deities in the universe, were of equal rank to the gods of destruction. The gods of destruction were responsible for annihilation, while the Supreme Kais were tasked with creation. However, the gods of destruction generally surpassed the Supreme Kais in strength, resulting in the current awkward hierarchy where the Supreme Kais were deemed inferior. After a considerable time, the suffocating aura and intense tremors gradually subsided, allowing the two to slowly rise. The old Supreme Kai focused his senses to carefully gauge the source of that power. It is from the direction of Earth. Could it be him? The old Supreme Kai gazed into the distance, murmuring as if he could see through the very fabric of the universe. Ancestor, may I inquire? Who is this he you speak of? Shin, perplexed, scratched his head as he approached the old Supreme Kai. He is the god of destruction. The old Supreme Kai's eyes flickered with recollection, recalling events from several million years prior when he had been effortlessly subdued by the god of destruction, unable to withstand even a second under his might. That fear, that despair, remained vividly etched in his memory. It was his most unforgettable experience. What exactly is a god of destruction, ancestor? Shin, still a newly appointed Supreme Kai, had little understanding of such beings. Alas, Shin, you are still too young. Just remember, the gods of destruction and we Supreme Kais are the most esteemed deities in the universe. The old Supreme Kai, not angered by Shin's ignorance, shook his head and sighed. Deities of the same rank as us? This was indeed a revelation for Shin, as the newly appointed Supreme Kai had always believed that they were the highest beings in the universe. However, the words of the old Supreme Kai shattered his previous understanding of divine hierarchy. Subsequently, The old Supreme Kai explained the significance of the existence of the Supreme Kais and the gods of destruction. But what followed left Shin utterly astounded. The gods of destruction and the Supreme Kais were not the highest deities in the cosmos. Above us, including the gods of destruction, there exist the Grand Minister, the Omni King, and the Kaioshin of time. Shin, I know this may be overwhelming for you to comprehend, but you must understand that we are not the apex of divinity. After uttering this, the old Supreme Kai patted Shin on the shoulder and instantly vanished, teleporting to a distant recliner, leaving a stunned Shin in his wake. Earth. On an unnamed isolated island, Zhang Xuan, the ultimate orchestrator of all, reclined leisurely on a chair, basking in the sun. Unbeknownst to him, the mere flicker of his power, a tiny fraction of his aura, had reverberated throughout the universe, creating cosmic gales that obliterated countless stars and devastated innumerable celestial bodies. Truly, a villain of the highest order. Who would have thought that, at merely the early stage of Golden Immortal, he could already rival the likes of the 12 angels? The system had just informed him that his strength at the late stage of Golden Immortal corresponded precisely with the combat capabilities of the angel Whis, making them nearly equal. In the realm of cultivation, there were 7 stages: body refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, and great ascension, each stage divided into 9 levels. Among the Z warriors were Vegeta, Kakarot, Piccolo, Trunks, Gohan, and Goten, while the others remained within these 7 realms. Androids 17 and 18 were not members of the Z warriors. Beyond these levels lie the path to immortality: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Great One of Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great One of Golden Immortal, and Sage. Zhang Xuan began to speculate wildly, analyzing Beerus' combat prowess. Beerus should be at the mid to late stage of Great One of Mysterious Immortal. As for other gods of destruction, aside from Legic, Quitella, and the delectable Merus, most were typically at the early stage of Great One of Mysterious Immortal. The 12 angels, being the masters of the gods of destruction, must possess strength that exceeds them by a significant margin, categorized as either early or late Golden Immortal. Furthermore, beings like the fully liberated Ultra Instinct Goku, Grey Jiren, Dark God Zamasu, and the new transformation of Super Saiyan Broly, as well as Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Blue Vegeta, could also be classified within the Great One of Mysterious Immortal. As for the Omni King and the Grand Minister, he hesitated to draw conclusions. Unable to assess the strength of the Omni King and having never witnessed the Grand Minister in action. Thus, he tentatively categorized them as Great One of Golden Immortal. Why should I concern myself with all of this? I can simply recline and enjoy. Indeed, he pondered, what was the purpose of such thoughts? Why not just relax? After all, the strength of the Grand Minister and the Omni King bore no relevance to him. Although the King of All's erasure ability loomed over Zhang Xuan like a sword suspended above his head, he remained utterly unfazed. What use is the King of All's erasure power? The system had already informed Zhang Xuan that, while the King's ability was formidable, it was not omnipotent, and he himself possessed the capacity to transcend it. Are you aware of what it means to wield an enhanced form of erasure power? Zhang Xuan beckoned. Come here. I have something splendid to show you. Furthermore, with Kakarot, that foolish child, destined to forge a bond with the King of All in the future, and coupled with winning the Universal Power Tournament, do you truly believe the 7th universe will face erasure? Even if, one day, the King of All were to erase the 7th universe, that would be far in the future. By then, what heights will Zhang Xuan have attained? Perhaps the great Luo Golden Immortal? In any case, Zhang Xuan was entirely untroubled. Not only was his strength advancing rapidly, but he was also sheltered by the system. What was the King of All to him? Merely a trivial child of minimal significance. The King of All's erasure ability, while impressive, would falter the moment of being stepped beyond its reach. But alas, what does this have to do with me? The most important thing is to relax. Zhang Xuan had somehow acquired an array of vacation amenities. With a clap of his hands, a variety of fruits appeared on the adjacent table. Another clap conjured a brand new barbecue grill. This ability would leave even Dora of Meng shaking her head. After a lifetime of hardship, should one not indulge in enjoyment? Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers once more, summoning a pair of sunglasses and a glass of chilled orange juice. How did he manage this? This was a function he had discovered after achieving the Golden Immortal status. His Golden Immortal realm was somewhat extraordinary, as he possessed an infinite lifespan. He could even create objects using celestial energy based on his desires. Though he could only conjure the most rudimentary items, such as televisions, with a vivid imagination, he could potentially create an array of hundreds of dishes. Zhang Xuan quipped, "What are you thinking? Am I that sordid?" Zhang Xuan, you guessed right. While this ability might be deemed useless by some, it was nothing short of perfect for a slacker like Zhang Xuan. Chapter 5 Beerus. A being is approaching the universe. soon to reach Earth. It turned out that the source of that power was not Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus was on his way to Earth. The old Supreme Kai discovered that the aura emanating from Earth was not that of the known Lord Beerus, but rather an unprecedented, formidable presence, one that was at least on par with the Destroyer. Whis had just messaged them, stating that they would soon arrive on Earth. But before heading there, they would first rest on North Kai's planet. Upon receiving Whis' message, the old Supreme Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Ancestors, what has happened? Are you unwell? Xian inquired, noticing the old Supreme Kai's ashen face. Fool, did you not see when I was on the call? The cat beside me in the video is Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus is coming to Earth. The old Supreme Kai struck Xian on the head. Is your head not functioning? You couldn't see the call I just had? We are all Kais. Why are you the most peculiar? The old Supreme Kai genuinely struggled to fathom how this individual had been promoted. Had it been several million years ago, the old Supreme Kai would have expelled this fellow long ago. Xian, clutching his head and enduring the blows, dared not retaliate. Fully aware that the other's experience and understanding vastly exceeded his own as a mere youth, especially since he was his ancestor, coupled with his timid nature. Do you think Xian would dare to fight back? Ouch! Ancestor! Xian cried out in pain. Alas! After all, he's a newly appointed Kai. Observing Xian's pained face, the old Supreme Kai could not bear to continue. Yet, he had already begun to devise a curriculum for the Kai Xian. If this young man did not broaden his horizons soon, it was likely that one day, the seventh universe would be reduced to mere dust. The thought of this cast a shadow of sorrow over the old Supreme Kai's expression as he gazed skyward. The direction he looked toward was the very origin of the cosmos, the realm of the king of all. Suddenly, the old Supreme Kai appeared to glimpse something immensely terrifying, his expression turning to one of dread. He swiftly turned to another direction. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Ancestor. Several more planets have vanished. Xian reported the state of the universe to the old Supreme Kai. He could sense the destruction of planets. Mere minutes had passed, and already hundreds of planets had disappeared. That blockhead fool, always eager for a fight, must still be with the North Kai, right? The old Supreme Kai remained silent for a moment before voicing his most dreaded inquiry. That blockhead fool is Kakarot. He thought of the idiot who sought to challenge any strong being he encountered, and his heart sank at the thought of him facing Beerus. The old Supreme Kai could not bear to contemplate the consequences and quickly instructed Xian to contact the North Kai, urging him to keep a close watch on Son Goku. He hoped that Kakarot would refrain from foolishly challenging such a formidable existence. The old Supreme Kai wore a worried expression. Their relationship with the Earth-Z warriors was quite amicable, and he naturally wished to prevent Earth from being destroyed by Beerus. Moreover, with so many captivating magazines and lovely maidens on Earth, the thought of its annihilation caused a lewd smile to spread across the old Supreme Kai's face, intensifying his desire to protect the planet. Standing nearby, Kai Xian felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of his ancestor's demeanor. He was all too aware of the old Supreme Kai's lecherous nature. North Kai's planet. The North Kai was nearly paralyzed with fear. Why must Beerus choose to rest in my insignificant little place? Kai Xian had just sent him a message, warning him to keep an eye on Son Goku. As Beerus was on his way, why is my planet so small? Because it was Beerus who initially destroyed it, my cooking displeased him, prompting him to unleash an energy blast that obliterated my Kai's planet in an instant. Though it has been rebuilt, it is now but a fraction of its former size. Thus, North Kai is among the few low-tier deities aware of Beerus's existence. That brawler is with you, right? You must keep a close watch on him. He must never learn of Lord Beerus's existence. The old Supreme Kai communicated with North Kai from a distance. Hearing this, North Kai turned to glance at Son Goku, who was diligently training not far behind, feeling a surge of panic. Finally, he found a secluded corner to maintain a mental exchange with the old Supreme Kai. Lord Beerus has awakened. Our only course of action is to avoid provoking him. Yes, I understand. North Kai nodded in agreement. By the way, there is one more task I need you to undertake. The old Supreme Kai suddenly recalled something and conveyed his thoughts to North Kai. What is it? Please, go ahead. North Kai was momentarily taken aback by the old Supreme Kai's request, pondering what kind of task warranted entrusting it to a Kai. The old Supreme Kai hesitated for a moment before solemnly stating, "You sensed that previous power, did you not?" The old Supreme Kai's expression shifted, his demeanor growing exceedingly grave. It turns out that the old Kaishin has tasked the North Kai to investigate the energy emanating from Earth, as his realm is the closest to that planet. Naturally, he is the first to be affected. I too sensed it. That power is indeed transmitted from Earth. The energy they refer to is merely a trace of power inadvertently released by Zhang Xuan. From that energy, I discerned a force that rivals that of Lord Beerus. Therefore, it is imperative that you conduct an investigation. The old Kaioshin said with a grave expression. I understand. Leave it to me. The North Kai nodded in agreement. And remember, you must keep a close watch on Son Goku. He must not learn of Lord Beerus's existence. After uttering these words, the old Kaioshin severed the communication entirely. Sigh. It truly is a source of constant worry. The North Kai lamented, feeling increasingly beleaguered since he became acquainted with Son Goku. Turning around, he discovered Son Goku squatting beside him. Their eyes locked, leading to an exceedingly awkward moment. Lord Kai, what are you doing? What are you hiding from me? The North Kai was startled, causing paint meant for the walls to splatter all over him. The North Kai, Son Goku, upon noticing, hurriedly helped the North Kai to his feet. However, upon seeing the North Kai smeared in golden paint, he could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, Lord Kai. What on earth are you doing? Son Goku chuckled heartily, nearly doubling over in mirth. As this was the first time he had seen the North Kai in such a state. The North Kai, observing the almost hysterical laughter of Son Goku, was left exasperated. His fists clenched tightly, with veins bulging on his forehead, twisting into contorted shapes. It's not my fault you startled me. The North Kai retorted in anger. My apologies. Are you alright? Look at all this pain on you. Son Goku, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly retrieved a piece of white cloth from his tracksuit pockets. Yet, as the North Kai took it to wipe himself, he immediately sensed something was amiss with the cloth. Why does it smell so foul? Upon closer inspection, the North Kai felt his stomach churn. This is a rag. You little rascal, stand right there. Chapter 6. Beerus's Speculations. Sigh. When will you ever allow one to rest easy? After a while, the North Kai's anger subsided somewhat. Do you know? Every time the dragon appears, I hold on to a glimmer of hope. To be frank, that is how the North Kai feels. Each time Son Goku and the others summon the Dragon Balls, the North Kai hopes that Son Goku will wish for his resurrection. Yet, what do they do with the Dragon Balls? They either wish for whiter skin, to appear 5 years younger, to become more attractive, or to acquire a plethora of glamorous magazines filled with beautiful women. Can't they wish for something of practical use? What kind of absurd wishes are these? Are the Dragon Balls merely a novelty for Bulma's family now? If this continues, I fear the Dragon Balls may encounter significant issues in the future. They must not be misused any longer. This is a concern for the North Kai, but he is far more preoccupied with why he has not been revived. Yet, every time, we remain unrevived, and the East Kai and others always mock me, claiming we are dead gods. Wearing the halo above my head, I am reminded of this for eternity. At this point, the North Kai's expression suddenly grew somber. The last time Cell self-destructed, it obliterated not only the Kaioshin planet. He holds a love-hate relationship with Goku. Even now, he bears the large halo atop his head, a symbol of his demise. Have you ever seen a god adorned with a halo that signifies their death? To speak of it would surely invite ridicule. Consequently, within the Kaioshin realm, every Kai knows of the North Kai's predicament. They do not antagonize each other, but when one is on the brink, they are eager to deliver a kick. During gatherings, they often tease the North Kai about it. East Kai, have you heard? The North Kai is already dead, yet he still sports a halo. South Kai, yes. I have heard, and North Kai, to ensure no one forgets me, I truly thank you for this, Goku. Goku? The North Kai turned back in confusion, calling out to Son Goku twice, but received no response. He soon realized that Goku had already immersed himself in training, living up to his reputation as the foremost martial arts enthusiast of the Dragon Ball universe. He is willing to disregard everything for the pursuit of higher martial arts and power. The North Kai sighed in exasperation. This fellow constantly engages in perplexing behavior at the most inconvenient times. Can't you wait for me to finish speaking? Hehe. My apologies, Lord Kai. Son Goku, completely unfazed, merely offered an apology before resuming his training. The North Kai's words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Listening to you is akin to hearing a monologue. Sigh. It truly is a vexing matter. The Kaioshin regarded Son Goku in his current state, recalling the events of the day, and immediately felt a headache coming on. Beyond Earth, in the vast expanse of the universe, light years away from Earth, a beam of light that transcends the speed of light pierced through the cosmos, rapidly approaching North Kai's realm. Beerus and his attendant Whis. Beerus's demeanor had shifted from his usual languor to one of seriousness. Today's situation is proving to be quite troublesome. Indeed. Lord Beerus. Beerus fell silent for a few moments before posing a question. Who, do you suppose, is the source of that power? This had been the question occupying Beerus's mind throughout their journey. Merely a slight release of energy had caused tremors throughout the universe, even triggering cosmic winds. Just that aura alone had propelled him, utilizing over half his strength, millions of light years away. Beerus felt compelled to tread carefully from that energy. He sensed an unfathomable killing intent. It led him to ponder who could silently infiltrate the universe under his dominion, wielding such formidable power, and even evade Whis's keen senses. An angel? That is impossible. Angels cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, they would disregard the Grand Minister's regulations. And angels would not intrude into another's universe without the permission of a god of destruction. Thus, Beerus promptly dismissed that notion. Could it be another god of destruction? No. That too is implausible. My strength ranks as the second most formidable among the former 18 universes gods of destruction. Yet, even the mightiest of those gods could not contend against an angel's single finger. Beerus shook his head vigorously, discarding that thought as well. He was not mistaken. Among the 12 gods of destruction, he was indeed the strongest. However, Beerus still could not match an angel, and others were even less of a match, thus necessitating the rejection of that idea. Could it be? Beerus's expression grew grim as he seemed to grasp a troubling thought. Could it be that those entities from above have emerged? Beerus swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It is inconceivable, Lord Beerus. The prison has a particular guard, and those individuals could never escape, Whis remarked, discerning the unspoken thoughts of Beerus. As he turned to him and spoke in a calm manner. Indeed, Beerus replied, feeling a degree of reassurance in Whis's words, the tension in his face easing somewhat. It is also possible that the source of that power originates from the Dark Realm. Yes, that seems likely. Whis nodded in agreement upon hearing Beerus's words. The origin of that power could very well be linked to individuals from the Dark Realm. Given the gravity of the situation, Whis had already reported this matter to the Grand Priest. Meanwhile, far away on a small island on Earth, Zhang Xuan remained blissfully unaware of the ominous label placed upon him. By the way, Whis, how long until we reach North Kai's planet? Beerus shifted his focus from the troubling matter and inquired about their travel time. This journey to the Kai's planet and Earth was primarily for 3 purposes: to seek the Super Saiyan God, to locate that mysterious power, and to fulfill his duties of destruction. Oh, Lord Beerus, we shall arrive in 17 minutes, Whis announced, extending his angelic staff, from which a crystal emanated a radiant glow. Instantly calculating the precise time. That is rather slow. Very well, I shall take a nap. Please wake me upon our arrival, Beerus declared, and with that, he fell into a deep slumber within the span of a second, bubbles escaping his mouth. Whis observed the swirling lights around them, his expression devoid of emotion as he pondered his thoughts. The Dark Realm seems to be stirring again. I must remind Father and the others to exercise caution. He mused internally. Once he completed this mission, he planned to report the situation to the Grand Priest at the Xenos Palace. It appeared that the universe was about to become unsettled once more. With a resigned shake of his head, Whis accelerated their journey toward the Kai's planet. Chapter 7. Goku. Is the god of destruction really that strong? On North Kai's planet, Goku resumed his relentless training, even unleashing a Kamehameha upon himself. However, the effectiveness of such training was minimal, nearly indistinguishable from no progress at all. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Whis in the future, Goku would have likely strayed down a long, arduous path for many years. Without the assistance of Whis and Beerus, Goku would have, at best, achieved the level of a Red Super Saiyan God. The martial arts and energy techniques of Master Roshi, coupled with the divine secrets of the angel Whis, were both essential components for Goku's growth. At that moment, Goku seemed transformed, his mindset shifting away from his previous impulse to challenge any strong opponent he encountered. Alas, it appeared that his thoughts were solely consumed by training. Observing Goku drenched in sweat, North Kai's eyes brimmed with concern. Lord Beerus is coming soon. I hope Goku does not recklessly challenge him. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed the opposite would occur. Hey, Goku. North Kai paused in his work and beckoned Goku over. Goku immediately halted, puzzled by North Kai's unusual demeanor. He sensed something was amiss, as if North Kai were concealing something significant, and it unnerved him, for this was the first time he had witnessed North Kai in such a state. A guest will be arriving shortly. Remember to remain polite. Absolutely do not issue any challenges, as that would be exceedingly rude. North Kai repeatedly cautioned Goku against challenging Lord Beerus, fearing that Goku might act impulsively and propose a spar. He dreaded the thought of Beerus being displeased and annihilating his planet once more. The mere thought turned North Kai's face pale and sent chills down his spine. Lord Kai, you seem quite apprehensive about this guest. You are acting strangely today, Goku observed, scratching his head in confusion at North Kai's odd behavior. Of course I am apprehensive. That is Lord Beerus. He is an exceedingly powerful being, North Kai exclaimed, realizing too late that he had inadvertently revealed too much. Beerus? Who is that? Why must you fear him? Is he truly that strong? Goku inquired with a flurry of questions, each utterance causing North Kai's heart to race. Do you not recognize what you are saying? I know you, Goku, are strong, but you have yet to encounter Lord Beerus. Faced with Goku's relentless questions, North Kai gritted his teeth and sighed. Very well, I shall divulge everything. After pondering briefly, North Kai decided to inform Goku about Beerus, reasoning that Goku would not be foolish enough to challenge someone of such immense power. Indeed, you do understand him well. He is indeed that way. Goku, despite his simplicity, would not be so naive as to challenge someone vastly stronger than himself. North Kai reassured himself that Goku would refrain from proposing a duel to Lord Beerus, as the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, North Kai adopted the demeanor of a sage and regarded Goku with utmost seriousness. In the cosmos, there exists the Kaioshin, responsible for creating life, nurturing it, and guiding it. At this juncture, North Kai paused, intending to impart the significance of both the god of destruction and the Kaioshin's existence to Goku. Why is it that only North Kai possesses such knowledge? Alongside the creator deity, there exists its antithesis, the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the supreme deity of our universe, Lord Beerus. The Kaioshin fosters creation, while the god of destruction ensures annihilation. All of this serves to maintain the balance of the universe. North Kai took a leisurely sip of tea before continuing. Civilizations continuously expand and flourish. Yet the total mass of the universe remains constant. A civilization cannot endure eternally. An excess of life within a universe disrupts its equilibrium, ultimately leading to its collapse and annihilation. In such instances, a custodian is required, namely the god of destruction, to obliterate planets and uphold balance. Goku, you must comprehend that while our universe is vast, it too has its limits. One final word of caution, Lord Beerus is indeed terrifying. Do not entertain the notion of challenging him. North Kai's expression was grave. Upon hearing this, Goku was taken aback. Then this god of destruction must be quite malevolent, right? Since Goku's head injury, his nature had transformed. He exhibited less of a Saiyan's brutality and embraced a rare gentleness. Yet, this very individual had nearly brought ruin to the entire 12 universes. Do not speak carelessly. North Kai shot Goku an admonishing glare. Alas, my greatest worry is you. My friend, you never cease to cause concern. With that, North Kai ceased his discourse and returned to supervising his two attendants as they constructed a house. The two attendants resumed their tasks, one carrying a paint bucket while the other painted the walls. It seemed that Goku's recent training had once again resulted in the destruction of their hard-earned work. The mantis and the gorilla were left in despair. Lamenting the loss of the house they had painstakingly repaired, now once again in ruins due to Goku's antics. Upon hearing the words of the North Kai, Sun Wukong was profoundly shaken, yet he continued to inquire in his naive tone. So, how powerful is that god of destruction? How does he obliterate planets? What does he consume? Here we go again. The perennial warrior, who is ever eager for a brawl at the mere sight of another, had returned. Sun Wukong flitted around the North Kai like a chirping bird, his incessant chatter eliciting a furrowed brow from the North Kai. It seemed that none of what he had just said had registered with Wukong at all. On Earth, aside from Wukong and Vegeta who were diligently training, the two elderly gentlemen remained as industrious as ever. The rest had gathered to celebrate Bulma's birthday. Alas, that rascal Wukong is truly a source of constant worry. Kiki lamented, exasperated as she covered her forehead while confiding in Bulma. Wukong had returned, only to dash off to train with the North Kai the very next day. Though he had returned with a bounty of 100 million in cash, Kiki was left feeling despondent about her husband, who seldom returned home. Aside from the initial days after their marriage, how often had Wukong truly spent quality time with his wife and child? Not only did he neglect to return home, but he also took their eldest son along to join in the fray. The once promising Gohan had been molded into a wild child under Kiki's domestic tutelage. With his prodigious talent, Gohan could easily be considered the most gifted half-Saiyan, second only to the newly reimagined Super Broly. If he trained under the god of destruction, he could likely achieve Super Saiyan Blue in half the time it took Wukong and the others. Talent speaks volumes. Vegeta, too, was consumed by his daily routine of training and eating. Bulma found herself in a bit of a predicament with her husband's relentless dedication to training. Eat, train, eat, train, eat. Kiki and Bulma exchanged complaints about their respective husbands, while Gohan and his wife Fidel tactfully excused themselves. Besides Vegeta and Wukong, the likes of Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, Yamcha, Puar, Mr. Satan, Bu, Master Roshi, the Pig, Goten, and Trunks had all gathered aboard the cruise ship. It was a warm and cozy gathering, a rare occasion for them to be united. They reveled in the moment, but this bliss would soon be disrupted. Chapter 8. The system issues a mission. Lord Kai, what are you up to? Sun Wukong inquired, observing the frenzied and flustered North Kai, who appeared to be in a state akin to hyperthyroidism. Seeing Wukong in such a state, North Kai hurriedly seized him and pulled him into a nearby building. Wukong, you must go inside. No matter what happens, do not come out. If you hear any noise, do not emerge. Do you understand? North Kai anxiously shoved Wukong into the under-construction building and then retreated to a nearby open area, his brow glistening with cold sweat as he stood at attention, awaiting the arrival of Beerus. Inside the building, Wukong was utterly astonished. He had never seen North Kai like this. Today had been filled with surprises. Suddenly, a brilliant white beam descended just a meter before North Kai. Once the light dissipated, only two figures remained. Whis and the god of destruction, Beerus, had arrived on King Kai's planet. Thus commenced the narrative of Dragon Ball Super. To an outsider, Beerus exuded no discernible aura, appearing almost as an ordinary mortal. Indeed, he was a being capable of reversing the flow of time across the 7 universes with a mere tap. A being so weak that a single slap could render the god of destruction unconscious. Yet, the more one contemplated this, the more contradictory the reality became. Who could have anticipated that this blue-skinned individual, reminiscent of an angel, yet bearing the semblance of an ordinary person, was the mightiest in the vicinity? Could this truly be Lord Beerus? Wukong peered out, astonished, with disbelief flooding his eyes. This was not at all the image of a god of destruction he had envisioned. Wukong had imagined the god of destruction as a fearsome, malevolent entity. But now, he was being told that this individual before him was indeed the god of destruction? Unthinkable. A wave of shock washed over him. Long time no see, North Kai. A voice interrupted Wukong's musings as a slender figure with purple skin and an unusual collar, resembling a cat, emerged from behind Whis. Wukong's pupils dilated, his body bristling with unease, and he found it difficult to breathe under the immense pressure emanating from this being. This was divinity, merely standing there, without any motion. Could spell death with a single glance. He stood there, devoid of any visible power, yet an overwhelming aura kept all at bay. Beerus. North Kai's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. This was the infamous Beerus. Wukong craned his neck, gazing at North Kai, whose head was nearly touching the ground, utterly speechless in astonishment. "Oh, miss me?" Beerus quipped, observing North Kai's demeanor. "The planet seems small. Are you adjusting well?" Adjusting. We miss you," North Kai replied, lowering his head even further. He dared not utter a word of dissent. Before him stood Lord Beerus. A mere hint of dissatisfaction could lead to obliteration at his hands. I no longer sense that power. It vanished unexpectedly as I approached. Whis directed his consciousness towards Earth, attempting to locate the source of that power, scouring every corner of the planet, yet to no avail. It was as though it had simply ceased to exist. The more he pondered, the more serious his expression became. Suddenly, it reappeared, then vanished again. Where could it be? On the isolated island where Zhang Xuan resided. A barrier set by the system rendered it undetectable even to a mere angel, let alone a grand minister. At that moment, on the island, Zhang Xuan reclined on a sunbed, donning a sun hat. A table beside him was laden with an assortment of fruits, and a sunshade provided him with respite from the sun's rays. Utilizing his abilities, he had even fashioned a mobile phone and meticulously constructed a 1,000-meter-long antenna to forcibly connect to the signal from the world he had previously inhabited. "What are you playing at?" "Not grabbing anyone in the wild. Merely frolicking in the jungle?" The voice of his irate teammate echoed through the speaker. No one knew with whom he was playing. It could very well be a formidable opponent in the late stages of a golden immortal. As the sound of their crystal exploding resonated, the irate voice fell silent. Zhang Xuan glanced at the ending screen, noting his score of 136. While none of his teammates surpassed 50, and the opposing team's lowest score was 94, Zhang Xuan's complexion grew increasingly dark. Is it that every advancement competition brings forth such peculiar entities? Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, a game that promises joy through fair competitive play, was initially sought as a means to unwind. Yet, now it has only added to his stress. This particular contender is quite formidable. Playing Mobile Legends for relaxation? What a jest. Once his strength is sufficient, he shall return to his original world and hang you from a power pole. Zhang Xuan stretched lazily. This lifestyle was his utmost preference. Without employment or a mortgage, he found this way of life remarkably fulfilling. Ding. A task is issued by the system. Upon hearing that familiar electronic tone, Zhang Xuan instantly perked up. Each system possesses its unique tasks. System tasks? Let me see what they entail. The system task is being released. Ding. System task issued. Task: protect the Earth. Strength requirement: high-tier individual universe level. The primary timeline may experience certain disruptions, and Earth, along with figures like Sun Wukong, may vanish amid this chaos. The host must save the Earth at the critical moment. Completion of the task is imperative. Associated task: forge connections with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others. Task countdown: 24 hours. Reward for task completion: elevation from golden immortal to golden immortal perfection. Access to the system marketplace, a lottery wheel, and 5,000 transaction points. Associated task reward, 1,000 transaction points. Failure penalty, rewind to 48 hours prior. Failure will result in continuous reincarnation. Evaluation, this task is exceptionally rare. Aside from major events, minor tasks do not emerge. The host is advised not to squander this opportunity. Will you accept? Yes, no. Gazing at the transparent panel displaying the two prominent choices, Zhang Xuan unhesitatingly selected yes. It was that simple. The system truly understands him. Zhang Xuan praised the system heartily. After all, despite his laziness, he would never forsake such an opportunity laid before him. The task was straightforward, and the rewards were bountiful. He was now a golden immortal, on par with angels. Protecting a mere little planet should be a breeze, right? If he, with his super individual universe-level power, couldn't he safeguard a small Earth, he might as well perish. The thought of failing and facing endless reproach was unbearable. Zhang Xuan was acutely aware of the vast disparity between gods of destruction and angels. The difference was simply astronomical. Well then, let us commence. After this endeavor, he could afford to rest well. With that thought, Zhang Xuan vanished from his location, and all facilities on the island faded from existence. Chapter 9. Sun Wukong's foolhardy challenge to Beerus. How long has it been since we last met, North Kai? Beerus inquired as he and North Kai crossed paths. This question left North Kai in a quandary. He could not recall the last time he had seen Beerus. Hiding in his abode, Sun Wukong witnessed the entire exchange. It was revealed that this purple, hairless cat was indeed the true Beerus. Though he could not sense his power, he felt an overwhelming strength emanating from him. He longed to engage in combat. What a formidable being! Sun Wukong's expression was filled with excitement, his hands trembling as he spoke. His combative spirit stirred once more. He was, after all, a martial arts enthusiast, someone who would forsake home for the sake of training, and he had a habit of seeking out strong opponents. Eager to spar regardless of the disparity in strength, his instincts told him that this cat-like creature before him was immensely powerful, strong enough to dispatch him with a single blow. Yet, the more daunting Beerus appeared, the more exhilarated Sun Wukong became. However, he was not so foolish as to ignore North Kai's warning. He suppressed his desire to challenge the strong and continued to observe. With a sigh of disappointment, Sun Wukong thought, let me think, North Kai. Upon hearing Beerus's question, paused momentarily, then began counting on his fingers. How many years has it been? North Kai struggled to recall the last time they met. While he could never forget Beerus, the timeline eluded him. North Kai continued counting. 1, 2, 3, 7. How many years has it been? Beerus's brow furrowed, his impatience growing. 327 years, Whis chimed in first. Yes, 327 years. North Kai replied excitedly, genuinely grateful to Whis. By the way, your place is quite small, Beerus remarked, surveying the surroundings, then teasingly addressed North Kai. Yes indeed. North Kai internally cursed. It was indeed the fault of Beerus and Sun Wukong that his space was so limited. The first incident involved Beerus, and the second, the self-destructing cell brought by Sun Wukong. The confined space is rather inadequate. I apologize for the poor hospitality, North Kai said respectfully. Then suddenly a bright idea struck him. Speaking of which, Lord Beerus, since you have traveled so far, would you grace us with your presence for a meal? North Kai beamed, wiping his hands. While his previous culinary efforts were indeed lacking, he had learned much over the years and had mastered several renowned dishes from Earth. His specialty remained fried rice and instant noodles. Oh, a meal? That sounds delightful. Is the flavor satisfactory? Beerus replied, evidently intrigued. Of course, it's delicious, exceedingly so, North Kai asserted confidently. Beerus, however, seemed skeptical. Is it truly delectable? If it's as dreadful as last time, I wouldn't mind making this planet even smaller, much like that house over there. Beerus's demeanor suddenly turned frigid as he addressed North Kai. The memory of the disastrous dish North Kai had prepared for him centuries ago sent a chill through Beerus. North Kai was left petrified, nearly losing his wits at the recollection. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed anyone manage to change their expression so rapidly within mere seconds, and each instance was unique. After a few more exchanges, Beerus finally revealed his purpose for visiting. I am here to seek a certain warrior known as a Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's heart sank. The god of destruction was here for him, and he had no idea whether this being was friend or foe, nor did he understand what Beerus wanted with him. Lord Beerus, Saiyan refers to a race, not an individual name, Whis interjected beside Beerus. Enough with the chatter. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, who was stifling laughter. I've heard a Saiyan is present here. Is that true? Yes, North Kai inhaled deeply, turning to the house. Hey, Wukong, come out. Lord Beerus wishes to see you. Indeed, he wanted to see me. Sun Wukong, with a face full of astonishment. promptly rose to his feet and hastily made his way to the side of the North Kai. "Good morning, everyone." Wukong beamed his signature smile, the most straightforward and courteous greeting he could muster. The North Kai, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright and swiftly delivered a smack to Wukong's head. "Do you not realize who that is across from you? Have you no sense of basic etiquette?" The North Kai's expression was one of utter exasperation. The plot then unfolded as it originally did. Beerus directly stated his purpose. He was in search of the Super Saiyan God, as well as the source of that power. Although he refrained from articulating the latter explicitly, upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, indicating his ignorance of what the Super Saiyan God entailed. Beerus, visibly disappointed, deemed this a lost cause. He then inquired of Whis how long it would take to reach Earth, as Vegeta was currently there and might have information regarding the Super Saiyan God. Should Vegeta prove to be uninformed about the Super Saiyan God, Beerus planned to observe the Earth himself to seek the source of that power. If nothing materialized, he would simply annihilate the planet. Completing 3 tasks in one fell swoop seemed rather effortless. "It will take a total of 3 minutes to reach Earth, Lord Beerus." "How exceedingly dull," Beerus remarked, yawning. He then addressed Whis. "Today is indeed rather tedious. We have found nothing." They had no intention of lingering any longer. "Let us proceed." "Whis, to Earth." "Excuse me? Are you truly planning to destroy Earth?" The North Kai gulped nervously, steeling himself to approach Beerus with this question. He still harbored hopes that this formidable being would spare the planet. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, Beerus paused momentarily. "I suppose so. As long as the beings there do not provoke my ire, I shall not destroy Earth." The North Kai exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Beerus's response. There was still hope for the planet's continued existence. Just as Beerus prepared to depart, he was abruptly halted by a voice. "Lord Beerus, I have a small request." The speaker was none other than Sun Wukong, clad in his training attire. At that moment, Wukong was brimming with fighting spirit. Unable to restrain himself, he was eager to engage in battle with this formidable visitor. The North Kai looked on in shock at Wukong's audacity, feeling his prior efforts had been in vain. Chapter 10 Sun Wukong. "Are you skilled in combat, Lord Beerus?" "Oh, do you have something to say?" Beerus regarded Wukong with interest. "Haha, it is like this, Lord Beerus." Wukong sheepishly scratched his head before continuing. "I have heard that you, Lord Beerus, are the god of destruction, the mightiest in the universe. I have never witnessed the power of a god of destruction. May I witness it?" Wukong gazed intently at Beerus, filled with fighting spirit. Beerus, intrigued, rested his chin on his hand. This was the first time he encountered someone so amusing, albeit somewhat foolish. "Oh, how would you like to test that?" "Perhaps in a friendly sparring match. If you would be so kind, Lord Beerus, might I engage in some practice with you?" Wukong looked at Beerus with earnest pleading. The North Kai, aghast, rushed forward to grasp Wukong. "Wukong, do not be disrespectful." He struck Wukong on the head. "My apologies. Lord Beerus, I will ensure he behaves." The North Kai bowed deeply to Beerus. However, Beerus paid no heed to the North Kai's words and continued to observe Sun Wukong, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You are truly amusing. I have lived for over several billion years, and I cannot count how many like you I have vanquished. It is the first time I have heard someone utter such entertaining words." Beerus regarded Wukong with an air of arrogance. There was no other reason for his demeanor than the fact that Wukong's current power was exceedingly weak, so weak that it would require no more than a mere tap of Beerus's toe to subdue him. "Do not get too carried away, boy," Beerus admonished Wukong coldly. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, this fellow is rather dim-witted. I will keep a close eye on him." The North Kai replied, but before he could finish, Beerus interjected. "Very well, let me show you the power of a god of destruction." Beerus acquiesced to Wukong's request. Upon hearing this, Wukong was nearly ecstatic, almost leaping into the air. The North Kai, observing Wukong's exuberance, could only shake his head in resignation, silently praying for Wukong's safety. Wukong changed back into his original training outfit, standing opposite Beerus. "What is happening? My hands are trembling unconsciously. Am I too excited?" Wukong glanced at his still trembling hands, then took a deep breath. "Huh." Wukong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his hair standing on end as if stirred by an unseen wind, shimmering with a golden radiance. His aura surged dramatically, causing the entirety of King Kai's planet to quake. He was transforming into a Super Saiyan, aware of Beerus's formidable strength. Wukong withheld nothing, transforming into a Super Saiyan right from the start. Yet, he ultimately underestimated Beerus's power. Even his fully unleashed Super Saiyan form was no match for the mere flick of Beerus's pinky finger, more accurately, a fraction of a pinky's power. "Oh, how intriguing." Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Wukong, whose aura was violently escalating, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lacking any intent to engage, or perhaps, He simply deemed Wukong unworthy of his effort. Too weak. Huh. Wukong's energy surged, forming a tempest that instantaneously swept the North Kai and his two attendants away. Beerus and Whis remained rooted in place, unaffected by the onslaught. As the whirlwind and smoke dissipated, Wukong successfully completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. His pupils turned green, his golden hair stood on end, and his muscles swelled with newfound vigor. Enveloped in a golden aura, his power had amplified 100-fold. This was Super Saiyan 1, at full power. Wukong assumed his signature stance, gazing gravely at Beerus. Is this the Super Saiyan? Well, it could at best defeat Frieza. Frieza, what merit do I possess to contend with a full-powered Super Saiyan? Beerus scrutinized Wukong's posture, remarking, you are still leagues away from me. Come now. Unleash your full strength. Beerus shook his head, then closed his eyes, adopting no defensive posture whatsoever. Lord Beerus, I am coming. Please, do not hold back. Wukong shouted as he launched a punch at Beerus. However, Beerus effortlessly dodged the attack, as if he had foreseen it. Whis observed the exchange between the two, one pursuing, the other evading, his thoughts shrouded in mystery, leaving no one able to decipher his mind. Adadada. Each of Sun Wukong's assaults met with naught but empty air, never once grazing Beerus. The latter even yawned during their confrontation, which incensed Sun Wukong further. Their battle resembled that of an adult toying with a mere 3-year-old. The disparity in their abilities stark and the encounter utterly monotonous. Your speed is still insufficient, Beerus remarked to Sun Wukong. The swiftness of Sun Wukong's movements was such that not even a single hair upon his being could be touched. Does Beerus even have hair? He pondered. I wish for some excitement. Sun Wukong found himself astounded. He could not keep pace with Beerus's velocity. He hadn't even brushed against the edge of Beerus's garment, as the deity continued to toy with him throughout. Ha 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 ha. Huh. Sun Wukong summoned forth greater strength, amplifying his power exponentially. His aura crackling with lightning. Super Saiyan 2. Not bad. Although there's a slight increase in power, it's still rather underwhelming, Beerus scoffed. Showing no surprise at Sun Wukong's enhanced strength, which posed no threat to him whatsoever. This time is different. Sun Wukong charged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Beerus's face. Yet again, he failed to connect. Despite the considerable boost in speed, the gap between them remained insurmountable. Damn it, I still can't hit him. Just how strong is he? Sun Wukong finally recognized the vast chasm between their strengths and resolved to cease his concealment. Instead, he opted for the seldom used Super Saiyan 3. Now, I shall unleash my full power. Lord Beerus. Upon uttering these words, he inhaled deeply, his fists clenched tightly. Sun Wukong unleashed a thunderous roar, his golden hair elongating, and his chaotic aura enveloping him in a tempest of energy. His formidable presence surged skyward, radiating throughout the entire galaxy. In that moment, all beings, whether powerful or feeble, from Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the entire Z-fighters on Earth to every creature in the galaxy, sensed this overwhelming force, compelling them to bow in reverence. Yet, Beerus maintained his icy demeanor. Although the transition from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3 represented a significant enhancement, to Beerus, it was akin to a 3-year-old jumping to the age of 4. On Earth, Zhang Xuan disregarded his image, seizing a large chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth, while clutching a roasted suckling pig in his left hand. 24 years. A full 24 years without meat. He lamented, recalling the joy of his past. For a carnivore, enduring 24 years without meat was sheer agony. In that case, you might as well have become a monk. Perhaps you'd even ascend to the rank of abbot. Though he had transcended to a celestial being, foregoing sustenance. Indulging his appetite remained permissible. Having achieved the pinnacle of golden immortal status, the influence of mortal cuisine on him was negligible, so he relished every bite. Zhang Xuan, in his culinary delight, also kept a watchful eye on the Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong confronting Beerus. Chapter 11. Beerus, so this is the little fan. Zhang Xuan could readily perceive the power and energy emanating from Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form. After all, with his angelic prowess, no creature in the universe could elude his perception, let alone this formidable force. Beerus, Kakarot, Whis, each present. Zhang Xuan swiftly discerned the strengths of Kakarot and Beerus, sensing the divine energy within them. If Beerus's might was likened to the Pacific Ocean, then the strength of Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong was but a single drop of water. The disparity was colossal, rendering any comparison futile. As for Whis, he gave off the aura of an ordinary individual, yet Zhang Xuan harbored no such thoughts. This indicated that angels could adeptly conceal their divine power and presence. Who was Whis? He was the master of the god of destruction, capable of reversing time, incapacitating deities with a single strike. and perpetually embodying the ultimate mastery of effortless movement, corresponding to a powerful golden immortal. Recall the incident with Zamasu attempting to assassinate Gaosu. Whis effortlessly reversed the flow of time across the universe. Furthermore, when Beerus was struck down due to a mustard incident, Whis swiftly subdued him with a mere slap. Such feats undeniably testified to the angel's might. Regrettably, they were all bound by a covenant. How could Zhang Xuan ever consider him an ordinary person? Had he not seen Dragon Ball Super in his previous life, he might have regarded Whis as just another ordinary being. At least during his initial viewing of Dragon Ball Super, many believed this blue-skinned angel to be weak. Since it has commenced, I too shall prepare. Zhang Xuan wiped the grease from his mouth. It was time to make ready. On North Kai's planet, as the dust settled, Sun Wukong completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 3, with golden locks cascading to his waist, enveloped in a golden aura interspersed with white lightning. The once naive countenance now bore an air of chilling intensity, his power amplified by at least a dozen times. Standing before Beerus, Sun Wukong exuded a divine presence. This is Super Saiyan 3. Oh, is this your most formidable form? Quite impressive. A promising warrior indeed. Beerus observed Sun Wukong's transformed state, feeling the monumental power within him, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, Lord Beerus, I am ready to engage. Please do not hold back, Sun Wukong declared, and with lightning speed, he launched himself at Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus remained stationary, his expression unchanged. To him, Sun Wukong's velocity resembled that of a snail, and the force posed no threat, rendering evasion unnecessary. As Sun Wukong's fist, akin to a massive sandbag, approached his face, Beerus merely extended a single finger. Yes, just one finger. Effortlessly, Beerus intercepted Sun Wukong's full-force strike with that solitary digit. What? Sun Wukong's mouth gaped wide, disbelief etched in his eyes. This fellow had never taken him seriously from the outset. Merely extending a finger had thwarted his most powerful assault. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 full-force strike against that finger felt like a mere mortal striking a mountain, a droplet falling into the ocean, causing not a ripple. This led Sun Wukong to incessantly question within himself, what is the purpose of my training? Observing Sun Wukong's predicament, a faint smirk graced Beerus's lips as he commended. Very good. Your power and speed have reached the mark. You have successfully piqued my interest, Saiyan. Beerus's praise was refreshingly straightforward. Hearing his words, Sun Wukong finally snapped back to reality. It's not over yet. He bellowed, pivoting to deliver a side kick. This strike possessed the potential to obliterate a planet. Yet, once again, Beerus merely extended a finger to effortlessly receive the blow. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss and hastily retreated several meters away from Beerus. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh, is it the instinct of a beast? Beerus remarked in surprise. Had you not dodged just now, you might have already lost your life. Just as Beerus was about to make his move, Wukong seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, evading the attack with remarkable agility. Witnessing this, Whis stood by in astonishment, mumbling to himself, it seems he has that foundation after all. A smile crept across Whis' face, revealing his unspoken thoughts. Huh. Wukong's aura surged once more, escalating to a terrifying level. His power multiplied, reaching 3 times that of his previous Super Saiyan 3 state, as he aimed to unleash his full potential. Wukong held nothing back, revealing all his hidden strengths. Following the Majin Buu incident, he realized his power was insufficient and thus embarked on a grueling training regimen, ultimately unlocking the full capabilities of Super Saiyan 3. His most formidable trump card, nothing beyond this. Wukong was enveloped in a tempest of raging lightning, the force of his energy creating a whirlwind that swept away the golden clouds surrounding North Kai's planet. Meanwhile, North Kai and his 2 attendants struggled to support the crumbling walls. Wukong, please, hold back. North Kai pleaded desperately, but as soon as he finished speaking, Wukong's energy surged yet again, instantly toppling the last remaining wall. This was the final straw for North Kai. They could no longer withstand the pressure and were quickly crushed beneath the collapsing structure. Have you surpassed your limits? Truly remarkable. Beerus grinned, intrigued by the continuously escalating aura of Wukong, who was now encircled by a faint purple mist. Whis, observing Beerus's demeanor, shook his head in resignation, contemplating his next course of action. Having witnessed Wukong's prowess, along with the advantages of his own race and innate talent, Whis found himself somewhat admiring this Saiyan, albeit deeming him a bit foolish. A being capable of unleashing their utmost potential in dire circumstances. With such extraordinary talent and the foundation of ultra instinct, Whis couldn't help but feel a stirring of interest. With proper training, Wukong's future achievements could rival that of a god of destruction, perhaps even reach the status of an angel. but that was contingent upon him not meeting an untimely demise. At present, Wukong was engaged in battle with Beerus, the god of destruction, and the disparity in their strengths was monumental, particularly given that Beerus was the most powerful among them. Whis understood that in this scenario, Beerus would not hold back, and Wukong might very well be struck down. Whis pondered for a few moments, resolutely deciding that this individual must be preserved, even if it meant defying the rules. With narrowed eyes, he gazed at the roaring Wukong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wukong, you must be saved today? Ah! Wukong roared, his previously escalating energy finally stabilizing as he successfully broke through his limits. His muscles grew even more robust, and his golden hair, which once reached his waist, now cascaded down to his legs. The white lightning enveloping him transformed into a dazzling gold, and his golden aura blazed like flames. This is my most powerful form, Super Saiyan 3, at full power, Wukong declared coldly, fixing his gaze on Beerus. Having successfully surpassed his limits, he multiplied his strength once more. You Saiyans never cease to astonish me. It seems this is your strongest form. Come, unleash your full strength. Beerus gestured for Wukong to make his move. No sooner had he spoken than Beerus swiftly raised his hand to shield his chest. In that fleeting moment, Wukong lunged forward. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, sending shockwaves through the air as dust swirled around them. Apart from Whis and the onlooker Zhang Xuan, hardly anyone could discern what had transpired. As the yellow dust settled, Beerus remained unscathed, using merely one hand to block Wukong's full-force strike in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Your speed and strength are commendable, though still somewhat lacking. At least among the candidates for God of Destruction, you qualify, Beerus remarked, retracting his hand and placing both behind his back. Wukong halted his assault, refraining from further attacks. Beerus continued, while quite impressive, qualifying as a candidate for God of Destruction is not enough. At this moment, a chilling coldness fell over Beerus's expression, sending shivers down the spines of all present, except for Whis. I have no intention of retiring. Moreover, being a God of Destruction is exceedingly perilous. With that, Beerus approached Wukong at a leisurely pace. Faced with this fearsome sight, Wukong found himself paralyzed with dread. With a mere finger, Beerus lightly flicked Wukong's forehead. This seemingly innocuous gesture, however, conveyed a sense of lethal threat to Wukong. He was instantly sent flying. But that was not the end. Beerus teleported behind him and gently pushed downwards. In an instant, Wukong's shoulder dislocated, and he crashed to the ground, losing consciousness. Wukong fell heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust, his body battered and lifeless in the crater. In just 2 moves, he had been utterly defeated while at full power as a Super Saiyan 3. Beerus remarked, "Are you skilled at fighting? What good is skill if it amounts to nothing?" He added, so it was merely a light fan. Chapter 12. Beerus heads to Earth. Observing the injured and unconscious Wukong, Beerus couldn't help but sigh. I was merely toying with you. How did you fall so easily? I barely exerted myself. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow would be so fragile, collapsing at the slightest touch. Shaking his head, Beerus closed his eyes, realizing he had expected bronze but found iron instead. He truly had only flicked Wukong lightly, never imagining that such a gentle tap could nearly end his life. Is it the case that today's youth are so feeble? Thankfully, it was nothing serious, just a fainting spell. Whis checked Wukong's injuries with his divine senses, and upon discovering that Wukong was not gravely harmed, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Lord Beerus held back, otherwise, Wukong might have been lost for good. Whis contemplated the need to create opportunities to forge a connection with Wukong in the future. Beerus surveyed the surroundings, noting the devastation wrought upon North Kai's planet by their clash. Without Whis's protection, the planet would likely have been reduced to rubble. How tiresome. Let us go, Whis. We must inquire with that fellow Vegeta. He should have knowledge of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus lazily dug at his ear, addressing Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis offered a faint smile and gracefully floated to Beerus's side. Subsequently, he gently tapped the ground with the staff in his hand, enveloping both of them in a soft, milky glow. In an instant, they vanished from their original location. As they departed, a tiny white light darted out from the crystal atop Whis's staff, swiftly entering Son Goku's body. Unbeknownst to Beerus, this was a clandestine act by Whis. The white light represented Whis's healing ability, a small gift bestowed upon Son Goku. It was not until Beerus had left that the North Kai timidly emerged from the rubble behind him, hastily making his way to the unconscious Son Goku. Upon witnessing Goku's precarious state, the North Kai silently lamented the situation. He quickly employed his divine powers to probe Goku's injuries, only to discover that he had merely fainted, which brought him some relief. Observing the unconscious Goku and the devastated King Kai's planet, a bittersweet smile crept across the North Kai's face. It seemed he had more work ahead of him. This reckless fellow, as impetuous as ever. Alas, This place is already too small for my liking. Truth be told, the North Kai was both amusing and pitiable. He had imparted all of his knowledge of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques to Son Goku without reservation. The North Kai could be revived using the Dragon Balls if he were to perish, yet after all these years, he had not even a glimmer of resurrection. The Dragon Balls had all been used to fulfill trivial wishes, transforming them from their original purpose into mere playthings of the Bulma family. After a while, Son Goku gradually regained consciousness. As he attempted to sit up, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if every bone in his body had shattered, causing him to cry out in agony. Don't move. How can you be so reckless? You've only just woken up. The North Kai rushed forward to support Goku. You truly are fortunate. How did you escape Lord Beerus's wrath? Thankfully, he showed you mercy. Otherwise, you would end up like me, with a halo above your head. The North Kai pointed to the halo floating above him as he spoke to Goku. Upon hearing this, Son Goku wore his signature goofy grin. I've learned something new this time. I never imagined he would be so powerful. I almost died just now. Goku's face reflected a mix of relief and excitement. His strength had indeed increased. Saiyans typically emerged from the brink of death more powerful than before. It seemed that Goku's abilities had significantly enhanced, and he was now becoming increasingly adept at controlling his Super Saiyan form. Seeing Goku in this state, the North Kai couldn't help but sigh. Alas, you remain as worrisome as ever. Rest well, I will fetch you something to eat. The North Kai turned and headed back into the makeshift dwelling, resembling a fatherly figure, despite the fact that it was more akin to a ruin. Wait, Lord Kai. Son Goku gritted his teeth and struggled to stand, calling out to the North Kai. We need to inform Vegeta and the others. I've already done so, the North Kai replied without turning around. Honestly, I am more concerned about that Vegeta fellow than I am about you. I hope he doesn't act as thoughtlessly as you do, or else Earth will face utter destruction. The North Kai turned back to Goku, continuing, Lord Beerus is not as simple as you all imagine. That power you felt earlier was merely the tip of the iceberg. Alas, the North Kai sighed heavily. Today had truly been exhausting. When will you all cease to be such a source of concern for me? This time, we were indeed fortunate. Hearing the North Kai's words, Son Goku felt a pang of trepidation, but soon donned a resolute expression. I will not allow him to destroy Earth. I must hurry back. You're injured like this, and you still intend to go? The North Kai's face darkened at the sight of Goku's determination. Yes, I must go. No matter how powerful the opponent, I will protect Earth. After all, it is my home, Goku declared, just as he stood up. He was astonished to find that the intense pain had dissipated, replaced by a long-lost sense of comfort. His bones had returned to normal and even seemed stronger than before. This revelation left Goku astounded. How had his injuries healed so swiftly? He understood that Saiyans gained enhanced power when brought to the brink of death, and their recovery was remarkably rapid, yet this was unprecedented. Little did he know, it was Whis who had restored him. The North Kai, feeling a headache coming on, insisted, Finish your meal first, it's ready. You need to regain your strength. He brought forth a sizable bowl of fried rice, enough to feed dozens. I apologize. This time the portion is a bit small. Most of it was ruined during your battle with Lord Beerus. Having known Goku for so long, the North Kai was well aware of his prodigious appetite. Do you really think this amount is sufficient? It may seem like a lot, but for a warrior race like the Saiyans, it's barely a fraction of what I need. Want to know why Chi-Chi's family is struggling? The fire that burned down our home is part of it, but more so, it's because of Goku's appetite. Gazing at the fragrant, steaming bowl of fried rice, Son Goku's eyes lit up with anticipation. Chapter 13, Vegeta encounters Beerus. Has it already ended? Zhang Xuan lifted his gaze to the distant starry sky, feeling the ethereal presence and murmuring softly to himself. The direction he looked towards was the faraway North Kai's planet. As expected, it remains unchanged. He couldn't withstand 3 strikes. When Zhang Xuan witnessed Son Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 3 at full power, his eyes sparkled with surprise. He distinctly remembered that in the original story, Son Goku had never achieved Super Saiyan 3 at full power. This timeline's Dragon Ball was indeed different, deviating from the original plot. Of course, it ultimately made little difference, as he was still defeated by Beerus in just 2 moves. Perhaps this world's Son Goku possessed greater talent. Or maybe some unknown events prompted him to unlock Super Saiyan 3's full potential. But does Super Saiyan 3 at full power even exist? While others celebrated Bulma's birthday, Vegeta stood apart, hands resting on the railing as he gazed into the distance, his expression grim. He had been straining to recall if he had any memory of a being named Beerus. Beerus, who is this Beerus? I feel an unsettling familiarity, as if I've heard this name before. Even Kakarot failed to withstand 3 of Beerus's strikes. Who exactly is this Beerus? Vegeta pressed his hand against his forehead, struggling to remember. The name Beerus felt vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it, leaving him frustrated. Gradually, Vegeta's demeanor calmed as he focused on regulating his breathing. However, a solemn expression soon crossed his face. The King of the North had conveyed a message to him. Goku, in a reckless challenge against Beerus, had been swiftly defeated in 2 blows and had lost consciousness. Was Earth once again on the brink of a new crisis? Vegeta cast his gaze skyward, his mind racing with memories of all he had experienced alongside these comrades on Earth, transforming foes into friends, saving the planet time and again. From Frieza, Cooler, and Cell, to the Majin Buu, he faced adversaries increasingly formidable, yet he remained undaunted. But now, he was confronted with Beerus, even the fully realized Cell, capable of obliterating entire solar systems, or the once feared Kid Buu, who could unleash devastation across the universe with mere fury, paled in comparison to the power wielded by Beerus, who could dismiss Goku with a mere flick of his finger. The Super Saiyan 3 Goku could hold his own against Fat Buu. Yet Super Saiyan 3 Goku at full power was effortlessly sent flying by Beerus with a mere touch. Could he truly face such an enemy? Vegeta pondered within himself, experiencing a rare moment of doubt. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, a feminine voice interrupted his reverie. Vegeta. The voice came from behind him. Vegeta turned to see Bulma had appeared without him noticing. What is it? He responded with an irritated expression. Honestly, every time I try to talk to you, you always look like that. Bulma feigned anger, clearly displeased. Vegeta crossed his arms, eyes closed, resolutely ignoring her words. Who would believe that the once feared general under Frieza, a being responsible for countless deaths, could be so scolded by a woman with a power level below 10 without retaliating? Alas, Bulma was his wife, and she had every right to scold him. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor only fueled Bulma's frustration. She stepped closer, pointing a finger at his nose. Hey, can't you just listen to me for once? TCH. Vegeta felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, his expression growing increasingly grim. Women could be terrifying when they were angry. Bulma, exasperated by his reaction, turned and stormed off. After she left, Vegeta opened one eye, confirming her departure before exhaling a sigh of relief. Whis is this Earth? Beerus stood amidst the brilliant starry sky, gazing at the azure planet below, addressing Whis beside him. Indeed, Lord Beerus. The last time you visited was 55 million years ago. Have you forgotten? Whis replied. Upon hearing this, Beerus tapped his ear. Ah, I remember now. I indeed came here once. Now, pinpoint Vegeta's location. Let's wrap this up. Beerus urged. Whis nodded. Please hold on, Lord Beerus. With that, the crystal atop Whis's staff emitted a soft glow. Meanwhile, aboard the cruise ship where Bulma was, Zhang Xuan observed a white meteor streaking through the sky, rapidly approaching, accompanied by an overwhelming divine aura. The main event was about to commence. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist against the wall, causing several cracks to appear in the sturdy surface. His expression darkened as he muttered, Yo, Vegeta. Just as he was trying to recollect his thoughts, a voice called out to him, and 2 figures emerged. Vegeta was taken aback, swiftly turning around. He had never heard that voice before, and it had appeared behind him without a sound. Upon seeing the faces of the individuals standing behind him, his mind went blank. Memories long buried within him resurfaced, as the figures before him were none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. You are, Vegeta stammered, stepping back in trepidation, pointing a shaking finger at the 2 before him, fear evident in his voice. Have you forgotten me so soon? Truly a bunch of mindless monkeys who only know how to fight. Beerus scoffed, picking at his nostrils. However, his demeanor shifted. The temperature in the vicinity seemed to plummet, sending chills down Vegeta's spine. Furthermore, upon encountering the god of destruction, you are to show respect. No sooner had Beerus spoken than Vegeta collapsed, losing consciousness. Damn it, I can't move. Vegeta exerted all his strength, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Beerus displayed no emotion, regarding Vegeta as one would an insect. Before him stood a being who resembled a divine entity, and Vegeta's mind was clouded. The figure before him began to merge with a shadow from his memories, coalescing into the form of a slender, purple-skinned, hairless cat adorned with a collar. Beerus, the one who had once crushed his father's head beneath his foot. I remember now. Vegeta's face turned pale, trembling as he gazed at Beerus. The sound of his racing heartbeat and uneven breaths resonated clearly in the thick silence. Is this all the Saiyans amount to? Beerus looked at Vegeta's state with disdain, shaking his head in mockery. And you still dare to call yourselves a warrior race? At that moment, Zhang Xuan silently observed from the shadows, taking in the scene with clarity. So this is what the god of destruction and the angel are like. He could distinctly sense the divine power emanating from Beerus, while Whis' presence felt negligible in comparison. The divine energy within Beerus was like an endless ocean. With a single breath, he could obliterate the solar system. Yet, constrained by the limitations of anime, such power was never truly depicted. To these beings, Earth was merely a small stage. The planet had proven resilient, far more so than the arena of the tournament of power. A single energy blast capable of annihilating an entire planet would only leave a small crater on Earth. In earlier times, Master Roshi, with a power level over 100, could obliterate the moon. Old Piccolo, with a power level in the hundreds, could withstand the Kamehameha without a scratch, and Vegeta, with a power level exceeding 10,000, could destroy a planet in one blow. As time progressed, anyone without a power level of 100 million would be deemed laughable. Later characters boasted power levels exceeding 100 million, and according to the lore, mere punches could shatter the Earth. Yet, after so many crises, Earth only bore a few craters and remained otherwise unscathed. Some might argue that Goku and the others controlled their power, but could they truly manage it so perfectly? What if, in the heat of battle, their opponent became enraged and simply obliterated the planet without hesitation? There is yet another dark spot. Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form can hold his own against anyone evenly. The Dragon Ball universe boasts a multiverse power setting, yet it remains confined within the singular universe's worldview, leading to such manifestations. It is precisely for this reason that in Zhang Xuan's previous life, numerous individuals criticized the power discrepancies within Dragon Ball. Reflecting upon this, Zhang Xuan could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Fortunately, he awakened the system, otherwise, survival in this world would have been utterly impossible. Suddenly, Whis, standing beside Beerus, seemed to sense something and glanced in the direction where Zhang Xuan was hiding. A jolt of anxiety surged through Zhang Xuan's heart. Could he have discovered my presence? Meanwhile, from a distance, Whis felt even more perplexed. How strange. It felt as though he sensed something just now, yet it vanished abruptly. Was it merely an illusion? Whis pondered, having felt as though someone was observing him, but upon inspection, found nothing there, which left him bewildered. It seems he did not detect me, Zhang Xuan mused inwardly, but then a smile crept onto his face. Truly, one cannot underestimate an entity stronger than Beerus. Such vigilance is commendable. The plot is about to unfold. Chapter 14. Vegeta, a bunch of incompetent fools. I can't rely on them. The god of destruction, Beerus. No wonder he defeated Kakarot with just 2 moves. Vegeta's face turned pale, his heart racing violently, and he gasped for breath. He braced himself against the ground to prevent himself from collapsing. At last, Vegeta comprehended why Son Goku was so easily vanquished. He was up against the god of destruction, Beerus. Why has the god of destruction come to us? What could he possibly want? Could it be that he intends to destroy Earth? The god of destruction is the very embodiment of annihilation, tasked with the obliteration of planets, leaving nothing but void in his wake. What could he want on Earth, if not to lay waste to it? At this thought, a shiver ran down Vegeta's spine. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he braced himself for the worst. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, until Beerus finally broke the silence. I had hoped to keep you as a worthy opponent, but it seems you are nothing but a disappointment. I must have overestimated you. Beerus approached, squatting before Vegeta, regarding him with an expression of utter indifference. Leaning in closer, Beerus spoke in a low, ominous tone. Are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? His voice rumbled like that of a demon, sending chills down the spine. Super Saiyan God. Vegeta looked utterly baffled. He had no knowledge of such a being, only familiar with Super Saiyans. Upon hearing Vegeta's reply, Beerus shook his head in disappointment. It appears you are also oblivious to the concept of Super Saiyan God. How dreadfully boring. With a look of discontent, Beerus turned to Whis. Whis, thoroughly examine this planet and ascertain whether that mysterious power still lingers. For now, Beerus set aside the matter of the Super Saiyan God and focused on investigating the source of that power. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, closed his eyes, and his immense spiritual and divine energy enveloped the entire planet. Soon, Whis furrowed his brow. Nothing. It seems completely absent, as if it has vanished. Whis was astonished. It had been many years since he had felt such a stirring within him. He attempted to locate the source of that power, but found nothing, not even a trace. This left Whis quite taken aback. What does this indicate? The individual emitting that power must possess strength surpassing my own. Unable to locate it, this presence exceeds my control. Lord Beerus. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus was taken aback. Even you cannot find it? Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis affirmed with a nod. What are they discussing? Lying on the ground, Vegeta watched the two, who appeared to be exchanging expressions akin to a dramatic face-changing act, feeling increasingly perplexed. They seemed to be talking about a source of power. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Vegeta? Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta all turned towards the direction of the voice. The owner being Bulma. Vegeta, what are you doing? Seeing her husband sprawled on the ground, Bulma looked utterly bewildered. However, as she took a few steps closer, Vegeta called out to her to stop. "Bulma, don't come any closer," Vegeta shouted with all his might. It seems Vegeta still harbors deep affection for Bulma, despite his foul temperament and inability to express it. Zhang Xuan, hidden in the shadows, observed this scene with a sense of wonder. Subsequently, the plot continued to unfold as it originally had, without any deviations. Bulma mistakenly assumed Beerus was a friend of Vegeta's and invited him to her birthday party. Beerus, not wishing to reveal his true identity at the moment, graciously accepted Bulma's invitation, but his true intent was merely to relish the delicacies she would offer. The former was merely a ruse. This was his genuine desire. Thus he temporarily set aside the investigation of the power's source. Afterward, Bulma urged Beerus to join her birthday celebration. Upon encountering Beerus, the Z fighters mistakenly believed him to be a friend of Vegeta's and warmly approached him to greet him. This scene stirred something within Beerus, albeit slightly. However, out of courtesy, Beerus still exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Compared to other gods of destruction, Beerus's temperament is relatively mild. Vegeta, sweating profusely, was terrified, fervently praying that nothing would go awry. In the aftermath, Vegeta put everything on the line for Earth. Yet the unfortunate Vegeta found himself burdened with a group of inept companions. So, while I am desperately striving to save Earth, you are all incessantly dragging it into the abyss, are you? Earth, I have never felt so exasperated. Vegeta took on the roles of chef, entertainer, and even performed the most eye-catching yet mortifying dance of the entire saga. Now, Vegeta has added another dark chapter to his history. Observing Vegeta's pained smile as he executed such a grotesque dance, everyone felt utterly repulsed. Quite nauseating. Whis frowned. It could rival Whis' own singing. For some inexplicable reason, he no longer felt inclined to destroy Earth. Beerus, standing nearby, teased Whis, as his earlier fury seemed to dissipate entirely. The god of destruction who had intended to obliterate the planet suddenly lost that desire. Seeing Beerus no longer angry, Vegeta finally exhaled in relief. However, he soon realized and felt his face flush with embarrassment. Damn it, I have made a monumental fool of myself. These imbeciles, I am risking everything to protect Earth. Reflecting on his earlier actions, Vegeta wished he could vanish into a hole. He had sacrificed his pride for the sake of the planet. Zhang Xuan, lurking in the shadows, couldn't help but chuckle. He had witnessed Vegeta's dance in its entirety, which was undoubtedly a memorable moment. Years later, Vegeta would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame for what transpired today. Indeed, seeing is believing. It is said that he is a friend of Vegeta, though one might mistake him for Beerus' caretaker. This perplexing behavior from Vegeta left the Earth's Z warriors wide-eyed. How could the typically proud Vegeta engage in such a dance? What had come over him today? He appeared to be genuinely afraid of his companion. Observing Vegeta, who seemed to serve Beerus like a humble servant, Krillin swallowed hard and could not restrain himself from speaking. Something felt amiss. Vegeta was not usually like this. There was something unsettling about his friend. Piccolo, standing nearby, spoke in a low tone, being the first to notice Vegeta's unusual demeanor. With arms crossed and eyes narrowed, he scrutinized Beerus, finding no apparent anomaly. Beerus's aura was as ordinary as that of a common person, leaving Piccolo perplexed. Why was Vegeta so terrified of his friend? Even with a close bond, he would not behave in such a manner. Doubts began to creep into Piccolo's mind, yet he maintained his composure, opting to observe the situation further. A conflict had erupted between Beerus and Majin Buu over a pudding, resulting in a disastrous outcome. Majin Buu was easily vanquished by Beerus. Grasping the antenna atop Fat Buu's head with one hand, Beerus exerted a slight force, sending Fat Buu spiraling upward at incredible speed, akin to a helicopter's rotor blades. With a resounding thud, Beerus hurled Fat Buu into the ocean. The heart of a deity is vast. Yet one thing I cannot tolerate is a lack of respect for others. To offend without attempting to show reverence is unacceptable. Suspended in midair, Beerus wiped his hands and regarded the astonished onlookers with an impassive expression. However, in the next moment, his countenance shifted dramatically, resembling the sudden change of a Sichuan opera performer, as he cast a frigid glare at Vegeta. Under Beerus's scrutiny, Vegeta felt his spirit shatter and hurriedly flew forward. It seemed Vegeta had cursed Fat Buu's ancestors for 18 generations. Lord Beerus, we have delectable cuisine here. But Beerus paid him no mind. If he could not uncover the source of that power, or any information regarding the Super Saiyan God, then this planet had no reason to exist. Get lost. Beerus's icy gaze bore into Vegeta, his deep-set eyes reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. Faced with such a Beerus, Vegeta nervously gulped and replied, Lord Beerus, we also have jelly. I will fetch it for you right now. Leave. Yet, the sole response was that single word. But, Lord Beerus. Vegeta remained undeterred. Continuing to plead with Beerus, Beerus's brow furrowed, revealing his growing impatience. I said to get lost. Do you hear me? He bellowed at Vegeta. A shiver coursed through Vegeta's heart as visions of a post-explosion Earth flashed before his eyes. His face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Below, Piccolo was equally shocked by Vegeta's state. Vegeta was terrified to such an extent. Who was this being? This was the first time Piccolo had witnessed Vegeta in such a condition, while Dandy, too, mirrored Vegeta's trepidation. Piccolo glanced at Dandy, who was quaking and gripping his hands tightly. Dandy. Piccolo noted Dandy's distress, realizing he seemed frightened by the hairless cat. Yet, Dandy did not respond to Piccolo's inquiry, having been rendered speechless by fear. Dandy. Piccolo's voice echoed like an explosion in Dandy's mind, finally rousing him. What are you afraid of, Dandy? Piccolo asked, his brow furrowed. I don't know. I sense a very strange aura. A peculiar aura? Piccolo was puzzled. But just then, Fat Buu, who had been flung into the river, soared back into view. Trembling with rage, Fat Buu's body shook, clearly a result of his overwhelming anger. He glared furiously, teeth clenched. This was the first time he had been this enraged. You. Unforgivable. With that, Fat Buu charged at Beerus with astonishing speed, accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, causing those around to feel as if they were caught in an explosion, leaving ordinary people like Satan unconscious. Observing the bloodthirsty Majin Buu, Beerus did not even blink as he effortlessly grasped Buu's antenna. Majin Buu struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Beerus's grip, but Beerus was the god of destruction, a being several dimensions above him. Even with all his might, Majin Buu could not budge Beerus's hand. Such an impolite creature, Beerus remarked before casually tossing Majin Buu aside as one would discard trash. Indeed, Beerus is powerful. He truly lives up to the title of the celestial immortal. Zhang Xuan observed Beerus suspended in the air, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He had just used the system to assess Beerus's power level and found it to correspond precisely to that of a mid-level celestial immortal, rated as a low-tier super single-unit level. With Goku's previous ruckus in the Heavenly Palace and now Beerus causing chaos at a party, Zhang Xuan continued to watch, clearly noting that the protagonist lacked any sense of presence. Beerus yawned in midair, evidently unimpressed by the individuals before him. It was due to this trivial pudding incident that the subsequent events unfolded, with the Z Warriors being defeated in no more than 2 moves by Beerus. The fused fighters Gotenks were treated as if they were mere children by Beerus. Once the mightiest single fighter, Gohan was similarly vanquished in just a few moves. The Z Warriors faced utter defeat. Beerus, feeling exceedingly bored, extended his right hand, with his left arm resting behind him, as energy coalesced into a blue sphere in the palm of his hand. When this orb descended, it signaled the destruction of Earth. Chapter 15, Goku arrives. The Super Saiyan God. Witnessing the impending blue energy sphere in Beerus's palm, Vegeta's face turned ashen. What had he done all day? Was it not to protect the Earth and his beloved Bulma? Yet all his efforts seemed to dissolve into nothingness due to that pink, rotund creature. All because of a mere pudding. Perhaps perishing at the hands of a god of destruction could be seen as a form of honor? It might even be worth it. Vegeta knelt partially on the ground, a resigned smile gracing his face as he attempted to console himself internally. But then he heard a series of sharp, bright sounds, akin to a crisp snap. When he looked up, he was astonished by the sight before him. Bulma stood defiantly before Beerus, hands on her hips, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Bulma had just delivered a significant reprimand to Beerus. At that time, I was billions of years old, and you gave me a reprimand. Beerus lamented, just think about it. For a billions-year-old little cat, what kind of psychological trauma could such a reprimand inflict? Beerus's mind went blank, staring in shock at Bulma as he absent-mindedly touched his face. It turns out that just moments ago, Bulma had slapped Beerus. However, it was only after this that Beerus reacted, his face contorting into a grotesque expression as he retaliated with a slap of his own, sending Bulma flying through the air, unable to withstand his formidable strength. How could a woman with a power level below 5 dare to strike a blow against the most revered deity in the universe? Such an affront could not go unpunished. Beerus was furious, yet unbeknownst to him, someone harbored even greater wrath, Vegeta. Vegeta gazed at Bulma, now unconscious, a red mark still visible on her cheek. His eyes were bloodshot, and as he lowered his gaze to his trembling fists, fury coursed through him, nearly shattering his teeth. You may strike me, insult me, Vegeta, but if you dare to harm my beloved Bulma, even the Grand Minister would not save you from my wrath. In the next instant, Vegeta's eyes blazed white, crackling with electricity. How dare you? How dare you strike my Bulma? A tempestuous energy erupted from Vegeta, radiating outward as his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. The surrounding trees were snapped in half by his overwhelming aura, while the Z-fighters shielded themselves from the ferocious wind. Vegeta had surpassed his limits, attaining a power that eclipsed even Goku's. A bead of sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. Beerus, the god of destruction standing before Vegeta, was equally astonished. In that moment, Vegeta's power surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. The Saiyans truly were a miraculous race, capable of transcending their limits at any given moment. Just where did their potential end? Zhang Xuan observed the electrified Vegeta and could not help but agree. The Saiyans were indeed remarkable, just like Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form during the Cell Saga, or Vegeta at this moment, or even Jiren during the Tournament of Power. Each had broken their limits in the direst of situations. But where did the Saiyans' limits truly lie? Were they boundless? Was Goku's Ultra Instinct the ultimate endpoint of divine prowess? These questions perplexed Zhang Xuan as well. Vegeta unleashed his fury, charging directly at Beerus with a fist crackling with electricity and unbridled rage. Beerus extended his left hand to effortlessly absorb Vegeta's full force attack, mocking him with a disdainful smirk. Is this all you have? Such an assault is mere child's play to me. Yet, what followed was a relentless barrage of punches from Vegeta. Beerus, unfazed, received each blow without even a flicker of his eyelids. After so many strikes, it's my turn, isn't it? With a wicked grin, Beerus exerted slight pressure, delivering a punch to Vegeta's face that sent him spinning like a top, accompanied by a cry of anguish. However, against all odds, Vegeta regained his footing, executing a graceful spin as he clenched his fists together, channeling his immense rage and destructive intent into a blow that struck Beerus squarely in the face. Caught off guard, Beerus was sent hurtling backward. What? Beerus was incredulous, but Vegeta offered him no chance to react. He swiftly followed, soaring above Beerus and delivering another punch that sent the god of destruction crashing into the sea. In the face of Vegeta's onslaught, Beerus found himself at a disadvantage, albeit temporarily. All present watched in disbelief as Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta began to gain the upper hand. The once invincible Beerus was starting to struggle. Yet, this was merely a fleeting moment. The disparity in their powers remained vast. With a flurry of energy blasts, Vegeta unleashed his signature technique, the Prince's Strategy, showering Beerus with a storm of golden energy orbs. Following this, he executed his ultimate move, Final Flash. Unflinching, Beerus stood there with a cold expression, allowing the explosion to envelop him in a massive cloud of smoke. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. As the smoke cleared, Beerus emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his garments, affirming the Dragon Ball adage, no harm without smoke. Despair washed over the crowd. If he was untouched, how could they hope to defeat him? Not bad. You have passed. You are far superior to that previous fool. A faint smile graced Beerus's face as he applauded Vegeta's efforts. Meanwhile, Vegeta, utterly exhausted, gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He had reverted from Super Saiyan 2 back to Super Saiyan 1, drained of energy. You performed admirably, compelling me to exert merely 1/10 of my normal power. You are stronger than the last fellow named Goku. As Beerus spoke, he floated towards Vegeta, reminiscent of the time he faced Goku on King Kai's planet. So, it's time for you to take a little nap. Beerus lightly patted Vegeta's shoulder. It appeared to be a gentle gesture, but it was anything but. Only those who have experienced it would truly understand. With that touch, Vegeta instantly lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground. Quick, catch him. Without hesitation, Piccolo rushed forward to catch the falling Vegeta. Fortunately, he had merely fainted. Bulma watched anxiously as Vegeta lay unconscious, her face etched with concern. The gap in their power was insurmountable. Zhang Xuan observed Vegeta's unconscious form, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. In the past, when Ultra Instinct was first showcased in the anime, many claimed that Goku had surpassed Beerus. Yet as the story progressed, that assertion became laughable. Would you like to see how many times Ultra Instinct faltered post the Tournament of Power in the manga? Furthermore, in the canon, Beerus' portrayal was elevated. No one could so easily dispatch Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta with a mere slap. As Beerus descended slowly, he surveyed the panicked crowd below, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, the narrative unfolded without deviation. In a display of mercy, Beerus decided the fate of Earth through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Naturally, the pig that could only throw scissors lost spectacularly. The consequence of defeat meant Earth would face destruction at Beerus' hands. Hovering in the sky, Beerus extended a finger, and in the next moment, a purple energy sphere materialized at his fingertip. The sphere grew larger and larger until it reached a size half that of the Earth before finally halting. It has been a pleasure meeting you all. Thus, farewell. With that, Beerus prepared to hurl the colossal energy sphere. Lord Beerus, please stop. Suddenly, a voice halted him, and Beerus quickly retracted his hand. Beerus looked curiously toward the source of the voice. Suddenly, a man clad in an orange training outfit appeared atop the cruise ship, seemingly out of nowhere. This individual was none other than the pinnacle of Earth's combat prowess, Sun Wukong. How did you manage to time your arrival so perfectly? Did you teleport? Zhang Xuan expressed his bewilderment at Sun Wukong's seemingly delayed entrance, questioning why he took so long and did not resort to teleportation. It was Sun Wukong. The crowd below, upon witnessing his presence, felt as though a beacon had ignited amidst an endless sea of darkness. After all, Sun Wukong represented miracles. Each time he confronted adversity, he managed to alter the course of fate. In a rare display of intellect throughout the narrative, Sun Wukong engaged in a wager with Beerus, seeking the Super Saiyan God. Should he succeed in locating this entity, Beerus would spare Earth. Conversely, the consequences of failure were well known to all. Beerus, indifferent to the trivial expenditure of time, acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request. With a mere flick of his hand, the energy sphere at his fingertip shattered into violet fragments. To summon the Super Saiyan God, the denizens of Earth utilized the Dragon Balls to conjure Shenron. Upon encountering Beerus, Shenron was understandably intimidated, hastily recounting the tale of the Super Saiyan God before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, North Kai was in a state of exuberance, realizing that Sun Wukong had finally grasped the means to resurrect himself. The method to summon the Super Saiyan God involved 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans channeling their energy into another virtuous Saiyan, thus invoking the deity. Regrettably, North Kai found himself disheartened once more, as it seemed he would again miss the opportunity for resurrection. Sun Wukong, don't you think this halo atop my head has been worn for quite some time? North Kai lamented. Next time for sure, Sun Wukong replied. Sun Wukong, you promised last time that you would resurrect me. You cannot go back on your word. North Kai insisted. Only when Lord Beerus arrives, I assure you. Sun Wukong reassured him. Understood. Next time, definitely. Thus, a world of sorrow was perfectly realized for North Kai alone. In simple terms, Shenron's words could be summarized as creating a god. In essence, the Saiyan infused with energy served merely as a vessel for the sake of Earth. The collective had no choice but to seize this slender opportunity. With 5 Saiyans already present, they still required one more. As Beerus began to grow impatient, Sun Gohan's wife, Videl, stepped forward. It turned out that Videl was already pregnant. With the unborn child, the remaining 4 Saiyans were now accounted for. In the midst of this, a mistake was made. Whis intervened, pointing out their error. It was not energy that needed to be transmitted, but rather heart. Enlightened, the group proceeded to follow Whis' guidance. The Saiyans joined hands, channeling their energy into Sun Wukong. I really don't understand why it's always you who plays the savior, Vegeta muttered under his breath. Sun Wukong merely chuckled in response. Bathed in a radiant blue-white glow, Sun Wukong was enveloped by a golden translucent membrane, leaving everyone with an inexplicable yet profound sensation. They began to ascend slowly, a golden beam of light shooting skyward. Countless golden clouds converged from all directions, forming a colossal golden vortex. The spectacle left everyone awestruck, their mouths agape at the sheer magnitude of the event. Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, he sensed a divine aura akin to his own. Whis remained silent, observing everything with a contemplative demeanor, his thoughts hidden from view. The sky transformed with the changing seasons, countless stars drifting in the firmament, creating a breathtaking tableau. Zhang Xuan was equally astonished, noting the disparity between the animated representation and reality. Suddenly, an intensely blinding blue-white beam began to radiate from the center of the gathering. Expanding rapidly, the beam grew from the width of a water jug to that of a small island before finally halting. As the light dissipated, everyone emerged from their Super Saiyan forms. Sun Wukong was shrouded in a crimson glow. From the outside, only a vague outline was discernible, obscuring his features. Had the Super Saiyan God been born? Beerus gazed intently at the figure enveloped in red light, murmuring to himself, "Is this a success?" Whis, hearing this, offered no verbal response, merely nodding in affirmation. If only the prophetic fish were more precise. Beerus squinted, contemplating the being enveloped in light, musing silently. Is it a success? Kakarot, Vegeta inquired tentatively, but the encased Sun Wukong offered no reply. In the next moment, Sun Wukong, suspended in midair, began to descend slowly. The surrounding crimson light dissipated entirely. The Super Saiyan God had been born. When the crowd beheld Sun Wukong's visage, they were taken aback, with Chi-Chi rendered speechless. The appearance of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God form bore little change from his previous self, save for his hair and eyes, which had turned red, and a slight reduction in physique. Apart from his enhanced power and altered hair color, there was scarcely any difference. As the onlookers inquired about Sun Wukong's sensations, Beerus descended gracefully, clapping his hands. Chapter 16. Confronting Beerus, Sun Wukong unleashes his full power. In the ensuing narrative, it can be stated that there were no deviations from the original storyline. Although Sun Wukong, having transformed into a Super Saiyan god, experienced a significant surge in strength, he still found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to the seasoned destroyer, Beerus. From the outset, Beerus had regarded everyone with an air of indifference, treating them as mere toys. Bang! As Sun Wukong launched a colossal punch towards Beerus, the latter merely sidestepped with a slight lean. In response to the tempestuous barrage of attacks from Sun Wukong, Beerus maintained a nonchalant demeanor, showing no signs of earnest engagement. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Sun Wukong's forehead, a contemptuous smirk graced Beerus's lips. Is that all you've got? Show me your full strength, Saiyan. With a firm grip on Sun Wukong's right fist, Beerus taunted him. This isn't over. Sun Wukong bellowed, swiftly breaking free from Beerus's grasp and darting to a distance of approximately 50 meters. Huh! Sun Wukong began to emanate an overwhelming aura, instantly dispersing the clouds above Earth, causing the planet to tremble slightly. It's here, the Saiyan ancestral tradition of who can shout the loudest determined strength, concealed in the shadows. Zhang Xuan, voraciously indulging in the banquet's offerings, discreetly gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up. He had just finished devouring a roast pig, wiping his mouth with his attire afterward. Though having attained immortality rendered such food unnecessary, indulging was still a pleasure. Truly delectable. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but acknowledge that the culinary delights of the anime world surpassed those of reality. It was no wonder the Saiyans relished their meals with such fervor. With that, Zhang Xuan retrieved a small box from his pocket. Before long, a dazzling golden light emanated from the small box in Zhang Xuan's hand, causing all the delectable dishes on the dining table to vanish into thin air. You cannot grasp these delicacies, so allow me to take care of them. With that, Zhang Xuan tucked the small box back into his pocket, striking a pose of righteous indignation. The focus shifted back to the battlefield. Sun Wukong gradually adapted to his newfound power. In the face of Beerus's formidable attacks, he began to maneuver with increasing ease. How intriguing. It seems I must take this more seriously, Beerus remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as a purple aura radiated from him, amplifying his strength to terrifying levels. Gazing upon Beerus, who resembled a malevolent deity, Wukong's expression was one of sheer astonishment. However, Beerus offered no time for Wukong to react, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Kid, you are one of the few who has piqued my interest since I became the god of destruction. So, keep your guard up, there must be no slackening. Don't die on me now. With that, Beerus unleashed a powerful punch, his solid fist brimming with destructive energy. Wukong reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in a defensive posture, concentrating all his strength into his arms. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. The onlookers were left aghast. Even Whis, who had been indulging in delicacies nearby, barely glanced up, lightly tapping his staff against the ground. A green protective shield rose beneath everyone's feet. Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus may have gone a bit overboard, Whis chuckled, continuing to savor his sushi. As the shockwave dissipated, the spectators beheld a shocking sight. The earth had been pierced. The breach was not particularly large, merely the size of a city. Fortunately, Whis had been discreetly maintaining the earth's integrity. Otherwise, it would have been utterly lost. Wukong had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Beerus's strike. Suspended in midair, Beerus remained unscathed, floating silently with an inscrutable expression. A red flame soared from the opposite side of the earth, revealing the battered form of Sun Wukong, whose condition was dire. A trace of blood was visible at the corner of his mouth, and his arm was twisted. Yet, within mere seconds, Wukong's bent arm returned to normal, thanks to his regenerative abilities as a Super Saiyan god. In the next moment, Wukong retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and consumed it, the restorative properties and energy revitalizing him significantly. The two warriors hovered in silence, gazing intently at one another. Despite the vast disparity in power, to withstand my blow while fatigued is truly impressive, Beerus exclaimed, admiration shining in his eyes. You're too kind, Lord Beerus, Wukong replied, his muscles taut and his expression grave as he locked eyes with Beerus. With a grin, Beerus pointed skyward and said, shall we have a go? Let's. In an instant, their bodies transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the inky depths of the universe. Below, Vegeta was nearly beside himself with frustration. He too yearned for such immense power. He longed to unleash his fury upon Wukong. Next time, I must attain that form, Vegeta reassured himself. Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Master Roshi, and the others all held their breath, praying for Wukong's victory. As for Whis, he was content to continue feasting. Zhang Xuan, too, was perplexed. Everything was fine before. But why does this segment diverge from the original plot? In the original narrative, the battle between Super Saiyan God Wukong and Beerus was evenly matched. albeit influenced by Beerus's unleashing of the galaxy's seas. Yet now, this was no longer a fair fight. It resembled a disparity akin to that between a grandfather and grandson. But what do I care? It's nearly my turn to make an appearance. Zhang Xuan quickly dismissed his concerns over the plot deviation, focusing instead on the task of besting Beerus and claiming his reward. With that thought, he vanished from his spot. Suddenly, Whis furrowed his brow, sensing the previous aura once more. Without a moment's pause, he too disappeared. In the dark void of the universe, two powerful entities confronted one another. Their battleground was not above the Earth as in the original tale, but in a distant galaxy long devoid of life, allowing them to unleash their full prowess without concern for collateral damage. Saiyan, reveal your true capabilities. Do not let me down, Beerus stated coldly. Wukong's blood and cells surged with fervor, the red aura of the Super Saiyan god pulsating with intensity. Clenching his fists, he adopted a serious demeanor, shedding his earlier carefree attitude. I cannot lose. I must win. At this moment, he alone stood as a challenger against a force like Beerus. The consequences of defeat were dire. However, Beerus had no intention of annihilating Earth. It was too splendid of a planet with an abundance of culinary delights, and its destruction would prove difficult to rectify. In the next instant, both combatants struck simultaneously. Their fists collided, unleashing an aura of divine energy that escalated their battle prowess to unprecedented heights. The sheer force of their encounter obliterated countless planets and stars within light years of their vicinity, leaving a massive breach in the galaxy itself. This was just the beginning. Their fists clashed like a Gatling gun, each second unleashing millions of blows, each strike capable of shattering a planet. The power continued to escalate. In mere moments, the once vibrant galaxy was obliterated from the seventh universe, and the shockwaves spread to neighboring systems. At this juncture, the residual force of their conflict was sufficient to obliterate an entire star system. In the blink of an eye, the devastation escalated from annihilating one star system to 100,000. A universe is vast, and the seventh universe of Dragon Ball is no exception. So this level of destruction was merely a drop in the ocean. The Elder Kai and Shin were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the magnitude of destruction wrought by the duel, nor could they believe that someone could contest with Beerus to such an extent, especially that brash young fighter. Do not get too complacent, Beerus warned, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he bellowed, conjuring a purple energy sphere in his hand. The orb expanded until it reached the size of Earth. Then Beerus hurled it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was not one to underestimate the situation. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power harbored within the energy sphere. In the next instant, he assumed a pose that every Dragon Ball fan would recognize with ease. Slowly, he began to gather a cerulean energy sphere between his hands, his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Came. The Kamehameha collided violently with Beerus's energy blast. The fierce clash of the two forces produced a spectacle so vivid that even the Grand Minister, the 12 angels, and all 12 gods of destruction beheld the swirling fusion of purple and blue. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, these colors began to gradually fade. Returning our gaze to the battlefield, centered around Beerus and Sun Wukong, all objects within 100 billion light-years vanished, leaving only the two combatants amidst an expanse of utter darkness. Were an ordinary person to find themselves in the Grand Minister's perspective, they would surely be paralyzed with fear at such a sight. A visible black dot emerged at the edge of the seventh universe's circular integration, signifying that within this point, all entities, including time and space, had been obliterated by the ferocity of their battle. The Grand Minister stood with his hands clasped behind his back, devoid of expression and showing no inclination to intervene. He observed silently, resembling a statue in his stillness. Chapter 17. Do not allow me to relish destruction. Well, you certainly possess some prowess. To contend with me in such a manner marks you as a rare talent in this universe, one that appears once in eons, Beerus remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he loomed in the obsidian void. Even a deity as proud as he was now genuinely acknowledging the Saiyan known as Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong was in dire straits. His body was battered and bruised, his martial arts uniform in tatters, and the divine aura surrounding him flickered erratically. Although their exchange had been evenly matched, it was clear to all that Sun Wukong had suffered a resounding defeat. Coughing violently, he spat a copious amount of blood, trembling as he pressed against his ribs. My ribs are broken. The power of Lord Beerus is truly terrifying. With a momentary adjustment to his state, the broken ribs quickly healed under his divine state, and his injuries mended significantly. Beerus made no move to strike, simply observing until Sun Wukong's wounds were fully restored. Remarkable. I hope you are indeed the Super Saiyan god I have been seeking. Do not let me down, lad. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly as he reignited the purple divine flames that had previously enveloped him. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Come forth. Sun Wukong adopted a defensive stance, bracing himself for the impending onslaught from Beerus. The latter was acutely aware that this Saiyans' potential extended far beyond what had been displayed. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin cautiously inquired of the Old Kaishin, Lord Beerus has yet to unleash his true abilities, feigning vulnerability to Sun Wukong's attacks, has he not? Indeed. The Old Kaishin replied, his eyes narrowing. He shared the same sentiment as the newcomer. What, then, is the significance of Lord Beerus's actions? In response to the newcomer's query, the Old Kaishin posited the most plausible theory. He is fully stimulating Sun Wukong's latent potential. Lord Beerus aims to cultivate Sun Wukong into the universe's strongest warrior, to evolve into the true Super Saiyan God, only to then strike him down. That seems to be the case, the East Kaishin remarked, bewildered by Beerus's intentions. What purpose does this serve? The Old Kaishin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps it is simply for amusement. Returning our focus to the battlefield, the two titans resumed their monumental clash. This confrontation proved even more intense than the last, with their speeds transcending 1,000,000 times that of light. The purple and red orbs of energy soared through the cosmos, obliterating thousands of star systems within mere minutes. Sun Wukong's strength continued to escalate, and Beerus too augmented his power, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand, though Beerus had intentionally held back. As the battle progressed, Sun Wukong grew increasingly agitated, his divine energy surging chaotically. With a resounding crash, he shattered one of the planets Beerus hurled at him, only to find dozens more following in swift succession. Gritting his teeth, an overwhelming fury consumed him, transforming his rage into the might of a Super Saiyan. Do not make me relish destruction. Sun Wukong's roar reverberated through 1,000,000 star systems, his power surging as if fueled by a potent elixir. Beerus responded with exhilaration, finally ready to warm up. In the next instant, both warriors unleashed their attacks, their forms colliding fiercely in the pitch-black expanse of the universe, with thousands of star systems meeting their demise every second. The entirety of the seventh universe trembled under the impact of their skirmish, fissures appearing within the cosmic fabric itself. From a distance, Whis sprang into action, pointing his angelic staff toward the ground, restoring stability to the seventh universe. It's the first time I've witnessed someone capable of contending with Lord Beerus to such an extent. If this continues unchecked, the entire seventh universe may face annihilation. As Whis observed the tumultuous battle, he, too, a member of the seventh universe and servant to the god of destruction, would not allow such devastation to transpire. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan watched the unfolding battle with a look of utter disbelief. This universe of Dragon Ball was far removed from the one he had known. The narrative had spiraled into chaos, diverging dramatically from the original tale. He had believed that his so-called intelligence would allow him to navigate this world with ease. Yet this was the outcome. Zhang Xuan felt a desire to smack himself in frustration. Beerus had only a handful of moments of brilliance. In comparison to his portrayal in the manga, the anime's depiction of Beerus was lackluster, culminating in moments such as babysitting Bulma's child. His few shining instances were limited to his initial appearance and the swift defeat of Zamasu. The manga was truly Beerus's domain. How many gods of destruction could claim to vanquish 11 opponents simultaneously? The Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was effortlessly sent back to his base form with a mere flick of Beerus's hand, and even the ultimate version of Moro, capable of pushing the Ultra Instinct to its limits, was dismissed by Beerus. To assert that Beerus is the apex among the 12 gods of destruction is hardly a stretch. That insipid yellow rodent remained oblivious, believing he had bested Beerus in an arm wrestling match. What? You wish to know my story in S1? Now, that keeps me wide awake. Returning to the battlefield, the two combatants exchanged no excessive words, only the swiftest of movements and a power that transcended all understanding. Strength was the ultimate truth. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ventured into the Milky Way galaxy. Fortuitously, with Whis covertly safeguarding the galaxy and Earth, the planet was spared from destruction. In the next instant, their figures materialized above the Earth. Sun Wukong chuckled softly to himself. Haha, I have finally begun to comprehend that once one reaches the esteemed realm of Lord Beerus, it becomes exceedingly rare to encounter an opponent who necessitates the full extent of one's power. Goku has never fought with such exhilaration before. He has at last grasped the reason behind Beerus' incessant attempts to draw forth his latent potential. Alas, it is a pity for the planets and galaxies that have been obliterated in the process. An indigenous inhabitant of a certain planet exclaimed, "You and I." However, due to the vehement nature of his language, he was promptly ejected from the group chat. Although the words were incomprehensible, they likely contained profanities. Goku wished to utter something further, but he suddenly felt a chill behind him. In an instant, Beerus appeared at Goku's back, growling, "Do not let your guard down. You will never understand." With a swift motion, Beerus pressed down on Goku's back, and thus began Goku's personal ordeal of receiving blows. Daddy, Goku. Piccolo watched in grave concern as Goku, battered and bruised, struggled to rise. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan God, he remained unable to best the god of destruction. As the smoke cleared, Goku lay on the ground in a position reminiscent of Yamcha's infamous defeat, albeit with a slight variation. Beerus seized Goku by the hair, eliciting cries of pain from him. Do you realize? Your current performance is putting me to sleep. It is utterly soporific. With that, Beerus delivered a powerful punch to Goku's face, prompting him to shield himself with his arms. I expected more strength from you. Is this truly all you possess? Such a primitive race. Rather than mere arrogance, it was more of a provocation aimed at igniting Goku's fighting spirit. Damn you! Goku finally erupted in fury, breaking free from Beerus's grasp. Yet, he was about to face the repercussions of his defiance. His moment of glory would be fleeting. Bulma and the others eventually reached the island where Goku and Beerus were engaged, but upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Goku ascending into the sky in a peculiar manner. Below, Beerus dashed forward, ramming his head into Goku's chest, sending him soaring until he broke through the atmosphere. Hey, haven't we taken a break yet? It's time for us to resume our play. Beerus languidly remarked as he reclined in the emptiness of space, addressing the unconscious Goku. Noticing Goku remained unresponsive, a peculiar smile spread across Beerus's face. Oh dear. I truly do not wish to ascribe meaning to destruction. Is this planet not beautiful? If I were to hurl it towards Earth, it would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. With a clap of his hands, a genuine sphere of destructive energy materialized in Beerus's grasp. The sight of this caused Goku to awaken in an instant. Friend, you must not throw that around recklessly. The destructive energy capable of rousing Super Saiyan God Goku was firmly held by Beerus, who displayed no concern. As destructive energy posed no threat to a god of destruction, I can compel you to unleash your full power, even if it means resorting to such actions. Alas, it is a shame, for this planet holds so many delectable treats. Goku was taken aback by Beerus's words, as visions of Earth's destruction flashed before his eyes, inducing a cold sweat. Stop. Upon hearing Goku's plea, a disdainful smile graced Beerus's features. You can only blame yourself. Goku seethed with rage at this remark. What do you take lives for? This is a contest between gods. Lives mean nothing to me, Beerus coldly retorted, truly indifferent to the matter. The destructive energy could neither be deflected nor contained. Without hesitation, Beerus launched the destructive energy towards Goku, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Goku could not remain passive. He swiftly obliterated the destructive sphere. Then let us destroy it. Seeing Goku effortlessly annihilate the destructive energy, Beerus smirked and said, now that is a splendid idea. As soon as the words left his lips, hundreds of destructive spheres materialized behind him, reminiscent of a cataclysmic event. Faced with the overwhelming display of destructive energy, Goku felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Chapter 18. The super bomb capable of annihilating the universe. Zhang Xuan takes action. So, I merely utter a casual remark. And you decide to take it seriously? Goku struggled to breathe amidst the vast array of destructive energy. Bring it on. He dared not be complacent. A single one of those destructive spheres could annihilate the entire Earth. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, who had been spectating at a distance while munching on sunflower seeds, tossed aside his snack, realizing that the narrative had not deviated from its intended course. He would soon have the opportunity to intervene and save the Earth, achieving his aspirations. However, as he glanced around, he noticed a formidable presence 2 light years away, an entity of equal power, the Angel Whis. The Angel's base speed surpassed light by 1,000,000-fold, and it was likely that he would be intercepted before even reaching Beerus. What is the Angel's greatest strength? Mastery over time, spatial teleportation, and unparalleled speed. Although Zhang Xuan's late-stage golden immortal combat speed was impressive, it paled in comparison to that of an angel. It is crucial to note that while B may not be stronger than A, B focuses on enhancing speed, while A emphasizes strength, rendering A's speed inferior to B's. The hostess mission is to safeguard Earth, while the endeavor to defeat Beerus is contingent upon the hostess' will. Merely putting on a show suffices. Forming connections with Goku and others is merely a secondary task. 1. Protect Earth. Rewards include enhancement from late-stage golden immortal to perfection, access to the system marketplace, and the opening of the Great Roulette, along with 5,000 trading points. 2. Task adjustment. Forge connections with Goku and others. Reward, 1,000 trading points. 3. Upon completion of all the aforementioned tasks, rewards include the title of Inspector, the position of Deputy God of Destruction, and an innate spiritual seed. Perhaps sensing Zhang Xuan's intentions, the system revised the tasks accordingly. Compared to the previous objectives, These appeared simpler, with more generous rewards. Such splendid rewards. Zhang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment at the newly updated system tasks and rewards. The prospect of becoming an inspector and deputy god of destruction was akin to having a stable livelihood. Indeed, the system S-tier structure is not to be underestimated. Zhang Xuan pondered. The system levels are distinctly categorized, and in his previous life, individuals had successfully delineated these tiers. The higher the level, the greater the rewards and the simpler the tasks. This is indicative of a high-tier system. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. It would soon be his turn. Zhang Xuan was less concerned with the system level than with the task rewards. Returning to the battlefield, Goku, displaying remarkable intelligence, employed the Kamehameha to counter the destructive energy, an astute choice indeed. During this time, Whis teased Vegeta, who had been looking up. The narrative unfolded as it did in the original animation, with Goku being pierced by Beerus' attack, only to later resurrect fully revitalized. Even Beerus himself was beginning to lose his composure. How many times had this young man pushed his limits today? Are all Saiyans this formidable? The powers of Beerus and the Super Saiyan God Goku had surged to an unprecedented zenith, their clashes akin to the explosive outburst of a supernova. The waves of energy generated by their combat rippled through the entirety of the seventh universe, distorting space itself. With the shockwaves emanating from their point of contact and spreading to every corner of the cosmos. The further away one was, the more devastating the impact. Their very first engagement after regaining their composure obliterated billions of planets. Even the old Kaioshin calculated that their confrontation could lead to the annihilation of the entire universe. If they continued to wield such power in battle without anyone intervening to safeguard the seventh universe, it could only withstand 2 more punches. The 2 Kaioshins were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily sending telepathic messages to dissuade Beerus and Goku. Yet how could these 2 heed such warnings? In an instant, their tempers flared, and they resumed their battle. Meanwhile, Whis, who was indulging in strawberry parfait on Earth, tapped the ground with his angelic staff, restoring the seventh universe to its original state. The tumultuous energy waves ceased their onslaught, and not a single planet or star was destroyed. Both Kaioshins recognized this fact, understanding that a higher deity had intervened in their conflict. During this turmoil, the people on Earth mistakenly believed that Satan was combating a criminal organization, and Satan himself took credit for this perceived heroism. Perhaps even the heavens could not bear to watch, as a falling spaceship nearly crushed Satan. Fortunately, Whis saved him, explaining that he was merely fulfilling a promise, thus bringing this farce to a close. However, the unfolding narrative began to deviate slightly. Due to the butterfly effect triggered by these events, Beerus no longer exhibited the restraint he had shown in the original tale. Both Beerus and Goku were fortuitous. As the colossal destructive energy and the Kamehameha wave collided and fused into an entirely new energy sphere, one that was exceedingly difficult to control. A 1 in a million chance had led them to this moment, and compared to the ineffective energy sphere from the original story, this one truly had the potential to obliterate the entire universe. Oh no, this is a grave mistake. Beerus hurriedly grasped the energy sphere with both hands, striving to prevent it from detonating. Goku, too, was cautious, mimicking Beerus's technique to control this super bomb. Beads of cold sweat formed on their brows, their hands trembling with exertion, as the divine aura of both the god of destruction and the Super Saiyan surged violently. Normally, the fusion of their energies would yield a mere ordinary bomb, yet this unfortunate circumstance had resulted in an exponential amplification of its destructive capacity. In some respects, they were indeed fortunate. After all, this occurrence was not supposed to happen at all. Do not let go, understand? Beerus gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his strength. Goku was on the verge of collapse, his divine aura flickering. The electricity from the super bomb was nearly scalding him, yet he still refused to relinquish his hold. He also had loved ones to protect, despite being a martial artist who seldom returned home. Whis on Earth sensed the gravity of the situation, putting aside his beloved parfait. Gazing gravely at the electric energy bomb, he understood the magnitude of its power, which had already reached a level capable of causing destruction on par with angelic combat strength. Amidst the struggle, Beerus grew increasingly frantic, feeling as though he were desperately trying to save the universe, while Whis merely watched from below. Whis, come help me. Stop just standing there. Come assist. In response to Beerus's plea, Whis remained unyielding. However, just as Beerus finished speaking, Goku found himself on the brink of failure. His teeth were nearly shattered, his arms displaying cracks akin to a shattered mirror, and his divine energy was depleting rapidly. Be Beerus-sama. I can barely hold on, Goku exclaimed, only to lose consciousness, his body collapsing downward. The once volatile bomb trembled as if ignited, becoming even more frenzied. This is bad. It's going to explode. Just as Beerus uttered these words, a brilliant white light began to envelop the area surrounding him and Goku, leaving no time for escape. Whis' pupils dilated in sudden realization. He sensed the previously encountered aura returning. The white light grew ever brighter, and all present braced themselves for the impending cosmic explosion. At that moment, Satan instinctively shielded Biddy from the imminent danger. While he may have faltered in certain aspects, he was undeniably a devoted father. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 16 seconds. Time passed, yet the anticipated explosion failed to occur. Everyone looked at their bodies in confusion, seemingly unscathed. "Are we in heaven?" Satan murmured, astonished at his intact form. However, Piccolo quickly countered, "No, there was no explosion. The blast was thwarted by an entity beyond our comprehension. Look there." The others followed Piccolo's gaze. At the center of Beerus and Goku's confrontation stood a striking young man clad in a flowing white robe. "Finally, my turn has come. I've been holding this in," Zhang Xuan internally lamented. Observing the super bomb in his hands, he wore a scornful expression. "All bark and no bite. At best, it's merely a weak punch." Zhang Xuan shook his head in resignation, gently shaking his hand, and the immense power of his celestial essence swiftly obliterated the energy bomb. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward: ascension from mid-stage golden immortal to perfected great completion. The system shop is now open. The lottery will template has been activated. 5,000 trading points will be automatically deposited into the host's system wallet." At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Xuan's mind. "Save it for me. I'll collect it upon my return." With that, the matter was resolved. He clapped his hands, as if it were as simple as sipping a glass of water. Yet beside him, Beerus was nearly rendered speechless. The source of the power they had sought stood before his very eyes, effortlessly annihilating the energy bomb. Zhang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the trembling Beerus, the unconscious and gravely injured Goku, and then at Earth. "Was it you who sought to destroy my home?" Zhang Xuan intended to instill fear in Beerus, feeling no need to resort to violence. As soon as Zhang Xuan finished speaking, a colossal aura erupted from him, radiating outward. Beerus felt as though he could barely breathe, as if someone were choking him, and the divine aura of the gods dissipated like a deflated balloon. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to continue speaking, a figure stepped in front of him. It was none other than Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Seeing Whis, Beerus felt as though he had encountered salvation. Chapter 19. Whis retires, meeting Goku. "Greetings, esteemed sir. How shall we address you?" Whis extended a courteous gesture to Zhang Xuan, marking their inaugural encounter, during which formalities could not be overlooked. Moreover, this was at the threshold of another abode. Just moments ago, his own entourage had been clamoring to annihilate someone's home. It would be utterly remiss not to present a token of goodwill to atone for such hubris. Beerus had presumed that Son Goku was the mightiest being on this planet, only to discover that Goku was merely the guardian of the entrance. How ironic. After having engaged in a prolonged struggle with someone merely tasked with guarding the premises, Beerus feared that if other deities were to learn of this, he would be subject to ridicule for eternity. Zhang Xuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, openly revealing his name. "I am Zhang Xuan." In return, Zhang Xuan performed a simple greeting befitting the Taoist customs of his past life in the Dragon Kingdom. Whis mirrored the gesture, acknowledging Zhang Xuan's courtesy, a fundamental aspect of etiquette. "This is my disciple," he introduced, gesturing toward Beerus. The two formidable beings, Zhang Xuan and Whis, engaged in a light exchange. Whis contemplated introducing Beerus properly, but ultimately decided it was more prudent to refer to him as his apprentice in the presence of Zhang Xuan. Beerus clutched Whis' garment tightly, unable to meet Zhang Xuan's gaze, trembling like a frightened kitten. Whis, casting a sidelong glance at the quaking Beerus, felt a sense of exasperation but turned to Zhang Xuan to intercede. "Esteemed Mr. Xuan, we acknowledge our transgressions today and wish to extend our sincerest apologies." He glanced at his apprentice. "Wouldn't you agree, my disciple?" No sooner had Whis spoken than Beerus sprang forth, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Forgive me, Lord Xuan. I am a fool, unaware that this was your abode. I am deeply sorry." With another bow, Beerus reiterated his contrition. Zhang Xuan was momentarily rendered speechless by Beerus's display. Was his mere presence truly so daunting? Yet upon reflection, he recognized that perhaps he did possess an intimidating aura. Indeed, in Beerus's eyes, he must have appeared formidable. Seeing Zhang Xuan remain silent, Beerus dared not lift his head. Whis continued, "Mr. Xuan, I sincerely regret today's events. I assure you, we shall visit again to make amends. Might you grant me this favor?" Zhang Xuan, upon hearing Whis' words, felt as though he were the true antagonist. Initially, he intended to provoke a situation. Yet as the saying goes, one cannot refuse meat laid before them. Why reject an opportunity? "Very well, let us consider this matter settled." Zhang Xuan gestured dismissively. The task was complete. He had received his due respect, and there was no need to pursue the matter further. Earth was of no concern to him. The notion that Earth was his home was merely a facade. It was hardly even a second home. With Zhang Xuan's decision to let the incident pass, both Whis and Beerus exhaled in relief. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they took their leave. However, before departing, Whis posed several perplexing inquiries regarding Zhang Xuan's affiliations and whether he was part of the Dark Realm. Upon hearing Whis' queries, Zhang Xuan feigned confusion. "Brother, did you not grasp my earlier words? I am but a solitary wanderer, devoid of allies or affiliations." To which Whis could only offer an awkward smile. At last, this farcical episode reached its conclusion. Zhang Xuan stood in the void, silently observing as Beerus and Whis transformed into streaks of light and departed. With the task accomplished, it was time to become acquainted with Son Goku. Noticing the grievously injured Goku, Zhang Xuan immediately employed his celestial powers to heal him. The celestial energy was remarkably versatile, serving both as a means of attack and a remedy. In the Dragon Ball universe, where spiritual energy was absent, one could always rely on the system. Under Zhang Xuan's divine influence, Goku's injuries healed instantaneously, and his strength surged significantly. Saiyans typically experienced a substantial power boost upon revival from the brink of death, and today, Goku had also acquired the power of Super Saiyan God, compounded by 3 near-death resurrections and Zhang Xuan's celestial energy. This incident had propelled Goku from T4 to T3 in an astonishing leap. Slowly, Goku opened his eyes. "You're awake?" The procedure was a success, Zhang Xuan remarked, noting a stranger beside him, who regarded him with an inscrutable expression. "Who are you?" Goku exclaimed, instinctively distancing himself, eyeing Zhang Xuan with suspicion. "Where did Lord Beerus and the others go? Who are you?" In response to Goku's inquiries, Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm merely a passing mortal. Do you take me for a fool?" Goku replied, his vigilance unwavering. Though he might not be the brightest, he was not entirely dim-witted. Anyone in his position would react similarly. Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly, retrieving a pre-prepared recording device from his sleeve, which captured the moments he had destroyed the energy bomb and confronted Whis. "Fortunately, I am quite clever. Here, watch this." With a grin, Zhang Xuan activated the recording, revealing the events that had transpired. Goku finally grasped the context. The individual before him was not only the savior of the universe, but also a being of immense power, surpassing even the god of destruction, and he had saved Goku's life. Realizing he had treated his savior with such suspicion, Goku hurriedly apologized to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Goku had placed his trust in him so readily? He had prepared an elaborate explanation, only to discover he had played the fool. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhang Xuan pointed toward a specific location on Earth. "Your companions await you there. You should hurry." As soon as Zhang Xuan finished speaking, both he and Goku vanished from the spot, instantaneously transporting to Bulma's birthday cruise. The sudden appearance of Zhang Xuan and Goku startled Piccolo and the others aboard the ship, who quickly assumed defensive stances. Vegeta was the first to confront Zhang Xuan. The atmosphere grew tense. "It's him," Piccolo gasped, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow as his hands trembled unconsciously. The figure before them was the one who had obliterated the super bomb and deterred the destroyer. They hoped this being would not threaten to destroy Earth like Beerus had. Such a being was beyond their capacity to contend with. Piccolo and the others braced for the worst, prepared to charge forward at the first sign of aggression, even if they were outmatched. "Who are you?" Vegeta demanded, his expression grave as he scrutinized Zhang Xuan. Seeing the heightened vigilance directed at him, Zhang Xuan raised his hands in resignation. "Is this the customary welcome for Earthlings? I would appreciate an explanation. Mr. Son Goku," he added, prompting Goku, who stood nearby, to nod in agreement. "Please recount everything that just transpired in detail." Chapter 20. The Grand Prize will template unveiled. Astonishing rewards. "So it was like this. I truly apologize, Mr. Xian." Upon hearing Sun Wukong narrate the events that had occurred, everyone realized that this remarkable individual before them had saved both the Earth and the universe. This person not only salvaged the cosmos, but also possessed formidable strength. Even a being as supreme as Beerus would hesitate to draw a breath in his presence. The Z warriors felt an overwhelming pressure when they reflected on how they had treated such an existence. Would this esteemed individual hold a grudge? Would he obliterate the Earth without hesitation? If we cannot contend with Beerus, how could we possibly face such a being? If Zhang Xuan could hear their unspoken thoughts, he might have laughed outright. Am I truly that terrifying? Well, there is no need to be so anxious. I have no intention of destroying the Earth. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this esteemed individual was not as difficult to deal with as Beerus had been. Though uncertain of his true nature, at least he would not annihilate the planet. "Thank you for your intervention in saving the Earth and all of us." Might you consider staying to join our celebration? The second female lead from Dragon Ball, Bulma, stepped forward to express her gratitude to Zhang Xuan, simultaneously extending an invitation to foster a closer relationship with him. It was merely a trifling matter, no need for thanks. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, but continued. The banquet is out of the question. I have matters to attend to. The most pressing concern is to return and claim my rewards. Let us part on good terms. Farewell, everyone. As he departed, Zhang Xuan tossed them 3 tokens. Do not dispose of these carelessly. Keep them for your protection. With that, he vanished, leaving behind a group of astonished onlookers. Bulma gazed at the golden tokens in her hand, utterly bewildered. The value of these tokens was akin to that of a resurrection card, necessitating careful preservation. Vegeta snorted coldly but nonetheless, with surprising honesty, secured the token. Sun Wukong appeared regretful. If only he could spar with him. Perhaps next time. Sun Wukong sighed, resigned to await another opportunity to propose a match with Zhang Xuan. The group collectively exhaled. This esteemed individual had finally departed. The events of the day had felt dreamlike. First Beerus and now this unfamiliar powerhouse. This planet truly endures its share of tribulations. Meanwhile, having returned to the floating island, Zhang Xuan promptly claimed his rewards. His strength surged from the late Golden Immortal stage to the consummate Golden Immortal stage, far exceeding his previous capabilities. He was a mere step away from ascending to the Tai Golden Immortal level. His current evaluation remained at the intermediate Ultra Single Universe level. While his overall strength had multiplied several times, his evaluation still lingered at the intermediate Ultra Single. However, Zhang Xuan was unconcerned with such ratings and continued to peruse the subsequent rewards. The grand prize wheel activation rights and the system marketplace were the true highlights. First, let us examine the lottery wheel. Zhang Xuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, prompting the system to display the lottery wheel interface. As he beheld the rewards contained within the system's lottery wheel, he felt as though his eyes might be blinded by their brilliance. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Zhang Xuan could only lament his lack of education, relying on exclamations to convey his astonishment. What did he see? Zhang Xuan beheld the high-level rewards in the golden section of the prize pool: Chaotic Tao Body, Primordial Tao Body, Multiverse Small World, Instant Upgrade Card for Deluo Cultivation, High-Quality Multiverse Level Servants, Supreme Innate Treasures, Pengu S Blood, Cosmic Creation Power, Primordial Creation Sutra, Multiverse Heaven Opening Law, Mythical Deluo Method, Chaos Celestial Fox Bloodline, Innate 5 Chi Cultivation Method, Mythical Practitioner Cultivation Method, Seedling of the Tree of Imaginary Numbers. Zhang Xuan could only express his feelings with exclamations. What devilish rewards did this grand wheel contain? The mythical Deluo cultivation method as a reward? Although a pseudo-version, it was still among the top-tier techniques across myriad realms. Zhang Xuan felt his mind reeling. These rewards were overwhelmingly terrifying. Yet, what was even more daunting was that the probability of obtaining these rewards was a mere 0.00001, and each attempt required 10,000 transaction points. Currently, he had only accumulated just over 5,000 points, making it impossible to even attempt once, especially with such a low probability. Although there was a safety net, one would need to attempt 10,000 times to reach it. While these rewards were exceptionally practical, the low probability was indeed alarming. Staring at the meager 5,000 transaction points remaining in his system inventory, Zhang Xuan could only sigh in resignation. Perhaps these unattainable dreams could wait for another time. He simply could not afford to gamble now. Zhang Xuan then shifted his focus to the next section, the purple area of the wheel. Although not as enticing as before, the rewards were still impressive. Among them, the best rewards were the innate divine roots and the small universe, each with a probability of 0.1. The others were either experience cards or diluted Panga blood and character cards from other universes. Each attempt cost 1,000 transaction points, with a maximum cap of 500 attempts. This was acceptable. At least he could soon secure one of these 2 rewards. He resolved to wait for another opportunity to draw. Next, Zhang Xuan examined all the reward areas within the System S lottery wheel. The rarity of rewards varied across gold, purple, blue, green, and white. The white area represented the lowest tier, costing only 10 system transaction points per attempt, with the best reward being a power-up card from a certain pirate world. The rewards within the green area of the system wheel were somewhat decent, costing 100 system transaction points per attempt, with the best reward being an immortal level servant from the devouring universe. The blue area S rewards were finally within the realm of Zhang Xuan's current capacity: Xian Immortal Power-Up Card, Innate Roots, Mid-Grade Post-Heaven Spiritual Treasure, and numerous other top-tier rewards from other great worlds. However, the probability across all reward areas was enticing, with the highest being a mere 0.1. Zhang Xuan understood that he could not afford to draw now. not even from the cheapest white wheel. He realized that the wheel also had a probability boost. The probability boost could quintuple the chance of obtaining top-tier rewards, but it was not currently the time for such a boost. Zhang Xuan could only concede, resolving to wait until he was affluent enough and the probability boost period aligned before attempting to draw. For now, there was no rush. Speaking of which, as a novice user awakening the system wheel for the first time, surely the system could show a modicum of consideration? My requests are not extravagant. A tenfold draw from the golden reward block and a guaranteed golden draw for the first attempt would suffice. Zhang Xuan shamelessly pressed for a tenfold draw. The system, however, was quite unyielding. System, go away. How dare you? Chapter 21. The Grand Priest summons all angels. What are you doing? Oh dear, if you won't give it. Just say so. Why the temper? After receiving an unequivocal refusal from the system, Zhang Xuan's expression fell as he sulkily pouted. When others awaken the system's wheel, they are often granted a tenfold draw along with a generous beginner's guarantee. Yet, for Zhang Xuan, nothing of the sort transpired. One cannot help but feel a twinge of disappointment in such circumstances. Alas, it seems he must wait for another opportunity to spin the wheel. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Xuan redirected his gaze to the final reward segment of the Grand Wheel. This last segment represented the pinnacle of rewards, albeit locked away, necessitating future endeavors to unlock. Reward segment level, red. Status, locked. Unlock requirements, unknown. Gazing at the sealed reward segment, Zhang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Could they not at least unveil the rewards for him to behold? At the very least, he wished to glimpse the nature of the rewards, along with their probabilities and costs, so he could resign himself to the outcome. Zhang Xuan exclaimed, "You insufferable system, your teasing is utterly intolerable." He promptly directed an international gesture of discontent towards the system. To be candid, the situation was indeed aggravating, as the solitary locked red segment concealed all knowledge of its rewards. Even if he were to unlock it, the absence of visibility regarding the rewards left one curious and frustrated. This system seems to hold me in contempt, Zhang Xuan mused, feeling somewhat insulted by the system's disregard. In the face of Zhang Xuan's verbal jabs and provocations, the system remained unresponsive, as if it were lifeless. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the scene. Yet it did not deter Zhang Xuan. "As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others," he declared. Moments later, Zhang Xuan shifted his focus to the system's marketplace. The marketplace boasted a plethora of categories, including daily necessities, furniture, miniature worlds, innate techniques, bloodlines, spiritual energy, mineral resources, technological creations, and much more. Food and water resources were inexhaustible, available for the taking each day. After perusing the extensive offerings, Zhang Xuan silently closed the system's marketplace. There was no particular reason. The items were simply exorbitantly priced. The most basic and useful techniques and treasures started at a staggering 3,000 trading points. "There's nothing of interest. It's all a pile of junk. Not even a dog would purchase this," he grumbled while exiting the marketplace, casting a final glance at the most expensive creation jade dish. "Nothing worth my attention. I harbor no desire to buy anything." The system interjected, "Would you care to reconsider your statements?" Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan decided to disregard the matter. The priority now was to claim the rewards for the auxiliary task, the position of Inspector of the 12 Universes, equivalent to the Grand Minister, the caretaker of the Omni King. With unwavering resolve, Zhang Xuan accepted the system's auxiliary task reward. Earlier, he had made a brief acquaintance with Sun Wukong and the others. He chose to delay claiming his reward until now. Ding. Auxiliary task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Inspector of the 12 Universes. The task reward will be distributed in 12 hours. 12 hours for the reward. Zhang Xuan's expression was a tapestry of confusion. He had received the reward, but not in its entirety. In the next moment, he grasped the situation. The title was essentially confirmed to belong to him, with the system merely providing an advance notice. The actual conferment of the title would come from the Grand Minister and the Omni King. However, a nagging feeling arose within him. "It seems the system is playing tricks on me." Zhang Xuan sensed something amiss, though he couldn't quite articulate it. This position is indeed significant. After ascending, one's intellect is boundless. Yet this individual has shattered norms, achieving what none have before. Darn it, my reward has been swallowed whole. Is the system toying with me? Zhang Xuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had been duped by the system. In response to Zhang Xuan's escalating frustration, the system could only remain silent, observing him as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, Vados, having departed Earth with Beerus, hastened to consult the Kaioshin. Utilizing the Kaioshin's teleportation abilities, they arrived instantaneously at the Omni King's palace. What? You may wonder why the angels don't use teleportation. It's simply because they cannot. The original text states as much. If an angel were to fly at full speed to the Omni King's palace, it would take at least 2 to 3 days, a considerable time investment. However, the Kaioshin is different. He can teleport directly to the palace. Have you uncovered the truth? Vados inquired. Vados relayed the situation to his father, the Grand Minister, as many matters required his intervention. Nodding, he replied, I have not completely ascertained the details. All I can confirm is that the source of power matching that of the 12 angels originates from the individual in the white robe. It appears they harbor no ill will towards us. Vados recounted the entire sequence of events to the Grand Minister. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister frowned slightly. The matter was rather grave. If it were merely the strength of a destroyer, it could be addressed with minimal effort. However, the opponent was an angel-level powerhouse. Furthermore, from Vados' words, it was clear that this individual possessed strength on par with Vados. His 2 offspring, Vados and Beerus, ranked among the top 3 angels. This implied that the white-robed figure's strength was at the pinnacle, surpassing all angels save for the Grand Minister himself. The Grand Minister pondered, stroking his chin. This situation is quite complicated. Is the individual from the Dark Realm? No, Vados shook his head, rejecting the Grand Minister's assumption. I sense no trace of dark energy emanating from him. Moreover, there are no marks of the Dark Realm upon his arms or forehead. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister realized that Zhang Xuan was not from the Dark Realm. The individual was merely striving to save the universe and protect his home. In other words, he had achieved angel-level prowess solely through his own strength, devoid of any affiliation or backing. What an extraordinary phenomenon. A top-tier powerhouse, without any faction. Their own roster of high-level warriors was limited, with only the Grand Minister and the Omni King, along with a few guards. The 12 destroyers and 12 angels could be counted, bringing their total high-level combatants to fewer than 40. If they could recruit another top-tier powerhouse, their strength would multiply exponentially. Regardless of the circumstances, they must bring this individual under their banner. The Grand Minister's heart raced with excitement, akin to the thrill of first love upon encountering Zhang Xuan. The Grand Minister swiftly made arrangements. Vados summoned the 12 angels and 12 destroyers. I shall meet with the Omni King. We must hasten to Earth. Time was of the essence. The Grand Minister promptly reported the matter to the supreme deity of the universe, the Omni King. Vados utilized his scepter to relay the news of the Grand Minister's summons to the other universes. At that moment, the protagonist of this unfolding saga, Zhang Xuan, was enjoying a vacation on a small island somewhere on Earth. Chapter 22. The classification of world levels. The Omni King's recruitment of Zhang Xuan. Time flies swiftly, and before long, evening has descended upon the Earth. On the small island, Zhang Xuan indulges in barbecued delicacies and refreshing fruit juices, even conjuring a unique aurora through his own powers. Reclining on a lounge chair, he gazes at the enchanting aurora and the countless stars adorning the sky. The gentle autumn breeze, combined with the flavors of barbecue and juice, fills him with a profound sense of contentment in life. To be candid, such a carefree existence, devoid of burdens and solely dedicated to joy, is truly beyond imagination. He has no desire to relive the hardships of his previous life, where he toiled late into the night, often until 11 or midnight, only to rise at 7 the next morning, with a mere day off each week. He endured the scorn of superiors. Any minor misstep or request for a raise would elicit disdainful glances. The harsh reality was that he had no recourse against them. Even the law proved ineffective. It is said that those who return home after midnight from their relentless work harbor tremendous resentment, so much so that even ghosts would steer clear. Zhang Xuan activated the system panel, noting that the automatic rewards would be dispensed in about 10 minutes. Before the arrival of those individuals, he decided to examine his own panel. System panel, host, Zhang Xuan age, 48 realm, great perfection of golden immortal bloodline, human footing, ordinary divine level system backpack, 5,000 trading points evaluation, medium configuration, ultra single entity. Universe level, a feeble individual barely stepping into the ranks of the strong. Observing his realm and bloodline, which had been stretched to their limits, Zhang Xuan could not help but reveal a wry smile. While others began as quasi-saints or saints, he was merely a golden immortal of the weakest kind. Such elevated realms were beyond his wildest dreams. The system elucidated that disparities in world levels and configurations resulted in the same realm possessing varying strengths. For instance, in the realm of his so-called primal chaos novels, he had encountered various classifications of world levels: the sewer primal chaos, low configuration, medium configuration, high configuration, and supreme primal chaos, which provided the best delineation and explanation. Different world levels, distinct dimensions, and upper-level suppressions created the varied configurations and strengths of beings across realms. It was akin to being a weak true immortal in a medium configuration primal chaos, yet in a low configuration primal chaos, one might be comparable to a Taoist saint. It was as if one were a projection cast upon a world, others are mere reflections, while one's true self navigates through, wreaking havoc. When two golden immortals from different world levels encounter one another, one may be a golden immortal, yet in essence, not truly a golden immortal. It is as simple as that. Thus, Zhang Xuan pondered his own configuration and level. Host, your current realm configuration is medium configuration golden immortal. Medium configuration golden immortal? That is still somewhat acceptable. Zhang Xuan mused, deep in thought. What kind of golden immortal would be deemed ultra single entity universe level? If it were a Tai golden immortal, then according to this world's evaluation and hierarchy, it would likely be at the multiverse level. And if it were a Deluo golden immortal, would it signify the convergence of world lines? Immortality? Projecting across the heavens? Existing anywhere within the river of time? The very thought of the terrifying strength that awaited at the level of Deluo golden immortal was unfathomable. That was the true essence of a Deluo golden immortal. Unlike those in certain worlds who perish upon entering a calamity. Enough of that. Let us not dwell on these matters. He resolved to focus on living joyfully. The realm and hierarchy were of no concern. Zhang Xuan affirmed that as long as he could live and find happiness, there was no need to chase after ephemeral notions. With approximately 10 minutes remaining, Zhang Xuan calculated the time until the system automatically dispensed rewards, predicting that the high priest and his companions would arrive shortly to invite him to ascend as the universe monitor of the 12th universe. He prepared himself. Adjusting his celestial robe and long hair, looking splendid was all that mattered. Meanwhile, the high priest relayed the events occurring in the 7th universe to the Omni King, who expressed great delight and immediately commanded the high priest to lead a delegation to recruit the mysterious powerful being. He declared that should one join, they would be granted the position of universe monitor for the 12th universe, second only to the Omni King and above all others. All destroyer gods and angels were summoned, leaving only the Kaioshin to manage the remaining universes. When the high priest conveyed the Omni King's intention to enlist the mysterious powerhouse to the 12 angels and destroyer gods, they were all astounded. A formidable force equivalent to the high priest had emerged from the 7th universe, governed by Beerus. Furthermore, this individual would soon hold a position equal to that of the high priest. They had lived for billions of years, yet had never witnessed such a phenomenon, marking a historic first in the annals of divine history. Wait, are we joking here? A being of such terrifying strength has emerged from Beerus' domain? They speculated. How could someone achieve power comparable to that of the high priest? Please, what good could possibly come from Beerus' realm? I bet he must have provoked that individual first, leading to the high priest discovering this powerhouse. Indeed, that seems highly probable. The other destroyer gods exchanged remarks, discussing the soon-to-be appointed universe monitor while casually disparaging Beerus. Beside them, Beerus wore a glum expression, nearly seething with frustration as he wondered why he was once again the target of their disdain. As the other destroyer gods engaged in conversation, the high priest raised a hand to signal for silence. Our mission has been outlined. We are to recruit that powerful being to our ranks. Remember, do not speak out of turn. Understood. Observing the unified resolve of the standing destroyer gods and the 12 angels, the high priestess' face broke into a smile of satisfaction. Very well, let us proceed. As the high priest's words echoed, he and all the angels and destroyer gods vanished in an instant. Chapter 23. The origin of the system and the newly appointed universe monitor. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, with time on his hands, continued to peruse the cosmic secrets within the system's archives. From the depths of the system's historical sea, he uncovered a staggering secret. While much of the information was manageable, this particular revelation was daunting, concerning the origin of the system and the classification of its levels, including the very purpose of its existence. 1. Origin of the system and system levels. The system is primarily categorized into 3 types: the dying avatars of the multiverse's great will, artificial pseudo-systems, and true systems. The levels of the system are further divided into numerous classifications: beginner systems, intermediate systems, advanced systems, supreme systems, transcendent systems, and ancestral systems. Zhang Xuan was left utterly astonished by this revelation regarding the system's origin. It was indeed frightening, filled with complexities far beyond his current comprehension. It was still too early for him to grasp. Yet the system indicated that all information was readily accessible, as long as the host did not attempt to deceive the material system. Otherwise, it would take no further interest. The implication was clear: you may explore at your leisure, but should you dare to manipulate me for gain, I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise. The origins of the system, an artificial construct, and the incarnation of the multiverse's grand consciousness? How terrifying! The classification of the system's levels was more extensive than he had imagined, with considerable disparities between them. Zhang Xuan felt an increasing sense of trepidation, as if his mind were being stirred, and his pupils seemed on the verge of bursting. He understood that this was beyond his current comprehension. Should he persist in his inquiry, he might truly find himself lost, or at the very least, his resolve shattered. Zhang Xuan quickly withdrew from the depths of the system's archives, albeit with a tinge of regret. Although one becomes a celestial being, human nature would be supplanted by divinity. Yet, for Zhang Xuan, humanity continued to dominate his consciousness. It was the system's insistence on preserving his humanity that prevented his higher consciousness from being overtaken by divinity. He resolved to revisit this knowledge when the opportunity arose. It was no wonder the system did not hinder his exploration of these documents. In truth, Zhang Xuan could hardly grasp much of it. Even perusing a mere page or two had proven to be his limit. For the secrets of the multiverse hidden within were far too profound. The basic tenets of the system's hierarchy and origins paled in comparison to the great mysteries concealed deep within the ocean of the system. The boundless expanse of this system was teeming with information invisible to ordinary beings. Zhang Xuan felt a mixture of astonishment and elation. He had indeed gained a broader perspective today. He mused, I truly am but a frog at the bottom of a well. With a wry smile, he acknowledged his short-sightedness, realizing that the universe held countless grand secrets awaiting his discovery. As he calculated the time, he deduced that the high priest and his entourage would soon arrive. He estimated their imminent arrival to be a mere few seconds away, prompting him to position himself above earth, awaiting their descent. Zhang Xuan stood in the void, hands clasped behind him, gazing into the obsidian expanse of the cosmos. They have arrived. His pupils contracted sharply as a radiant beam of rainbow light descended not far from him, causing the entire seventh universe to tremble. As the brilliance faded, numerous figures of varying sizes materialized nearby. 12 angels and 12 destroyers, among them Beerus and Whis, along with the high priest, the caretaker of the Omni King. Good to see you again, Mr. Xian, Whis greeted with a wave. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile and a nod. Was he truly the inspector that the high priest had summoned? He appeared no different from an ordinary person. Why all this fanfare? The destroyers behind the high priest whispered amongst themselves, harboring much to say about the inspector soon to take office. The high priest cast a sharp glance at the chattering destroyers. Have you all been so foolish after billions of years as destroyers? Did you disregard my previous admonitions? The destroyers nearly lost their composure, quickly straightening their postures, having indeed forgotten the high priest's earlier words. Meanwhile, Goku, training on King Kai's planet, and Vegeta on Earth, were nearly struck dumb by the return of Beerus and Whis, accompanied by a dozen similar figures. Their joy multiplied. It seemed these beings had come seeking the newly acquainted Zhang Xuan. Were they here for revenge? The Z warriors dared not approach, simply watching from a distance. For this was an affair beyond their participation. They could only fervently pray that Earth would not meet its end. Earth, is it all you think about, my destruction? A pack of ingrates. Zhang Xuan and the high priest exchanged glances for several seconds, probing each other's essence. The high priest, increasingly astonished, realized that someone had reached such an extraordinary level. Not only had Zhang Xuan surpassed all angels and destroyers save for him, but he was also nearing his own power. If one were to rank Zhang Xuan among the strong within the 12 universes, his prowess would likely secure a position among the top 5. No wonder the Omni King had immediately bestowed upon him a title equivalent to that of the high priest. Zhang Xuan, utilizing the system's capabilities, assessed the high priest's power level and discovered that he had not transcended the Tai Golden Immortal realm, but rather resided in an undefined state between the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal realms. It was slightly more formidable than the great perfection of the Golden Immortal, yet not quite reaching the weakest Tai Golden Immortal strength, and the system offered no explanation. Zhang Xuan could only define the high priest's power as a quasi-half step into the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Alas, his naming skills were rather lacking. After a few moments of mutual scrutiny, the high priest initiated the conversation. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Xian. I am the high priest, the steward of the Omni King of these 12 universes. I apologize for intruding upon your meditative state. The high priest began with polite greetings, followed by an apology for disturbing Zhang Xuan's tranquility. Zhang Xuan waved dismissively. No trouble at all. I am merely a humble wanderer from Earth. After exchanging pleasantries, the 12 universe deities turned their attention to Earth. This was a significant event for all 12 universes. Apart from the Omni King, every supreme deity had gathered solely to extend an invitation to a wandering cultivator. The people of Earth were astounded. It was not a battle after all. After the initial formalities, the high priest got straight to the point, expressing his intent. Mr. Zhang Xuan, would you be interested in serving as the inspector of these 12 universes? Your rank would be equivalent to mine, subordinate only to the Omni King. Faced with the high priest's and the Omni King's invitation, Zhang Xuan did not hold back. Is this job strenuous? Are there weekends off? Is there a comprehensive benefits package? The High Priest, the angels and destroyers, the inhabitants of Earth? Zhang Xian's inquiry left everyone bewildered. Are you even aware of what you are asking? Zhang Xian clarified. I can forego a salary, but I require time off, and it should not be overly taxing. The High Priest chuckled softly, quickly regaining his composure. There are weekends off, and the work is not demanding. You would only be required to periodically oversee the conditions of the 12 universes, with minimal expectations placed upon you. While there is no comprehensive benefits package as you mentioned, both the Omni King and I will ensure your safety. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. This position seemed quite enticing. And in the next moment, he readily acquiesced. I shall join you. Upon receiving Zhang Xian's affirmative response, the High Priest's face lit up with excitement. They had finally recruited this formidable individual. The other angels and destroyers shared his enthusiasm. From now on, we shall be colleagues, the High Priest declared. Shaking hands with Zhang Xian, feeling a sense of relief as his burdens lightened, the High Priest then explained the onboarding process to Zhang Xian. He would need to report to the Omni King's palace and complete a few formalities, including filling out paperwork and acquiring the necessary tools for his duties. Only then would he officially assume the role of inspector. The process was, in fact, quite stringent, rather than a mere verbal appointment. After all, it is the first time for an outsider to assume such a high official position. While the position of Destroyer God is indeed lofty, it pales in comparison to that of Zhang Xian. This marks the first instance in the entire history of Dragon Ball. Zhang Xian remarked that these were mere trifles and that they could proceed immediately. The Grand Priest and Zhang Xian reached a tacit understanding and promptly set off for the King's palace with the 12 destroyers and 12 angels, leaving the astonished Vegeta and others on Earth in their wake. Chapter 24, The First Encounter with the King. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, under the guidance of the Grand Priest, arrived at the entrance of the King's palace. The palace was rather modestly adorned, shaped like the character for all, perfectly reflecting the essence of the king. The plaza was lined with numerous pillars, atop which rested clusters of star systems, serving as decorative elements. Upon observing the palace, Zhang Xian felt it was even smaller than his own courtyard. This was indeed the residence of the esteemed king. Mr. Zhang Xian, please follow me. The Grand Priest gestured invitingly. The doors of the palace slowly creaked open, and the group stepped inside. The disparity between the internal and external spaces was astonishing. From the outside, the palace seemed only as large as a basketball court, yet within, the expanse was mind-boggling, comparable to the size of a universe. As Zhang Xian traversed the seemingly endless corridors with the Grand Priest, he marveled at how his previous conjectures had indeed been accurate. As he entered, he activated his system detection, realizing that the external and internal spaces belonged to distinct dimensions. This was a hypothesis he had formulated during his idle moments in his past life, and he was astonished to find it validated. Suddenly, two figures emerged. No, the King's guards. The Grand Priest nodded at them, and they instantly vanished from sight. Mid-level golden immortal strength, as suspected, Zhang Xian mused. Impressed by the prowess of the King's guards, each of whom possessed strength commensurate with the 12 angels. Many had speculated about the strength of the King's guards online, yet few had provided substantial explanations. Some audacious netizens had conjectured that the guards were on par with the 12 angels. Their assumptions proved correct. However, this Dragon Ball world diverged significantly from the one Zhang Xian was familiar with. The display of strength and the narrative were decidedly askew. Did they truly believe that mere scraps of information could sustain life in this realm? How laughable. Without a system, surviving even a handful of times would be a disservice to his title as a traveler. Caution was imperative. In that moment, Zhang Xian felt as though he was embodying a diligent laborer. Even with a system awakened in this alternate world, one must tread carefully. Many arrogant travelers often overlooked this crucial point. Without a system, one might as well be a songstress. We have arrived, Mr. Zhang Xian, the Grand Priest reminded him, snapping him back to reality, for they had reached their destination. Not far ahead, the supreme being of the 12 universes, the king, was idly playing a game of marbles. Upon closer inspection, those were not mere marbles, but spheres comprised of entire star systems. Each collision resulted in the disappearance of a star system. And such a game seemed to have lasted for an eternity. The young king, noticing the arrival of the Grand Priest and his entourage, quickly flew over to Zhang Xian. Spinning around to examine this powerful individual whose strength rivaled that of the Grand Priest, his eyes filled with curiosity. Are you the source of power from the 7th universe? Incredible. You are truly formidable. Zhang Xian nodded and recounted the events that had transpired. The Grand Priest and the other angels and destroyers were enlightened, realizing that it was merely a fraction of Zhang Xian's power that had been inadvertently revealed. Gods are enraged, and enraged gods, the king remarked. Pausing before addressing Zhang Xian, Would you be interested in assuming the role of the observer for these 12 universes? In response to the king's invitation, Zhang Xuan indicated that he had already consented to take on the role of observer. The king's delight was palpable, and he clapped his hands in excitement. Instantly, 2 guards materialized before Zhang Xuan, presenting him with a document and a pen. Mr. Zhang Xuan, this is your appointment letter. This pen is forged from divine energy. Please review the instructions, and when you are ready, sign your name here. The guards patiently explained the details of the appointment process, and Zhang Xuan refrained from interrupting, listening intently until they finished. Will my strength be overly restricted? And there is such an extended holiday? Although there was no salary, it hardly mattered. In this context, having a salary was nearly inconsequential. After thoroughly reviewing all the regulations, Zhang Xuan took the pen handed to him by the nearby guard and signed his name at the bottom right corner. He was now officially the observer. The year of the divine calendar marked the inauguration of the first observer of the universe, responsible for overseeing all realms. This was indeed a monumental event since the dawn of the universe. Once Zhang Xuan completed the signing, a thunderous applause erupted around him. Congratulations. From now on, we are officially colleagues. Zhang Xuan shook hands with the Grand Priest, then exchanged handshakes with the other destroyers, angels, and the dozen guards present. My hand is a bit sore today, he remarked. The youthful voice of the king chimed in, inviting Zhang Xuan to play a game with him, indicating that they had already forged a friendship. The Grand Priest and the others also bowed to the king. One could not simply present oneself with an air of superiority upon arrival. Zhang Xuan found it perplexing how those lacking strength, yet brimming with arrogance, managed to survive. It was akin to the first day at a new job where the boss speaks kindly and expresses a desire to welcome you with a meal. Yet when he pours you a drink, you refuse, declaring he lacks the right to do so. You must drink 3 cups first before we toast. Wouldn't the boss retaliate? Oh no, I have a new employee. In such a scenario, it would be merciful if one were not met with 100 reprimands. Being sincere is often the wisest choice. Let us play a game of hide and seek. You shall be the seeker. Zhang Xuan nodded and covered his eyes, beginning to count. 10, 9, 8, 7. As Zhang Xuan and the king engaged in their game of hide and seek, the other destroyers recalled some rather unpleasant memories. They cast glances at the nervous Beerus, who had once nearly caused the annihilation of all universes due to a similar game. Zhang Xuan and the king continued their lighthearted, yet foolish games for a day, 2 days, 3 days. Eventually, Zhang Xuan expressed that he had many matters to attend to and took his leave. I shall do as the boss instructs. Zhang Xuan expressed a resolute desire to never engage in such games again, while secretly resolving to bring the future Omni King along on his next visit. Thus commenced the daily life of the esteemed inspector. Chapter 25, Cosmic Forces and Leisurely Existence. In the days that followed, life remained relatively tranquil. Zhang Xuan approached his responsibilities as the inspector of the 12 universes with great diligence, meticulously overseeing events occurring across the cosmos and reviewing reports from the gods of destruction. His assumption of numerous tasks significantly alleviated the workload of the high priest, who had long been burdened by these duties. Zhang Xuan found himself increasingly wearied by the monotonous and tedious nature of his daily responsibilities, pondering the reason behind the high priest's joyful demeanor when he assumed the role of inspector. After all, the high priest served as the steward of the Omni King and the overseer of the 12 universes. Prior to Zhang Xuan's arrival, the high priest had been solely responsible for these tasks for countless years, potentially billions of cosmic years, rarely afforded a moment's respite. With Zhang Xuan's assistance, not only did the high priest gain a powerful ally, but he also found relief from a significant portion of his workload, a situation that would bring joy to anyone. However, the high priest frequently visited Zhang Xuan, initially perplexed upon arriving on Earth, as he could not locate Zhang Xuan's residence and feared he had taken a wrong turn. Subsequently, Zhang Xuan presented him with a token, inviting him to visit freely in the future. During their leisurely hours, they would recline in chairs, sipping tea while discussing significant cosmic events, and occasionally, the high priest would recount amusing incidents between angels and gods of destruction. Thus, the two societal misfits engaged in lively conversation, with the supreme beings of the cosmos finding joy in their daily routine, tea drinking and chatting. An elder from Tevat, who was leisurely strolling through a garden, expressed his approval. The bond between the high priest and Zhang Xuan flourished, evolving into a friendship where no topic was off limits. Notably, the high priest was also influenced by Zhang Xuan, occasionally indulging in slacking off at work. Following Zhang Xuan's assumption of the inspector role, a curious dynamic emerged. The higher-ups were lax while those below were driven to exhaustion. The notoriously indolent Beerus miraculously ascended to the top of the performance rankings, neglecting even meals to focus solely on the destruction of planets. The high priest often voiced his grievances to Zhang Xuan regarding the significant events that transpired across the universe over the years. From the high priest, Zhang Xuan learned that the universe was divided into three major factions. The first faction comprised the gods of destruction, angels, the high priest, and the inspectors, all aligned with the Omni King. The second faction was led by the Kaishins of time, responsible for maintaining the multiversal balance, who were not directly governed by the Omni King and possessed a formidable force exceeding 100 members, each hailing from different timelines. The third faction consisted of the Dark Realm, a powerful coalition of individuals resisting the tyranny of the Omni King, whose ultimate objective was to assassinate him and restore an era of equality across the cosmos, essentially seeking to usurp the Omni King's position. Additionally, the fourth faction, the Multiversal Prison, served as a confinement for the most terrifying criminals and monsters from the multiverse, overseen by the Warden and the former High Priest to prevent their escape and protect the cosmic populace. The High Priest also revealed that the Dark Realm possessed considerable high-tier combatants, including one of comparable strength to himself. While those matching the strength of angels and gods of destruction were scarce, numbering only a handful, with the leader being a figure of similar might to the High Priest. Upon receiving this information, Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows, realizing that this Dragon Ball universe seemed rather distinct, an amalgamation of various Dragon Ball fanfictions from his past life. He sighed in resignation, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of matters at hand, especially as he had yet to enjoy sufficient rest. Currently, he was only familiar with the forthcoming Frisia Saga, Zamasu Saga, and the first Universe Power Tournament Saga. As for the sagas following the tournament, such as the Moro Saga and Granola Saga, he had little knowledge, merely being acquainted with some plot points, including the existence of the Seventh Universe's trainee angel, Melis. Zhang Xuan resolved to accept his situation, vowing to commit himself to perform each task to the best of his ability. However, he understood that it was imperative to assess his own qualifications before taking action, prioritizing life above all else, followed by leisure and work in third place. Zhang Xuan mused. Is it wrong to fear death? What is wrong with that? There is nothing amiss. In the days that followed, Son Wukong and Vegeta, having learned from their previous experiences, dedicated themselves to rigorous training. Yet, that day marked Vegeta's greatest joy, as he finally attained the status of Super Saiyan God. Not only the High Priest, but also Whis and Beerus frequently visited Earth, ostensibly for inspections, though their true intention was to savor the culinary delights. Zhang Xuan quipped, "Whose work are you inspecting?" Initially, Beerus was adamant about avoiding Earth, as he had previously offended Zhang Xuan, his superior, who could easily demote him with a mere word. Eventually, Zhang Xuan reassured him that as long as he refrained from destroying Earth and diligently fulfilled his duties, he was free to do as he pleased, which allowed Beerus to feel at ease in returning to Earth. Once again, tranquility was restored. The sun shone brightly that day, and the newly appointed inspector reveled in the joy of leisurely pursuits, taking breaks from work to enjoy his time off. However, to keep the Omni King entertained, he would visit every few days to engage in those frivolous games. Zhang Xuan lamented, "You may strike me, you may scold me, but please, do not torment me so." Life's unpredictability was akin to a tangled web. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan's pupils dilated as he noticed a tug on his fishing line. However, the fish yanked the rod away, leaving him standing there. His expression darkened to the point of threatening to overflow with frustration. He turned to observe his empty bucket, which contained but a single small fish, barely the size of a pinky. After an entire afternoon of fishing, he had caught nothing. He resolved that he could not return empty-handed. A fisherman must never return without a catch. Zhang Xuan, exasperated, thought, "Is it too much to ask for a modicum of respect as an inspector? Here I am, a supreme deity of the 12 universes, unable to catch even a single fish." As the saying goes, a fisherman must never return empty-handed, determined to bring something home. He scanned his surroundings and finally spotted a target, a turtle slowly crawling by. "You shall suffice," he declared, swiftly capturing the unsuspecting turtle and placing it in his bucket. The turtle, bewildered, exclaimed, "What on earth?" In a fit of anger, Zhang Xuan tossed the remaining tools into the water, declaring that any further attempts at fishing would be a waste of time. Thus, he resumed his duties. In the 11th universe, a war erupted in the 48th and 792nd star systems. In the 9th universe, the ambassador for cosmic environmental protection delivered his 7,942nd speech. In the 6th universe, shockingly, the indolent Lord Kampa expressed for the first time his desire to lose weight. Zhang Xuan closed the crystal ball responsible for communication with those universes. The absence of significant events indicated he could continue to relax. His daily life revolved around cultivation, farming, fishing, drinking tea, and working. When boredom struck, he could joyfully partake in those frivolous games with the Omni King. Zhang Xuan remarked, It was enjoyable, but please do not summon me again next time. Chapter 26. Zhang Xuan successfully corrupts the Grand Priest. Time swiftly elapses, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong's granddaughter, Xiaofang, has been born, while Vegeta has cunningly persuaded Whis to accompany him to the God of Destruction's planet for training, using the delectable cuisine of Earth as bait. Upon discovering that Whis is the master of the God of Destruction, Beerus, Vegeta endeavored tirelessly to convince Whis to take him for training. All while Sun Wukong remained blissfully unaware of these developments. During a conversation between Bulma and Chi-Chi, Bulma inadvertently let slip that Vegeta had been training there for over 6 months, while Sun Wukong had been occupied with work on Earth for the same duration. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, was instantly alarmed and fervently implored Bulma to contact Whis. Bulma, however, explained that Whis's visits to Earth were notoriously erratic and advised Sun Wukong to exercise patience. Yet, Sun Wukong, being of an impatient disposition, found it unbearable to wait even a month or two. Thus, he incessantly nagged Bulma to reach out to Whis, becoming a constant presence that even Bulma found exhausting. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Bulma handed Sun Wukong a mobile phone, assuring him that she would contact him as soon as Whis arrived on Earth. 2 months passed, and finally, Whis made his appearance. Sun Wukong eagerly beseeched Whis to take him along for training. Surprisingly, Whis acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request without hesitation, stating they would depart after finishing their hot pot meal. During their meal, Whis pointed out Sun Wukong's overly hasty nature, shaking his head in resignation. Even with Sun Wukong's innate talent for the ultimate instinct, achieving perfect composure remained a formidable challenge. After satisfying their appetites, they set off. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi endured the hardship of her husband's prolonged absences for training, shouldering countless responsibilities as a homemaker. Over the years, the lines on her face had multiplied significantly. As time passed, Zhang Xuan was engaged in a game of chess with the Grand Priest within the palace of the Omni Kings. What were the pieces, you ask? Ordinary chess pieces simply would not suffice. The pieces of the Supreme Deity could only be likened to planets at the very least. Weak, indeed, how pathetically weak. Please. It is now clear who reigns supreme. Come, quickly pay up. Zhang Xuan had just secured victory in yet another match, carelessly placing his foot upon the chessboard, signaling the Grand Priest to hasten with his payment, while persistently urging him. This marked Zhang Xuan's 798th game of chess against the Grand Priest, and without a doubt, the adept Zhang Xuan emerged victorious once again. Out of the 798 matches, the Grand Priest had only managed to win 4. With the workload having lessened, it was only natural for an aging being to indulge in some leisure. Ah, you rascal, must we still exchange money as friends? The Grand Priest remarked with a resigned smile. At this rate, if he continued to lose, he might find himself without even a humble cup of tea. Despite the multitude of losses, he remained fervently enamored with the game. No wonder he persisted in playing despite the odds. Friends should not require payment. Hurry up. Next time, I'll treat you to tea. The Grand Priest, with a resigned expression, retrieved a crystal from the angelic realm, its worth far surpassing that of an entire universe. Here you go. He gazed at the crystal with a pang of regret, only to have Zhang Xuan snatch it from his grasp. How about another round? I feel you might win this time. Trust me, my good brother. Zhang Xuan began his persuasion once more. Yet, after years of camaraderie, the Grand Priest was well aware of Zhang Xuan's nature and suspected he was being deceived again. The Grand Priest's evaluation of Zhang Xuan, kind-hearted, honest, and genuinely devoted to his friends. However, he was rather sharp-tongued. A day without a sharp retort left him restless. All right. We shall play again another time. Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, reclining with his legs crossed. The Grand Priest shook his head, noticing 2 of the Omni King's guards had appeared beside him. Had these 2 been watching the chess match all along? The Grand Priest shot them a disapproving glare. What are you staring at? Is this how you conduct yourselves at work? What would happen if the Omni King were to find out? The 2 guards were left speechless. They had merely watched the game for a brief while. Surely that did not count as slacking off. Grand Priest, we were just overseeing our duties. One guard protested. Yes, my brother speaks the truth. We were merely passing by. They quickly excused themselves, eager to vacate the premises. As they fled, the 2 guards cast a resentful glance at the Grand Priest and Zhang Xuan. Why was it that they, burdened with work, were unable to indulge like the 2 of them? Did the divine not require a break? Noticing the Grand Priest's troubled expression, Zhang Xuan smiled and produced a teapot along with several cups and a packet of tea leaves from his sleeve. With a snap of his fingers, the tea began to brew itself. What troubles our dear Grand Priest? Are you still upset about your recent losses? He teased while pouring a cup for the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest shook his head with a pained smile, savoring the brewed tea and offering a compliment. This is exquisite tea. Zhang Xuan chuckled at the praise. The leaves in this tea are my prize collection. I seldom indulge myself. Were it not for your status as my good brother and your evident distress, would I share it with you? Now, tell me, what weighs on your mind? After savoring the tea, the Grand Priest's pained expression noticeably lessened. Recently, those from the Dark Realm have been stirring again, seemingly plotting a grand conspiracy. Their presence is felt across all 12 universes, and we can hardly keep up. The Grand Priest's concerns stemmed from the incessant activities of the Dark Realm since the battle between Beerus and Sun Wukong. It truly seemed as though they were orchestrating something sinister. Whenever the angels and gods of destruction from other universes arrived, those involved had already vanished without a trace. Although Zhang Xuan had dealt with numerous agents from the Dark Realm in recent years, their numbers were overwhelming, rendering any efforts futile. Indeed, they are as bothersome as mosquitoes in the human world, impossible to eradicate, and each one is a formidable opponent. Yet capturing them is another story. Zhang Xuan echoed the sentiment, lamenting the shortage of high-level combatants on their side. Indeed, what may transpire in the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. The Grand Priest lay back, sipping his tea with a furrowed brow. But should they dare to approach, I shall ensure their ashes are scattered to the winds. Zhang Xian's demeanor shifted, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him. The Grand Priest chuckled lightly, tapping the table, causing Zhang Xian's murderous aura to dissipate as swiftly as it had arisen. All right, calm your killing intent. Nothing has occurred yet, has it? But it will. Zhang Xuan refrained from expressing directly. Chapter 27. System Mall Recycling, Infinite System Tower, Template Activation. Zhang Xuan and the Grand Priest engaged in conversation for a while longer before they prepared to return to their respective posts. As Zhang Xuan bid farewell, he expressed his intention to bring fine tea upon his next visit. However, just before his departure, the Grand Priest, with audacity, made another request. Would you be so kind as to part with that precious tea you cherish so dearly? Since you are so reluctant to drink it, why not bestow it upon me instead? I would not. Zhang Xuan shot the Grand Priest a sharp glare. Not a chance. That bag of tea is simply off limits. With that, Zhang Xuan vanished without a trace, fearful that lingering for even a moment longer would risk the loss of his treasured tea. The Grand Priest, with a wry smile, lamented, in the end, he is solely preoccupied with my tea. Zhang Xuan cast a wistful glance at the slightly diminished supply of tea leaves. After all, they were celestial tea. Crafted from divine flora, the tea was worth a staggering 100 system trading points, and available only in limited quantities, merely 3 bags per year. He had consumed the other 2 without leaving any for the Grand Priest. Today, in an unusual bout of goodwill, he had set aside a portion for him. Deep down, Zhang Xuan silently resolved, worry not, dear brother. When I acquire more tea next time, I shall certainly share a bit with you. Yes, I promise. Upon returning to the floating island of the system space, Zhang Xuan promptly retrieved the crystal from the Grand Priest, a gem valued at more than an entire universe. System. How many trading points can this crystal fetch? Please assist me. Over the past couple of years, the system had undergone an update, introducing a new feature called recycling, which allowed for the reclamation of items in exchange for trading points at a 1:1 ratio. Should an item's value significantly exceed the trading points available, the system would propose suitable alternatives for exchange. The angel crystal, formed from the souls of deceased angels, contained energies on par with those of the celestial beings within the universe. Host, the value of the item you provided surpasses the available trading points. The system will present dozens of items for your selection. As the system concluded its announcement, dozens of choice panels appeared before Zhang Xuan, each offering rewards equivalent to the angel crystal. Among the options were the infinite core of the flame ruler, 5 million years of cultivation, superior level celestial techniques, the power of postnatal creation, mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, fragments of the chaos clock, 10,000 trading points, devouring power, a key to unlock the system template. An unrestricted mental time chamber, blood of the ultra ancestor Saiyan, system combat challenges, a pass to the abyss of the demon realm, a mid-golden immortal level combat servant. A life reset bomb, 2-dimensional foil spicy strips, fatal talismans, a racial selection voucher, and innate sacred roots. Each reward offered by the system was of the highest caliber, leaving Zhang Xuan feeling overwhelmed by the sheer abundance. Faced with such pivotal choices, he hesitated. Aside from the life reset bomb and the 2-dimensional foil spicy strips, the remaining options were all exceedingly useful. The first user of the unrestricted flame ruler would possess immense strength, but he had no need for it, as it could easily be purchased from the system store for 10,000 points. The celestial techniques, the power of creation, and the mid-grade spiritual treasures all held the same price, and for someone at his level, the 5 million years of cultivation was negligible. Such powerful beings often slumbered for millions of years. The blood of the ultra ancestor Saiyan, and the mental time chamber were also of no interest to him, and he had no inclination to collect fragments of the chaos clock. The only option that truly piqued his interest was the key to unlock the system module. His system was somewhat unique, as it contained many locked areas yet to be explored, each offering various gameplay mechanics and rewards. After careful consideration, he chose the system module unlocking key. As soon as Zhang Xuan made his selection, a gleaming golden key appeared in his system backpack. After examining the instructions, he understood how to utilize it. The options included the system tower, life reset simulator, the great wheel of fortune's red segments, and the system mental space. After pondering for a moment, he decisively opted for the system tower. The system tower was undoubtedly an infinitely tall structure where defeating each layer's enemies would yield corresponding rewards. The adversary on the first floor was merely at the chi refinement stage, offering a modest reward of 100 trading points. The second layer presented an opponent at the foundation establishment stage, with a reward of 150 trading points. The strength of each subsequent enemy escalated exponentially, with the 42nd layer featuring foes of his own caliber, the great perfection of the golden immortal realm, a devouring demon from various realms, upon defeat granting 5,000 trading points as well as access to the unrestricted mental time chamber. Upon seeing these rewards, Zhang Xuan felt immensely relieved that he had chosen this path. Initially, he had considered selecting the mental time chamber, but was fortunate to have opted for the key instead. He mentally chided the system for nearly leading him astray. Not dwelling on this any further, Zhang Xuan stretched a bit before preparing to ascend the tower. After a prolonged period of inactivity, it was time to move his limbs. With that, he strode confidently into the system tower. From an external perspective, the tower appeared merely several dozen meters wide, yet within, each layer was an expanse of boundless space. His first opponent was a burly junior at the chi refinement stage. The formidable figure boasted a gleaming bald head that could reflect light, and a deep scar running from his left eye to his chest bore testament to a brutal battle endured. Upon seeing the slim Zhang Xuan, the burly man burst into laughter, instantly concluding that his opponent was an ordinary mortal. A disdainful grin spread across his face. "Boy, hand over your wealth, and perhaps I might spare your life," he taunted. "Hurry up. Today, I'm in a good mood, and one tea take your life. Just leave you with a whole corpse." From the knife-scarred man's threats, it was clear he was no virtuous individual. Just moments before, he had been engaged in warm-up exercises in another realm, only to be transported here unexpectedly. Initially puzzled, he soon realized this was a boon bestowed by a powerful figure. The reward for passing this trial? An immediate elevation to the golden course stage. How could he not be tempted? Upon seeing the slender figure clad in white robes, he felt elated, believing victory to be assured. He envisioned himself in his newfound golden core form, exuding power, and his excitement led him to foolishly charge forward. Hearing the scoundrel's threats, Zhang Xuan merely scoffed. "What a joke. Who do you think you're cursing? Come at me." With that, the scarred man brandished his blood-red blade, charging straight for Zhang Xuan's head. Unmoved, Zhang Xuan extended a hand. Super enhanced cleansing power. With a casual farewell, he unleashed the super enhanced cleansing power granted by the system, and as his words faded, the charging thug disintegrated into digital fragments amidst his desperate screams. Perhaps in your next life, be a good person. Wait. The cleansing power annihilates everything. Where's their next life? Damn it. Zhang Xuan cursed under his breath and promptly descended to the next level. Chapter 28 marked his first encounter with the Violet Roulette, as the system issued a new task. In subsequent layers, Zhang Xuan seemed to possess unparalleled power, effortlessly dispatching any adversary with a single strike. The system had previously informed him that each foe in these realms was a villain forcibly drawn from other worlds. Even the earlier Chi training period antagonist bore the weight of thousands of lives. With this revelation, Zhang Xuan felt less apprehensive, justifying his actions as a means of ridding the world of malevolence, eliminating one after another. Upon reaching the 30th level, he found himself facing foes of the late Earth immortal tier, which felt exceedingly weak. Yet, Zhang Xuan knew better than to underestimate the next 30 levels. He would surely find himself lamenting the human suffering he would encounter. Before his opponents could even react, they were swiftly vanquished by Zhang Xuan's overwhelming prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host, for clearing the 30th level. Reward, 1,000 transaction points. Current transaction points, 113560. Do not inquire about the origin of these transaction points. Part of them was accrued from rewards received for conquering the system tower, while the majority were exchanged for victories in strategic games. The High Priest had generously contributed a staggering 100,000 transaction points to Zhang Xuan. Upon discovering this, the High Priest would undoubtedly curse Zhang Xuan's ancestors for generations. Ding! The monthly limit for the host's clearances has been reached. Please return next month. The system tower had its constraints, allowing for 30 attempts each month, a fair arrangement. Zhang Xuan shrugged it off, knowing that a month would pass swiftly. Previously, he had spoken of stretching his limbs. What nonsense. With every foe dispatched in a single blow. What was there to stretch? Well, that was that. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands and exited the system tower space. The transaction points he earned today were barely satisfactory, totaling a meager 10,000. The violet roulette required 1,000 points for a single draw, while 10,000 allowed for a tenfold attempt, although the odds were somewhat daunting. Zhang Xuan hesitated for a moment. What the hell, let us give it a shot. Perhaps a bicycle will transform into a motorcycle. Summoning the system's grand keyboard, he directly paid the 10,000 transaction points. As he watched the roulette spin slowly, excitement coursed through him. This was his first attempt at a tenfold draw. What rewards awaited him? The brilliance gradually faded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2000 T USB drive containing films from a certain island nation. Utter rubbish. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained postpartum care for sows. Even worse than the previous reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a large vat of enhanced celestial beans. Just about acceptable. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the entire power of the hydrogen man from a certain universe. What? Afraid of being ensnared by grass ropes? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 million years of Taoist cultivation. This is somewhat acceptable. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the bloodline of the ancient Saiyan. Quite standard. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random fragment of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. This is promising. Just 2 more pieces to complete the set. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained flash time technique. Of no use to me. System, please automatically reclaim it and convert it into transaction points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unrestricted version of the 6-core void ruler core. Unrestricted, meaning my strength dictates its potency. This is somewhat satisfactory. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a training video for the machine mud dance. Dancing with the universe as a basketball? This round of rewards was mediocre, neither particularly good nor bad. Some items were at least usable. The celestial beans could be shared, the void ruler core was for personal use. And the fragments of the exceptional innate spiritual treasure and the ancient Saiyan bloodline were noteworthy. Zhang Xuan decided to retain these 5 prizes, allowing the system to reclaim the rest. Reclamation successful. Congratulations, host, you have earned 400 transaction points. Current transaction points, 103,960. He resolved to hold on to these items for now, intending to absorb the 500 million years of cultivation first. Zhang Xuan recognized that his primary focus must be on improving his cultivation level, which currently stood at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Cultivating immortality was exceedingly arduous. After reaching the golden immortal peak, advancing to the Tai golden immortal tier felt nearly insurmountable. The crux of the issue lay in his mediocre talent, which significantly hampered his cultivation speed. Categorically ordinary among the divine ranks, stagnation was inevitable. As previously stated, with his current foundation, the utmost achievement he could hope for was the Tai golden immortal tier. And even that was a tight squeeze. Thus, breaking through to the Tai golden immortal would be exceptionally challenging. Zhang Xuan floated midair, seated cross-legged as he began to absorb the immense 500 million years of Taoist cultivation. Time slipped by swiftly. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. At last, Zhang Xuan had fully absorbed the final remnants of Taoist cultivation. His realm felt slightly loosened. Clenching his right hand, an immense surge of celestial energy and essence radiated from him, causing flowers and grass to bloom in the areas where his energy spread, with a few even awakening sentience. Yet, the gains were minimal, and his power had not substantially increased. Zhang Xuan could only smile ruefully, simultaneously apprehensive about the nature of the system he was cultivating. Why was it so difficult? 500 million years was no small span of time, yet it merely nudged his realm a fraction. The fundamental reason lay in the complexity of the immortal path he was pursuing, compounded by the limitations of his own foundation, which impeded both his absorption and cultivation speed. Once he amassed sufficient wealth, he was determined to acquire an innate Tao body. Zhang Xuan gazed at the system shop, where the innate Tao body was priced at a staggering 100 million transaction points, silently vowing to purchase it when he became affluent. Currently, he was still woefully impoverished, with only a mere 100,000 transaction points. The road ahead was long, yet even a single item from the high priest was valued at 10,000 transaction points. A modest goal, Zhang Xuan did not consider it trivial at all. He was resolute in his determination to seize more of the high priest's possessions at the next opportunity. High priest, Zhang Xuan is my best brother. From this moment forth, he would slowly accumulate wealth. In his past life, Zhang Xuan had earned the nickname the Great Hamster in games, as stockpiling resources was a trivial endeavor for him. It merely required a modicum of time. As Zhang Xuan resolved to gather resources, the system began issuing a third task. Ding. Task issued by the system. 1. Travel to the Destruction God planet and collaborate with Angel Whis to mentor Son Wukong and Vegeta. Time limit. None. Reward. Random exceptional attack, innate spiritual treasure. Now, I'm wide awake. Zhang Xuan sprang to life with renewed vigor. He felt invigorated, capable of circling the 7th universe on foot without breaking a sweat. To the Destruction God planet. Then, off he went. Zhang Xuan ensured he had everything he needed, even purchasing several packs of tea from the system shop before his departure. From now on, resources shall not be squandered. Did he not realize what he was saying? Tea was an essential, just as fish could not do without bicycles. After finalizing his preparations, Zhang Xuan soared towards Beerus's domain. From this moment onward, Vegeta and Son Wukong would face trials. At that moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta, who were receiving guidance from Whis on the Destruction God planet, felt a sudden chill run down their spines. They were still somewhat puzzled. It wasn't cold at all. So why did they suddenly shudder? Chapter 29. Whis' prediction, the arrival of Zhang Xuan. From this moment forth, your training will be entrusted solely to me. If either of you wishes to reconsider, I can send you back right now. Whis stated with a serious tone as he commenced a rigorous training regimen for the two before him, Son Wukong and Vegeta. Both Vegeta and Son Wukong remained silent, standing upright. Very well. The training may be arduous. Can you endure it? Yes. Son Wukong and Vegeta shouted in unison, their voices echoing with determination. They were both willing to withstand any hardship as long as it meant gaining strength. One sought power purely for its own sake, devoid of ulterior motives, while the other was driven by a desire not to fall too far behind Son Wukong, to protect his family through strength. I will grant you one day to prepare. Training will commence tomorrow, Whis concluded before turning to leave, allowing them a day to ready themselves for the hellish training that awaited. Son Wukong felt a thrill of excitement as he watched Whis depart, and Vegeta shared in the sentiment. This would mark the first time he would begin training after a year of waiting. What has Vegeta been doing all year on the God of Destruction's planet, you ask? Why, he has been attending to Beerus, changing bed linens and blankets. To put it bluntly, he has been a mere caretaker, and for someone as proud as Vegeta, that year felt truly hellish. How exhilarating. Training begins tomorrow. I can hardly wait. Son Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Having a strong mentor to guide him in training was invaluable in his eyes, and it would be unnatural not to feel exhilarated. Humph. No need for you to say anything, Vegeta retorted curtly, leaving Son Wukong to chuckle awkwardly at the rejection. Are you really going to have those two Saiyans begin training tomorrow? It could have started a year ago. Why wait until now? Beerus lay sprawled on his bed, propping his chin on his hand, speaking in a lethargic tone to Whis. He could not fathom Whis' reasoning for delaying their training for an entire year, nor could he decipher Whis' intentions. A mysterious smile graced Whis' face. Those two Saiyans are quite unique. Their innate talents are formidable, as you witnessed the day you first arrived on Earth. Moreover, their lineage and bloodline play a significant role. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus' expression grew notably serious. This was the first time he had heard such praise directed at the two Saiyans. The judgment of an angel could not be flawed, for angels typically did not take on apprentices unless a god of destruction was retiring and needed a successor. However, as Beerus contemplated this, his irritation flared up. Damn it. Whis, are you trying to force me into early retirement? Seeing Beerus on the brink of losing his temper, Whis covered his mouth with a hand and chuckled softly. Well, consider it a search for your successor. Beerus' anger intensified upon hearing Whis' candid remark. He wasn't ready to relinquish his position as a god of destruction just yet, especially not under the urging of his servant. Get them both out of here. Immediately. Realizing he had gone a bit too far with his jest, Whis quickly clarified. Oh dear, Lord Beerus' temper remains as explosive as ever. Who said I intended for you to retire? Then what is the purpose of training those two Saiyans? What are you plotting? Whis smiled and leisurely floated closer to Beerus, whispering a few words in his ear. Beerus' expression shifted dramatically, resembling the quick change of masks in Sichuan opera, and he ultimately nodded gravely. Do you hold such high hopes for those two Saiyans? Whis nodded affirmatively. Their talents are remarkable, especially the one named Kakarot. You have witnessed the immense energy he unleashes in battle. That day, Son Wukong shattered his limits multiple times, each transformation resulting in a significant power increase. Almost as if he were cheating. Beerus was taken aback. What sort of anomaly was this? Indeed, those two Saiyans possess exceptional talent. Beerus picked at his nose and flicked a piece of nasal mucus onto Whis. Lord Beerus, please maintain hygiene, Whis exclaimed, his demeanor turning serious. Why would you throw that on me? Beerus paid no heed and continued. How do you plan to train those two Saiyans? Frankly, I know nothing about your training methods. According to the standards of a god of destruction, Whis replied. He truly intended to use the same rigorous training methods he had employed on Beerus to properly train the two Saiyans. Their innate abilities certainly warranted such an approach. With adequate guidance, they could become formidable warriors. The standards of a god of destruction, can those two Saiyans endure it? Beerus exclaimed, nearly falling off his bed. Are you trying to kill them with such demanding training? The mere thought of his own grueling training days under Whis sent a chill down his spine. Their future strength and achievements will undoubtedly rival those of a top-tier god of destruction. They may even reach the level of an angel. As Whis spoke, a cold sweat began to bead on Beerus's forehead. The power of a top-tier god of destruction was on par with that of an angel. What did it mean to be a top-tier god of destruction? It referred to those among the 12 gods of destruction who stood at the pinnacle of strength. Much like himself and that brown mouse, both were of the top tier. How could Whis's words not astonish him? The prospect of their future achievements possibly surpassing a top-tier god of destruction, or even reaching angelic levels, was staggering. An angel's judgment could not be flawed. Seeing Whis's confident expression confirmed the veracity of this claim. The thought of future strength rivaling that of a top-tier god of destruction, or potentially even an angel, overwhelmed Beerus. Meanwhile, the crystal atop Whis's staff flickered momentarily, indicating an incoming message. Whis immediately checked who had sent the message, but as he read it, his calm expression shifted dramatically, only to swiftly revert to a harmless smile as he looked at Beerus. Lord Beerus, I advise you to tidy up this place post-haste. Beerus remained unconcerned. Who is coming? Lord Zhang Xuan, the inspector, is on his way. You wouldn't want him to see this disarray, would you? The inspector. Hurry, Whis. Help me clean this up. Beerus's face turned pale with fear. Upon hearing that the inspector was coming, he was ready to flee. Just tell him I'm out on business and have no time to return. Farewell. Just as Beerus was about to make his escape, a vortex appeared in the sky, and a figure emerged from within. Chapter 30. Whis explains the role of the god of destruction to Goku. Is this the god of destruction planet? The environment feels quite pleasant. Zhang Xuan has finally arrived at the god of destruction planet. However, he encountered a slight mishap along the way. Mid-journey, he happened to spot the Grand Minister heading towards Earth, prompting Zhang Xuan to swiftly alter his route. The Grand Minister seeking him out never bodes well. It's likely he has come to mooch some tea. Unfortunately, Zhang Xuan's change of course did not escape the Grand Minister's notice. After a brief chat, the Grand Minister, with a serious demeanor, patted Zhang Xuan on the shoulder, cautioning him to be careful on his journey, and borrowed a packet of tea leaves from his sleeve. By the time Zhang Xuan realized what had happened, the Grand Minister had vanished without a trace. Have you completely lost your mind? Is this stuff truly that addictive? Day after day, fixating on those meager tea leaves. Can it really be that delicious? Zhang Xuan, I absolutely detest those who are addicted to tea. If I catch him, I'll certainly give him a good thrashing. After saying this, Zhang Xuan glanced mournfully at the remaining tea leaves. Indeed, he must punish him. Oh, look at those two warming up over there. Zhang Xuan let out an exclamation, adding a sarcastic remark. He simply couldn't help himself. Below, Vegeta and Goku, who were engaged in warm-up exercises, paused in surprise but quickly recognized Zhang Xuan, the one they had met that day. Oh, Zhang Xuan, you've come too. Goku rushed forward, extending a hand in greeting while affectionately draping an arm around Zhang Xuan's neck, much like a pair of affectionate doves. Vegeta, on the other hand, huffed with pride. In the distance, Beerus, racing over, was nearly frightened out of his wits. After all, he is one of the highest deities in the universe. Though ignorance is bliss. To illustrate, it would be akin to Beerus striking the Grand Minister while cheerfully remarking that it was a greeting gift. What are you two doing? Beerus swiftly approached and delivered a smack to both Goku and Vegeta. The latter clutched his head in pain, wondering if Beerus had been snacking on cat food again. Why was he picking on them? Ouch! Lord Beerus, why are you hitting us? Goku exclaimed, rubbing the bump on his head. He had merely greeted Zhang Xuan, and Beerus came up and struck him. Beerus, however, completely disregarded him and walked straight towards Zhang Xuan. To the astonishment of onlookers, Beerus bowed at a sharp angle of 90 degrees. Greetings, esteemed inspector. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Rise. There is no need for such formality. I merely came to take a look. After saying this, he patted Beerus on the shoulder, which only intensified Beerus's already palpable fear. Zhang Xuan sighed, realizing that he could only blame his position and his previously intimidating demeanor. Nevertheless, he earnestly reassured, Little Beerus, you've been performing admirably lately. Your work has been excellent. You Haven Tea disappointed me. I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg tonight. Keep up the good work. Vegeta and Goku, standing nearby, were utterly bewildered, questioning how it seemed their conversation resembled that of a superior and subordinate. Is Beerus truly that frightened of Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan, oh no. I've become the villain. Ah, I forgot you two are still unaware. The ever-quiet Whis noticed their confusion and patiently began to explain the number of universes and the hierarchy of deities, starting from the Supreme Kai to the God of Destruction, and then to the angels, leading up to the higher-ranking deities. There are a total of 12 universes. The universe we inhabit is the 7th, similar to the 6th universe, with each universe overseen by a God of Destruction and a Supreme Kai, including angels. 12 universes, 12 God of Destruction as powerful as Lord Beerus. Vegeta felt his worldview shatter. The mere thought of 12 more gods of destruction and angels made his vision blur. 12, you say? Is this some kind of wholesale market? In contrast to Vegeta's trepidation, Goku was brimming with excitement. Imagining the multitude of universes, he couldn't help but ponder the countless formidable opponents awaiting him for sparring. Being a martial arts enthusiast, the thought of this rekindled Goku's competitive spirit. Observing Goku's enthusiasm, Whis furrowed his brow. Calm yourself, Goku. Goku laughed awkwardly. Without his interruptions, Whis continued. In truth, beyond the 12 angels and 12 gods of destruction, there are numerous high-ranking deities that govern the 12 universes. If the gods of destruction oversee one universe, these higher deities supervise all. The father of all angels, the Grand Minister, serves as the steward to the Omni King, one of the most exalted deities in the entire universe. Before the new Inspector's appointment, he was responsible for overseeing everything. The father of all angels? So, does that mean he is your father? Goku's fantastical comment left everyone present speechless. Whis, so, you didn't hear what I said earlier. What do you mean? Does that make him your father? The thought of Goku's intellect made Whis feel a headache coming on. He possesses considerable talent and strength. Yet his intellect leaves much to be desired. If everyone were as simple-minded, how could future training progress? Kakarot, please refrain from speaking. Vegeta shot Goku a fierce glare, as if to say, are you trying to kill the conversation with your ignorance? Well said, let us have you keep silent next time. Truly, hearing your words is like listening to a monologue. Faced with Vegeta's threat, Goku quickly covered his mouth, indicating he would no longer speak out of turn. Furthermore, there is a high-ranking deity responsible for overseeing the 12 universes and all gods of destruction, on par with the Grand Minister. Before that esteemed individual's appointment, all matters of the universe were under the Grand Minister's supervision. This individual's power is just slightly below that of the Grand Minister. If one were to rank them, his strength would place him among the top 5 across all universes. Whis noticeably paused. Above these two esteemed figures lies an even higher deity. He is the true sovereign of the multiverse, the origin of all, the supreme existence of the multiverse. This esteemed individual is known as the Omni King. Goku and Vegeta were left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of information. The Grand Minister, the Inspector, the sovereign of the multiverse. This news was utterly staggering. The Omni King, the supreme ruler of the multiverse. Vegeta's voice trembled noticeably. The mere thought of such a supreme being was suffocating. He had thought the God of Destruction was the pinnacle, only to be told that there were still the Grand Minister and the Omni King. What on earth? At this rate, will there eventually be a supreme Omni King? The Grand Minister is usually busy with his duties, thus rarely appears before the public. Meanwhile, the Inspector resides within our universe. After saying this, he gestured for Goku and Vegeta to observe Zhang Xuan, who was leisurely sipping tea in the distance, while Beerus stood straight beside him, holding a tea tray. The figure in the white robe appeared delicate and frail, as if a mere touch could topple him. It was evident that Zhang Xuan could not be equated with a powerhouse. That esteemed individual, whom you are acquainted with as Zhang Xuan, is indeed one of the highest deities of our 12 universes, serving as an overseer. Both Vegeta and Son Goku were taken aback, as they had regarded him as a close comrade, only to discover that he held the prestigious title of overseer among the 12 universes. The mere thought of how he had previously treated Zhang Xuan made Vegeta feel as if countless daggers were hovering above his head. Chapter 31. The new abilities developed by Zhang Xuan, Son Goku's reckless challenge. Little Beerus, you have exhibited commendable performance over the past couple of years. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you, Zhang Xuan said earnestly, patting Beerus on the shoulder, adopting the tone of a former boss addressing a subordinate. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. It is merely my duty. Beerus replied, bowing stiffly once more. Ah, you seem quite spirited. Keep it up. If you perform well, I shall certainly sing your praises before Lord Zeno. When the time comes for your promotion and fortune, do not forget your brother, he added. Beerus felt as though he were on the verge of tears. This lord's temperament was indeed peculiar, and he pondered what merit he possessed to attain promotion and wealth. It was apparent to anyone that Zhang Xuan's words carried deeper meaning. Overseer, Son Goku, from a distance, bashfully nudged his fingers together, and Zhang Xuan, without needing to guess, understood that Son Goku was seeking a challenge. For what else could it be? Huh. Without lifting his gaze, Zhang Xuan toyed with his teacup, his face maintaining its perennial smile. Vegeta, perplexed by Son Goku's intentions, felt a nagging intuition that this could not bode well. Just as he was about to intervene, Son Goku preempted him. Hee, Lord Zhang Xuan, your prowess is said to be second only to the Grand Minister, a paragon of the entire universe. It is rumored that your strength ranks among the top 5 in existence. May I witness it firsthand? I implore you. Son Goku clasped his hands together, bowing deeply with a beseeching expression. Beside him, Whis widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Son Goku's audacious request. Beerus turned pale with shock, exclaiming, "What are you thinking, you fool? Why challenge this esteemed being? If you truly wish for a fight, I can accompany you for an entire day. But do not drag me into your demise. Have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the being you are confronting? If you seek death, do so outside. Do not perish here with me." Beerus grasped Son Goku's ear, who yelped in pain, feeling exasperated. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I genuinely mean no harm. I merely wish to spar with Lord Zhang Xuan. Son Goku protested, his face a picture of innocence, for he simply desired a friendly contest. Zhang Xuan chuckled softly, for it was precisely as he had anticipated. Son Goku had indeed come seeking a sparring match. Ding! The system detected Son Goku's fervent desire. A temporary task was issued. Engage in a spar with Son Goku. Reward, detector. Will you accept the task? Yes or no? Faced with the two prominent choices, Zhang Xuan immediately selected yes. After all, who would refuse an opportunity for gain? Listen closely, young one. As long as the Overseer wishes it, he could effortlessly obliterate this universe from existence. If you yearn for death, seek it alone. Do not involve us in your demise. Do not presume that our acquaintance will spare you from consequences. Beerus's face was etched with fury, veins protruding on his forehead as he gripped Son Goku's attire. Utterly exasperated by this reckless youth, how can this Saiyan be so foolish? Very well. How do you propose to conduct this spar? Zhang Xuan leisurely swirled his teacup, acquiescing to Son Goku's request. Fantastic! Son Goku exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he pumped his fists in the air. Meanwhile, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. Had this esteemed being truly acceded to the Saiyans' challenge? Was there a possibility that this was not merely a spar? Would this esteemed being become enraged? The prospect of a cataclysmic explosion in the 7th universe flashed before Beerus's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. My lord, this Saiyan lacks discernment. I will ensure he learns, Beerus assured. You may have misconstrued the situation. This is merely a simple spar. Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly. After receiving Zhang Xuan's reassurance, Beerus's taut heart began to ease significantly. At the very least, he hoped no calamity would befall him. Son Goku's affairs were his own concern. As long as he remained unharmed, he could allow the universe to unfold as it willed. Son Goku engaged in a brief warm-up, preparing his body for the encounter. Vegeta and the others assumed the role of spectators, eagerly watching the spar between Son Goku and Zhang Xuan. All right, I am ready, Son Goku declared confidently, adopting an offensive stance. Across from him, Zhang Xuan, seated and leisurely sipping his tea, remained unfazed, finishing the last drop before slowly extending a hand. Celestial power structure. Second body of the golden immortal. An immense surge of celestial energy swirled around Zhang Xuan's hand, coalescing into a radiant white sphere. This luminous orb rapidly expanded until it transformed into a human figure, equal in size to Zhang Xuan himself. This radiant being bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Xuan, with no discernible differences, as though he were a true duplicate. Another Zhang Xuan. Vegeta and the others were on the brink of explosion, and even Whis, the most composed of them all, exhibited an expression of sheer astonishment. It was their first time witnessing Zhang Xuan in action, and what a grand display it was for a debut. Was this merely the extent of destruction god-level power? It seemed insufficient indeed. Zhang Xuan's second body possessed only destructive god-level strength, leaving him somewhat wistful, acknowledging that he had yet to attain true strength. I'm coming. Son Goku unleashed his power, a crimson aura enveloping him as his hair transformed to a fiery red, immediately revealing his trump card, Super Saiyan God. Do you wish to know who stands before you? Anyone would have to exert their utmost effort. In an instant, Son Goku vanished from sight, reappearing behind Zhang Xuan, unleashing a powerful strike with both fists, his overwhelming energy skyrocketing with each passing second. Zhang Xuan's second body simply extended a finger, effortlessly blocking Son Goku's full-force attack. Your strength is still insufficient. Your speed is merely passable, he remarked coolly. Your speed is akin to my leisurely stroll. Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted a side kick aimed at Zhang Xuan's head, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by Zhang Xuan's finger, who remained utterly composed. Son Goku's fists rained down like a meteor shower upon Zhang Xuan, who did not flinch. A transparent protective shield manifested before him, rendering every attack from Son Goku as inconsequential as that of an ant. Flawed in every regard. Even when Son Goku unleashed his signature Kamehameha wave, Zhang Xuan merely blew a gentle breath, sending it careening away. Son Goku was increasingly astounded. Was the disparity truly this vast? This was merely a projection. While Zhang Xuan himself remained leisurely sipping tea, was he truly weaker than a mere wisp of energy? What manner of creature was this? That is sufficient. Stand down. Zhang Xuan, the true self, conveyed his orders to his doppelganger, commanding it to promptly conclude the ongoing battle. The doppelganger, which had been locked in a standoff with Sun Wukong, finally sprang into action. In a moment of astonishment for Sun Wukong, Zhang Xuan's second doppelganger vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him in the blink of an eye. Take a breather, Zhang Xuan murmured as he gently flicked Sun Wukong's neck, causing him to instantly foam at the mouth and lose consciousness. It seemed that perhaps too much power had been exerted. Chapter 32, Vegeta's Training Results, Dramatic Surge in Strength. Zhang Xuan hastened towards Sun Wukong, pressing 2 fingers against his chest. Once he confirmed that Wukong had merely fainted, he exhaled in relief, thankful that he had not inadvertently slain the protagonist of this world. Even in such a restrained state, he had managed to render Sun Wukong unconscious. Apologies, but even my weakest doppelganger possesses the might of a god of destruction. I have no lesser strength to offer. He gestured for them to lower Wukong. He is not dead, simply unconscious. A bit more rest, and he shall awaken. With a mere glance, Zhang Xuan obliterated his doppelganger and signaled Vegeta to carry Sun Wukong away. That cockroach fellow was defeated in a single move. Vegeta's mind was reeling. That being's doppelganger, or rather, not even a true doppelganger, had effortlessly incapacitated Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong with a mere flick. The depth of this individual's power was unfathomable. Nevertheless, under Zhang Xuan's instruction, he promptly lifted Wukong. True to his proud nature, Vegeta dragged Wukong by the leg rather than lifting him properly. As Vegeta departed with the unconscious Sun Wukong, only Beerus and Whis remained on the field. Whis appeared unfazed, while Beerus dared not even breathe audibly. All right, little Beerus, you may take your leave. I have matters to discuss with Whis. Zhang Xuan signaled for Beerus to exit, indicating his need for a conversation with Whis. Yes, Beerus bowed deeply and hurriedly left the God of Destruction's planet, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would provoke Zhang Xuan's wrath. Whis approached slowly, bowing slightly. Is there something you require, Lord Inspector? Zhang Xuan set down his teacup and began to express his true intentions, detailing his forthcoming itinerary and indicating that he would need Whis's assistance with certain matters. Whis's eyes widened in understanding, while internally, he held Vegeta and Sun Wukong in unprecedented esteem. To be acknowledged by such a figure was no small feat. Zhang Xuan and Whis exchanged conversation for several hours, outlining the rigorous training schedule for the following day. The arduous nature of the training left even Whis feeling apprehensive. Once reassured by Zhang Xuan's calming presence, Whis finally sighed in relief. The contents of their discussion included a training regimen that was a newly upgraded version. As long as you survive the training, you shall train to your absolute limits. Afterward, Zhang Xuan received the rewards for his system tasks. The detector, as its name implies, is a specialized device designed to assess an opponent's realm and strength. Regardless of one's power level, the system's detector could accurately gauge one's capabilities. Let's begin with Whis, Zhang Xuan decided, preparing to test the efficiency of the detector on him. Detection successful. Name Whis. Age. Power level, late golden immortal. Abilities, perfected ultra instinct, angelic staff, angelic projection, dimensional manipulation, time reversal, pseudo-creation, immortality. Zhang Xuan gasped. Whis's level was indeed formidable. As one of the most cherished offspring of the Grand Priest, Whis had attained the late golden immortal stage, placing him among the top 10 in the universe. Should the Grand Priest retire, it was likely that Whis would assume the position. Enough of that. Zhang Xuan shook his head, realizing he had digressed from his original purpose of preparing training content. With a sigh of resignation, he utilized his constructability to create a sheet of paper and a pen. He swiftly inscribed a lengthy list of items on the paper and handed it to Whis. Please procure these items as per the list. I shall need them tomorrow. Whis nodded and vanished from sight to gather the materials Zhang Xuan requested. The life of an elder was thus rendered quite simple. Zhang Xuan reclined in his rocking chair, a fan inexplicably appearing in his hand, resembling a retired old gentleman. The following day, Whis had indeed prepared the materials Zhang Xuan requested. Vegeta was the first to arrive at the training grounds, while Sun Wukong, having overslept, arrived a few minutes late. Whis shook his head in exasperation, projecting 2 sets of training attire from his staff. He urged Vegeta and Sun Wukong to don the garments without delay. The 2 warriors dismissed the attire as mere ordinary clothing, believing even the gravity suits to be of little consequence. However, the moment they donned the suits, they immediately regretted their underestimation. The weight of the clothing forced them down to the ground, and they struggled against the immense pressure, their foreheads beaded with sweat as they fought to remain upright. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta attempted to transform into Super Saiyan to alleviate the burden, Whis abruptly interrupted, declaring that such transformations were prohibited during their training. The red Super Saiyan God form would impose too great a strain on your current physiques. To resolve this issue effectively, you must fortify your bodies first. Though Sun Wukong and Vegeta found the ordeal unbearable, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Time passed swiftly, and the days of training unfolded. Zhang Xuan mandated that Sun Wukong and Vegeta could not remove their gravity suits at any time or place. Each time they adapted to the weight, Zhang Xuan would increase the gravity of the suits exponentially. To expedite their growth, Zhang Xuan would offer them the spirit vegetables he cultivated in the floating island's garden. Initially, he personally prepared their meals, but as time went on, he grew increasingly lax, occasionally tossing a pile of cabbages and potatoes before them for them to consume raw. Vegeta grumbled in frustration. During this period, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's power surged dramatically, reaching the Super Saiyan Blue state a month ahead of the original timeline. They even successfully harnessed the full power of the Super Blue. Coupled with the grueling training and the enhancement from the spirit vegetables, their combat prowess became unparalleled. Zhang Xuan also pointed out minor flaws in their techniques, even sending Vegeta to King Kai's planet to learn the Kaioken technique, which had enabled Sun Wukong to triumph over numerous formidable foes. Though this technique placed immense strain on the body, its power could decisively turn the tide in crucial moments. With the Super Saiyan Blue form mastered, Zhang Xuan began guiding them toward forms beyond the Super Blue. The Super Saiyan Blue Rage form, also known as the Deep Blue, was an upgraded version of the Super Blue that Vegeta had discovered during the Tournament of Power. Now that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had grown so strong, they had even developed the full power of Super Blue. If memory serves me correctly, Frieza should be resurrected during this period. Frieza is destined to suffer once more, as he is to be dispatched back immediately upon his return. Frieza, I truly appreciate your efforts. However, his vehement language resulted in him being expelled from the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku were engaged in a sparring match. Employing their full power in Super Saiyan Blue, their strength surpassing that of the original timeline's Super Saiyan Blue considerably, Frieza's revival was imminent. In the original narrative, they could have exchanged blows, yet in this reality, their powers had been significantly amplified, thanks to my influence. Zhang Xuan silently mourned for the soon-to-be resurrected Frieza, though his lament lasted only a few moments before he began to place bets. I wager Frieza will not last more than 10 minutes. If I win, I rest. If I lose, I sleep. What say you? Chapter 33 Zhang Xuan. Little B, let them witness the perils of Universe 7. Let the battle commence. Goku unleashed a surge of energy, his aura beginning to ascend. Kakarot, today I shall defeat you. Vegeta, facing Goku, similarly erupted with energy, both warriors' powers and auras escalating wildly. They were sparring today, an opportune moment to test the fruits of their labor over the past months. Goku gradually closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and ceased to elevate his energy further. Kaioken. Goku bellowed, his Super Saiyan Blue aura enveloped by a layer of deep crimson flames, his power surging at a geometric rate. In that moment, the entire God of Destruction's planet trembled, resonating throughout the cosmos. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed. Do not underestimate me. You think you are the only one capable of Kaioken? Vegeta assumed his stance, inhaling deeply like Goku. Kaioken. His azure aura, too, was adorned with the same fiery overlay. This was the result of their training over the past months, a portion of which stemmed from Whis, but the majority was attributable to Zhang Xuan's guidance. One might wonder why both Vegeta and Goku could apply Kaioken in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. It was Zhang Xuan's efforts that enhanced their physiques slightly, thereby significantly increasing their chances of successfully incorporating Kaioken. From a distance, Whis and Beerus, who was giving Zhang Xuan a back rub, were astonished by the growth of these two warriors. In just a few months, they have developed so much? Zhang Xuan remarked. Would you care to assess your own words? Little B, how confident are you in dispatching them with a single strike? Zhang Xuan grinned, addressing Beerus, who had initially found the moniker bothersome but gradually came to accept it. Beerus nodded, scrutinizing the powers of the two Saiyans, and soon provided his verdict. These Saiyans are still woefully inadequate, barely qualifying as candidates for God of Destruction. If I had to estimate, I would say there is a 90% chance I could eliminate them with a single blow. Upon hearing Beerus's assessment, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of admiration. Truly, Beerus was formidable, ranking among the top 3 of all 12 gods of destruction. Even Vegeta and Goku, at full Super Saiyan Blue power combined with Kaioken, did not warrant his respect, let alone his consideration of a mere 90% chance of a swift defeat. After all, it made sense. A god of destruction is a god of destruction. Did one truly believe they were so easily surpassed? If that were the case, gods of destruction would be everywhere. Zhang Xuan felt satisfied with his experiments over the past months, yet a dangerous thought crossed his mind. Without hesitation, he turned and solemnly placed a hand on Beerus's shoulder. Caught off guard by this sudden gesture, Beerus was perplexed. Zhang Xuan's erratic temperament always heralded trouble. Beerus, I have a very important task for you. Engage these 2 Saiyans in a sparring match and strive to defeat them with a single blow. No delays. Let them experience the treachery of our Universe 7. Do you have the confidence? In response to this request, Beerus immediately acquiesced, assuring that he would accomplish the task successfully. Excellent. Your spirit is commendable. Zhang Xuan patted Beerus on the shoulder, expressing approval of his subordinate's work ethic. He was not mistaken. Those 2 Saiyans indeed required a lesson, which would serve to stimulate their growth. A rich aura of destructive purple enveloped Beerus, his power and speed skyrocketing exponentially. The sparring Goku and Vegeta felt an immense pressure, instinctively turning towards the source of the energy. Are you 2 done playing? Allow me to join the fray. Beerus grinned wickedly, his form vanishing in an instant. So fast. Vegeta, look out behind you. In the blink of an eye, Beerus had appeared behind Vegeta, and just as Goku warned him, he found himself firmly grasped by Beerus's hand, pinning his head down. Oh no. Before Goku could react further, Beerus kicked him away, sending Goku crashing through multiple buildings. As the dust settled, Goku coughed up a copious amount of blood, one hand bracing against the ground while the other pressed firmly against his chest. My ribs are broken. Gritting his teeth, Goku realized that Beerus's strike had shattered his internal organs and ribs, causing his Super Saiyan Blue form combined with Kaioken to dissipate instantly. At that moment, Vegeta was also in dire straits. Suspended high above, Beerus grasped Vegeta by the neck, regarding him from a position of superiority. How infuriating! Vegeta's visage contorted with rage, his hands desperately clutching Beerus's grasp. Do not become overly complacent, Saiyan. Beerus's tone was frigid as he lightly tapped Vegeta's chest. Vegeta's body convulsed, his pupils dilating, and, like Goku, he too fell from the Super Saiyan Blue and Kaioken state, uncontrollably plummeting. Beerus brushed the dust from his hands, casting a disdainful gaze upon the 2 injured Saiyans. It appears Lord Beerus has finally taken this seriously, Whis remarked while attending to the 2 Saiyans' injuries, a smile gracing his face. During their last encounter, Beerus had scarcely exerted his full strength, let alone engaged seriously. If one were to quantify it, it could be said that Beerus utilized merely 1/10 of his power when not fully committed. This exemplifies the chasm between mortals and gods of destruction. Today, Beerus had made a rare effort, and Whis instinctively understood it was the intent of that esteemed individual. How formidable! I have gained a new perspective today, Goku murmured. Still shaken, he had believed the last encounter showcased Beerus's entirety, only to realize how gravely mistaken he was, for Beerus had never truly engaged. One day, I will defeat you, Beerus, Vegeta vowed, promising himself that he would ultimately vanquish Beerus with his own hands. Beerus's actions can be deemed commendable. He has successfully stimulated the nerves of the 2 Saiyans. In the foreseeable future, Goku and his companions may well intensify their training efforts. My lord, are you satisfied? Beerus promptly shifted his demeanor, addressing Zhang Xuan, who was sipping tea with an eager expression. Most satisfied. Zhang Xuan nodded approvingly. Truly, Beerus exemplifies efficiency. A job well done deserves a reward. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands, causing a large box of fish and meat sausages to tumble before Beerus, serving as a token of appreciation. After all, one cannot expect him to work for nothing. You performed admirably today. This is for you. As Beerus beheld the bountiful box of sausages, his eyes sparkled with delight, and tears of joy streamed from the corners of his mouth. Observing the overly excited Beerus, Zhang Xuan leisurely approached the 2 Saiyans. Chapter 34, Goku and Vegeta's Vacation. Do you wish to attempt Super Saiyan 4? Have you grasped the disparity between yourselves and the god of destruction? Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, Vegeta and Goku were rendered speechless for a prolonged moment before reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, producing a bag of sunflower seeds from his bosom, munching on them while casually addressing the 2 Saiyans. A loss is a loss. What does it signify? Young ones, you must train harder. Zhang Xuan was correct. A defeat is merely a defeat, devoid of further discussion. To achieve victory, they must commit themselves to rigorous training in the future. Otherwise, they would do a disservice to Whis' teachings and the provisions Zhang Xuan had provided. Your current strength is still insufficient, while you might manage against others. Confronting a god of destruction? With your innate talents, do not expect to even touch the threshold of a god of destruction without decades of relentless training. Even with their incredible potential, these two Saiyans face a daunting path to reach and surpass a god of destruction. If it were that simple, gods of destruction would be commonplace across the 12 universes, wouldn't they? It's laughable. After cultivating for billions of years, they would be surpassed by mere decades of your training? Surely, a god of destruction is not merely a product of genius, is it? To put it bluntly, your power may not even measure up to the candidates for god of destruction in other universes. Your journey is far from over. Goku's eyes glimmered with excitement at the thought of encountering such formidable warriors in other universes. Zhang Xuan, perceiving Goku's eagerness, maintained a calm demeanor. You really ought to amend your ways. You might find yourself meeting an unfortunate end on the roadside one day, and no one would bat an eye. Zhang Xuan felt a pang of exasperation. Why had this version of Goku devolved into a mere martial arts fool? In comparison to the younger Goku from Dragon Ball GT and the Z era, this iteration of Goku indeed left much to be desired. GT Goku, highly intelligent, unclouded by the frenzy of battle, and always thoughtful before acting. He stands as the most astute version among all incarnations of Goku. Z Goku, possessing both cunning and might. Though a martial arts enthusiast, he was not without wit, deftly navigating numerous crises through his intelligence. This was Goku's most balanced phase. Super Timeline Goku, difficult to assess. Alright, I digress. Zhang Xuan finished an entire bag of seeds and casually tossed the empty sack into the system space. System. Zhang Xuan displayed a mysterious smile, appearing harmless as he gazed at Vegeta and Goku. Do you wish to grow stronger? Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and then nodded emphatically. Indeed, as expected, Zhang Xuan's whimsical fervor resurfaced. To grow stronger, one must invest. If strength is lacking, then financial commitment is essential. Zhang Xuan grinned mischievously, pulling out 2 books from his sleeve. I see remarkable potential in both of you. You are undoubtedly prodigies in training. Would you care to explore these martial arts? Vegeta scrutinized the titles on the 2 tomes, his expression shifting swiftly. He waved his hands dismissively, asserting, No, that's unnecessary. The 2 books were titled Evil Repelling Sword Technique and Sunflower Scripture. Although Vegeta did not grasp the essence of these techniques, he was certain that, given the character of this esteemed individual and the names of the techniques, they could not possibly be legitimate martial arts. Goku, however, transformed into an inquisitive child, gazing at the 2 tomes with wide-eyed curiosity. Lord Zhang Xuan, how does one practice these techniques? Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Zhang Xuan beamed with confidence, openly divulging the details while gesturing dramatically. To practice, one must undergo self-castration. As he spoke, Zhang Xuan mimicked a decisive gesture. Finally, Goku and Vegeta comprehended the nature of these techniques. While it was true that mastering such arts could lead to immense strength, the excruciating pain associated with transcending limits was not something they were willing to endure. The version of Goku from the era of Broly would have wholeheartedly agreed. No, we prefer to abstain. You may practice these techniques yourself, my lord. We do not require such underhanded means to gain strength. You do not wish to? Zhang Xuan, appearing disheartened, put away the 2 tomes. System, this is the most shameless individual I have encountered among all the transmigrators. Alright, let us leave it at that. In any case, your path to Super Saiyan Blue has reached its conclusion. I have assisted you in unlocking your full potential in Super Blue. To grow stronger, you must break through to the next realm. Zhang Xuan paused, taking another sip of tea before beginning to expound on the subsequent paths available to them. System, can't you survive without drinking? Must you emulate those fragmented dogmas? Now, you have 2 paths to choose from. The first, the path of the gods, involves mastering the techniques of the divine, such as the ultra instinct that only deities can attain or the unique self-mastery of the god of destruction. Both are invaluable skills within the divine realm. The second, the pure Saiyan path, represents the most arduous journey, yet it provides immense power. To embark on this path, one must possess the unique tail characteristic of Saiyans. To my knowledge, there exists a realm beyond Super Saiyan 3, that being Super Saiyan 4, and perhaps even a 5th level beyond that. As Zhang Xuan spoke, his imagination began to soar. What if the main timeline's Goku and Vegeta could reach Super Saiyan 4 and simultaneously master the divine path? Could they transform into the blue Super Saiyan God while in the Super Saiyan 4 state? Would it be possible to harness Ultra Instinct while in the Great Ape form? No, that seems implausible. Achieving Ultra Instinct requires a tranquil mind, while the Great Ape form is characterized by sheer ferocity. It would only be possible if one could master their emotions to attain a state of ultra instinct. One path leads to the divine, and the other to the pure Saiyan essence. What kind of sparks would ignite from the fusion of these two powers? Would their bodies withstand the explosion? Or would they emerge with even greater strength? This remains an enigma. Zhang Xuan dared not gamble with these two protagonists, as the likelihood of their combined powers resulting in catastrophe was exceedingly high. To achieve the desired outcome, one must attain a harmonious integration, first, in terms of mindset and spirit, and subsequently, in physical constitution. Sun Wukong and Vegeta widened their eyes and mouths in astonishment, realizing that there were so many realms yet to be explored. Furthermore, there lay two paths for them to choose from. A competitive flame ignited within both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as they silently vowed to be the first to reach a higher realm and surpass one another. At this moment, Vegeta's animosity towards that rotund figure intensified, wishing he could exact vengeance upon him 1,000 times over, for it was that very figure, Yachirobe, who had severed his tail. Nearby, Whis stood in stunned silence, his astonishment giving way to an internal elevation of Zhang Xuan to an entirely new stature. Just as I have stated, to cultivate the path of a pure-blooded Saiyan, one must possess a tail. To regain a tail, one must either seek Whis' assistance in restoration or make a wish upon the Dragon Balls. It is still possible to have Whis help with the restoration now. Zhang Xuan exchanged a knowing glance with Whis, who nodded in agreement. Once you have made your decision, go seek Whis. After the restoration of your tails, you will be granted a respite. Whis and I have resolved to provide you with a month to prepare, after which the true rigorous training shall commence. Zhang Xuan intended to grant these two Saiyans a brief reprieve, primarily due to the excessively high intensity of their recent training. A balance of work and rest is essential. This month would afford them an opportunity to refine their mental state, thereby enabling them to better unlock their higher realms. That is all I have to say. The choice lies with you. Zhang Xuan had spoken at length today. After several months of seclusion, it was time for him to return home. Chapter 35, The Resurrection of Frieza. Meanwhile, among Frieza's remnants, a sense of unease coursed through Tagoma as he inquired of the diminutive Sorbet. Is it truly a good thing to resurrect Lord Frieza? He harbored doubts regarding the capability of the soon-to-be-resurrected Frieza to single-handedly turn the tide of battle. Ever since Frieza had been vanquished by Sun Wukong and his companions, his forces had been left directionless, devoid of the former glory of the universe's Imperial Army. Although Frieza's army remained formidable, without their leader, they were rendered impotent. Currently, these remnants were merely clinging to survival, unable to continue in their current state, thus necessitating Frieza's resurrection. Your vision is woefully limited. You do not comprehend the true extent of his power, Sorbet remarked with a disdainful huff at Tagoma, who was heralded as the foremost genius of Frieza's army. I have seen him, and he is diminutive. I sensed no great strength. Tagoma struggled to reconcile his skepticism regarding Frieza's power, having encountered him, yet feeling he did not possess the legendary might. I too have seen that great being, and yet the terror he inspired left us all trembling. Really? If he lacked true strength, he would merely be a dictator of hollow renown. The machines adjacent to the incubation pod slowly came to life, the blinking lights of the respiratory monitor pulsing rhythmically. This was the latest version of the resurrection pod, a high-tech apparatus specifically designed for the revival of Frieza. Within the pod, Frieza's shattered form gradually began to reconstitute, his vitality and battle power rapidly escalating. The machines crackled with electric energy, and in that moment, the latest battle power detectors worn by Frieza's high-ranking officials exploded. The entire spacecraft shook violently, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping every individual present. Cracks began to form in the glass of the incubation chamber as Frieza opened his eyes. At that moment, Frieza had been completely resurrected. On the distant destroyer planet, Sun Wukong, adjusting to his new tail, sensed something amiss and paused his activities. Kakarot, what troubles you? Vegeta inquired, puzzled as Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable unease. It appeared that Frieza had indeed been resurrected, the timing aligning perfectly, fortunately, without disturbing the timeline. Zhang Xuan set aside the glass orb used for monitoring, relieved to confirm that his memory had not failed him. Although many narratives within this universe had deviated, the timeline remained remarkably accurate. It would not be long before Frieza was once again dispatched. The thought of Frieza cocooned and suspended from a tree, enduring torment while listening to various sprites sing and dance, brought a smile to Zhang Xuan's face. I hope Frieza meets the expectations I have set for him. He merely needs to endure 5 minutes at the hands of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You can do this, Frieza. I believe in you. Zhang Xuan silently encouraged Frieza, hoping he could withstand the combined might of the two Super Saiyans for 5 minutes. Surely, upon achieving his golden form, the mighty Frieza would be elated. Zhang Xuan eagerly anticipated witnessing Frisia's disgruntled expression. The recently resurrected Frisia flexed his fists, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him as he confirmed his revival. This long-lost sensation was undeniably nostalgic. Frisia inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, a comfort after enduring so much suffering below. He resolved to cherish his life henceforth, vowing never to return to that dreadful place, truly a hellish existence for him. What constitutes the pinnacle of torment? Welcome back, Lord Frisia, Sorbet stammered, his voice trembling as he stepped forward, careful not to draw too much attention. Frisia, upon his resurrection, had already taken notice of this unfamiliar little figure. Who are you? I am Sorbet, formerly the chief strategist in the Third Star region. Frisia's memory sparked, and he recalled this diminutive being. Observing the so-called elite forces surrounding him, Frisia felt a wave of disdain. When did the Frisia force become so diminished? He sauntered away, gazing into the vast, dark cosmos. It appears I have truly returned. After confirming his successful resurrection multiple times, Frisia finally exhaled in relief, feeling all his powers restored. Yes, Lord Frisia. We utilized the latest resurrection device and the Dragon Balls to bring you back. Dragon Balls? Ah, those artifacts created by the Namekians. The mention of the Dragon Balls instantly reminded Frisia of the Namekians, as they were indeed their creation. Subsequently, Sorbet recounted the entire process of resurrecting Frisia, pledging to be his most loyal subordinate from that moment forward. Observing this seemingly devoted follower, Frisia felt a wave of nausea. He needed no insight to discern Sorbet's true intentions. He was undoubtedly resurrecting him out of desperation, knowing the Frisia force had floundered in his absence. Why else would it have taken this long? Sorbet later expressed a desire to resurrect Frisia's father, but was swiftly halted by Frisia. What a devoted son you are. He quipped sarcastically. Having languished in that hell on earth for so long, my body has grown rusty. It is time to return and exact my vengeance. Frisia's face displayed a malevolent grin, harboring a desire to rend those two Saiyans asunder. The ensuing narrative unfolded with no deviation. Tagoma, despite his attempts to articulate a few more words, was swiftly incapacitated by Frisia's merciless strike. Frisia nearly found amusement in the situation. Was this truly the warrior whose strength rivaled that of Dodoria as Saul had claimed? In the past, he would have been regarded as merely a mid-level fighter within Frisia's army, unable to withstand even a single blow. Tagoma retorted, apart from those few Saiyans, who could possibly endure your death beam? Frisia reflected on the undeniable cowardice displayed by his subordinates. They crawled on the ground like dogs. This display from Frisia sent shivers of terror down the spines of all the high-ranking officials present, as they finally comprehended the true horror of their master. The rumors of his unparalleled brutality were indeed substantiated. Frisia also learned of Goku and Vegeta's triumph over Majin Buu, a revelation that astonished him greatly. Jiren had previously cautioned against provoking Beerus and Majin Buu, a warning Frisia vividly recalled. He realized that during his absence, Goku and his companions had grown significantly stronger. Rather than succumbing to blind rage, he meticulously devised a series of plans. This included rigorous training to elevate his physical prowess to that of the Saiyans, followed by the annihilation of Earth and the extermination of all Saiyans and Earthlings, thereby restoring the glory of the once mighty Frisia force. Earth's environment, however, was rather appealing. After conquering it, he could rent it out as a tourist destination rather than obliterating it. Earth, I've encountered many living Buddhas, but this living king of hell is a first. Everything lay well within Frisia's control. Zhang Xuan, please continue. I am listening. Frisia was a born genius, with an inherently terrifying talent. His transformation into Golden Frisia within mere months was a testament to his extraordinary abilities. Not to mention his subsequent training in the hyperbolic time chamber, where he attained the black gold form, effortlessly dispatching both Vegeta and Goku with a single blow. Frisia calculated that with 4 months of diligent training at full power, he had a substantial chance of surpassing those two Saiyans. The two Saiyans, having mastered Super Saiyan Blue at full power along with the Kaioken, were quite pleased. He had ample time. His revenge plan would unfold methodically. Frisia reluctantly acknowledged Tagoma's commendable talent. He was confident that within 4 months, he could mold Tagoma into his strongest warrior while also securing a training partner. Thus, Frisia's path of vengeance commenced. Chapter 36. The Grand Priest. Are you enjoying your leisurely time? On the Destroyer's planet, time bore no traditional divisions. However, Zhang Xuan, for better organization, created a unique sense of time for the Destroyer's realm. He conjured both a sun and a moon, bestowing a cycle of day and night akin to that of Earth. Whis was quite pleased with this enhancement, as it facilitated better planning for Beerus's sleeping schedule. Beerus, though discontent with Zhang Xuan's alterations to his home, chose not to voice his objections. After all, it was of little consequence. Very well. It seems you have made your decision. To ascend to Super Saiyan Stage 4, one must thoroughly master all preceding stages. Only then can one effectively break through. The ability to transform into a Super Saiyan is not inherently linked to whether one can achieve Super Saiyan 2 or 3. Possessing the energy to transform is what truly matters. The preceding statements were merely Zhang Xuan's attempts to motivate them to grow stronger. As long as one can transform into a Super Saiyan, a breakthrough to Stage 4 is attainable. The following morning, at the Destroyer Mystery Planet S Square, the two Saiyans prepared to depart. Before Vegeta and Goku left, Zhang Xuan, ever the chatterbox, began to indulge in his loquaciousness. He granted the two protagonists a month-long respite, allowing them to recuperate after their grueling training and spend quality time with their families. A balance of work and rest was essential. While conversing, Zhang Xuan reminded them that to attain Super Saiyan Stage 4, mastery over all prior stages was imperative. He cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta. The previous day, they had resolved to pursue the path of pure science, seeking greater power. Aside from Vegeta, Goku expressed his discomfort with his newfound tail. This appendage at the rear felt peculiar and slightly bothersome. It seems I must expedite my breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4. Goku felt a surge of excitement at the thought of acquiring even greater power. Vegeta, visibly irritated, reacted as if he had swallowed a fly upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words and noticing the subtle glance directed at him. Don't get too cocky, Kakarot. Who's to say who will reach Super Saiyan 4 first? Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he raised his massive fist at Goku. No need to get so worked up, Vegeta, Goku replied, waving his hands in a gesture of apology. With diligent training, he believed he could complete the transition to Super Saiyan Stage 4 before Frieza achieved his golden form. Zhang Xuan was confident in his ability to guide the two Saiyans to Super Saiyan Stage 4. As the saying goes, if talent is lacking, resources will suffice. First, they needed to refine their Super Saiyan 2 and 3 forms. Goku need not worry. He only needed to enhance the precision of his Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta, however, had yet to fully master Super Saiyan 2, requiring special attention. Only upon achieving complete mastery could they both rapidly ascend to Super Saiyan 4. The prerequisites for breaking through to Super Saiyan Stage 4 included a moon, a tail, and a tranquil mind. Each element was indispensable and unrelated to the realms of Super Saiyan. As long as one could transform, it sufficed. Regarding the tail, even without it, one could still transform into Super Saiyan 4, albeit with more complications, needing machinery to assist the transformation. Should they be stripped of their power during the Tournament of Power, they would find themselves in a predicament. Zhang Xuan created a moon for the Destroyer Planet, allowing Goku and Vegeta to transform into their Great Ape forms. There was no need for concern. When Vegeta transformed into a golden Great Ape, he would retain his sanity, and should Goku lose control, Whis could easily intervene. Everything was meticulously arranged. In comparison to Super Saiyan Blue, the potential of Super Saiyan Stage 4 was vast. While Super Saiyan Stage May 4 not excel in certain aspects compared to Super Saiyan Blue, its future growth potential remains significant. That would suffice for today. Furthermore, your tails are a vulnerability. Remember to remain vigilant should combat arise. Zhang Xuan, realizing he had spoken too much, gestured to Whis to escort the two Saiyans back to Earth. Zhang Xuan possessed the ability to teleport, yet he remained indifferent to utilizing it, simply out of laziness. As he stifled a yawn, he reflected on the duration of his absence from home. It was high time for him to return. Regrettably, the rewards had yet to be distributed, leaving him in a state of anticipation. He found it peculiar that the High Priest had not sought him out for several months. Ordinarily, the High Priest would pay him a visit every 2 or 3 days, often to enjoy tea together. Yet, during his time on Destruction God Planet, the High Priest had not come to see him even once, apart from their initial meeting before his departure. This was indeed puzzling, but Zhang Xuan dismissed the thought, attributing it to the High Priest's busyness. Well, I should head back now. Thank you all for your attentive service these past few months, Zhang Xuan said with a teasing grin, expressing his utmost satisfaction with Beerus's hospitality. Beerus, standing nearby, nodded vigorously, while he feigned reluctance at the departure of his esteemed guest. Internally, he was overjoyed. Finally, this bothersome old fellow was leaving. Do you know what I've been doing these past few months? Serving. Upon hearing the news of Zhang Xuan's imminent departure, Beerus could hardly contain his excitement. You've worked hard. Here is your reward, Zhang Xuan said warmly, smiling at Beerus as a cloth bag materialized in his hands. Good work deserves good pay. This bag was filled with an assortment of snacks from his previous life, available in unlimited supply from the system's food section. Beerus was nearly moved to tears. His master had actually given him wages. He was truly overwhelmed with gratitude. Meanwhile, Whis, who had not yet departed, watched with envious anticipation, knowing exactly what delightful treats were contained within the bag. He would have to wait until Zhang Xuan and the two Saiyans had left before seeking out Beerus for his own share. Zhang Xuan said little more and vanished from sight in an instant. Returning to his floating island, Zhang Xuan felt a wave of nostalgia. Upon seeing the familiar entrance to his home, he felt an irresistible urge to sprint forward. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he dashed toward the door. "Take that," Zhang Xuan exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent the door flying. His movements were fluid, yet he knew he would have to repair the damage himself. After months without a proper job, he decided to check on the activities of other universes. With a snap of his fingers, a crystal ball, the size of a human head, appeared in his hand. During his time on Destruction God Planet, he had idled away, never engaging in serious work. This meant he had been slacking off for over 6 months. Could it be that the High Priest had been covering for him, managing the oversight of 12 universes all along? The High Priest. I hope he has something important. Yet, there was nothing of great concern. Zhang Xuan shrugged. The 12 universes were progressing normally, without any issues. He tossed the crystal ball aside and reclined in his chair, savoring the pleasures of life. This lifestyle was simply delightful. However, not long after he had settled in, the crystal ball on the table emitted a dazzling glow. Someone is messaging me. Let's see who the charming individual is. Alert. Zhang Xuan sprang to his feet. The crystal ball was a unique work item he received on his first day as an overseer, enabling him to observe the 12 universes while also possessing communication capabilities. A message from the High Priest? Come to the Xeno Palace. Someone wishes to see you. The High Priest's message urged him to visit the Xeno Palace, stating that someone was eager to meet him. Who could it be? Zhang Xuan pondered, slightly puzzled. While he tidied his attire and prepared the unused Tai Golden Immortal Experience card, a precaution for any unexpected events, potentially safeguarding his life. What a nuisance. I had just settled down. Zhang Xuan grumbled before activating his access card to teleport from the floating island. Just when he hoped for a moment of respite, a matter arose, making it exceedingly difficult for him to enjoy a lazy day. Such is the unpredictability of life. Upon arriving at the Xeno Palace, Zhang Xuan discovered that the High Priest had already been waiting for him, accompanied by a petite girl with orange hair. At first glance, Zhang Xuan recognized her as someone familiar. "Mr. Zhang, it seems you've been living quite lavishly lately," the High Priest remarked, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. For many recent months, he had been tirelessly working in Zhang Xian's stead, while Zhang Xuan had been frolicking about. "You must be enjoying yourself, my dear brother." The High Priest's expression was ostensibly amiable, yet a palpable tension lingered. Zhang Xuan scratched his head awkwardly, realizing his suspicions had been correct. The High Priest had indeed been laboring on his behalf, without a moment's rest. "Come now, dear brother, let's not hold grudges over trivial matters," Zhang Xuan chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. The High Priest gazed at Zhang Xian's carefree demeanor, wishing he could deliver a swift slap. "Why are you laughing? I've been covering for you for months, and you still find it amusing? How about I compensate you a little?" Zhang Xuan ventured, intending to be generous. He understood the importance of acknowledging the High Priest's efforts, regardless of their close relationship. It would be unreasonable not to offer some form of reward. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's suggestion, the High Priest's irritation visibly subsided. He pondered for a moment before gesturing with his hand to indicate a number. "At least 5 packages. 3 packages is my absolute limit. For packages, 3 packages at most. Do you think this is a market? My dear brother, please show some leniency. Today, you must provide me with 4 packages of the finest tea leaves." The two supreme deities of the universes engaged in a lively negotiation akin to market vendors, leaving the little girl bewildered. This was her first time witnessing the High Priest in such a manner. Who had led him astray? Moreover, what were they discussing? She could hardly comprehend the conversation about packages. Could you please allow me to finish what I was saying?" The little girl timidly raised her hand, anxious not to disturb the two. Yet, neither the High Priest nor Zhang Xuan paid her any mind. "Can't we come to some understanding after all these years of brotherhood?" "No way. Today you must bring me 4 packages of tea leaves, and they must be top quality." Zhang Xuan instantly contorted his face in displeasure, questioning which individual had led the Grand Priest astray. It seemed he had even acquired the art of haggling, a skill he had mastered in his previous life at the market. Not only could he negotiate, but he had surpassed his former self in prowess. Zhang Xian's mind was flooded with a myriad of frustrations, his expression resembling one who had just consumed a fly. The Grand Priest, witnessing Zhang Xian's misfortune, appeared far more delighted than if he had won a fortune himself. Meanwhile, the petite bystander, a little girl, wore a sour expression, feeling entirely overlooked, akin to being as inconspicuous as air. Fine, for packages it is." Zhang Xuan lamented as he reluctantly retrieved 4 packets of premium celestial tea from his sleeve pocket, an item restricted in the system's marketplace. Not only was it exorbitantly priced, but the limited quantity available added to his evident distress. This was more like it. The Grand Priest, with a beaming smile, swiftly accepted the 4 packets of tea and stowed them away in his personal space, wary of any change of heart from Zhang Xuan. All right. What is it you need from me this time? Zhang Xuan waved his hand in resignation. Having fulfilled his part of the bargain, he had come to handle business, not to engage in quarrels. The Grand Priest paused momentarily before reverting to his usual impassive demeanor. It is not I, but rather she who seeks you. The Grand Priest gestured toward the little girl beside them. Zhang Xuan smacked his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about her. He had been too engrossed in their earlier argument to pay her any mind. Allow me to introduce her. This is Cronoa, the time Kaishin who oversees the temporal balance of the multiverse. The Grand Priest introduced Zhang Xuan to the time Kaishin, Cronoa. Zhang Xuan was not particularly surprised. He had previously heard the Grand Priest mention the existence of a time Kaishin within this universe, and it was evident that Cronoa was the one in question. However, he had simply failed to recognize her at first. Was it just him, or did this little girl appear slightly shorter than in the original portrayal? Cronoa. This is my dear friend Zhang Xuan, the newly appointed Universe 12 Inspector. The Grand Priest introduced Zhang Xuan to Cronoa. The two of them exchanged silent glances, sizing one another up. Hello, I am Inspector Zhang Xuan. Greetings, I am Cronoa, the time Kaishin. Zhang Xuan gradually crouched down and extended his hand, which Cronoa accepted with a smile, returning the handshake. Could you not be just a tad taller? Must I crouch to shake your hand? You're not even as tall as the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest. Of course, Zhang Xuan kept these thoughts to himself, fearing that voicing them would offend both parties. To be fair, Cronoa's height before her transformation was indeed quite diminutive. After a brief but cordial introduction facilitated by the Grand Priest, Zhang Xuan had established a foundational acquaintance with the time Kaishin. After all, she was a deity of the same caliber as the Grand Priest, and she was not directly governed by the Omni King, although her combat prowess might leave something to be desired. Indeed, the inspector certainly possesses a striking appearance, just as the Grand Priest described. Cronoa playfully scrutinized Zhang Xuan, feeling quite satisfied with the newly appointed inspector. At the very least, he was the most handsome individual she had encountered in her millions of years of existence. It was a pity that he had a tendency to speak. If only he would remain silent. However, Zhang Xuan was not concerned with such trivial matters. Having had his fill of frivolity, it was time to ascertain the purpose of her visit. What brings you to me? He inquired nonchalantly, tapping his fingers absent-mindedly. Today, I seek the esteemed inspector's assistance with a matter, Cronoa replied with a smile, retrieving a photograph from her spatial pocket. What is this? Zhang Xuan asked, intrigued. As he took the photograph from her hand, the image depicted a cloaked figure with a reverse V mark on their mask, their shoulder adorned with an ominous crimson tattoo. The tattoo of the Dark Realm, Zhang Xuan recognized instantly, realizing the significance of the mark. This individual held considerable status within the Dark Realm. Indeed, I have come to request you to keep a vigilant eye on the current timeline, she stated. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this was a trivial task and that he would certainly remain observant of the 12 universes. Very well. I truly appreciate your assistance, Inspector Zhang Xuan. It seems I must take my leave now, Cronoa said, visibly relieved that the matter was resolved. She needed to return promptly, as the timeline of the multiverse could not afford any disruptions. The time she had already spent away was the absolute limit she could spare. Take care on your journey. Zhang Xuan replied absently, his gaze still fixed on the photograph of the cloaked figure. By the way, have you encountered this individual from the Dark Realm? He asked, handing the photograph to the Grand Priest. Chapter 38. Vegeta breaks through Super Saiyan 2. The Grand Priest examined the photograph meticulously. I have not seen this individual before, he replied, shaking his head. He was familiar with the ranks and leaders of the Dark Realm, but this cloaked figure was unfamiliar to him. Could it be a scout or a minor player sent by the enemy? TSK. These wretched creatures, akin to maggots, thrive on chaos. Zhang Xuan scoffed as he reclaimed the photograph from the Grand Priest, dismissing the individuals with a derisive tone. He also lamented the incessant troubles they caused. Do these people not realize that they cannot simply overthrow the Omni King? If it were that easy, the multiverse would have long since found a new master. They incessantly speak of toppling the Omni King's tyranny, while simultaneously wreaking havoc across other timelines and universes. The countless lives lost at the hands of their destruction remain uncounted. They preach equality while secretly indulging in chaos. These individuals are merely a band of cosmic reactionaries, a filthy scourge found in every realm. Such a troublesome lot. I hardly got enough rest. Zhang Xuan yawned lazily, stretching his limbs as he expressed his disdain for the chaos these miscreants had stirred. You, who have rested for so long, still require more rest. The Grand Priest chuckled at Zhang Xuan's demeanor. With a snap of his fingers, 2 reclining chairs and a small round table appeared behind them, adorned with an array of tea utensils. My good brother, you truly understand me. Zhang Xuan expressed his gratitude towards the Grand Priest, appreciating his thoughtful gesture. Where have you been for the past few months? Disappearing for such an extended period. If it were not for me bearing the pressure from the Omni King. After preparing the tea, the Grand Priest poured a cup for both himself and Zhang Xuan. I simply made a trip to Beerus for some matters, Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, his eyelids not even fluttering as he spoke. Oh, what could possibly require the attention of an inspector for such an extended duration? Zhang Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not admit to having been slacking off. Moreover, he did not wish for anyone to discover his clandestine training of Vegeta and Goku, as doing so would only invite further complications. The principle of the bigger the tree, the more the wind applied here. Enough, enough, if you choose not to speak. Then so be it. Let us indulge in some tea. The high priest, seeing that Zhang Xuan was reluctant to divulge any further, ceased his inquiries. Every individual possesses their own secrets, and he too is no exception. Time passed swiftly, and for these individuals, even a single breath could span an hour. Very well. I must take my leave. As Zhang Xuan and the high priest sipped their tea and engaged in conversation, the moments slipped away unnoticed, and he prepared to depart. The high priest nodded and rose to bid farewell to his friend. Upon returning home, Vegeta and Goku did not immediately succumb to rest. Vegeta promptly proposed a spar with Goku, believing it would better stimulate his Super Saiyan 2 form and facilitate mastery over it. Currently, Vegeta primarily wielded Super Saiyan 1, and when compared to Goku's 3 forms in full power, he felt woefully inadequate. Although he possessed the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2, he found himself unable to shift forms with the same ease as Goku. Furthermore, to master the Super Saiyan 4 form, as mentioned by Lord Zhang Xuan, he must first integrate and comprehend the preceding 3 stages. It is not that one cannot attain Super Saiyan 4 without these 3 forms. Rather, possessing these 3 Saiyan forms lays a solid foundation for the subsequent stages. Zhang Xuan fabricated a small lie, aiming to further provoke both Vegeta and Goku. The 2 Saiyans agreed to spar in a long dead star system, necessitated by their overwhelming power, which demanded distance from Earth. This time, I shall not be defeated. Kakarot. Ha ha ha. Vegeta's ebony hair shimmered with golden light, and his previously tranquil aura erupted into a tempest of rage. With a heart-wrenching roar unique to the Saiyans, Vegeta successfully entered the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Come forth. Goku, too, was unreserved, transforming into his full power Super Saiyan form. Both Saiyans activated their full power in Super Saiyan 1, and if one were to question how Vegeta achieved this state, one must recall the training they underwent on the God of Destruction's planet. Although their primary focus was on the divine energy, physical prowess is a separate matter. Yet, it is inconceivable that neither their physique nor understanding has improved, right? The clash of their fists reverberated, generating shockwaves that obliterated every celestial body within 100 light years. Their strikes were akin to bullets. No, to describe their speed in mere terms is inadequate. It can be captured only through a few strokes of text or a brief illustration, encapsulating the extraordinary velocity of these 2 Saiyans. Their battle shattered galaxies, with countless fragments of planets adrift in the vicinity of their conflict. In just a few exchanges, such devastation unfolded, showcasing the true destructive power of Super Saiyans. Unlike the cautious and fragile portrayals in the original narrative, as Vegeta and Goku's fists collided with fervor, the entirety of their martial arts was unveiled in that instant. An opening. Seizing the moment Goku threw a punch, Vegeta executed a side kick aimed at Goku's side. Yet, Goku was not one to be caught off guard. He instantaneously teleported away from Vegeta's strike. Capitalizing on the opening from Vegeta's kick, he launched a fierce counterattack. Vegeta had anticipated Goku's maneuver, thus he was prepared defensively. Their fists met once more, unleashing a torrent of energy far more terrifying than any previous encounter. Combat serves as the greatest catalyst. On the God of Destruction's planet, Beerus tore open a package of delightful candy, tossing handfuls into his mouth with abandon. He could not deny that the snack bestowed upon him by Lord Zhang was truly delectable, becoming increasingly addictive with each bite. Not long after Zhang Xuan's departure, he had already consumed half the bag of treats. Lord Beerus, you ought to be mindful of your diet, Whis remarked, having opened a packet of shrimp chips, both indulging in their respective snacks without much distinction. Upon hearing Whis' comment, Beerus bristled. And you dare to speak? Just look at how much you've devoured. You've polished off all the chips. Beside Whis lay a towering mountain of empty chip bags. Beerus was at a loss for words, for these were his snacks. Whis felt a tinge of embarrassment, turning away with an awkward smile. Beerus utilized Whis' staff to project the battle between Goku and Vegeta. Chewing on candy while observing the clash of the 2 Saiyans, he relished the comfort of life. Secretly, Beerus gave Goku and Vegeta a thumbs up. These 2 Saiyans were quite astute. They understood the necessity of battling in a dead star system and with the destruction of countless planets. It saved him considerable effort, far superior to that lowly Frieza. The unfortunate Frieza found himself caught in the crossfire. As previously stated, combat is the ultimate catalyst. Haha, then I have no reason to hold back. Goku chuckled, pleased to witness his friend's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. With a surge of energy, he too transitioned into Super Saiyan 2. The two resumed their fierce confrontation, this time escalating their destruction to the level of annihilating entire star systems. Chapter 39. The Fusion Experiment of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. Half a month swiftly elapsed. Following the previous spar with Goku, Vegeta gained a greater understanding of the Super Saiyan 2 form. He could now transform at will, no longer reliant on anger as a catalyst for his breakthroughs. Vegeta, unusually, paused his training, choosing to dedicate the remaining half-month to spending quality time with his family. Goku, however, was in agony. A single day without training left him feeling restless. A month may seem brief, but for someone as obsessed with combat as him, it was sheer torment. Could he truly endure a mere month of respite? On the day following his return, Goku journeyed to King Kai's planet to train. Chi-Chi could only shake her head in resignation, exasperated by her husband. Your granddaughter Xiao Fong has just been born, and you can't spare a moment to be with her? Is this how a grandfather behaves? Upon arriving at King Kai's, Goku discovered that the training here yielded little benefit. The assistance and gains were pitifully meager, akin to nothing at all. King Kai sighed, observing Goku, who was wholly absorbed in training. This lad is fixated solely on cultivation, isn't he? Didn't you promise to revive me? How many times have you stood me up now? It was not that Goku had forgotten to revive King Kai. Rather, he had simply overlooked the floating island. During these past 2 weeks, Zhang Xuan, while working, was also conducting experiments. He could hardly afford to squander his time. The essence of Saiyan blood transformed into divine energy. Zhang Xuan surveyed a doppelganger before him, strikingly similar to himself, feeling quite satisfied. This doppelganger represented his manifestation of spiritual energy, devoid of thought, entirely governed by Zhang Xuan. He was experimenting, seeking to have this manifestation cultivate both the divine path of the Saiyans and the primal path simultaneously. He yearned to explore whether the paths of the two could converge, thus fulfilling a dream from his previous life. A mere ordinary vial of Saiyan blood would suffice, and as for talent, a standard one would do. Zhang Xuan selected a vial of Saiyan blood and a card from the system's marketplace. Ding. Purchase successful. The total expenditure amounted to 1,000 transaction points. The current balance of the host stands at 173,500. Zhang Xuan had undoubtedly been diligently accumulating wealth over the past few months. His transaction points could not possibly remain unchanged. Let us not forget the system's marketplace also offers recycling options. Zhang Xuan picked up some soil from the ground and squeezed it in his hand. An exceedingly weakened version of Zhang Xuan was born. The Saiyan blood and the card were infused into this avatar of his. Host's external incarnation panel. Zhang Xuan. Age, 0. Bloodline, Saiyan race. Talent, unremarkable. Combat power, 167. 5 billion. Quite acceptable. Zhang Xuan surveyed the panel of his avatar and nodded in agreement. Starting with a combat power of over 162. 5 billion is passable, though admittedly weak at the moment. However, his main body, Zhang Xuan, possesses resources. Once those inferior resources are consumed, he could simply charge forward and meet his demise head-on. Zhang Xuan had never encountered such a low point. With all these top-tier resources at your disposal, your combat power still fails to surpass the vastness of the Ganges? How utterly shameful. Zhang Xuan vowed to ensure that within half a month, his avatar would consume every resource available, even if it meant bursting from overindulgence. He would start from the fundamentals, commencing with Super Saiyan 1. With half a month remaining, barring unforeseen circumstances, achieving Super Saiyan God in its red form should be assured. Zhang Xuan began to calculate the time. In approximately half a month, Sun Wukong and the others would return, and he was confident that he could elevate his avatar to Super Saiyan 3 within this time frame. There was no need to worry about the subsequent transformations into Super Saiyan God. He could simply purchase the divine energy from the system's marketplace. After reaching the blue Super Saiyan God, he would direct his avatar to train along the path of the original Saiyan. Breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 and mastering it completely would be essential. The other path of Super Saiyan God would similarly be honed to full power. Once his physique was fundamentally enhanced, he aimed to fuse these two powers into an entirely new force. The blue Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Together forming a blue-haired Super Saiyan 4. This could be seen as a realization of his previous life's aspirations. He had always wondered what would transpire when these two forces merged. Would a novel kind of power emerge? Or would they clash and explode? This remained an enigma. and Zhang Xuan dared not wager this hypothesis on the two protagonists. Hence, he resorted to using his avatar for experimentation. Would the primal force conflict with the divine energy? Could they coexist harmoniously? Zhang Xuan snapped his fan, contemplating that training both paths to Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 4 would require at least 3 months. Thus, his experiment commenced. Half a month swiftly passed. During this month, Sun Wukong had been diligently training on King Kai's planet, while Vegeta spent time with his family, traveling. Chi-Chi was nearly envious, wondering when her husband would also be like Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to the God of Destruction's planet to continue their training, primarily focusing on the pure Saiyan path and the Super Saiyan 4 as mentioned by the esteemed one. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan had been waiting for them for quite some time. The progress of his experiment was remarkably favorable, and his estimated timeline had proven accurate. Over the course of a month, with the provision of resources and the system's premium training guide, the combat power index surged significantly. He had seamlessly transitioned from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3. The Red Super Saiyan God was learned on the second day after the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3 and was currently being perfected. Once fully refined, the transition to Blue Super Saiyan God would follow. Zhang Xuan calculated once more. The time frame for reaching Blue Super Saiyan God would take approximately 15 to 20 days, followed by a similar duration to achieve Super Saiyan 4. After complete refinement, both paths would be advanced to full power, and the next step would involve significantly enhancing physical and mental strength in preparation for the fusion of these two powers. This process would require just over 2 months, slightly quicker than his initial expectations. Zhang Xuan felt confident that he could complete this experiment before Frieza's revenge unfolded. It appeared that Vegeta had not been idle either. Zhang Xuan squinted, noticing that Vegeta's Super Saiyan had already broken through to the 3rd level and was nearing completion. Zhang Xuan nodded, satisfied with Vegeta's progress. How had the two fared during this month-long break? Zhang Xuan rose, smiling as a seemingly harmless grin sent a chill down the spines of those present. The first phase of training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta concluded, paving the way for the second phase, which would be 5 times more challenging than the previous one. The first phase involved guidance from himself and Whis, focusing on the path of divinity and physical strength. The second phase was a training regimen he had devised, concentrating on physical capabilities and the pure Super Saiyan path. The third phase would entail foundational training in duality, leading Sun Wukong and Vegeta to master the realm of the divine. The fourth phase would depend on the results of his experiment. If the powers of Super Saiyan God and the original Super Saiyan successfully fused, Zhang Xuan would personally oversee their training. As for the final 5th phase, it would prepare them for the unknown crises that would arise after the conclusion of the power tournament. Zhang Xuan had meticulously planned the training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. If they could survive, he would push them to their limits. With the system providing strategies, Whis offering guidance, and Zhang Xuan supplying resources, even a mere pig could soar to great heights. This month had been bearable, yet the inability to train and being confined at home was utterly unbearable. Sun Wukong eagerly rubbed his fists together, while Vegeta maintained his proud demeanor. Both were eagerly anticipating the upcoming training. Upon receiving confirmation from Vegeta and Sun Wukong, a faint smile graced Zhang Xuan's lips. It seemed they were ready. Let the training commence. Come, little Bii, give them a workout. Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, and the ever-respectful god of destruction, Beerus, instantly appeared by his side. Beerus's power and speed surged dramatically, the purple divine aura swirling around him like flames. His expression menacing as he glared at the two Saiyans. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing impending doom. In the distance, Whis turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. The ensuing spectacle could be rather brutal. Chapter 40. Undercurrents flowing, Zhang Xuan targeted by the Dark Realm. In a vast world, akin to the King of All's domain, isolated within a distinct space, chaos and darkness reigned supreme. Countless planets and fragments of the universe lay scattered about. The land was littered with the colossal remains of unknown creatures and shattered weapons, with an uncountable amount of demonic energy surging wildly across the terrain. At the center of this world stood an almost boundless black ancient castle, a gathering place for the most terrifying darkness of the multiverse. Even the existence at the level of the High Priest and the Inspector Zhang Xuan is present here. This place is the enigmatic border between the Demon Realm and the Shadow Realm, precisely the stronghold of the Shadow Realm faction. Within the palace, at the end of the corridor, stands a dark throne, flanked by dozens of staffs of varying sizes, which upon closer inspection bear a striking resemblance to those wielded by angels. Seated upon the throne is a man clad in a black robe, his eyes glowing red through the shroud of darkness. Beside him stand a number of individuals in black robes, varying in stature. These are the paramount leaders and senior officials of the Shadow Realm. At this moment, A robust man kneels respectfully at the foot of the throne. The very individual Zhang Xuan was tasked to locate by the king of the time-space realm. How has the mission progressed? The man on the throne finally spoke. His voice raspy, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. The burly man trembled slightly but quickly composed himself, reporting the results of the mission with calm assurance. My lord, the mission has been quite successful. They have fallen for our ruse. The spies are already in place and ready to commence at any moment. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the man on the throne nodded in satisfaction, gesturing with his hand. A few black apples fell before the robust man. This is your reward. You may leave now. The man waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. The latter, filled with gratitude, bowed several times before withdrawing. After a brief moment, the man on the throne produced two photographs. One depicted the high priest and the other the newly appointed Zhang Xuan. His expression was one of nostalgia intertwined with disdain. Old fool, it has been so long since our last encounter. I wonder if your strength has diminished since those days. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, an endless wave of dark energy surging from his being, annihilating everything in its wake. You shall soon realize that your choice was a grave mistake. The photograph of the high priest disintegrated into darkness, vanishing entirely. It was the high priest and the king's decisions that had led to his current predicament, and he found their foolishness laughable. Yet in the next moment, he retracted the dark energy he had unleashed, restoring tranquility. His gaze shifted to the photograph of Zhang Xuan, the newly appointed inspector of the 12 universes, second only to the high priest and the king in power. Remarkable talent? A close ally of the high priest? Where might he be, that little kitten? How intriguing. A sinister smile crept across his face as Zhang Xian's photograph also turned to ash. Fools, mere lackeys of the king. In an instant, the man vanished, leaving only the reverberating echoes of his voice behind. Once the dark-robed man had disappeared, the senior officials of the Shadow Realm released a collective sigh of relief. This lord remains as terrifying as ever. Even standing idly, he suffocates them with his presence. The newly appointed Inspector Zhang Xuan is indeed powerful, second only to the High Priest. For now, we can only confirm that he hails from a place called Earth in the 7th universe. One of the dark-robed officials remarked in a hoarse voice. How rare it is to achieve such heights solely on one's own merits. I would relish witnessing him being utterly crushed by that lord. Meanwhile, far away on Destroyer God Planet, Zhang Xuan sneezed. Which wretched soul is reporting on me? He exclaimed, suddenly agitated. Am I not a celestial being? Who would still sneeze? He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. His instinct told him that this unexpected sneeze heralded trouble. Zhang Xuan deduced two possibilities. Either the high priest was speaking ill of him behind his back, or he had attracted unwanted attention. What a hassle, he muttered, resuming his meditation. While he rested, far away, Vegeta and son Goku were enduring great tribulations. The training under their master was proving far more grueling than anticipated, with Goku and Vegeta nearly rendered senseless by Beerus' relentless onslaught. What gives? You were just fine a moment ago. Why the sudden attack? Both warriors lay on the ground, bruised and battered, their faces resembling that of a beaten pig. TCH. Pathetic. Beerus scoffed, arms crossed as he loomed over them like a deity. Just moments ago, with full power in Super Saiyan Blue and the Kaioken, you were formidable. Now you lie there like a defeated wretch? It's been mere minutes. Even a human transforming into Ultraman on Earth can endure longer than you. Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Do you hear what you're saying? The god of destruction, with an intensity unmatched, unleashed his full might upon them. Tell me, aside from other gods of destruction, angels, and the few above us, who could withstand this? Incredible. Vegeta, can you still rise? Goku pressed down on his arm, which had nearly been dislocated by Beerus' powerful kick. You don't need to tell me. Vegeta, having narrowly escaped death, felt the lingering threat of Beerus' previous strike. He could not help but notice the overwhelming stench emanating from Beerus, reminiscent of decades-old pickled vegetables. The foulness was beyond unbearable. Hey, are you two all right? Beerus finally expressed his impatience, demanding results. If you want to get up, I'll show you something special. With that, he extended his hands, slowly manifesting two spheres of destructive energy. Let us see how you handle my craftsmanship. Beerus hurled the two spheres downward, even thoughtfully equipping them with a navigational guide. Oh no, this is dire. As Goku and Vegeta attempted to rise and flee, they found the destructive spheres already looming before them. The explosion unleashed a cacophony of their agonized screams. Under normal circumstances, both warriors would have perished. But Zhang Xuan had already arranged for Whis to be nearby, using divine power to continuously restore their strength and bodies, allowing them to fluctuate between life and death. It said that Saiyans grow stronger each time they are on the brink of death. Zhang Xuan planned to bring Vegeta and Goku to the edge of death dozens of times in a single day. ensuring that Whis would heal them each time they neared demise. This way, they would not only endure punishment, but also gain immense strength. What a delightful prospect. A living Buddha, I have seen many, but a living king of hell is a first. Chapter 41. The difference between Super Blue and Super 4. Son Goku and Vegeta transform into Super 4. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Through the nurturing of Beerus and the healing guidance of Whis, the strength of the two Saiyans experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 achieved a higher precision. He refined his original full power to approximately double its previous potency, marking a significant improvement. Fortunately, Vegeta also successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 3 and is currently perfecting his full power. Over the past month, Zhang Xuan could not solely dedicate his time to training the Saiyans. After suffering a considerable setback during his last encounter with the Grand Minister, he learned his lesson. This month, he primarily focused on monitoring the universe, occasionally providing guidance to Goku and the others. His second avatar also successfully ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, having acquired the techniques from the system's version, with plans to break through to Super Saiyan 4 in a few days. Achieving Super Saiyan 4 requires the presence of a moon, a stable tail, and a sufficiently tranquil mind. With the tail and moon issues resolved, there were no concerns regarding mental stability, as his second avatar possessed no consciousness of its own, being entirely under Zhang Xuan's control. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was merely a matter of issuing a command, a trivial concern. With approximately 3 months remaining until Frieza's return from training, it is likely that he will soon be sent back to hell. Observing Goku and Vegeta nearing the completion of their transformations from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3, it was time for them to advance to Super Saiyan 4. Thus, he informed them to gather the following day at the God of Destruction's plaza. Lord Zhang Xuan, how does Super Saiyan 4 compare to our Super Saiyan Blue? Which form is more powerful? Goku inquired with curiosity, eager to discern the superiority of these two forms. Such inquiries are natural for everyone. Zhang Xuan merely smiled and replied, each form possesses its own merits and flaws. Although Super Saiyan Blue's power slightly surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4, it consumes considerably more energy. The drawback of Super Saiyan Blue is its unsuitability for prolonged battles. There exists the possibility of abruptly reverting from the form during combat, leaving one vulnerable to enemy attacks. What do you think? Goku scratched his head, recognizing the wisdom in Zhang Xuan's words, acknowledging that the Super Saiyan Blue form indeed demands considerable energy. And what about Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta interjected, intrigued. Patience. Allow me to finish. Zhang Xuan leisurely sipped his tea, his nonchalant demeanor causing both Vegeta and Goku to grow anxious. The advantages of Super Saiyan Blue are its formidable strength and straightforward ascension. However, its weaknesses include a brief duration. On the other hand, Super Saiyan 4 is perfectly suited for your current state. While its strength may be slightly inferior to Super Saiyan Blue, it excels in energy conservation and potential for further development. Both forms will significantly benefit you. The drawback, however, lies in the tails you possess. Only by enhancing your strength and transcending to a higher realm can you overcome this limitation, Zhang Xuan remarked, gesturing towards their tails. Now, exit your Super Saiyan states. Calm your hearts. Following Zhang Xuan's instructions, Goku and Vegeta reverted to their base forms, taking deep breaths to reach a state of tranquility. Excellent, let us begin. With a snap of his fingers, the entirety of the God of Destruction's planet plunged into darkness, and a full moon mysteriously appeared in the sky. Zhang Xuan exclaimed, pointing at the moon, look up, gaze upon that orb. Yes, keep your eyes fixed upon it. As Goku and Vegeta followed his directive, they felt a surge of primal power erupting within them, overwhelming their rationality. Their hearts raced like drums, their eyes instantly turning crimson. Their black fur and physiques expanded dramatically, accompanied by a low growl reminiscent of an unknown beast, transforming them into two colossal black apes. Within the consciousness of these two giants resided only the impulses of annihilation and destruction, intent on obliterating all living beings in their sight. The scene became chaotic and uncontrollable. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Vegeta, with royal blood, would succumb to such ferocity. How could he transform into a rampaging gorilla? Do not panic. Allow me. Within the consciousness of the transformed Goku and Vegeta, they found themselves ensnared by countless chains, unable to articulate any words, desperately attempting to break free. But to no avail. In their moment of despair, a radiant golden light illuminated their worlds, followed by a familiar voice. Do not let your primal instincts overshadow your will. Follow my instructions. The brilliant golden light materialized into Zhang Xuan's form. At this critical juncture, Zhang Xuan intervened, not because they were incapable, but rather due to his preference for efficiency. It was quicker and less laborious for him to resolve the situation himself. As Zhang Xuan's words echoed, The chains binding them shattered completely, and Goku and Vegeta's consciousness returned to their true selves. In an instant, the once rampaging giants fell into silence. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands. Well done, we move on to the second step. Based on your great ape transformation, you shall now transition into the Super Saiyan form, just as you would normally. The transformed Goku and Vegeta complied, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted from within them, creating a palpable atmosphere around them. In the next moment, their once black fur transformed into a brilliant gold. Their strength surged beyond that of their Super Saiyan 3 state. Zhang Xuan nodded in approval. Everything was progressing smoothly. The final step would be the most crucial, with no room for error. Now, we arrive at the final stage. This hinges upon your mental state. In the depths of Vegeta's consciousness, he envisioned the destruction of planet Vegeta and the catastrophic aftermath of his second home being obliterated by Frieza. It felt as though he were adrift in the vastness of space, encountering countless versions of himself across different ages. Ultimately, he beheld Bulma and his son Trunks. Bulma desperately called out to him, prompting the great ape Vegeta to instinctively extend his hand, tears streaming down his face. This version of Vegeta was somewhat different. Compared to the GT timeline, the process of his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was arduous. In GT, Vegeta retained his intellect even after transforming into a great ape due to the royal Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. In contrast, for this world's Vegeta, despite possessing royal blood, he too lost his rationality upon becoming a great ape, diverging significantly from GT. Perhaps the discrepancy lay in the worlds themselves. Zhang Xuan did not dwell on this matter, as his primary concern was whether Vegeta and the others could transcend to Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta seemed to be managing well, but Goku's situation appeared more uncertain. Sun Wukong experienced a similar sensation. Within the vast ocean of consciousness, he seemed to behold his revered grandfather, Gohan, alongside his former companions. Everything transpired in a whirlwind, arriving and departing with astonishing swiftness. The two colossal golden apes gradually settled into tranquility. The heavens rumbled ominously, and the entirety of the Destroyer God Plaza collapsed utterly, as two overwhelming, unknown forces surged with fervor. An infernal aura enveloped the entire realm of the Destroyer God, causing the entirety of the seventh universe to tremble. The deep crimson energy and radiance dissipated, and the once mighty golden giants vanished, leaving only two red silhouettes in their wake. With pitch-black hair, crimson eye sockets and eyelids, and explosive musculature, their bodies were cloaked in red fur, signifying the primal ferocity of the Saiyans, their strength magnified beyond measure. Identical in appearance, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of nostalgia. The Super Saiyan forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta bore an uncanny resemblance to the appearances of Sun Wukong and his allies in GT. This transformation was truly iconic. In contrast to the more streamlined forms of Super Blue and Red Super Saiyan God, this transformation exuded an undeniable charm. The Super Saiyan 4th stage has officially made its entrance. The doomsday of Frieza is nigh. What an uproar! Which scoundrel has brought down my household? The awakened Beerus was on the verge of madness. Not only had he been roused from slumber, but his plaza had also been utterly wrecked by these individuals, and it was incomprehensible for him not to be furious. However, upon catching sight of Zhang Xuan in the distance, Beerus's expression shifted instantly. Oh, never mind, never mind. Allow them to warm up a bit. It's perfectly fine. Feel free to play. I shall take my leave. Chapter 42. The dual path fusion experiment is about to commence. How does it feel? Vegeta gazed at his clenched fist, sensing the nearly boundless power of Super Saiyan 4. This strength felt unfathomable, leaving him greatly astonished. Reflecting on the Super Blue he had developed, and making a simple comparison with the so-called Super 4, he realized, as Zhang Xuan had stated, that this form indeed possessed slightly less power than Super Blue, but its energy consumption and control over Ki were remarkably superior. Moreover, Vegeta was confident that the future developmental potential of this form would not be inferior to Super Blue, and might even surpass it. I feel fantastic. Vegeta chuckled with newfound confidence, as if rediscovering his former self. This power was genuinely exhilarating. I yearned to spar with Lord Beerus once more. The newly empowered Sun Wukong was brimming with excitement, eager to find someone to challenge. What should one do when filled with confidence? Fight. The initial task of the second phase had been flawlessly completed. Next came a month of grueling training. Unleash all your potential and develop the true power of this form. Observing that both had transcended into Super Saiyan 4, Zhang Xuan prepared to implement the training regimen. This training plan was more terrifying than any before. Not only would Beerus be involved, but Whis would also provide personal instruction. Zhang Xuan understood the vast potential of this form. The so-called full power of Super 4 was merely a tantalizing prospect. Do you truly believe that achieving full power in Super 4 is so simple? It is not merely a matter of enduring blows and accumulating resources. It depends on how you develop this realm. If it were as easy as enduring hits, then you might as well forego training entirely and just take a beating every day. Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers again, and instantly, training suits enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The immense gravity of the suits bore down on them, making it a struggle for the Super 4 state Vegeta and Sun Wukong to rise. Goodness, it's so heavy. I feel like I'm being crushed. The overwhelming gravitational force pressed down on Vegeta, who, like Sun Wukong, summoned all his strength to avoid collapsing. Sun Wukong strained to support himself. The weight of these training suits was incomprehensibly greater than any they had previously encountered. Consider this, they were still in their Super 4 states. What kind of training suit could so effortlessly pin them to the ground? Can this truly be called training? Isn't this the very means to unlock your potential? Today's training is quite simple. It seems you are still somewhat unaccustomed to these training suits. Zhang Xuan observed the two Saiyans laboriously attempting to rise and pondered whether his training regimen might be a touch too rigorous. However, he felt justified in his approach. The gravity of these suits was calibrated according to the standards of training for destroyers, which seemed entirely reasonable. He had already been exceedingly merciful. For the next month or so, you must wear these suits at all times. They will accompany you through this delightful month. Prepare yourselves well, as Whis will soon arrive to personally guide you. After delivering his remarks, Zhang Xuan departed from the Destroyer God planet. He needed to return to conduct experiments. At that moment, only Vegeta and Sun Wukong remained on the field, exchanging glances that ignited their competitive spirits. The Saiyan legacy of rivalry surged anew. The first to rise will undoubtedly be me, Vegeta. I shall not be defeated. It has been over 2 months, and I have hardly consumed half of the food. Zhang Xuan kicked a cabbage far away. These spirit vegetables had been fortified by his doppelgangers over the past 2 months. He wasn't concerned. Knowing that consuming too many of these vegetables might yield minimal benefits, he allowed his doppelgangers to consume several tons daily. Thus, within this brief span, his doppelganger had cultivated the Super Saiyan 4 to a high realm. Zhang Xuan was currently perfecting the full power of his 2 doppelganger paths, preparing for the ultimate experiment ahead. The goal was to fuse the 2 powers together to attain an even greater strength. Super Blue and Super 4, both paths had been fully comprehended by his doppelganger. Now it was time for full power. Most importantly, it required an understanding of both transformations and their essence. Zhang Xuan rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Merging these 2 forms was a cumbersome undertaking, with an extremely low success rate and the ever-looming threat of catastrophic failure. Although this was merely one of his doppelgangers, it was still a part of him. To lose the fruits of 2 months of arduous research would be disheartening for anyone. Zhang Xuan flopped down onto the ground, adopting a nonchalant expression as if to say, "Let whoever wants to do as they please. Am I really expected to handle such troublesome matters? Zhang Xuan, you overestimate me. The long road stretches before me." Zhang Xuan reclined on his couch, one hand wielding a fan to create a breeze. Would Super Blue and Super 4 powers truly merge, or would they face failure? The likelihood of failure loomed large, and the mere thought of it caused Zhang Xuan significant distress. Should Super Blue and Super 4 powers unite, it would give rise to an entirely new existence. Perhaps, building upon Super 4, a layer of Ultra Instinct could be added. In that event, whether it be Vegeta or Sun Wukong merging, the resultant Gogeta or Vegeto could transform into Super 4, and then, on that foundation, ascend to Super Blue, enhanced further by a 10-fold Kaioken. Zamasu, no way. It is said that the blue version of Vegeto possesses power akin to that of a quasi-destroyer. But Zhang Xuan believed that such power was still far from meeting the standards of a true destroyer. However, the form envisioned by Zhang Xuan possesses a significant potential to reach the level of a quasi-destroyer god. The power in question does not merely escalate exponentially. Rather, it accumulates in a multiplicative manner, relentlessly enhancing combat prowess. The Ultra Instinct form consumes minimal energy and is highly adaptable, though transforming into it may alter one's temperament slightly. In contrast, the Ultra Blue form boasts formidable offensive capabilities, is relatively easy to attain, and maintains a calm demeanor post-transformation, albeit at a considerable energy cost. The harmonious fusion of these 2 forms compensates for their respective shortcomings, culminating in the birth of a supremely versatile warrior devoid of any weaknesses. This represents the groundbreaking new Saiyan form that Zhang Xuan has conceived. At present, this form exists only as a rough blueprint and remains untested. Zhang Xuan predicts that it will take more than a month before he can commence actual experimentation, ensuring that he can achieve full power in both forms of his doppelganger prior to Frisia's vengeance. Truth is born from practice. How can one ascertain without attempting? This notion rekindled the motivation within the disheartened Zhang Xuan. As an old adage wisely states, truth is born from practice. All experiments and inventions emerge from a cycle of continuous refinement and failure. Even if the first attempt fails, it is not a cause for despair, for there exists the possibility of a second try. After all, this doppelganger is merely a discretionary creation, conjured with but a thought. With a swift motion akin to a leaping fish, Zhang Xuan resurrected himself and resumed his private experiments. A month elapsed quietly. Only 2 months remained until Frisia's retribution. News of Frisia's resurrection leaked, and within mere days, it echoed throughout the entire seventh universe. A wave of panic swept over the cosmos, as the oppressive aura of the former cosmic tyrant, Frisia, enveloped the hearts of all. Naturally, the galactic headquarters also caught wind of Frisia's revival, prompting immediate dispatch of Gak to Earth to inform Bulma and the others. Chapter 43. Success of the Experiment. Ultra 4 and Ultra Blue, a brand new form of supreme power. Another month passed. Zhang Xuan's daily routine consisted of monitoring the 12 universes, conducting private experiments, and occasionally mentoring Goku and Vegeta. He scarcely had time for personal respite, rendering this period a torment for someone as lethargic as he. Goku and Vegeta, however, reaped tremendous rewards, with Vegeta slightly trailing his counterpart, managing only to transform into Ultra 4 at will, while Goku was the first to master Ultra 4 at half power. A significant portion of their success could be attributed to Beerus, alongside their individual comprehension of Ultra 4. With approximately 10 days remaining until Frisia's return, he would soon confront a Vegeta and Goku whose combat prowess exceeded that of the original narrative. On Zhang Xuan's personal floating island, the experiment finally reached its final stage. After 2 months of relentless resource accumulation and the procurement of divine energy and guidance from the system shop, his doppelganger successfully achieved full power in both Ultra Blue and Ultra 4 within this brief time frame. The speed was indeed astonishing. Yet it cost Zhang Xuan nearly 30,000 transaction points. Although the initial expenditure was painful, it was all for the sake of the experiment. Success would render all efforts worthwhile. Commencing with Ultra 4, Zhang Xuan, his expression grave, issued commands to his doppelganger. Upon receiving the instructions, the doppelganger instantly transitioned into Ultra 4, its power multiplying exponentially. The aura emanating from this transformation surpassed that of Goku and Vegeta combined by nearly a factor of 2. This was the outcome of resource accumulation and rapid mastery, an embodiment of relentless effort and investment. With sufficient power attained, Zhang Xuan prepared for the final and crucial step, which would determine the experiment's success or failure. Success would yield a new force born from the synthesis of the two powers, while failure could result in an explosive catastrophe. Treat Ultra 4 as your base form and proceed to undergo the Ultra Instinct transformation, Zhang Xuan commanded, and his doppelganger complied. The primal energy of the Saiyan clashed harmoniously with divine power, enveloping the world in a tempest of red and blue, as the previously stable aura spiraled into chaotic ferocity. The veins and muscles of Zhang Xuan's doppelganger pulsated like a heart, exuding a tangible aura that roared like a demon. Damn, Zhang Xuan, observing the experiment, could not have anticipated such a tumultuous reaction. It was beyond his expectations. Just as he contemplated issuing a halt, the doppelganger's aura abruptly vanished, and the turbulent veins gradually settled. The wide-open eyes of the second Zhang Xuan slowly closed, as though nothing had transpired. Had it failed? Zhang Xuan's expression turned serious. The experiment had deviated from its intended course. While the two forces did not merge as anticipated, it also did not dissolve into a bloody mist as he had feared. This indicated that the experiment had taken an unforeseen direction, neither a complete success nor an utter failure. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Xuan directed his focus to the doppelganger's chest. If one listened closely, a rhythmic sound resonated, quickening in pace. The heartbeat persisted, and it was accelerating. Zhang Xuan observed the doppelganger's heart, its rhythm palpable even through the skin. The heartbeat intensified, and the once vanished aura began to surge once more, with the doppelganger's power skyrocketing, multiplying tenfold with each passing second. A brand new aura emerged, ferocious yet remarkably stable. Zhang Xuan remained silent, but the confident smile upon his face spoke volumes. They had succeeded. No sooner had Zhang Xuan uttered these words than the doppelganger's formerly red hair of Ultra 4 transformed instantly into blue. Its strength now exceeded that of Ultra 4 by countless magnitudes, and its physique had expanded significantly. The aura displayed a blue inner layer, enveloped by a fiery red exterior. Though these colors were typically incompatible, they harmoniously coalesced within the doppelganger, existing in perfect equilibrium. This was a new transformation, an unprecedented realm never before achieved. The great perfection of the Saiyan immortal. It had already reached the level of a candidate for Destroyer God. Utilizing the system's investigative eye, Zhang Xuan assessed the doppelganger's level, and the results were astonishing. Its strength had indeed ascended to the realm of a quasi-destroyer god. Such formidable fusion of powers. What if he were to layer the Ultra 4 foundation with the Ultra Instinct technique? The great perfection of the Xian Immortal could attain the status of destroyer god, while the Tai Xian Immortal represents the true might of a destroyer god. Among the 12 destroyer gods, even the weakest are of the mid-Tai Xian Immortal tier, while the top-tier destroyer gods like Beerus are of the late Tai Xian Immortal stage. This indirectly illustrates the terror of destroyer gods. The Great Priest oversees the 12 destroyer gods and 12 angels, and even the lowest-ranked destroyer god, like Kampa, could vanquish all cosmic powerhouses. The notion that Jiren surpasses destroyer gods or that fully realized Zamasu is equivalent to a destroyer god is nothing short of laughable. In certain respects, they had indeed touched upon the domain of destroyer gods. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, even a nonchalant destroyer god could effortlessly dominate them, exemplifying the true strength of a destroyer god. Even the most untalented individual, when placed within the vast expanse of the universe, could still be counted among the few exceptional geniuses. Can the centuries or millennia of your cultivation truly be overshadowed by the countless eons of others, excluding, of course, the protagonist with extraordinary advantages? Returning to the main topic, Zhang Xuan could be considered the foremost individual. The experiment was remarkably successful, the powers of both entities perfectly fused, creating a formidable new force. As Zhang Xuan gazed at the blue-haired Super Saiyan 4 before him, a wave of elation surged within him. His whimsical notion had materialized. What began as a mere impulse to experiment had proven to be feasible. While the probability was indeed high, it necessitated an exceptionally robust physique and immense resilience. Once initiated, the process could not be halted. To do so would result in catastrophic failure, reducing the individual to a mere puddle of blood. This success was attributed to Zhang Xuan continuously nourishing his doppelganger with celestial cuisine and enhancement potions from the system. Additionally, his doppelganger possessed no consciousness and felt no pain, acting solely according to Zhang Xuan's will. Thus, the experiment could flourish. A robust physique was essential, while the mental state was of lesser importance. Mastery over power and energy was imperative, as was an unparalleled capacity to endure pain and withstand blows. Only by enduring suffering and mastering the art of fusion could these two powers be seamlessly integrated. Swiftly, Zhang Xuan extracted his notebook to record these critical insights, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable for Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the future. He also intended to guide them down this path eventually, but for now, he needed to elevate their physicality and pain tolerance to their utmost potential. Fortunately, there was no need for concern regarding their physical condition. Their pain tolerance would also improve, given that they endured daily training sessions under Beerus's rigorous tutelage, who was not shy about delivering punishing blows. Sun Wukong and Vegeta would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. However, Zhang Xuan found himself troubled by one matter. He was utterly inept at naming things. As the pioneer of this new transformation, he struggled to devise an appropriate name for it. Blue-haired Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan God Super 4? Super 4 Blue? What absurdities! He quickly struck through these names, acknowledging their strength but lamenting his poor naming skills. These titles were simply atrocious. Thus, he decided to postpone naming this transformation until a more suitable moniker came to mind. Frieza would return from training in approximately 10 days. He would become the test subject. Zhang Xuan's gaze darkened with resolve. To assess the training results of Sun Wukong and Vegeta over the past few months, he would use Frieza as a punching bag. After enduring relentless pressure from Beerus and others, it was only fair that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had their turn. It was imperative that they took turns beating Frieza. Vegeta could not be the first to strike. Sun Wukong should go first. Would you allow Vegeta to engage Frieza first? Surely you jest. If Vegeta were to spare Frieza, it would signify a grave error. The enmity between them was far from trivial. Chapter 44. Frieza, I have come to avenge. On this day, the resurrected Frieza finally completed his grueling training and, at last, achieved the power that surpassed even that of the Super Saiyan God. Not only did he attain this strength, but his subordinate, Tagoma, shared in this remarkable advancement. Over the past 4 months, Tagoma had served as Frieza's sparring partner, enduring countless strikes while simultaneously enhancing his own prowess. Now, his strength had firmly established him as the premier warrior of Frieza's army. A colossal fleet materialized above the earth. Prepare to welcome my vengeance, everyone, Frieza declared, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he beheld the familiar Azure planet. He was ready to showcase the fruits of his labor over the past 4 months to those two detestable foes. As the mastermind behind this vengeful campaign, Frieza vowed to plunge them back into despair. He would methodically torment the two Saiyans to the brink of death, avenging past grievances. Ha! Frieza extended his arms, unleashing a colossal aura that enveloped the entire solar system. The approaching Piccolo and his companions felt an oppressive wave of impending doom. They were nearing their destination. Piccolo's expression darkened. The power of the resurrected Frieza exceeded his expectations. So strong. Is this truly Frieza's power upon resurrection? Tien's forehead glistened with cold sweat, as Frieza's mere presence suffocated them. Just how powerful could Frieza himself be? This was a dire predicament. Sun Wukong's expression mirrored Tien's concern. Frieza's strength now eclipsed their combined might, reduced to nothing more than a fraction of Frieza's pinky. Although he had achieved a mysterious form during his battle with Majin Buu, it would prove ineffective against an opponent of Frieza's caliber. The disparity was insurmountable. Where's Beerus? Piccolo lamented. Earth is on the brink of destruction. Will he never again savor the delicacies of this planet? Bulma fretted, her strawberry sundae nearly melting in her hands. Why hasn't Beerus brought Sun Wukong and Vegeta here yet? The Earth is nearing its end. Just the thought of Frieza's return sent waves of anxiety coursing through Bulma. Wait, there was still the token Zhang Xuan had given me. If I shatter this token, I can summon him to our side, regardless of the time. That was what Zhang Xuan had assured me before he departed. Excited by this thought, Bulma wasted no time in exerting all her strength to crush the token. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Despite Bulma's fervent efforts, the token remained unyielding. Bulma. Zhang Xuan, my apologies. I crafted this token based on Saiyan standards. He had not anticipated the decline in the Grand Priest's memory. Destruction God Planet. Upon learning of Frieza's return and his intentions to annihilate Earth, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and the others urgently implored Whis to escort them back. Coincidentally, Beerus and Whis also received Bulma's distressing message. Upon seeing the strawberry sundae, Beerus was nearly driven to instantaneously teleport to Earth. However, upon hearing of Frieza's return and his desire to obliterate Earth, Beerus's expression turned a sickly green. What the hell? Whis's demeanor was equally somber as he swiftly led Beerus and the two Saiyans toward Earth. That planet was the residence of their esteemed master. Frieza, in his foolish arrogance, sought to drag them down with him. The angels accelerated towards Earth. Piccolo and the others finally reached the battlefield, their expressions grave as they stared into the sky. The clouds above erupted, and a circular spaceship descended rapidly. Let the delightful revenge commence. The show is about to begin. Frieza grinned wickedly from within the ship as it landed, releasing an endless tide of Frieza's army, appearing from a distance like a swarm of ants. Those with a fear of dense crowds would be overwhelmed with dread. These individuals refrained from making an immediate move, patiently awaiting the emergence of the cosmic monarch from the spaceship. Riding in the latest model of a baby stroller, Frieza slowly descended from the spacecraft. Good morning to everyone on Earth. What a splendid day it is. Frieza greeted cheerfully. Shortly thereafter, Bulma arrived at the battlefield aboard Jaco's spaceship. She mistakenly assumed that the current Frieza was no different from the one she had previously encountered and promptly ordered Gohan to send him back to that hellish realm. Gohan, visibly troubled, explained to Bulma that the Frieza before them was an entirely different entity, possessing an energy and aura exponentially stronger than ever before. Even Gohan, once the strongest individual warrior, could barely contend with Frieza's minions. Send that man back, Bulma insisted, but upon realizing Frieza's true power, she swiftly changed her tune. Mr. Frieza, could we perhaps have a few more minutes? My husband Vegeta and Goku will be arriving shortly. Bulma's rapid transformation in demeanor was indeed remarkable. Frieza, true to his nature, relentlessly targeted the warrior's psychological defenses while mocking them. The battle commenced, with Piccolo and the others unleashing their fury, even Master Roshi entering a muscular state. The enemies surged forth like a relentless tide. Initially, they dispatched groups of foes effortlessly, but as the numbers swelled, their stamina and energy began to wane. This was all part of Frieza's cunning strategy, employing fodder to exhaust them, setting the stage for his personal descent into the fray to deliver the ultimate despair. Due to Gohan's lack of training over the years, he was already sweating profusely within mere minutes of the fight's onset. During this time, Frieza observed a familiar figure clad in green, only to realize that it was Goku's son. While Pan possessed formidable strength, he chose not to unleash it fully, merely incapacitating the vicious foes before him. Frieza was disgusted by Gohan's restraint, believing that one must eradicate enemies completely, for if one allows them to survive, they will return. You are as foolish as your dim-witted father. Frieza spat, his face contorted in disdain. He then employed the very technique that had once claimed the life of Krillin, though this time merely as a means of intimidation. Eventually, this little bald-headed warrior, under Master Roshi's encouragement, emerged from his nightmare. The advantage of the battlefield swiftly shifted back in their favor. After dispatching the lesser foes, it was time for the higher echelons to take action. Frisia's forces dispatched the red-horned demon, Kakuma. Pray for your souls, for soon you shall all ascend to the heavens. Saul made a throat-cutting gesture, confident in his subordinates' ability to handle this ragtag group effortlessly. Meanwhile, Gohan stepped up to confront the adversary. Initially, he merely tested the waters. But the bull-headed creature mistakenly believed Gohan's strength to be limited. Seizing an opportunity during Gohan's assault, he executed a powerful hold on him. Gohan, despite being firmly ensnared, maintained a stoic expression. Though his skill and power had waned, he was still formidable. Even when the Crimson Bull Demon unleashed all his might, he could not best Gohan. Ultimately, it was Taguma who unleashed a beam that pierced through both Gohan and the bull-headed warrior. The Z warriors watched in shock as the battle took a dramatic turn, with Gohan himself wide-eyed at the gaping void in his chest. The next moment, a surge of excruciating pain enveloped him. Chapter 45, Beerus, do you wish to destroy Earth? The ensuing events unfolded with remarkable accuracy. After being administered a senzu bean, Gohan's wounds, including the gaping hole in his chest, were partially healed, largely thanks to Piccolo's staunch efforts. Empowered by newfound strength, Taguma ascended. Perceiving the greatest threat had been eliminated, the remaining adversaries posed no significant danger to him. Piccolo, giving his all, was swiftly defeated in mere 3 moves, revealing that his true combat prowess had diminished, leaving the others incapable of posing a threat. Frieza, satisfied with the growth of his training partner, recognized the remarkable potential displayed over the past 4 months, resulting in the emergence of a second high-tier warrior within his ranks. However, Taguma, now overly proud and arrogant, only came to his senses when Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks, appeared before him. Super Saiyan Gotenks launched a devastating attack, nearly causing Taguma's eyes to bulge out. Such a crude assault was indeed lethal, prompting all present, save for the women, to instinctively recoil. How vulgar, Master Roshi quipped, unable to contain his disdain. In the meantime, the frog, formerly known as the captain of Frisia's special forces, Jinyu, successfully utilized his abilities to swap bodies with Taguma. The torment he endured over the years had been profound. Initially, Frisia struggled to recognize him, but Jinyu soon struck a signature pose. Prompting Frisia to realize this was his once most loyal subordinate, believed to have perished on Namek. Upon exchanging bodies, Jinyu, with tears streaming down his face, recounted his harrowing experiences. Originally intending to swap bodies with Vegeta, his plan was thwarted by Goku, who had thrown a frog at him during the transformation. At first, Frisia expressed sympathy for Jinyu's plight, but as Jinyu's monologue continued, Frisia's patience thinned. You've not changed a bit over these years, have you? Sweat began to bead on Frisia's forehead, growing weary of his subordinates' incessant chatter. Only when he commanded the elimination of the remaining foes did Jinyu finally cease his rambling. Frisia had always been particularly fond of his original subordinates, especially the Jinyu force. In the past, had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, their bodies would have undoubtedly been displayed outside the spaceship, riddled with numerous holes, courtesy of his death beams. Jinyu, now enraged, unleashed the latent power residing within Taguma, and everyone recognized that this was Jinyu's true strength. With a mere display of power, the entire Earth trembled. Without further ado, Jinyu launched his attack, catching everyone off guard as they collapsed to the ground in darkness. Thanks to Jinyu's incessant talk, Gohan and the others were granted a brief opportunity to recover. Gohan later engaged Jinyu in a one-on-one duel. However, his untransformed attacks proved ineffective against Jinyu, whose speed made Gohan's movements appear akin to that of a sluggish turtle. In a deft maneuver, Jinyu effortlessly parried Gohan's assault, only to seize his legs in the next instant. With a powerful toss reminiscent of a Thomas spin, he hurled Gohan away, while the prince's combat technique bombarded Gohan to the point where he could scarcely lift his head. Ultimately, Gohan did not transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone achieve the enigmatic form. One could ponder, had Piccolo been slain at that moment, would Gohan have metamorphosed into that form characterized by white hair, red eyes, and purple lightning? If such a transformation had indeed occurred, there would have been no need for Goku's arrival. Frieza would have scurried away in abject terror. As the smoke from the explosions dissipated, Gohan came to the stark realization that he could not contend with Jinyu in his current state. Resolute, he no longer hesitated and ascended into Super Saiyan form. The transition to Super Saiyan was akin to entering an entirely different realm, as Gohan faced Jinyu's ferocious onslaught. He gradually found his footing. Seizing an opportunity, he ultimately triumphed over Jinyu. With a dismissive remark, he stated, "The outcome of our duel is clear. There is no longer any need for this. Depart from this planet." Gohan, with his back turned to the fallen Jinyu, spoke with a sidelong glance. Witnessing this scene, Frieza was consumed by rage. Was it not strikingly similar to what Goku had once told him? It pricked at the wounds of his pride. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a death ray at Gohan, who was immediately gravely injured. Stand down, Jinyu. I shall devise every possible means to torment him. Frisia's countenance twisted in fury, as boundless rage shattered his reason. Do not, Frisia. You need only eliminate Piccolo, a voice interjected. Who knows? He might even transform into a beastly form. Even as Gohan endured Frisia's relentless torture, he did not utter a single plea for mercy. His body bore no unscathed area. His limbs and torso were riddled with wounds from Frisia's death ray. Yet, he remained steadfast, refusing to beg for salvation. He may not have been the once unparalleled warrior Gohan, but he retained the inherent pride and dignity of a Saiyan. Frisia, in his loathing, extended his hand. The torment had ceased, and it was time to conclude Gohan's existence. Die. Frisia adjusted the power of the death ray to its maximum. A single strike would spell Gohan's demise. 1 second passed, then 2. There was no intervention from Piccolo, as in the original tale. Yet Gohan did not meet his end. 2 towering figures shielded him from Frisia's wrath. Even the mightiest death ray was effortlessly deflected by one of them. Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Her husband had finally arrived. Dad, Gohan called out. Piccolo smirked, knowing that Goku always emerged at the crucial moment. Apologies for our tardiness, Goku said as he crouched beside the gravely injured Gohan, administering a Senzu bean. With the bean's restorative properties, Gohan felt a measure of relief. Now that is more like a Saiyan. However, without power, you cannot protect anything. The outcome is precisely as you see today. Vegeta commended Gohan, albeit with a tone tinged with reprimand. The 3 Saiyans exchanged words, while Frisia was momentarily overlooked. Yet, Frisia had more pressing matters. As 2 figures materialized before him, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Frisia's eyes nearly bulged from his skull, sweat cascading down his forehead. What do you desire, Frisia? Beerus questioned, his voice laced with menace. Hey, who are you? How dare you speak to our Lord Frisia in such a manner? Salb, witnessing the audacity of the newcomers, was clearly unprepared for the consequences. Such a disgraceful individual I have never encountered, he proclaimed, only to be silenced by a swift motion. Salb found himself plummeting to the ground, a gaping hole appearing at his temple, the result of a death ray. Lord Beerus, please forgive my subordinates' insolence. I assure you, I will discipline them. Frisia hastily emerged from his hiding place, bowing deeply to Beerus, his heart racing as if it might cease at any moment. Salb's reckless words had nearly led to his ruin. I inquire as to your purpose on Earth, Beerus demanded, unfazed by the commotion. In response, my lord, I merely seek vengeance against those 2 Saiyans. Nothing more. You do not intend to annihilate the planet? Frisia lowered his gaze further, fearful of Beerus's wrath. Beerus and Whis exchanged nods. The matter was settled. Frisia could pursue his vendetta against the Saiyans as long as he did not devastate the planet. That is acceptable, Beerus remarked, returning to his usual languid demeanor, only to pivot abruptly. However, should even a fragment of this land be lost, your existence will become unnecessary. Beerus's voice echoed like a demon from an endless abyss, instilling terror within Frisia. Frisia was nearly paralyzed by fear, readily nodding in agreement that he would not harm the Earth. Chapter 46, Frisia. I was utterly terrified at that moment. Lord Beerus, are you here to thwart my quest for revenge? Frisia cautiously inquired, bending low before Beerus, anxious not to offend. I am indifferent to your vengeance against those 2 Saiyans. However, you must not harm this planet. Beerus flicked a piece of debris from his nose, carelessly landing it upon Frisia's person. Frisia dared not voice his indignation, swallowing the humiliation in silence, yet internally rejoicing that he could still pursue revenge, as long as he did not ruin the Earth. In the distance, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Beerus's words. Let Frisia seek his revenge. If he can defeat those 2 Saiyans, so be it, as long as the Earth remains unharmed. Despite her relief, she could not help but wonder why Beerus suddenly seemed so protective of the planet, especially given his previous threats to destroy it. Was it due to that Zhang Xuan? This perplexity weighed heavily upon her mind. Bulma shook her head in anguish, deciding to cast aside her thoughts. By the way, Mrs. Bulma, what of that strawberry thing you mentioned? Whis inquired, still preoccupied with the safety of Earth and Bulma's mention of the strawberry parfait. Where is that strawberry parfait? The contract is binding. Those who renege must face the consequences. The god of destruction places great importance on agreements. Beerus echoed, sharing in the eager anticipation of tasting the elusive strawberry parfait. I even prepared an extra serving. Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead, relieved that her quick wit had prompted her to prepare an extra serving, as the previous one had already been devoured. Is this the strawberry bass? Beerus poked at the strawberries atop the dish, finding the fruit reminiscent of a frog's brain in its vibrant, colorful appearance. An enticing sight, indeed. In stark contrast to the bewildered Beerus, Whis wasted no time, scooping the dessert into his mouth with abandon, seemingly abandoning his previously dignified angelic demeanor. By the heavens! Beerus exclaimed. Whis, the Grand Minister will arrive shortly. Are you certain you won't save any for him? A flicker of unease crossed Beerus's mind. Zhang Xuan would soon return. And should they reserve a portion of the strawberry bass for their superior? My lord Beerus, fret not. We have ample time. We can finish this delectable strawberry bass before that esteemed individual returns. A sudden realization dawned upon Beerus. Whis's words carried deeper meaning. How cunning. Indeed, he thought. Why should they leave any for others? After all, this was a reward for safeguarding the earth. Surely that was not too much to ask? Thus, Beerus too indulged, wielding a spoon the size of his fist to dig in. The two supreme deities of Universe 7 ate the strawberry bass with little regard for their regal images. Meanwhile, the mighty Ultraman Jack felt his worldview shattering. The universe's tyrant, Frieza, had returned, and the legendary god of destruction, Beerus, had appeared to protect the earth. Just as he reached for his camera to document this moment, Bulma swiftly kicked it away. Do you dare take photos? Who knows how many cameras you have? She admonished. Come back next time, my dear brother. The Grand Minister stood at the door, waving to bid farewell to Zhang Xuan. Upon reflection, Zhang Xuan recognized that today marked Frieza's return for vengeance. Excitement surged within him. Like a reanimated corpse, Zhang Xuan felt revitalized. Impatient to witness Frieza's expression after being thoroughly beaten, he adjusted his robe and, using his access card, instantaneously teleported back to the floating island. The island was temporarily stationed on Earth in Universe 7. Upon returning to the floating island, he could use the access card again to jump directly to Earth, conserving considerable energy. Finally, on Earth, Beerus exhaled with satisfaction, having finished the dessert. What a delightful indulgence. I feel as though my head might freeze. He wiped the ice cream from his mouth, thoroughly pleased with the strawberry bass. You simply devoured it too quickly, Whis replied, elegantly producing a handkerchief to dab at his own mouth. You know nothing. Beerus growled, about to express his indignation when an unsettling chill crept down his spine. My lord Beerus, I suggest you turn around, Whis chuckled, concealing his amusement. Ah, quite the lively gathering, Zhang Xuan remarked, having appeared behind Beerus without his notice. The latter felt his fur stand on end. Turning, he was met with Zhang Xuan's cheerful visage. This man was like a specter, destined to frighten someone to death one day. Grand Minister. Beerus bowed deeply, a gesture that astonished everyone present. Beerus was actually bowing. How significant was Zhang Xuan? Hey Tien, isn't that the person we encountered last time? One remarked. The god of destruction, Beerus, is bowing to him. Oh, I remember now. He doesn't seem particularly strong. Yet Beerus appears to fear him. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, intrigued by the white-robed figure, whose stature seemed to eclipse even Beerus's. Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The once mighty Beerus now bowed to an ordinary man? In Frieza's worldview, only Beerus stood at the pinnacle of divinity. However, upon further reflection, Frieza's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It seemed this planet was the home of that very individual, who had just threatened to annihilate the Earth. Frieza was filled with dread. As if sensing the crowd's confusion, Whis began to elucidate. Ah, I see you remain unaware. The universe is not singular. Rather, there exist 12 distinct universes. Each is overseen by a god of destruction, a supreme Kai, and an angel. Above these deities lie even higher-ranking supreme gods, who maintain the balance of the entire multiverse, including time and order. The esteemed individual before you is one of the most venerated deities in the universe, the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister is responsible for overseeing all universes and the gods of destruction, with authority second only to that of the supreme deity. Even the renowned Lord Beerus could be dismissed with but a single word from him. The revelation left everyone breathless. The notion of a deity above the gods of destruction monitoring the balance of the multiverse was utterly staggering to those who had previously known only a single universe. Chapter 47. Goku's Carelessness. Frieza regains his ground. Vegeta strikes. This individual is indeed one of the supreme gods of the 12 universes. No wonder Beerus is so protective of the earth. Frieza felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing he had unwittingly offended a supreme deity of the universe, and moreover, Beerus's superior. It seemed Frieza hesitated to take action. Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, conjuring tables, chairs, and teapots with his celestial powers. I merely came to observe. Do not mind me. Feel free to carry on with your activities without my consent, he said casually, swirling the teacup in his hand. The narrative had deviated somewhat. The moment Zhang Xuan arrived, Frieza and his cohorts were too intimidated to act, let alone seek revenge. This temporal displacement must be resolved. Hearing Zhang Xuan's words, Frieza, who had been holding his breath, finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this esteemed gentleman bore no grudges. It seemed that his plans for revenge against Goku and Vegeta still held promise, provided he did not destroy the Earth. Subsequently, Frieza expressed unwavering loyalty, promising he would never harm a single grain of the Earth. Frieza's loyalty was truly remarkable. The plot was restored. Vegeta and Goku took turns relentlessly assaulting Frieza, with Goku leading the charge. Unfortunately, during their sparring, Goku engaged in excessive banter. Frieza unleashed his full power, transforming into his ultimate form. Yet Goku fell victim to his own hubris, failing even to enter his Super Saiyan state. It was this arrogance that often led him to disadvantageous positions. The clash between Goku and Frieza was fierce, the shockwaves from their fist colliding causing the very orbits of the solar system to shift. In the midst of the chaos, Whis, nonchalantly showcasing his exquisite desserts, tapped his staff upon the ground, restoring the entire solar system, including the Milky Way, to its former state of normalcy. Earth, in particular, was enveloped in several buffs bestowed upon it by him. The surface's hardness was such that even the destructive energy of Beerus, the god of destruction, could only leave the faintest trace, indeed, just a mere hint, without even a crater to mark its passage. Meanwhile, Frieza and Goku engaged in a battle of wits. Frieza attempting to lull Goku into a false sense of security, hoping to seize the moment to strike. But who was his opponent? None other than the Saiyan, Son Goku. The most astute individual in the entirety of Earth, and indeed the universe. Even Bulma, who prided herself on her genius, would feel compelled to bow her head in humility upon encountering him. Goku remarked, "Your verbal assaults are as feeble as a scrap of paper in my eyes. As long as I keep my wits about me, your words will merely slip away from my smooth, unencumbered mind." Their exchange resembled a playful game, alternating between strikes and conversations, prolonging the skirmish for nearly half an hour. Below, Vegeta, awaiting his turn, was nearly driven to madness. When would he finally have the opportunity to unleash his fury upon Frieza? Frieza had at least entered his ultimate form upon arrival. Why was Goku content to remain in his base state? Shouldn't he at least transform into a Super Saiyan? Must he endure a near-fatal beating from Frieza's ultimate form before finally transforming? Such tendencies in Mr. Goku certainly warranted correction. Whis delicately dabbed the cream from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, observing Goku's combat style with a discerning eye. Goku's reluctance to fully unleash his power against foes was alarming. One must exert their utmost effort even against the weakest of opponents. Had the Namekians shown a bit more resolve against Frieza back in the day, they might have avoided the current dire circumstances. Zhang Xuan shook his head in resignation. While he could teach others how to utilize their strengths, altering Goku's ingrained habits seemed a Herculean task. Convincing Goku to abandon his merciful nature and to cease underestimating his adversaries would undoubtedly prove challenging. At last, Goku revealed his trump card, Super Saiyan Blue. Though he refrained from unleashing his full power or employing the Kaioken technique, he intended to relish the experience himself, leaving the heavier lifting for Vegeta later on. Vegeta, itching for action, yearned to pummel Frieza as well. Upon witnessing Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, Frieza displayed no surprise. He too possessed a form capable of contending with such power. With his full might unleashed, Frieza enveloped the earth in a blinding golden aura. The brilliance was so intense that only the highest gods could withstand it, leaving the others momentarily blinded. This was the true solar flare. Frieza, bursting with energy, transitioned into his golden form, his body cloaked in gold, save for his head, face, and hands, which remained purple. "Are you two just beginning to fight while I am nearly done with my meal?" Zhang Xuan exclaimed, kicking the cooking pot aside. Goku and Frieza had been engaged in their banter while he had already finished his 7th bowl of food. "For heaven's sake," he lamented, "your conversations are far too lengthy. At this rate, no one will be defeated. Are you two even serious about fighting?" "Geneva, refund." In the next instant, Goku and Frieza launched into action. The collision of golden and blue light was a dazzling spectacle, each strike a culmination of their lifelong martial arts mastery. The speed of their exchanges was so rapid that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them, their fists colliding with a force capable of shaking entire star systems. Yet, remarkably, Earth remained unscathed, thanks to the buffs Whis had bestowed, rendering it impervious even to the destructive energies of a god of destruction. Did they truly think such amateurs could inflict significant damage? The speed was unfathomable. How had Goku's abilities reached such heights? The onlookers were left speechless, their astonishment at the velocity of Goku and Frieza's combat overwhelming. Only Beerus, Whis, and the ravenous Zhang Xuan could keep pace, with Piccolo and Gohan barely managing to follow their movements. Gohan, inspired by witnessing his father's power, felt a rekindled desire for strength. He yearned for more, aware that his potential had yet to be fully realized, and he had much to protect: his family. in the fray between Frieza and Goku. Frieza's attacks were deftly countered by Goku, who moved with unparalleled speed. Each time Frieza attempted to gain the upper hand, Goku surpassed him once more, inciting Frieza's rage. The intensity of their battle escalated to unprecedented heights, and Goku gleaned slight insights from the conflict. Frieza, finally pushed to his limits by this tiresome skirmish, felt his defenses crumble. Damn those inferior Saiyans. His hatred and fury surged, fueling a resurgence of energy in his already maximized golden form. Frieza's sudden breakthrough caught even Goku off guard. In response, Goku activated his Super Saiyan Blue half-power form, a precursor to his full power. Die! Frieza shouted, having already teleported behind Goku as he bolstered his strength. Goku, taken aback, felt a sharp pain in his right chest. Looking down in shock, he found Frieza's hand had pierced through him. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, his body collapsing uncontrollably. Frieza, relentless, did not cease his assault. He swiftly kicked Goku into the air, the latter's agonizing scream echoing through the battlefield. Ultimately, Goku would pay the price for his carelessness and hubris. Frieza reveled in the moment, witnessing his long-held dream materialize before him as he kicked Goku about like a mere toy. What is that fool Kakarot doing? Vegeta, observing the debacle, felt a surge of frustration. He could no longer contain himself. Why hadn't Goku unleashed his full power from the outset to prevent this calamity? Frieza's growth over the past few months was astonishing. He was now a formidable rival to Goku. Beerus, devoid of emotion, remarked on Frieza's impressive progress. His training over the past months was indeed remarkable, rivaling even Whis' tutelage. What could have transpired to elevate his strength to such heights? It appeared that Mr. Goku's situation was becoming increasingly dire. With a resigned shake of his head, Whis lamented, Goku's persistent flaw is rather pronounced. Why hold back? Why not unleash your full strength from the outset? It would have been far more reassuring to let Vegeta take the lead. From a distance, Zhang Xuan chuckled. Compared to Goku, Vegeta's demeanor was decidedly more reliable. Although Vegeta had become somewhat tempered during his years on Earth, he still retained his decisive ruthlessness when confronting foes. Had Vegeta been allowed to engage Frieza first, it was likely Goku would not have had a chance to intervene. Kakarot, you fool! Vegeta erupted in fury, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku, who was being mercilessly toyed with by Frieza, flying. Do you two truly believe you can thwart me? Frieza sneered, having assessed the Saiyans' capabilities and deeming them inadequate. Moreover, he had surpassed his previous golden form, becoming even stronger. Did he truly expect Vegeta to stop him? A delusion. Krillin, get Kakarot below to recuperate. The rest is up to me. Vegeta smirked, bones cracking ominously. Krillin swiftly produced a Senzu bean and fed it to Goku, who felt a slight recovery. At least the gaping hole in his side had vanished. Ha. Frieza has become astonishingly formidable. I nearly met my end, Goku said, still shaken. Whis, Beerus, and Zhang Xuan were left speechless. Goku had thrown them all into a collective silence. I recall Goku was supposed to be uncontrollable this season. Had he exhibited some strength earlier, we might not be in this predicament. Now, it was Vegeta's time to shine. Mark my words, Frieza. You shall regret this. Frieza, upon hearing Vegeta's threat, erupted into laughter. Oh ho, what's this? Are you angry? Do you think you can surpass my golden form? Unfazed by Frieza's mocking tone, Vegeta remained resolute. Allow me to show you something extraordinary. Vegeta's muscles bulged with power as his furious roar resonated throughout the galaxy, his energy surging to unprecedented heights. An immense aura of divine energy enveloped him. At that moment, Frieza felt a twinge of alarm. You have more transformations. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he spoke, Vegeta entered his Super Saiyan Blue state. The significance of this transformation was eclipsed by his decision to unleash his full power. The previously chaotic energy stabilized, yet Vegeta's strength was far from depleted. Tenfold Kaioken. A deep crimson energy enveloped his divine aura, causing Vegeta's power to skyrocket. Are you serious? In that instant, the entire seventh universe trembled. So, I am to tremble every day, am I? Earth, everyone step back. I've been experiencing this daily, long before it was your turn. What? You have even higher transformations. Frieza retreated, visibly shaken, but Vegeta would not grant him the opportunity. You filthy trash. Vegeta struck Frieza squarely in the chest, causing Frieza's eyes to bulge, his chest caving in. Yet Vegeta was not finished. He seized Frieza's tail and swung him around like a helicopter rotor. Frieza's mind felt as if it might implode. The entire earth echoed with his anguished cries. In the next moment, Vegeta halted, a feral grin spreading across his face. Your tail appears quite sturdy, Frieza. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. He understood Vegeta's intent. No, I beg you. But before Frieza could finish his plea, there was a ripping sound as Vegeta forcefully tore off his tail. Frisia's screams escalated to an even greater pitch. How brutal. This is the first time I've seen Vegeta like this. Bulma, unable to bear the sight, turned her head away. When had her husband become so ferocious? Indeed, Vegeta inspired a greater sense of security. Zhang Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Goku was utterly unreliable, while Vegeta was a source of true confidence. In the distance, Whis cast a glance at Beerus's tail. What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll pluck out your eyes. Beerus's expression darkened, his tail tightening as he glared furiously at Whis. Frieza flailed helplessly in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. With every passing second, he endured countless strikes from Vegeta, each one surpassing the total force of Goku's most powerful attacks. At times, he felt as if he were being dragged back to the hell he once inhabited. Yet, each of Vegeta's strikes artfully avoided his vital points, focusing instead on his bones. Vegeta reveled in the onslaught. This is exhilarating, far more enjoyable than beating Kakarot. Even though Frieza was insufferable, Vegeta had to admit that his physique offered a delightful resistance. Every blow rebounded, providing a satisfying elasticity, and he was indeed a worthy punching bag. After an extended assault, Vegeta had finally shattered every bone in Frieza's body, leaving him sprawled on the ground like refuse, his form twisted and contorted. But more distorted than his body was his wretched face. The pitiful Frieza, reduced to this state, had not even exited his golden form. A fate even the raging Broly had not inflicted upon him. Had the golden transformation lost its effectiveness? Damn Saiyans. One day I will kill you. Still daring to insult me? Clearly, I haven't punished you enough. Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to Frieza's face, sending him spiraling through the air in a complete 360-degree turn. Don't get too cocky. Finally regaining his balance after the relentless spin, Frieza unleashed a red energy beam capable of obliterating the entire galaxy. Die? Vegeta merely scoffed. Trash. He stood unmoving, allowing Frieza's attack to strike him. As the smoke dissipated, Frieza realized that this assault could never harm the Super Saiyan Blue in full power combined with Kaioken. Just as he considered fleeing, he felt a chill above him. Where do you think you're going, Frieza? Enduring Frieza's devastating energy attack without a scratch, Vegeta wore a mocking grin, as if to deride Frieza's impotence. Boom. Vegeta's fist transcended the speed of light, the energy contained within it enough to make the very fabric of space tremble. With this strike, Frieza was finally rendered immobile. Frieza relinquished his golden form, his scara imbued with crimson veins. Regret, resentment, and an overwhelming fury shattered his rationality. Yet, unlike Goku and Vegeta, he did not indulge in vanity. No matter how immense his rage, it would not elevate him to the next transformation. Even his state of mind was utterly dismantled by Vegeta. Why? Frieza's nails dug deeply into his flesh, and crimson blood flowed incessantly from his wounds. From his elevated position, Vegeta gazed down at the writhing Frieza, slowly extending a hand. Within his palm, a sphere of azure energy began to coalesce. You must return, Frieza, Vegeta stated with serene composure. Return to die? Frieza's countenance shifted, reverting to his former ferocity. A pale red aura enveloped his body. Let them all perish. Frieza had no intention of pondering whether this was indeed the domain of that esteemed individual. He simply wished to obliterate everything before him. Chapter 49. A world of solemn sorrow for Frieza was thus achieved. Vegeta remained unmoved, allowing Frieza to initiate self-destruction. In the distance, Beerus exchanged a glance with Whis, who nodded with a smile. Did Frieza truly intend to self-destruct and annihilate the Earth, dragging everyone into the abyss with him? Let him dream alone. Such a realm was his to savor in solitude. In the final 2 seconds before the explosion, a transparent green shield enveloped the Earth, Goku, and even Vegeta, who stood closest to Frieza. In the next instant, the entire planet was engulfed in blinding white light. The Earth did not shatter into countless fragments as anticipated, and Vegeta was not taken down in a mutual demise with Frieza. It was only Frieza who found himself once more in his familiar hell. Hell, Frieza, encased anew like a chrysalis, contorted in agony. The tiny sprites and angels surrounding him rejoiced at the return of their companion. You're back, Frieza exclaimed, elated, his joy manifesting as a resounding scream that echoed throughout the depths of hell. Observing from afar, Zhang Xuan was nearly convulsed with laughter. Such was the plight of one with a low threshold for humor. How tragic. I'll keep the Buddha company in laughter. Watching Frieza struggle in vain, Zhang Xuan doubled over in mirth. It appeared that Frieza's vendetta against Goku would have to be postponed, overshadowed by his burgeoning animosity towards Vegeta. Zhang Xuan recognized that Frieza's hatred for Vegeta far surpassed that for Goku. The latter now took a back seat in his vengeful heart. Though he professed not to disrupt the narrative's flow, the future had already shifted considerably due to his actions. He mused that he must temper his influence going forward. Zhang Xuan shook his head in resignation. Owing to his own involvement, Frieza had developed a profound grudge against Vegeta. He had not anticipated Vegeta's ferocity, which had culminated in the shattering of all of Frieza's bones, the severing of his tail, and a final kick to his once proud visage. Such enmity was far more complex than he had envisioned. Vegeta's assault had been merciless, even more so than Broly's later on. The golden sandbag truly lived up to its name, exhibiting remarkable resilience to punishment. All right, time to relax. Zhang Xuan stretched his limbs and resumed his leisurely pursuits. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma, wishing to express her gratitude for the valiant efforts to save the planet, invited everyone to a banquet in their honor. Beerus and Whis were the first to accept. Just as Bulma intended to invite Zhang Xuan, she realized he had already departed without her noticing. Zhang Xuan had foreseen that once Frieza's crisis was resolved, Bulma and the others would extend such an invitation. They were aware of his power and background, and he feared that attending the banquet would make them somewhat uneasy. Even with his amiable and gentle demeanor, they might feel apprehensive about potentially offending this supreme deity. What would it be like to dine alongside the supreme deities of the 12 universes? He had long considered this, opting to leave early to avoid any unnecessary disturbances. In a certain corner of Universe 7, sir, only one wish ball remains. However, Bardoss and I have been unable to locate it. So we seek your assistance in this endeavor. The destroyer god Kampa and Angel Bardoss bowed deeply before Zhang Xuan. That is certainly manageable. However, the competition you mentioned will need to be postponed by a few months, Zhang Xuan replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. To preserve the timeline and narrative, he required the plump individual to delay the martial arts tournament with Beerus for several months. He had already been aware of Kampa's quest for the Super Dragon Balls, and Kampa had reported to Zhang Xuan prior to embarking on this search. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. After all, Universe 7 was home to a supreme deity of the same caliber as the Grand Priest, serving as the overseer of the 12 universes. Every minor disturbance of his would be meticulously monitored. Otherwise, do you think Kampa would dare to casually enter Universe 7 in search of the Super Dragon Balls? The destroyer god Kampa was nearly at his wit's end, for this esteemed individual had given him such a fitting nickname. The term plump was one Zhang Xuan had coined upon their first meeting. Yes, no problem. I swear to guarantee it. Kampa straightened his posture, and in that moment, his form appeared to expand infinitely. Zhang Xuan wasted no time, directly employing his abilities to conjure a luminous screen. On this screen were two maps of Universe 7, displaying everything from Earth to clusters of galaxies with impeccable clarity. It was merely a casually crafted cosmic map. As long as he could extend his consciousness throughout the universe, down to microscopic particles, he could effortlessly reproduce an identical map. For him, it was as simple as a thought to create an abundance of such maps. Kampa and Bardoss were left in awe by this deity's prowess. Even Whis' sister Bardoss could not guarantee she could produce a cosmic map in such a short span. This deity's capabilities were truly formidable, explaining his elevated rank among the divine. Alright, nothing too astonishing here. This is a cosmic map. I've pinpointed the location of the Super Dragon Ball for you. The final one lies at the juncture of the 6th and 7th universes, on that desolate planet. Do not be deceived by its appearance. Zhang Xuan casually tossed the map to Kampa, who nearly lost his composure, hastily catching it. To others, it might be inconsequential, but for him, it was a priceless treasure. Not only did it detail the universe, but it also marked the location of the Super Dragon Ball. Among the 12 destroyer gods, each would likely covet such a map, and even the angels might be envious. Now, do not rush to seek it just yet. Prepare adequately for the duel I mentioned in 3 months. Select the 5 mightiest warriors from your universe to participate. At that time, aside from myself, an unexpected guest will also join the competition. Zhang Xuan wore a mysterious smile. For the guest he mentioned would undoubtedly astonish both Beerus and the chubby one. Mysterious guest? Sir Inspector, who exactly is this enigmatic visitor you speak of? Xiangpa inquired. His curiosity piqued about the personage of such stature to be invited by their esteemed leader. However, upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's inscrutable expression, both Bados and the chubby one refrained from pressing further. What good would it do to inquire? Would he even divulge anything? Moreover, they were dealing with the unpredictable Zhang Xuan, the perfect embodiment of a riddle and a conundrum. Despite their intense desire to uncover the identity of this mysterious guest, the mere sight of Zhang Xuan's demeanor caused Bados and the chubby one to suppress their curiosity. Well, it seems you must be weary from your prolonged search. It's time to return and rest. Just follow my instructions, Zhang Xuan advised. Bados and Xiangpa nodded, bowing once more in gratitude. Today was a fortunate day, thanks to this esteemed leader. Otherwise, who knows how much longer they would have needed to locate the final Super Dragon Ball. This esteemed individual was certainly not as terrifying as the rumors suggested, Xiangpa mused, scratching his head. He possessed a commendable temperament, being gentle and considerate towards his subordinates, a rare quality in a superior. Yet, what they observed was merely the surface. Only Beerus, who was closest to Zhang Xuan, could truly comprehend the torment of dealing with him. After a brief exchange, Xiangpa and Bados expressed their intent to depart. Their figures transformed into resplendent starlight, traversing the cosmos, causing the fabric of space itself to tremble. The Super Dragon Balls, if memory serves, those were created by the illustrious Salam. Zhang Xuan pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating how many years had passed since his arrival in this realm, during which he had nearly forgotten the characters and plot lines. He could only recall the general storyline and a few distinctive characters, most notably the unforgettable Xeno. His knowledge of the narrative was limited to the subsequent tournament of Power Saga, the Zama's arc, and a smattering of familiarity with the Moro arc. While the chapters were correct, the deviations in the plot were egregious. Zhang Xuan shook his head in resignation. Relying solely on this scant knowledge to navigate his way was nothing short of ludicrous. He had always assumed that possessing a modicum of narrative insight would suffice. But reality proved far more complex. It seemed I had traversed into a colossal world woven from various Dragon Ball fanfictions. As Zhang Xuan gazed at his hands, he was struck by the realization of his own insignificance. Chapter 50. Zhang Xuan. Is it not sufficient to simply have hands to conquer a system tower? Months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Following the Frieza incident, Goku and Vegeta intensified their training efforts. They trained with an intensity akin to that induced by adrenaline, rising again and again despite being bested countless times. Even when battered and bruised, their resolve remained unbroken. Beerus' satisfaction with these two Saiyans soared to new heights, particularly with Vegeta, whom he regarded most favorably. Although Vegeta was deemed unsuitable for Whis' suggested Ultra Instinct, his physique perfectly aligned with the requirements of a destroyer god. Beerus recognized that Vegeta was indeed well suited for mastering destruction energy, having grasped it even before Goku. While he had no intention of retiring just yet, the thought of grooming Vegeta as his successor began to take root in his mind. Vegeta was decisive in his actions, lacking Goku's hesitance concerning power. With a fierce pride and a resolute spirit, he was perfectly suited to the role of a destroyer. The return of Frieza for vengeance was the epitome of this. Vegeta had left Frieza doubting his very existence, granting him no opportunity until he was rendered immobile. Though he had nearly faltered at the last moment, even the best can err. Gradual improvement would suffice. Regrettably, despite Vegeta's aptitude for the path of destruction, he remained somewhat unfit for the position of destroyer due to his inability to relinquish his family and everything he cherished. In a subtle division, Beerus and Whis formed two factions, one advocating for Vegeta's training as a destroyer and the other promoting Goku's ascension as an angel. One pursued self-mastery, while the other sought ultimate freedom. The two mightiest warriors of the universe were destined not to tread the same path. On a floating island, Zhang Xuan queried the system. When will my task rewards be dispensed? You haven't swallowed them, have you? Or is it that you are incapable of delivering? It had been nearly a year, and he felt he had sufficiently trained both Vegeta and Goku. The rewards should have been allocated by now. Over the past months, Zhang Xuan had dedicated himself earnestly, without a single day of idleness. He frequently bore a plethora of ingredients to Beerus, while also utilizing his knowledge to guide Goku and Vegeta. Their rapid advancement towards destruction was partly attributed to his mentorship. Furthermore, Zhang Xuan had assisted them in unlocking Ultra Instinct, and was preparing to fuse their Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct powers, though a timeline had yet to be established. Amidst his busy schedule, he often found himself wondering when the system would finally issue his rewards. The system seemed utterly indifferent, as if it had abandoned him. Were it not for Zhang Xuan's ability to access the system tower and the system marketplace, he might have believed that the system had indeed forsaken him. Perhaps the standards he had set for training fell short of the system's expectations. It might be awaiting the moment when those two Saiyans broke through to the duality state before issuing rewards. After all, task rewards promised extraordinary innate treasures, particularly offensive artifacts. From the outset, Zhang Xuan had yet to acquire even the most basic weaponry, let alone innate treasures. His offensive capabilities had relied solely on conjuring weapons through his celestial power. While it was true that no one, aside from the Grand Minister and a select few, could best him, he struggled to find an appropriate opponent to challenge, let alone fight. The only instance he had intervened was to prevent the catastrophic explosion of Universe 7. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan remained unconcerned. The act of fighting was trivial compared to the joy of pursuing his path of cultivation. Though his current strength was still confined to the golden immortal realm, he believed that as long as he did not court disaster, he could endure indefinitely. Very well. I shall take my time. Zhang Xuan sighed in resignation, then recalled that it had been quite a while since he had engaged with the system tower. Having not attempted to ascend beyond the 30th floor for some time, it was finally time to take action. A horde of weaklings. Watch me obliterate you today. With a confident stride, Zhang Xuan entered the system tower, vowing to conquer it this time. 5 minutes later, please, no more. I was wrong. Zhang Xuan emerged from the system tower, battered and bruised, his celestial power depleted by more than half, and a broken arm to boot. Yet, there was no cause for alarm. In the next instant, all his injuries were miraculously healed. With a furious scowl, Zhang Xuan exited the tower, gesturing an international sign of disdain towards the infinite tower. It was evident that he had endured a severe beating within. Such a lack of martial ethics. A multitude of adept beings, all at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, assailed me simultaneously. How am I to contend with such overwhelming odds? Indeed, I found myself halted at the 43rd floor. Hours earlier, Zhang Xuan was traversing the infinite tower of the system. Initially, he unleashed a chaotic rampage. Yet fatigue soon set in. While confronting the golden immortal adversaries of the 42nd floor, he barely managed to prevail by bestowing several buffs upon himself. The primary issue resided in the grotesque nature of the foes on that floor. They were capable of summoning bizarre minions and tendrils without limit, occasionally hurling fragmented universes his way, accompanied by a few who engaged in underhanded tactics. Thus, he expended considerable effort to vanquish the enemies of the 42nd floor. In return, he acquired the coveted unlimited mental time chamber. However, as he confidently ascended to the 43rd floor, he was taken aback. A dozen figures loomed before him, and the system promptly divulged their details. A dozen golden immortals, each fortified with peculiar enhancements. Zhang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, just as he contemplated retreating. The tower's grand entrance sealed shut. Come on, since you're here, you might as well join the fun, one of the imposing figures. Clad in a black hood and adorned with a spiked collar, provocatively winked at Zhang Xuan. The remaining muscular men donned similar attire. Let us van together. Zhang Xuan's face turned a sickly hue. This was the first time he had ever felt such dread. Don't come any closer. The tower was sealed, and no one but the system could reopen the door. Poor Zhang Xuan was subjected to torment by these muscle-bound brutes for hours on end. He yearned to resist. Yet 4 of them firmly restrained his limbs, one even wielding a whip against him. What cruel torment is this? After subjecting Zhang Xuan to various forms of humiliation, the muscular man relented only when the tower's entrance finally opened, seizing the opportunity to flee. He vowed that he would exact revenge, at the very least once he achieved the Tai golden immortal realm. With that thought, Zhang Xuan, still shaken, glanced down at himself. Thankfully, nothing was amiss. That was terrifying. He took a deep breath, patting his chest. Gradually, the fear he felt began to dissipate. Calculating the time, he mused that the portly figure from the 6th universe should be arriving soon. As the 3rd chapter commenced, he implored the system. Are you not going to issue any tasks? Zhang Xuan repeatedly hinted at the dormant system, insisting that with the onset of the 3rd chapter, featuring the arena battle between the 6th and 7th universes, there ought to be a system task, even if it paled in comparison to major events. Otherwise, it would be utterly unreasonable. Chapter 51, Task Announcement, An Unexpected Event. Supreme Priest versus Dark Realm Leader. Ding. The system issues a task. Organize the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. As the overseer of the 12 universes, participation is mandatory. Combatants may place bets on the 6th and 7th universe factions, with successful wagers yielding lavish rewards. The limit for a single bet is 10,000 trading points. Rewards, ultra enhanced. Side effect free amplitude core, 50 billion years of high-grade cultivation experience. Time, infinite. Penalty for failure. The reward becomes void, and subsequent events will not trigger system tasks. Perhaps sensing Zhang Xuan's fervent suggestions and strong desires, the system, dormant for months, finally re-emerged. You only show up now to issue a task? Where have you been? I've been calling for you for months. Couldn't you spare some time to converse? He expressed his frustration vehemently, tossing his bowl of food in exasperation, which fortuitously landed atop his clone's head. Such trivialities mattered little to him. The system had ignored him for months, behaving as though it were utterly lifeless. Whenever it did appear, it would only issue a task or provide updates, then return to its inert state, as if everything were inconsequential to it. And truthfully, it was. None of this was truly related to him. As an incessant talker, Zhang Xuan could hardly tolerate such treatment. Spending his days alone on the floating island, conducting experiments and labor, devoid of companionship. The only entity that accompanied him, the system, refused to acknowledge his presence, let alone the clone that resembled a zombie. In response to Zhang Xuan's profound dissatisfaction, the system maintained its silence as its sole form of reply, observing Zhang Xuan with an expression akin to that of an onlooker bemused by foolishness. Frustrated by the system's antics, Zhang Xuan shattered his teacup in anger. And at that moment, his face bore the marks of some unidentifiable makeup. Even the neighboring systems occasionally engaged in conversation with their hosts. Yet this one would not even acknowledge him. Zhang Xuan opted to say no more, utilizing his access card to teleport away from the floating island. In the Omni King's plaza, the Supreme Priest stood opposite a mysterious figure cloaked in black. This enigmatic individual exuded a dark energy potent enough to obliterate anything in its path, and their blood-red eyes resembled those of a being afflicted by some malady. Any ordinary person who met their gaze would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of blood. This mysterious figure was none other than the Dark Realm's formidable leader, who had previously set his sights on Zhang Xuan. Long time no see, my friend. The Supreme Priest stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that swiftly dissipated the encroaching darkness. This is not a place for you. A transparent, circular black hole enveloped both figures, transporting them to an unknown realm. To prevent excessive destruction in the outside world, had they relocated the battleground to the void? Foolish as ever, just like before. The Supreme Priest's expression darkened. After such a long separation, his friend's power had escalated to an unprecedented level, leaving even him uncertain of his ability to overcome this cloaked figure. Despite the disparity in strength, he still implored, "Turn back, child. It is not too late. Do not continue down this erroneous path." Upon hearing the Supreme Priest's earnest pleas, a look of disdain crossed the dark-clad man's face. In the next instant, he shed his cloak and the mask he wore. As the black robe and mantle fell away, the mask disintegrated into ash upon hitting the ground. At that moment, the true visage of the Dark Realm's leader was unveiled. He bore a striking resemblance to the Supreme Priest, sharing 7 parts of his countenance, with a complexion akin to that of an angel. The only distinctions were that his silvery hair had been dyed black and his pupils differed significantly from those of an angel. With a mocking expression, he gazed at the Supreme Priest and scoffed, "My dear father, you remain unchanged. Your words still evoke such revulsion. I have no desire to hear your hypocritical rhetoric any longer." The Supreme Priest fell silent at his child's words, uncertain of how to respond after all these years. "I wonder if your strength has truly grown." The aura of darkness emanating from the Dark Lord of the Abyss grew increasingly frenzied, causing the entire realm of ignorance to shatter like a broken mirror at this very moment. The High Priest understood that a confrontation was inevitable to resolve this matter. Even if it meant death in battle today, he would not allow interference with the order of the multiverse. Suddenly, the High Priest lifted his head, and a silver angelic disc materialized behind his forehead, surrounded by 12 continuously rotating spheres enveloped in a cloak of pure white aura. His originally purple eyes transformed into a brilliant white, and in that instant, his power surged exponentially. This force even reached beyond the realm of ignorance, affecting the 12 universes. The 12 angels, all destroyers, and the attendants of the Omni King turned their gazes toward the unknown direction. Zhang Xuan, en route to the planet of the destroyers, furrowed his brow as he sensed the High Priest's burgeoning power, seemingly emanating from the realm of nothingness. Zhang Xuan retrieved various enhancement potions from his system space, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location. The angel Whis, too, abandoned her usual smile, now bearing an expression of grave concern. An old acquaintance, once familiar to them, had returned. "Now this feels right." The Dark Lord of the Abyss revealed a grotesque grin as the blood-red aura of darkness intensified, and a crimson disk, akin to the Angelic one, appeared behind him, cloaked in a silver-white essence, much like the High Priest. "Did you think you were the only one capable of mastering the ultimate relaxation technique? Let me see whether your precision exceeds mine." In the next moment, red and white meteors collided, unleashing a force surpassing the combined strength of all the angels. The realm of nothingness truly fractured at this instant, with everything stained in hues of white and red. As the dazzling lights of red and white receded, the fists of the High Priest and the Dark Lord met, neither yielding an inch. The overwhelming energies of white and red clashed fiercely, tearing and colliding against one another. The mere remnants of their battle could obliterate any corner of the universe beyond space itself. In a genuine multiverse, the mere collision of their energies could annihilate entire universes by the millions each second. "Old man, it has been too long. Your strength remains as it was," the Dark Lord of the Abyss remarked with a twisted smile, his ordinary voice obliterating everything beyond the realm of nothingness. At that moment, the High Priest, engaged in a stalemate with the Dark Lord, felt discomfort. He gritted his teeth, unleashing his latent energy, striving to increase his power continually. Yet with every increment of strength, the Dark Lord managed to surpass him by a hair's breadth, as if toying with him. "You are aging, my dear father. It appears your power is nothing to boast about." The Dark Lord's previously slow-growing strength suddenly surged explosively. causing the High Priest's expression to change dramatically as he hastily retreated from their impasse. What is the matter? Is this your limit? The blood-red waves of energy surrounding the Dark Lord expanded, his power now exceeding his former self by more than double. Let me show you what true strength is. Just as the Dark Lord's words fell, his fist was already approaching the High Priestess' face. The High Priest's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly raised his arms in defense. At this level of combat, no sound could be produced. The High Priest was sent hurtling billions of light years backward from the impact. Yet, the Dark Lord offered no respite. Teleporting instantaneously behind the High Priest. With a gentle gesture of his fingers against the High Priest's back, the fabric of his clothing was instantly torn to shreds. The angelic disc and the 12 spheres behind the High Priest hummed ominously, and the High Priest's pupils shrank as he left only a fleeting shadow. This battle was merely a preliminary test between the High Priest and the Dark Lord. The High Priest runs remarkably fast. Is this truly the extent of the strength of all 12 universes? The Dark Lord extended his arms mockingly, gazing at the High Priest. The High Priest, too, found himself in a precarious situation. A closer inspection would reveal faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His heart was shaken to its core, realizing that his child, now immersed in darkness, had grown this powerful. A mere skirmish left him feeling utterly humiliated. What would happen in a life-and-death duel? The High Priest could scarcely assure himself of victory against this dark figure. Defending against his attacks proved exceedingly difficult, let alone surviving a mortal confrontation. To regain control of the situation, he understood he must join forces with Zhang Xuan against this dark entity. Alone, he was no match. A sharp sound of shattering glass echoed as the 12 spheres surrounding the High Priest's disc exploded, dimming even the brilliance of the angelic disc. Upon closer examination, one could observe fine cracks surrounding it. What has happened to your angelic disc? Are you still unwilling to unleash your true power? The High Priest's face contorted in struggle. He was not ready to abandon his final glimmer of hope. Child, I must apologize for the past. We had no other choice. It is far too late now. Yet, there must be a way to change everything. Please. Upon hearing the High Priest's words, the dark figure laughed uproariously, a laughter imbued with boundless resentment and hatred. The energy that had once subsided surged once more. The wind generated by this aura was capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe apart. The High Priest extended his arms in a desperate attempt to withstand it. Too slow. The dark figure had already reached the High Priest's front, launching another ferocious attack. Although the High Priest's strength paled in comparison to that of the dark figure, he had served as a cosmic deity for billions of years and was no mere pushover. The High Priest forcibly elevated his power to counter the dark figure. The speed of their battle was such that even the angels could hardly capture it in full. As the white and red auras dissipated, an overwhelming black energy surged from the dark figure's feet, engulfing the white and red entirely. The entire realm of nothingness was consumed by darkness. When the black energy receded, only 2 silhouettes remained in the arena. Should the gods of the 12 universes witness such a scene, they would likely be driven to madness. The dark figure grasped the High Priest's throat with one hand. A look of derision plastered across his face. A blood-red, unknown tattoo appeared on his right arm, writhing as if alive. This is the true power of darkness. Embrace the darkness with me, my father. The High Priest clutched the Dark Lord's arm desperately, his teeth nearly shattering under the strain. Earlier, he could manage to resist somewhat. But as the dark figure's power surged again, he found himself caught off guard. What is the true purpose of your dark realm? The gaze of the dark realm's supreme leader gradually deepened, and after a moment of contemplation, he leaned closer to the High Priest's ear and murmured, "My ambition is not to overthrow the reign of the All-King, but rather to ensure that the entire multiverse hears my voice." Upon hearing the ensuing words from the dark realm's leader, the High Priest, who found himself grasped by the throat, began to display a growing terror. "You madman! Are you truly willing to see the entire multiverse unravel for your selfish desires? To obliterate the very fabric of existence?" However, the Dark Realm's leader merely chuckled disdainfully. "I care not. Farewell, my father." This scene was almost a parody of paternal affection, a grotesque display of filial devotion. With a slight exertion of his hand, just as the High Priest was on the brink of demise, both the High Priest and the Dark One sensed an overwhelming aura approaching them, one that rivaled their own might. The Dark Realm's leader wore a sinister smile. He already knew who was arriving. In the next instant, the entire realm of ignorance began to tremble violently. A black hole, comparable in size to an entire galaxy, began to expand, and an enormous hand, vast and seemingly boundless, emerged from within. With the destructive power to annihilate all, it reached out towards the Dark Realm's leader, chains sprouting from between its 5 fingers. How intriguing! The Dark Realm's leader released the High Priest, who, as he was freed, finally seized a moment to catch his breath. Allow me to witness the true strength of the so-called inspector. He pointed a finger, unleashing a beam of annihilating light that pierced through the cosmos towards the immense hand. Upon contact, the hand disintegrated into countless quantum fragments. In the next moment, Inspector Zhang Xuan stepped forth from the black hole. His power had long since surpassed the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. En route, Zhang Xuan had adorned himself with numerous buffs and experience cards, having consumed a staggering amount of berserk potions. System. Activate the monitoring device. Zhang Xuan fixed his gaze upon the Dark Realm's leader, eager to gauge the strength of his adversary before engaging. Name, Veilfus. Estimated age. Profile, eldest son of the High Priest, brother to all 12 angels. Once defected from the All-King's camp due to the destruction of 6 universes, harboring disdain for both the High Priest and the All-King's regime, he fled to the Dark Realm, ascending to the position of supreme leader in merely several billion years, surpassing the typical High Priest in strength, ranking among the top 5 in the universe. Combat Realm. Half-step to the perfect golden immortal host panel. Name, Zhang Xuan. Combat Realm. Half-step to late-stage golden immortal buff effects. Berserk Potion X4, Experience Card X7. System Power Enhancement X16, Temporary Realm Enhancement Potion X1, Power Enhancement Potion X49, Speed Enhancement Potion with no side effects. Duration of effects, 56. 34. His half-step to late-stage golden immortal state was merely temporary, achieved through the aid of potions and experience cards that facilitated this transient breakthrough. He had expended nearly 70 to 80,000 trading points, further depleting his already limited balance. Oh, at last, a worthy opponent has arrived. At least you are stronger than that waste over there. Despite Zhang Xuan's ascension to this level, equating his power with that of the High Priest in peak condition, the Dark Realm's leader still regarded him with disdain. He was unconcerned even if he faced both Zhang Xuan and the High Priest together. With that, he erupted into laughter. Zhang Xuan's eyes glinted mischievously, a sly smile curling upon his lips. Before the battle commenced, he intended to provoke him with a few choice words. "What are you laughing at?" he retorted, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. "What did you say?" The Dark Realm's leader appeared momentarily taken aback by Zhang Xuan's words. Yet, Zhang Xuan continued, "You're just a fool. I could defeat you as easily as a game. Come at me. I'll even let you use one hand. Did you wish to strike me? I've been feeling a bit restless lately." With that, Zhang Xuan pointed at the Dark Realm's leader's forehead while provocatively turning his back to him, the implications of his taunt unmistakable. "Come at me." In response to Zhang Xuan's soul-stirring provocation, the Dark One's expression darkened, an intense aura of malice radiating outward. The High Priest, who was tirelessly using divine power to recover, could only shake his head in disbelief, knowing his brother's unpredictable antics all too well. He worried that Zhang Xuan might suffer a brutal beating at the hands of his son and hastened his own recuperation to assist. "What's the matter? Lost for words? Go ahead and hit me, you oaf." At last, the Dark Realm's leader made his move, slowly exhaling a plume of crimson mist as dark waves of energy enveloped him once more. "You insolent brat. Today, I shall flay your skin from your bones." Chapter 53. All systems go. Zhang Xuan versus Dark Realm's supreme leader. Now that's more like it. Zhang Xuan stepped forward, and 4 divine swords manifested behind him, each embedded in the cardinal directions, while a Taiji Bagua diagram flickered beneath his feet. The power of the celestial path, in defiance of the world's laws, surged forth uncontrollably, transforming the void into reality. The Taishu Divine Sword. A golden divine sword materialized in Zhang Xuan's hand, humming in response to its creator. Artistic Realm. Celestial Domain. As Zhang Xuan's voice echoed, the entire dark world was transformed into a swirling ink wash of white and black. An overwhelming sense of pressure began to assail the mind of the Dark Realm's leader. The Bagua diagram beneath his feet expanded until it reached the size of a galaxy, the golden divine light continuously suppressing the Dark One's dark powers. The Dark Realm's leader was astonished to discover that his energy and strength were steadily waning, while Zhang Xuan's power was on the rise, nearing his own. At that moment, the Dark Realm's leader finally acknowledged the formidable opponent before him. "Within my domain, I am invincible." Confidence radiated from Zhang Xuan as he brandished his sword, pointing it defiantly at the Dark Realm's leader. "A power system that defies the laws of this world? How fascinating. You sure talk a lot for a chicken." Zhang Xuan sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the Dark Realm's leader and flicking a speck of dust onto him. Even deities lacked decorum, resembling mere ruffians. "You seek death." The Dark Realm's leader, enraged, charged at Zhang Xuan. 10,000 sword technique. Unfazed, Zhang Xuan's arms began to rotate slowly, countless golden divine swords emerging behind him, each imbued with the might to obliterate all, aimed at the advancing Dark One. The Dark One's pupils constricted in alarm. hastily raising his arms to create a shield to fend off the oncoming swords. While these flying swords posed little direct harm, they steadily drained his energy and stamina, and they seemed endless. Zhang Xuan declared, "These are merely a trivial creation of mine. I can conjure as many as you desire." The physical damage might be minimal, yet the arcane damage escalated exponentially. As he unleashed his sword strikes against the Dark Realm's leader, Zhang Xuan playfully struck a pose. "Let me show you something remarkable." Zhang Xuan's arm swung rapidly, executing a rhythmically precise dance of left and right turns, all the while performing gestures of international goodwill. But that was not the end of it. Each time he completed a gesture, it transformed into a colossal golden phantom that surged towards the Dark Realm's leader, mirroring the hand signal. Although the Dark Realm leader could not fathom the meaning behind these gestures, he was certain of one thing. They were far from benign. Most likely, they were insults directed at him. "You little wretch. You seek your own demise." The Dark Realm leader finally erupted, in all his long existence. Zhang Xuan was the only one who dared to insult him thus. Zhang Xuan, akin to the rapid face-changing art of Sichuan opera, adopted a mocking tone. "Oh dear, what's the matter? Are you angry? Just take some anti-inflammatory medicine to cool down. Be careful not to overheat and damage your little brother down there." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a shadow appeared before him in a flash. The tattoos on the Dark Realm leader's arms glowed a deeper crimson, and his eyes resembled those of a demon from the abyss. Holy moly! Zhang Xuan's pupils constricted in shock, his heart sinking. Boom! Fortunately, at the critical moment, he conjured a spirit sword from his own spiritual energy to deflect the Dark Realm leader's furious strike. The golden divine sword gradually shattered into fragments, disappearing from the world. Zhang Xuan gasped. This sword was a top-tier spiritual treasure. How could it break with just a punch? It seemed he had gone too far this time. Zhang Xuan realized he had perhaps overstepped his bounds today. In his attempt to provoke, he had merely succeeded in inciting the ire of a more formidable opponent. As a man of honor, he understood the need to temporarily appease the dark being's emotions for his own safety. "Brother, I was just joking with you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. It was all for your own good." Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's explanation, the Dark Realm leader erupted in fury, his dark aura intensifying. "Ha ha ha. I no longer wish to hear your explanations." Zhang Xuan's previously earnest expression transformed instantaneously. He felt darkness encroach upon his vision as an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped his heart. "I truly was just joking." Yet, before he could finish, the dark being's attack descended upon him as promised. Zhang Xuan hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy for protection, barely managing to withstand the onslaught, but was still sent flying billions of light years away by a single punch. "Stop gawking. Come help," he shouted towards the high priest, who was desperately attempting to restore his divine power. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago was now met with a brutal reality. The array of 4 divine swords and the celestial domain, alongside the Taiji Bagua diagram he had established, had long since lost their potency. Zhang Xuan cursed the system 1,000,000 times. Inferior products were indeed worthless. "Damn it! Move faster! Move faster!" The high priest's face contorted in frustration, his recovery always falling just short. For every second he regained strength, Zhang Xuan endured an inhumane beating. He wished to assist, but in his current state, he would be no better than a sacrificial lamb. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was being relentlessly beaten back by the Dark Realm leader. The Taiji diagram and celestial swords he had set up were now completely ineffective, leaving him vulnerable. Without the array and sword to restrain him, the Dark Realm leader's strength returned to its previous level. "You really think I'm easy to bully, huh? I've had enough. Damn it. Even a clay figurine has its limits." But Zhang Xuan was like a raging inferno. Gritting his teeth, an immense surge of celestial power erupted within him. As the Taiji diagram slowly manifested behind him, countless galaxies transformed into cells within his body, continuously supplying him with strength. Zhang Xuan harnessed his celestial concepts to forge a pair of gauntlets, this time with utmost care. The power and durability of these gauntlets were equivalent to top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures. The gauntlets radiated a rich aura of celestial energy, inscribed with the Taiji diagram, and adorned with pulsating blood-red orbs that resembled the supernatural talismans of the divine land. Golden runes appeared on the back of his hands, enveloping him in a layer of white, ethereal domain. Without even the most basic of techniques or treasures, it would be a miracle to contend against a foe of such caliber. Zhang Xuan cursed the system 1,000,000 times over. How could he engage in battles beyond his level without any artifacts or techniques? Even the techniques he possessed were self-created, mere shoddy imitations that were hardly trustworthy. Burn my essence. In that moment, his strength soared to match that of the Dark Realm leader. The latter stood wide-eyed in shock, unable to comprehend how the Zhang Xuan he had just battered had suddenly erupted with an equal measure of power. "Damn you!" Zhang Xuan's fists became blurs, gaining both force and velocity, too swift for the dark being to react. The Dark Realm leader was struck squarely in the face, experiencing a pain unlike anything he had ever known. Rather than igniting his battle instincts, he donned a grave expression, bracing himself against Zhang Xuan's relentless barrage. The speed was overwhelming, with no openings to exploit. The Dark Realm leader stammered in shock, but in that moment of distraction, Zhang Xuan seized the opportunity. Watch out! Fists are falling from the sky. Zhang Xuan's fist was upon the Dark Realm leader's forehead. At the last critical moment, the Dark Realm leader managed to block Zhang Xuan's most powerful strike with his arm. Sent flying, the Dark Realm leader steadied himself with his hands behind his back, his expression as cold as before. However, his hands betrayed him. If one looked closely, they would see them trembling uncontrollably behind him. Chapter 54, New Flame, Draw the Sword. A strike that could shatter the entire realm of nothingness, the reason for Verfus's betrayal. Yet Zhang Xuan would not grant him a moment of respite. If a resolution was to be reached, it would be done decisively. As spring breezes bring forth new life, one must eradicate the roots of the weeds. He began to summon every ounce of power within him, channeling his celestial energy to forge a massive sword once more. The colossal red sword blazed with flames, its side adorned with 4 colored gemstones. Even from a distance, the Dark Realm leader could feel a sense of dread emanating from the flames. His instincts warned him that these flames could inflict significant harm. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xuan ignited a crimson fire upon his body and grasped the sword. As the sword made contact, an explosion of power surged through him. The scorching waves of heat radiated throughout the entire realm of nothingness, rendering the Dark Realm leader unable to open his eyes. Such formidable power. The Dark Realm leader finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He attempted to flee, only to discover that the area had long been sealed. Zhang Xuan's once black pupils transformed into a mesmerizing blend of red and blue. He was invoking memories from his past life to recreate his form as the Arbiter of Flame. This inferno represented the eternal flame of humanity, a testament to existence itself. The moment of judgment had arrived. Zhang Xuan, wielding a blade in one hand, charged towards the leader of the Dark Realm. The Dark Being attempted to resist, but soon realized that all efforts were in vain. Where the colossal sword passed, everything but him was consumed by flames, the brilliant fire banishing the profound darkness. In that moment, he finally felt the searing agony that burned at his very soul, yet the excruciating pain did not distract him. In the distance, the now partially recovered high priest stammered in shock. Even he could not withstand the sudden surge of power that Zhang Xuan unleashed. Down! Zhang Xuan extended his hand, and a fiery crimson-black hole materialized before him. In an instant, the black hole erupted, illuminating the entire realm of nothingness with his flames. The leader of the Dark Realm unleashed all his might, desperately battering against the barrier that contained him. Under the force of his relentless assault, the world barrier finally cracked. A glimmer of joy crossed the Dark Leader's face as he intensified his efforts to breach the barrier. Zhang Xuan's power reached its zenith, and the flames, along with his essence, blazed more fiercely. Recognizing that the moment had come, he prepared to unleash a decisive blow. With a flourish, he swung his sword behind him, the blade and the flames engulfing him in a frenzied dance. The sword, as if sentient, continuously deconstructed and reformed, while Zhang Xuan's veins bulged, his strength erupting with a thunderous roar. Blazing flame, draw the sword. His bellow echoed throughout the world. At that instant, the realm of nothingness was filled with crimson light, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Everything within the realm shattered like glass, rendered utterly non-existent. As the brilliance gradually faded, only Zhang Xuan, his hair turned white, and the high priest, who had long since fled, remained. The dark leader had vanished without a trace. After a while, as if lifeless, Zhang Xuan exhaled a cloud of foul air. The colossal sword in his hand shattered into fragments, and his arm that had wielded it followed suit. Damn it, I overdid it. Zhang Xuan assessed his depleting celestial essence, and was taken aback upon realizing the extent of his loss. Over half of his celestial essence was expended, and his power had regressed from the pinnacle of the golden immortal to merely the great perfection of the golden immortal. With strength continuing to wane, that move had truly cost him dearly. Yet, his fury ignited anew. The dark leader had fled. You shall pay for my lost essence. Zhang Xuan vowed, swearing that one day he would personally sever the head of that dark being. For it was he who had caused Zhang Xuan to expend so much of his celestial essence and trading points, a blood feud that could not go unavenged. Zhang Xuan, the now recovered high priest, flew in from afar, his face awash with concern. How are you? Are you all right? Zhang Xuan's expression darkened, nearly oozing frustration. Can you not see? What do you mean, are you all right? Look at my state. My hair is white, my arm is broken. And I've lost more than half of my celestial essence. What a question to ask. He glared at the high priest, even extending his severed arm for emphasis. How could he show it? There was nothing left to show. However, Zhang Xuan soon regained his characteristic confidence, a nonchalant smile gracing his features. It's just a trivial wound. There's no need to panic. Before the high priest could respond, Zhang Xuan continued, I know that guy. He is the leader of the Dark Realm. What is your connection to him? You seem to be his father. Zhang Xuan wore an expression of intrigue. The high priest lowered his head, grappling with his emotions before finally letting out a resigned sigh. His name is Beerus. He was once my pride, and I regarded him as my successor. As the high priest spoke, a shadow of pain crossed his face. Continue, I'm listening. Zhang Xuan had somehow procured a small stool, prepared to be an audience to this unfolding drama. This was a tale too grand to miss. Actually, there are a total of 18 universes in this world, but 6 were annihilated by Lord Zeno. Zhang Xuan nodded. He was aware of this significant event. This Dragon Ball world indeed once boasted 18 universes, but one day, 6 were wiped out by Zeno, leaving behind 12. The reasons for their destruction remained obscure. Only that those 6 universes had incurred the displeasure of Zeno. Do you know why those 6 universes were eradicated by Lord Zeno? The high priest's expression turned mysteriously grave. Do tell, don't keep me in suspense. Zhang Xuan felt the frustration of being left in the dark, akin to someone caught in a cliffhanger. Those 6 universes sought rebellion and had already allied with the Dark Realm, intending to resist Lord Zeno's rule. My child, Beerus, the angel of Universe 16, was the first to learn of this conspiracy. He intended to report this to me and Lord Zeno. But it was all too late, far too late. The high priest's expression shifted from anger to a sudden quietude. The former leader of the Dark Realm approached him, attempting to seduce Beerus. Yet that child would not fall for her schemes. When the former leader realized she could not sway him, I do not know what means she employed to control Beerus. Subsequently, that being exploited the flaws in Zeno's system to brainwash him. From that point on, Beerus was lost to us. Zhang Xuan fell silent, his thoughts requiring no words. Although Beerus had betrayed their faction, they had at least been forewarned of the rebellion from the 6 universes. However, at that time, Lord Zeno was preoccupied and unable to intervene. As the high priest spoke, his expression grew increasingly tormented. I personally killed my 5 children and destroyed the lives of beings across 6 universes. I lack the immense purging power of Lord Zeno. I cannot ensure their passing is devoid of suffering. He struck his thigh in self-reproach, his face a canvas of anguish and struggle. Zhang Xuan sighed helplessly, offering him a cup of tea. Drink, it may provide you some solace. Flowers bloom and wither, all is but dust. Everything is predetermined. I cannot meddle in your family matters. I have come only to safeguard the universe. The high priest lifted the teacup and downed its contents in one gulp, and indeed, his expression softened somewhat. Yes, what has passed is past. Gradually, the high priest's eyes brightened, and he smiled. From now on, we must strive even harder to protect this world. Thank you, my brother. With that, the high priest vanished, returning to his duties, leaving Zhang Xuan in contemplative silence. The depths of the Dragon Ball world exceeded his expectations. What future events awaited them, none could foresee. Zhang Xuan's severed arm had long since healed, though his hair remained white from the excessive burning of his essence. Gazing upon the slowly recovering realm of nothingness, Zhang Xuan's eyes flickered momentarily before he too vanished from sight. Chapter 55. The tournament confirmed. Universes 6 and 7 compete. Upon returning home, Zhang Xuan kicked open the door to his abode. After a relentless consumption of dozens of cups of tea, a modicum of his anger dissipated. Yet his expression remained fiercely irate. That scoundrel, Beerus. Should I ever lay my hands on you again, you shall find your ashes scattered. Zhang Xuan gazed mournfully at the dwindling balance of his system's transaction points, now reduced to a mere 200,000. He had expended nearly 100,000 enhancing various buffs. All of this chaos was wrought by that Beerus. Beerus. My hair. Zhang Xuan retrieved a mirror, gazing helplessly at his hair. Due to the excessive burning of his essence, his once ebony locks had transformed into a stark white. Fortunately, he still possessed the same length, cascading down to his waist. To think that I am only in my 40s and already sporting a mane of white hair. Zhang Xuan sighed resignedly. It appeared that the color of his hair was a change he could not reverse anytime soon. What else could he do but accept it in silence? With that, Zhang Xuan began to examine the depletion of his celestial essence. The losses were staggering, exceeding half. With an overwhelming burden, forcing himself to activate the unrestricted law of flames suitable for him had ignited the burning of his true soul's celestial essence. His prowess had nearly regressed from the pinnacle of golden immortal to the later stages. Zhang Xuan's face fell instantly. Today had truly been a stroke of misfortune. He had failed to complete his mission, lost over 70,000 transaction points, and depleted his celestial essence. He was exasperated beyond measure. What mischief was that Whis up to? Deep within the Dark Realm's castle, having successfully escaped, Whis was drenched in sweat, employing dark powers to mend the injuries inflicted by Zhang Xuan's final strike. The dark energy had diminished significantly. It seemed that without several years of recovery, restoration was a distant hope. That scoundrel, Zhang Xuan, should I ever catch you again, I shall ensure your ashes are scattered. Whis' face twisted in a snarl. At that moment, his hatred for Zhang Xuan reached unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of fear. That last strike from Zhang Xuan had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, he had forcefully burned his dark energy to narrowly escape calamity. Yet, he too bore injuries, with his essence similarly diminished. Though they were enemies, their sentiments resonated in an uncanny synchronicity. Both yearned to scatter the other's ashes. It appeared that plans had shifted. Zhang Xuan, what heights shall you ultimately attain? Whis squinted, for the first time feeling a curiosity about such a person. In the sacred space of the High Priest, he stood deep within the corridor, tasked with maintaining the order of 12 universes. While a shadow of past anguish flickered across his visage. Am I truly a worthy father, Whis? The High Priest incessantly questioned his suitability for fatherhood, lamenting that his delay had led Whis to their present state of father and son at odds. During the mission to eradicate 6 universes, he had personally slain 5 of his own children. For the first time, he found himself doubting the system established by the Omni King. My brother, how deeply have you concealed your true intentions? The High Priest sighed helplessly. Zhang Xuan's sudden surge of power during his battle with Whis had genuinely astonished him. Truth be told, he was still insufficiently powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily subdued by his son. Whis, I shall not permit you to disrupt the order of the multiverse. In the 7th universe, at the Destroyer planet, do you wish to fight, fat cat? Beerus growled menacingly at the rotund feline across from him. The destroyers of the 6th and 7th universes, Beerus and Kampa, stood on the council table, once again igniting a conflict between the twin brothers. Do you think I would fear you, bag of bones? Whis and Vados observed from the sidelines, showing no intent to intervene. Maintaining the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan, Goku and Vegeta's curiosity was only magnified. Hey Vegeta, don't you think that fat cat over there looks remarkably like Lord Beerus? Goku whispered conspiratorially to Vegeta. Indeed, it is quite similar. The proud Prince Vegeta nodded in agreement, astonished that Beerus had a brother who was also a destroyer. However, the current situation felt rather off. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. It seemed that Beerus and Kampa were on the verge of a brawl, their destructive auras intensifying, mere moments away from conflict. With an explosive release of destructive energy, the 2 feline gods began to exchange blows, akin to children squabbling. Is this what you call a child's fight? With each strike, the very matter beneath their feet disintegrated into ash. Enough! Enough! Whis and Vados brandished their angelic staffs, forcibly halting the clash between the 2 destroyers. Lord Beerus, you are aware of the rules, are you not? Destroyers are prohibited from fighting privately. Lord Kampa, after all, this is someone else's territory. It would be rather impolite to engage in battle here, especially with that esteemed individual present in this universe. Vados and Whis reprimanded the 2 destroyers as if they were superiors. Both cats lowered their heads in dejection upon hearing their words. Kampa suddenly slapped his forehead. During their skirmish, he had indeed forgotten that Zhang Xuan was still in this universe. You were the one who proposed that ridiculous fighting competition. Apologize to me. Beerus, with an air of arrogance, turned his back on the purple cat behind him, but Kampa was equally unyielding. You initiated the attack first, and wouldn't let me finish my sentence. You apologize first. Yet, in the next moment, the fury vanished from Kampa's face. Who said you could compare with me? Each universe shall send forth its own representatives to compete. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus grew intrigued, as did Goku and Vegeta, who stood nearby. Let us compete in teams of 5. The winner can challenge the next contender until they defeat the final champion. Humph, boring. Beerus scoffed dismissively, turning away once more. Observing this, a cunning smile crept across Kampa's face. Who said there are no rewards for winning the competition? The prize for the victorious universe is a superlative treasure, a Super Dragon Ball, and I have gathered them all. Beerus's expression instantly transformed at this revelation. Kampa beamed with satisfaction. What do you think? Are you tempted now? Goku and Vegeta finally grasped the significance of the treasure being discussed. The Dragon Balls they referred to bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Balls on Earth, capable of granting any wish, and coincidentally, there were also 7 Dragon Balls on Earth as there were in the universe. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus ultimately acquiesced to Kampa's proposal for the martial arts tournament. After all, Kampa had acquired the cosmic map gifted by Zhang Xuan, and he had already located the position of the last Dragon Ball. He simply had yet to retrieve it. The final location of the Super Dragon Ball lies within the neutral universe, albeit shrouded by a layer of terrestrial surface. Subsequently, the number of combatants from the 7th universe has been tentatively established as 2: Vegeta, donned in his training attire, and Son Goku. The identities of the remaining 3 participants remain uncertain. Upon learning that he would engage in a contest against formidable warriors from other universes, Son Goku could hardly contain his excitement, leaping at the chance to participate without a moment's hesitation. In contrast to Goku's impulsive enthusiasm, Vegeta pondered the matter deeply before ultimately agreeing to join the fray. The 2 gods of destruction then conferred with the angels, alongside Goku and others, to formulate the rules of the competition, which were duly established. The contest is scheduled to commence 5 days hence from Goku's perspective. As Kampa departed, he cast a lingering glance at Goku, the human lad who had indeed made an impression on him. Despite his apparent weakness and seemingly limited intellect, Goku exuded an inexplicable aura. Nonetheless, Kampa secretly relished the fact that the 7th universe had selected 2 relatively unremarkable contestants. Had he sent forth participants from the 6th universe, it would have been sheer carnage. Chapter 56. Contestants confirmed. Zhang Xuan attends the tournament. Floating Island. The entire isle is suffused with rich spiritual energy and celestial power. The protagonist, Zhang Xuan, is seated upon a meditation mat, striving to recover the celestial essence he had previously lost. The depletion was significant, and it would take at least a year or 2 to fully recuperate. As he slowly opened his eyes, a look of delight crossed his face. The celestial power was indeed regenerating swiftly, yet he exhaled a sigh of resignation. The previous battle had exacted a heavy toll, and in his current state, complete recovery of the celestial essence would require no less than a year or 2. Today marks the day agreed upon for the tournament between Beerus and Kampa. Let me see how well my little chubby friend has accomplished his task. Zhang Xuan slapped his forehead, recalling that today heralded the time for the martial arts competition between the 6th and 7th universes, which, if he recalled correctly, was set to occur in about 5 days. He promptly retrieved a crystal ball for communication to contact Kampa and Beerus, who were en route back to the 6th universe. Lord Kampa, are you not at all concerned about losing the wish orbs we have painstakingly collected? Bados expressed her apprehension regarding the potential loss in the competition. However, the rotund Kampa remained unfazed, confident that victory was assured. He deemed the powers of Vegeta and Goku as insufficient, especially with the presence of the 6th universe's elite assassin. The 2 Saiyans posed no threat whatsoever. Engaging them would be akin to child's play. Interjected, please refrain from dragging me into your boasts. At that moment, the crystal orb atop Bados' staff flickered slightly. Lord Kampa, it appears a message from the inspector, Lord Zhang Xuan, has arrived. Before she could finish, the staff's projection automatically materialized Zhang Xuan's figure. Bados was the first to notice that something was amiss with Zhang Xuan today. His hair had changed color. Sir, your hair. Bados exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, while Kampa stood speechless behind her. Fear not, it is of no consequence. I've merely been studying diligently. Zhang Xuan waved dismissively, indicating they should not concern themselves with such trivialities. He then inquired about the true purpose of his communication. So, little chubby, how goes the task? Kampa stepped forward, bowing respectfully once more. In response to the esteemed lord, everything has been executed flawlessly. I have arranged the martial arts competition with that fellow Beerus for 5 days hence. Kampa then proceeded to detail the competition's rules and participant numbers to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Kampa's efficiency was commendable, and the rules aligned perfectly with those of the original narrative. The location was confirmed to be at the intersection of the neutral universe, precisely where the last Super Dragon Ball resided. Well done, little chubby. This is quite impressive. Kampa beamed at the praise from Zhang Xuan. In response to the esteemed lord, this is merely my duty. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhang Xuan nodded approvingly while applauding Kampa. Your commendable efforts deserve reward. With that, Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, and a bag as large as a small mountain materialized before Kampa. The connection was simultaneously severed. Both Bados and Kampa were taken aback by the sight of the enormous bag, while Kampa felt a mixture of shock and gratitude, realizing that working for Zhang Xuan came with compensation. Unlike the stingy Grand Priest and Zeno, Zhang Xuan is truly remarkable. I could weep. What could possibly be inside? Kampa hurried forward, excitement mingling with curiosity about the contents of the bag. Lord Kampa, do not open that bag. Bados' pupils dilated as she attempted to prevent Kampa from unfastening the bag, but she was too late. What did you say? At that moment, Kampa had already untied the bag's opening, and before he could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by a deluge of plastic wrappers. The contents were an assortment of snacks from Zhang Xuan's previous life, and he was well aware of what Kampa desired most. Oh dear, Bados lamented, covering her forehead in exasperation. Kampa always manages to concoct something peculiar. Destruction God Planet. Things were becoming rather entertaining. Son Goku finally shed the weighty gravity suit he had been wearing, reverting from his Super Saiyan 4 form to his normal state. The gravity suit thudded heavily to the ground, sinking into the earth. The competition was merely a necessary phase. His ultimate goal was to become the strongest. Vegeta flexed his wrist, similarly exiting his Super Saiyan 4 state. The gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa, along with Whis and Bados. Even the inspector Zhang Xuan, he vowed that one day he would surpass these individuals. Goku pondered what sort of contestants Lord Beerus would ultimately select. Vegeta, on the other hand, expressed indifference, asserting that he could single-handedly vanquish any opponents. Clearly, both were brimming with confidence. In the distance, Whis finished his last bag of chips and remarked, "With strength comes confidence. In that fat pig-s universe, even if Goku and Vegeta exert only half their strength, they could easily dominate." He eagerly anticipated the expression on that rotund pig's face. Beerus wore a mischievous grin, convinced of the seventh universe's inevitable victory. He could hardly wait to witness the sour expression Kampa would exhibit upon losing the match. Just as he spoke, the space in the distance trembled slightly. Whis and Beerus, accustomed to such occurrences, knew who was arriving. A hand tore through the fabric of space, and Zhang Xuan slowly emerged. "Long time no see, everyone." Despite being an inspector, Zhang Xuan exhibited no airs, greeting them politely. "Ah, Zhang Xuan." Goku beamed with his signature smile, extending a hand in response to Zhang Xuan's greeting. However, they also noticed something unusual about Zhang Xuan. His hair had turned white. "Don't worry about it. I've just been studying too hard," Zhang Xuan assured them, downplaying the matter, which they instinctively chose to overlook. In contrast to the carefree Goku, Vegeta and Beerus bowed respectfully. Subsequently, Zhang Xuan elucidated his purpose for visiting, expressing his intention to attend the martial arts tournament they were hosting. Upon hearing this news, Beerus and the others were momentarily rendered speechless, astonished that this esteemed individual had taken an interest in their competition. Zhang Xuan wore a perplexed expression, feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it truly necessary to display such shock over merely attending a tournament? "I will be present. I trust you will adequately prepare. By the way, you two should also take the time to prepare yourselves. As for the final 3 contestants, you may select them yourselves. I shall refrain from intervening." Beerus remarked that it was indeed an honor for them to have such a distinguished guest at their martial arts event. Beerus quipped, "Do you think I would dare refuse?" Whis also assured that he and Beerus would take full responsibility for this matter, leaving Beerus with a large question mark hovering over his head. Whis had certainly earned the title of the ultimate teammate. However, just as Whis and the others were about to depart, Zhang Xuan called out to Whis, who was on his way to Earth, advising him to remain vigilant during this period. Whis comprehended the gravity of the situation, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement, assuring that he would heed the advice. "Very well, take care on your journey." After conveying his message, Zhang Xuan departed as well. Upon returning to Earth, Son Goku and Vegeta informed everyone about the martial arts tournament organized by the 6th and 7th universes. The supreme deities of both universes were to host a cosmic martial arts competition, with the 2 God of Destruction's direct superior also in attendance. The revelation left everyone in a state of astonishment. The urgency of time left them little opportunity to seek out the remaining 2 participants. With Krillin unable to compete, Vegeta and Son Goku turned their attention to Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the plump Majin Buu residing with Mr. Satan. Unfortunately, Son Gohan was unavailable, leaving them to tentatively confirm 2 participants for their side, Majin Buu and Piccolo. Beerus had stated that he would personally select the final contestant. So Son Goku and Vegeta only needed to choose 2, leaving the rest to Beerus. As for the last participant, it was none other than the strongest warrior, Monaka, personally appointed by Beerus. Later, to resolve the issue regarding the divine language needed for the Dragon Balls, they sent Bulma to planet Zuno to seek assistance. A series of subsequent issues were then addressed. Chapter 57, Zhang Xuan's speculation. The Omni King is not the only supreme being. These supplements are exceedingly expensive. Zhang Xuan gazed at the array of magnificent elixirs within the system's marketplace, then glanced at his dwindling balance of trading points, his face etched with hesitation. If he refrained from purchasing these supplements, it would take him at least another year to restore the celestial essence he had previously lost. Yet, no one could predict what events might unfold in the future to effectively respond to a series of unforeseen occurrences. His strength must remain at its utmost peak at all times. That scoundrel, Whis, how infuriating. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth, decisively spending 170,000 trading points to acquire several celestial herbs and elixirs. Ding. Purchase successful. Current balance of trading points, 42,100. The system's cold, indifferent notification echoed in that moment. Zhang Xuan felt as if he had been stabbed by 1,000 tiny daggers. The pain. Such agony. Observing the celestial herbs and elixirs pulsating with spiritual energy in his hands, his expression immediately soured. Just purchasing these few items had drained him of 170,000 trading points, transforming his overnight fortune into an overnight deficit. That rascal, the next time I catch you, you will face the consequences. Zhang Xuan grumbled as he began to absorb the supplements to restore his celestial essence, and once again, silence enveloped him. Time passed quietly. The seventh universe confirmed its list of participants: Monaka, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Majin Buu, while the sixth universe had already established its lineup. Compa did not disclose it directly. It could only be said that their selected contestants were equally formidable. Compa declared, "The seventh universe is merely a collection of weaklings. I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this tournament." Zhang Xuan had fully restored his previously lost celestial essence. While he felt pained by the substantial expenditure of trading points, he was also astonished by the efficacy of these elixirs, and he could vaguely sense a slight increase in his own strength. Zhang Xuan felt a sense of balance restored. Having fully recovered from his earlier losses, with an increase in strength, the 170,000 trading points spent did not feel like a waste. After restoring all of his celestial essence, Zhang Xuan arrived early at the venue for the martial arts tournament between the sixth and seventh universes. At this moment, the fighting arena and the surrounding structures had all been conjured into existence by the divine power of Beerus. Zhang Xuan rested his chin on his hand, surveying the area, and noted that some aspects were still lacking in perfection. "My lord, how does this look? Does it meet your expectations?" Beerus inquired, seeking Zhang Xuan's opinion. It still needs a slight adjustment," Zhang Xuan replied with a smile, extending his hand. Instantly, the viewing stands encircling the arena vanished, leaving only a circular arena with a diameter of over 40 meters. Sofas, benches, and all other necessary amenities were meticulously arranged to ensure a comfortable experience for spectators. "Your discerning eye is truly remarkable," Compa interjected, attempting to flatter Zhang Xuan, his mouth still smeared with remnants of food. "Enough discussion on this matter. Beerus, Compa, please bring forth your selected participants," Zhang Xuan stated with an unchanging expression, prompting the two to chuckle discreetly before vanishing. Zhang Xuan remained alone, his gaze never leaving the Super Dragon Balls encircling the arena. As he observed the Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to a planet, his expression gradually deepened in contemplation. The Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, could restore universes erased by the Omni King or bestow immense power and immortality. Zhang Xuan extended his hand towards the 4-star Dragon Ball, a faint white light emanating from his palm. It was likely that the Super Shinran's divine rank was at least on par with that of an angel, if not equivalent to the divine hierarchy shared by himself and the Grand Priest. What kind of existence was the Dragon God Zalama, the creator of these Dragon Balls? Zhang Xuan's expression grew grave. He had previously assumed that Dragon God Zalama was of the same caliber as the Grand Priest. However, he now realized that all of his assumptions were misguided. He had just utilized his abilities to probe the interior of these Super Dragon Balls and was astonished to discover that the energy contained within even a single Super Dragon Ball far exceeded that of an average angelic level. The energy contained was assuredly on par with that of a mid-stage golden immortal. To possess the capability to create deities comparable to himself and the Grand Priest, while infusing each Super Dragon Ball with energy surpassing that of angels, was no small feat. It was evident that the Super Shinran summoned by the 7 Super Dragon Balls would not rank lower than himself or the Grand Priest. The being responsible for their creation could not possibly be weak. This indicated that the long mysterious divine rank of Zalama would most likely not be inferior to that of the Omni King. "It seems I have begun to comprehend a fraction of the truth." Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. Whis had previously mentioned that no being would surpass the Omni King in rank, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. However, neither Whis nor the others have ever stated that there would not be deities of equal stature to the Omni King. This is quite telling. The Omni King is not the sole supreme being. Perhaps there are other deities, yet to emerge, who possess a divine supremacy comparable to that of the Omni King. Zhang Xuan remarked, his thoughts drifting back to his previous life, recalling a fan-made Dragon Ball comic he had once perused. It was a creation by a notable foreign artist, depicting Son Goku ascending to the role of a god of destruction in a parallel universe of Dragon Ball, with the narrative unfolding gradually alongside the world building. One day, during a gathering of gods of destruction, an alien deity resembling a rib dish made an appearance. This extraterrestrial explained that the Omni King is not the only supreme being. Rather, there are 6 others of equal might. After creating all that exists, they fashioned their own realms, each independently governing their respective universes, thus becoming the ultimate sovereigns. Among these, The most familiar supreme deity to us is the Omni King of the universe in which Zhang Xuan resides. The worlds created by the other 6 deities surely number no less than the universe of the Omni King. Is the Omni King not the highest-ranking deity? Has he not already dominion over all things? Indeed, the Omni King is the paramount deity, but solely within his own universe. If we were to liken the universe of the Omni King to a nation, then the 12 universes would merely be cities within that nation. The Omni King is the king of this nation, while the Grand Priest serves as the Chancellor. The Omni King's guards are tasked with monitoring the cosmic order, reporting significant events back to the Omni King, who then decides whether to obliterate or create. Moreover, the leader of the Heavenly Guards in that comic once mentioned that, due to the Omni King's childlike penchant for play, he is the weakest among the 7 supreme beings, including the other 6 grand worlds. There must be at least 7 such colossal worlds and super universes, and perhaps even more comparable realms beyond. As Zhang Xuan contemplated the comics he had viewed in his previous life, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could the Dragon Ball universe into which I have traversed be the very universe depicted in that comic? Please, let it not be so. There have already been enough troubles. Zhang Xuan began to suspect that the Dragon Ball world he had entered might indeed be the same as that described in the fan comic. It is possible that it is a fusion of various fan works. For instance, after the Tournament of Power, angels and gods of destruction who had already annihilated 6 universes, along with that angelic mother, might also make an appearance. There could even be the formidable Vegeta from the Dragon Ball, Super God Slayer saga. The mere thought of this caused Zhang Xuan's head to throb. He was utterly uncertain about what future events might unfold. He was simply groping through the darkness, cautiously holding a lantern. What a hassle. Chapter 58. The 2 supreme gods collaborate to deceive their subordinates. Subsequently, all contestants from both universes gathered. In stark contrast to the meager 5 participants from Universe 6, Universe 7, led by Son Goku, brought along nearly everyone, with just a few exceptions. Upon witnessing the immense Super Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to entire planets, Bulma was left momentarily speechless. Although she had previously heard that the Super Dragon Balls were as large as stars, and had prepared herself mentally, witnessing them in person was truly astonishing. Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others were no exception. Apart from the angels and gods of destruction, and the ravenous Zhang Xuan on stage, all present were astounded, gazing at the Super Dragon Balls encircling the arena. Yet, simultaneously, upon realizing that these Dragon Balls could genuinely grant any wish, Bulma's mind began to concoct secret schemes. Unnoticed by those around her, Zhang Xuan called for Beerus and Whis to convene and discuss the examination questions. What kind of questions to set, their difficulty and quantity. In an effort to ease the burden on the participants, Zhang Xuan procured a set of high school mathematics papers from his previous life from the system's shop. Zhang Xuan declared, "I swear, I am truly a good person. I am not targeting anyone." The questions were not excessively difficult, merely somewhat cerebral. Whis took on the role of proctor. During this time, Vegeta and the others also met Cabba, the Saiyan from Universe 6. And Vegeta was taken aback by Cabba's slender physique. He had never encountered a Saiyan who resembled a thin dog. However, what astonished him even more was learning from Cabba that the Saiyan home planet of Universe 6 had not been destroyed. Unlike the ruthless Saiyans of Universe 7, those of Universe 6 cherished peace. When Cabba learned from Vegeta that their second planet was seized, he was equally shocked, his prior admiration for Vegeta and the others diminishing significantly. Nevertheless, Vegeta smiled and patted his shoulder, assuring him, "I guarantee you, we shall never engage in such actions again." Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others sensed that the purple-haired hit possessed formidable strength, so they kept a watchful eye on him as the examination commenced. Even the smartest contestant from Universe 7, Piccolo, found himself bewildered by the exam questions. What in the world? I can't comprehend this. Son Goku scratched his head in desperation. To be honest, he couldn't solve any of these problems. He wanted to give up, but he dared not, considering who was nearby. At that moment, Whis transformed into a strict teacher, occasionally waving the angelic staff, which had morphed into a ruler, in front of them. Asking him to tackle these high school math papers was akin to expecting an ordinary person with a primary school education to solve the Poincare conjecture. Such was the level of difficulty. These nightmarish questions left everyone present in agony, even causing the CPU of the robot from Universe 6 to overheat. Occasionally, it would pour molten lava into its mouth to cool down. "It's cold. Care for a chill, everyone? Drink some lava." The yellow bear clad in a red vest was also sweating profusely. After several minutes, he had only managed to solve the first problem. "I'm done." Hit with the purple hair was the first to submit his paper. While the questions were somewhat challenging, they were by no means insurmountable for him. Following suit, more contestants submitted their papers, with Piccolo, the cleverest among Universe 7's participants, being the second to finish. The third to submit was Kaba, who turned out to be a hidden academic prodigy. The fourth was the yellow bear in the red vest. At that moment, the examination room was left with a sweating Vegeta and Son Goku, along with the sleeping Majin Buu. Vegeta's CPU had burned out. At this juncture, he had never felt such murderous intent. He wished to annihilate the one who devised these questions 1,000 times over, even going so far as to twist their head off and use it as a ball to kick. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to him, Vegeta. Beerus and the others were growing somewhat impatient. What kind of wretched questions could possibly keep them occupied for so long? It seems you all are enjoying the examination immensely. I am truly touched. As he gazed upon the emotionally charged Vegeta and Son Goku, Zhang Xuan was profoundly moved. Had it not been for Whis fervently advising him from the sidelines, he might have impulsively added dozens more questions to their exam. Ultimately, it was only with the assistance of Beerus that Goku and his companions were able to complete the test successfully. Due to the intricate nature of the questions, Majin Buu managed to attempt only 2 before succumbing to fatigue and falling asleep in the examination hall. Furious, Beerus nearly unleashed his wrath upon Majin Buu, but reconsidered in light of Zhang Xuan's watchful presence. Thus, with the exam concluded, the formal competition commenced. The tournament was structured into 5 groups of one-on-one matches, with participants drawn at random. The formidable Monaka was designated as the anchor, while Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors to determine their order of combat. Goku and Vegeta were riveted by the sight of Hit, who was meditating with his eyes closed on the opposite side. Vegeta, this guy is incredibly powerful, Goku declared with a serious expression. Even without sensing Hit's aura, his instincts told him of Hit's formidable strength. Vegeta, arms crossed, concurred with Goku's assessment. Meanwhile, Hit scrutinized the 2 Saiyans before him, recognizing their calm demeanor which betrayed no hint of their true capabilities. He was certain that either of these Saiyans possessed the strength to challenge him in a one-on-one encounter, prompting him to regard them with newfound respect. As the anticipation for battle mounted, referees and officials began to assemble. Zhang Xuan, seated in the upper spectator area, had prepared a large pot of fried rice. Such splendid combat warranted a delectable accompaniment. My culinary skills have only improved, he mused, savoring his dish. The outcome on Vegeta's side was soon determined. Goku would be the first to represent Universe 7, while the first contender from Universe 6 would be the red-vested bear Badrama. With the contestants established, the battle was poised to commence. I hereby declare the inaugural Universe Martial Arts Tournament officially open, Zhang Xuan announced with a flourish of his finger. The referee interjected, "You make my position quite uncomfortable." Both fighters leaped onto the arena, in stark contrast to Goku's light-footedness. The heavy-set Badrama's descent caused the very platform to tremble. Aside from Whis, Hit, and the denizens of Universe 7, few had faith in the seemingly foolish Goku. Kampa was positively elated, envisioning his imminent victory. Wiping grains of rice from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Xuan sent a message to the Grand Priest via a crystal ball. The 6th and 7th universes are hosting a martial arts tournament. Summon the Omni King at your earliest convenience. The later, the better. The Grand Priest, upon reading the message, remained unperturbed. He understood the implications of Zhang Xuan's words. What seemed innocuous was laced with traps. Firstly, Beerus and Kampa had not notified the Omni King about the tournament. Secondly, Zhang Xuan's suggestion of a delay was another snare. Having been deceived by Zhang Xuan on numerous occasions, the Grand Priest recognized the ploy. It appeared that Beerus and Kampa were in for a rough time. A faint smile graced the Grand Priest's lips, as he too became embroiled in this farce. The 2 supreme deities colluding to ensnare their subordinates was indeed a rare sight. Believing Zhang Xuan had informed the Omni King, Beerus and Kampa paid little heed to the matter. Zhang Xuan, however, had informed no one. Chapter 59. The gods of destruction erupt in conflict. The battle ignited. Goku initiated the assault, yet, true to his nature, he began without utilizing his full strength. Instead opting for a warm-up, he faced Badrama using only his base form, each of his strikes landing with the force of a mere mortal against a mountain. Failing to even rattle the red-vested bear, Badrama, assuming Goku's strength was limited, recalled the previous comments from the rotund fighter who had belittled Goku's abilities. Confident in his superiority, Badrama lowered his guard after Goku's series of attacks proved ineffective. Among those present, apart from the Universe 7 participants, Whis and Hit, no one held any hope for Goku's success, including the referee. If I recall correctly, the next match features Frost. With a supreme deity like me in attendance, he shouldn't dare to engage in any underhanded tactics, Zhang Xuan thought, observing Frost's cold smile from the stands, his expression betraying no emotion. With the monitor present, even the gods of destruction and angels refrained from making any remarks, let alone allowing a minor figure like Frost to cheat in his presence. Yet, He ultimately underestimated Frost's audacity. For the sake of wealth, Frost was capable of anything. Ostensibly a benefactor of Universe 6, the truth revealed him to be a villain of the highest order. To put it bluntly, Frost paled in comparison to Frieza from Universe 7, who at least had the courage to act rather than hide in the shadows like a coward. As Goku studied Badrama's physique, he realized that his previous attacks had failed to inflict any damage. He soon discerned that his strikes were merely being redirected into the void, explaining the absence of any noticeable impact. For once, Goku, the martial arts enthusiast, engaged his intellect, exploiting Badrama's girth to his advantage and ultimately toppling him. Goku gradually dragged Badrama's foot toward the edge of the arena, conserving his strength as much as possible. In the end, Badrama tumbled off the platform. With Universe 7's Goku victorious, the next match would still feature him. Kampa was nearly beside himself with rage. What a disastrous start. How did you manage to pass the exam? Have you forgotten the importance of not underestimating your opponents? If only he had denied Goku the opportunity to trip him up, he might not have fallen so swiftly. Badrama silently endured Kampa's fury, perplexed and aggrieved, wondering how Goku had defeated him so quickly while recalling Kampa's earlier claims of Goku's weakness. Badrama's frustration was palpable. While Kampa seethed, Beerus reveled in the situation, more pleased than anyone else to witness his ally's triumph. Kampa's fury was once more ignited by Beerus, leading the two gods of destruction to ascend into the sky and engage in a renewed clash. Skin and bones. Fat pig. Destructive energy swirled around Kampa and Beerus, intensifying with fury. An oppressive sense of death enveloped all present, causing even the angels to furrow their brows. Oh, are we about to witness a brawl? Zhang Xuan exclaimed, abandoning his meal with glee. In the next instant, the two gods of destruction vanished from sight. A tremendous shockwave erupted, fracturing the entire arena in an instant, sending debris soaring into the air. No one could discern what transpired within the enveloping smoke until it gradually began to clear. The Supreme Kai of Universe 6, along with the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, and everyone else present, save for the angels, beheld a scene of utter astonishment. Zhang Xuan found himself positioned between two gods of destruction, each of his fingers poised to counter their full-force blows. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the later moment when the High Priest used a finger to neutralize the confrontation between Beerus and that rodent. Observing Zhang Xuan effortlessly deflecting their might, both Beerus and Kampa displayed expressions of sheer terror. Despite their formidable powers, these two deities were not particularly astute. In their fury, they had neglected to consider the presence of Zhang Xuan, who had been indulging in a feast above. The rules dictated that gods of destruction were not permitted to engage in combat among themselves, and there was no stipulation allowing for a sparring match in this tournament. Rules are rules, Zhang Xuan stated, his usual smile replaced by a calm demeanor. Yet, his inner thoughts betrayed him, outwardly composed, yet inwardly exclaiming, I am truly magnificent. In an instant, however, his expression turned icy. If you wish to fight, I can certainly oblige you for an entire day. Upon hearing this, Kampa and Beerus felt a chill run down their spines and bowed deeply in apology. Even the angels and Supreme Kai from the 6th and 7th universes came forth to plead on their behalf. The spectators below, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were utterly astounded to see two gods of destruction bowing in deference to a human who was nearly their equal in stature. This scene left them in utter shock. With even Goku and Vegeta, who were aware of Zhang Xuan's strength, wide-eyed and agape, how could he have so effortlessly withstood the full force of two gods of destruction? Just how powerful was he? This depth of strength seemed unfathomable. Vegeta was left speechless, while Goku, typically cheerful, found himself questioning whether he could ever attain such effortless strength to withstand a god of destruction's attack. The events of this day would forever be etched in the souls of all present. If one day their children were to inquire about this incident, they would surely recount. I witnessed that day when Beerus was utterly terrified by that individual, seeing that the situation had calmed, and mindful of the time lost which could potentially interfere with the arrival of the Omni King. Zhang Xuan chose not to pursue the matter further, merely offering a verbal warning to the two deities. He also indicated that should anyone dare to cheat during the competition, he would personally step in to adjudicate. Beerus and Kampa exhaled in relief, though they remained apprehensive, grateful that this formidable individual had chosen not to escalate their altercation. This was the first time they had encountered such seriousness from him, and Kampa's previous notions of Zhang Xuan's character were swiftly dispelled. Wasn't this individual supposed to be amiable? Upon returning to the elevated platform, Zhang Xuan signaled for the referee to resume the match. Oh, my sincerest apologies, esteemed sir, the referee exclaimed, hastily retrieving the microphone that had fallen to the ground, and proclaimed that the competition would continue. Thus, this minor incident finally reached its conclusion, and the match resumed as scheduled. In the second match, Goku took to the field once more, facing the second contestant, Frost, a benevolent figure from Universe 6. Those from Universe 7 who had encountered Frieza were astonished to discover that Frost bore a striking resemblance to the infamous tyrant. Universe 6 had its very own Frieza. Chapter 60, Frost's Audacity, Goku's Defeat. Frost began by politely bowing to everyone present, subsequently articulating his noble stance. This declaration left everyone from Earth in Universe 7 utterly astounded. Translation: I take pleasure in cheating. I'll slap you and offer you a sweet treat. What will you do about it? As the battle commenced, Frost transformed into a higher evolutionary form of the Ice Demon, though he refrained from unveiling his ultimate form, which he kept concealed. Goku likewise engaged in combat without resorting to his full potential, opting instead to fight in his standard state. The two opponents became mere blurs, their punches colliding with such rapidity that the average observer could barely perceive their movements. Positions were exchanged almost every second during the fray. The Supreme Kai of Universe 6 stood agape, having never witnessed such a caliber of combat before. Poor child, his experiences are far too limited. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7, however, remarked that such battles were all too common during their encounters with Majin Buu. Goku showcased Vegeta's royal combat techniques to great effect. Yet Frost merely smirked, effortlessly evading the barrage of energy blasts. Ultimately, Goku's signature Kamehameha was similarly sliced in two by Frost's deft maneuvers. It was at this moment that Goku recognized that his opponent was far from ordinary. When comparing Frost to Frieza, it became evident that Frost was not significantly inferior. He was swiftly overpowered by Frost's tackling assault, eliciting a pained cry from Goku as he paid the price for his earlier carelessness. The referee clarified that Frost's current form was termed the Assault form, recounting his backstory in the process. Frost was a beacon of righteousness from Universe 6, battling relentlessly against malevolent forces, motivated by the desire to aid the impoverished inhabitants and children of war-torn planets. He was willing to face opponents 1,000, 100, or even 10,000 times stronger than himself, all for the sake of securing the resources needed to assist those unfortunate children. Furthermore, he had been awarded the Universe Peace Prize thrice, one of the highest accolades in Universe 6, thereby underscoring the award's prestige. Zhang Xuan remarked, "How touching. I can hardly contain my amusement." He served himself another bowl of fried rice, the pile of bowls beside him resembling a small mountain. Upon hearing the referee's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Truth be told, the referee was indeed fair, albeit deceived by Frost's facade. Did one truly believe he was a cosmic benefactor? Beneath the surface lay a different reality. The referee's timely intervention had inadvertently bestowed several advantages upon Frost. As the audience of Universe 7 listened to the referee's narrative, they were left in a state of confusion, uncertain of whom to support in this match. The battle was not favorable for Goku, as Frost relentlessly pushed him back. Seizing the opportunity, Frost knocked Goku down, unleashing a barrage of death rays that illuminated the arena akin to a disco ball in a KTV, enveloping the space in a haze. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Frost, fearing he had inadvertently harmed Goku, finally relaxed. Goku, grinning foolishly, declared that Frost had ignited his spirit. This was the sensation he had been longing for. Frost, too, was taken aback by Goku's prowess, though he sensed that this was not yet Goku's full strength. Finally, Goku ceased to hold back, revealing just a glimpse of his true power. His roar pierced the heavens, his hair standing on end and transforming into a golden hue, the energy radiating from him akin to the ignition of a gas stove. Frost could no longer conceal his true form, entering the final manifestation of the frozen demon. Yet, even Kampa and the Saiyan Kaba from Universe 6 were left speechless, not by the sheer might of Goku's transformation, but by the astonishing revelation that a Saiyan could indeed transform. The battle reignited. Empowered by his evolution, Frost unleashed a fierce assault upon Goku. His fists enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy, propelled by unwavering determination and strength. However, Goku effortlessly intercepted Frost's onslaught, sending him hurtling away with a single blow. As the skirmish continued, Frost's repeated attempts to strike were met with failure. Each attack fell short, resulting in his swift defeat at Goku's hands. The disparity between them could not be quantified merely by numbers. "What audacity!" remarked Zhang Xuan with an amused expression, reclining like a sage after finishing his last bowl of fried rice, seemingly mocking Frost's foolishness. Truth be told, he had never anticipated that Frost would dare to cheat right under his nose. Did Frost truly believe Zhang Xuan would remain oblivious to his underhanded tactics? In fact, Zhang Xuan had noticed the sharp spike protruding from Frost's palm and wrist the moment he entered his ultimate form. He simply chose not to expose him at that time. "Well, I've already said what I needed to say." Zhang Xuan yawned, growing increasingly intrigued by the unfolding events. "Frost, now in a dire state with scarcely a whole part of his body, feigned exhaustion as he summoned all his strength to rise. With every movement, he was met with agonizing pain coursing through him. Goku felt a twinge of sympathy, yet Frost insisted he was undeterred. For the sake of his child and the universe's peace, he would never concede, no matter how formidable the foe. Frost launched another attack, but this time Goku did not respond with immediate force. Instead, he adopted a defensive stance. Bulma, seated in the audience of Universe 7, also felt a pang of compassion, shouting for Frost to concede. Krillin, bewildered by Bulma's sudden change of heart, wondered if she had been swayed. Goku regained his footing and once again overpowered Frost. Yet this time, Frost did not collapse immediately. He mustered nearly all his strength for one last strike against Goku. Goku extended his hand to block Frost's final assault. In that fleeting moment, a spike rapidly retracted from Frost's hand, unnoticed by all except for Zhang Xuan, the salty Eggman, and the two angels. Goku was caught off guard. The instant he connected with Frost's punch, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his mind swirling in disorientation. Seizing the opportunity, Frost struck Goku, sending him flying out of the arena. The Kaioshin and Beerus, along with the others, were left in disbelief. How could this be? Kakarot had actually lost. Chapter 61, Cheating Before My Eyes? Death. Goku regained consciousness, perplexed as to why he had lost. At the moment he made contact with Frost's fist, he had felt a wave of weakness wash over him, leading to his downfall. Beerus, visibly enraged, questioned Goku's actions. Had he really unleashed his full power from the start to avoid losing? While Goku dismissed the importance of the match, Beerus cared deeply about winning. The Super Dragon Balls were trivial. What mattered was defeating that fat pig, which brought him joy. Kampa, on the opposing side, was elated, even taunting Beerus. Referee, what are you waiting for? Announce the results. Hearing Kampa's incessant urging, the referee finally snapped back to reality, just as he was about to declare the outcome. A voice interrupted, wait. Beerus and Kampa turned to see Zhang Xuan leisurely sipping tea, teleporting beside the referee. Kampa and Beerus exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what this individual was up to. Ignoring the bewildered pair, Zhang Xuan approached Frost and grasped his wrist. Inwardly, Frost was torn with dread, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Would this figure discover his treachery? He dared not resist, submitting to the examination. For this individual had once repelled a god of destruction's full power with mere fingers. Such a confrontation was beyond his capabilities. Kampa's heart sank, sensing impending calamity, while Beerus shared a similar unease. Bardoss, amused, covered her mouth with a smile, anticipating the intriguing events about to unfold. Zhang Xuan forcefully extracted the poison needle from Frost's body, waving it before him before handing it to the referee. The referee's brow furrowed as he examined the needle. Upon lightly touching it, he collapsed, rendered powerless. Kampa's mouth dropped open in shock at Frost's deception, while Bardoss seized the moment to reveal Frost's true past to all. He instigated wars, then quelled them, only to reclaim barren lands at a meager price. It was all part of his insidious scheme. On the surface, Frost appeared to be a benevolent figure in Universe 6, yet behind the facade lay a cunning more treacherous than Frisia's. At least Frisia was bold enough to act on his ambitions. He despised using underhanded tactics to amass wealth. Bardoss, true to her nature, delivered a masterful assist. The audience from Universe 7 echoed with disbelief as Frost's carefully crafted persona crumbled in an instant, giving way to a chorus of indignation. How dare Frost cheat before this esteemed figure? This was a disaster. Kampa smacked his forehead, ready to seek forgiveness, but recoiled in terror at Zhang Xuan's gaze. Once so imposing, he now appeared utterly wretched. Now it was Beerus's turn to revel in the situation, mirroring the taunting gesture Kampa had made earlier. No weapons or poison are permitted in this match. This was a rule established by the gods of destruction and me personally. Frost, how bold of you. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Xuan addressed Frost, his expression deceptively benign. I'm sorry, my lord. I was wrong. Frost pleaded, trembling as he knelt and bowed repeatedly, beseeching this powerful figure for mercy. He wished to survive, to amass more wealth, and ultimately dominate Universe 6. Rules are rules. Transgressions incur penalties. Be a good person in your next life. No sooner had Zhang Xuan finished speaking than Frost's body erupted in a violent explosion, disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. Frost has utterly vanished from this world, his very soul torn into fragments by the formidable powers of Zhang Xuan. All present were astounded by this esteemed figure's iron-fisted methods and the severity of his punishment. Yet, their predominant emotion was one of terror. This individual, appearing innocuous and amiable, could unleash a ferocity surpassing that of anyone else when provoked. Zhang Xuan gazed upon the terrified faces of those on the stage, once again adopting his previously benign demeanor. Frost of the Sixth Universe has violated the rules of the competition by utilizing weapons. I hereby declare that the Seventh Universe's Sun Wukong is the victor of this match. The current score between the Sixth and Seventh Universes stands at 2-0. The referee, having fainted, was unable to announce the results. Thus Zhang Xuan stepped forth to fulfill that duty. With a furrowed brow, he added, "Should anyone dare to breach the rules again, I shall personally intervene." He pointed towards a pool of blood beside him, addressing all present with this warning. No one dared to contest this outcome, nor did they possess the audacity to voice objections. Subsequently, Zhang Xuan returned to the audience, allowing the minor incident to settle. With Sun Wukong having triumphed in 2 consecutive matches, the next contender from their team would be Vegeta, due to lingering toxins within Sun Wukong's system. After much deliberation, the Sixth Universe decided to send the robot Vegeta into battle first. Before the fight commenced, Beerus, having made some adjustments to the arena, added a square protective shield. This was a cunning scheme. Despite its apparent ineffectiveness, it nearly led to Vegeta's downfall during the skirmish. As the battle commenced, Zhang Xuan personally ensured the safety of the referee, a figure of fairness and impartiality, by encasing him within a protective barrier to prevent any unintentional harm during the fierce conflict between the two combatants. It must be said that this referee was indeed fair, far superior to the shameless, blind Sakura referee and the North Pole referee. The fight began. From the outset, Vegeta fixated on his opponent, hit, and thus refrained from unleashing his full might against the robot, perceiving it as merely mediocre. He casually engaged in battle, adopting only his Super Saiyan form. However, when the two contenders clashed for the first time, Vegeta was taken aback to discover that although the robot's attack speed was lacking, its defense was remarkably robust. Moreover, its offensive power was formidable. As a single punch shattered a portion of the arena, the debris from the demolished arena fell outside, foreshadowing Vegeta's subsequent survival in the match. This battle proved exceptionally arduous for Vegeta. The seemingly limitless onslaught of Vegeta's molten rock attacks left him scrambling to defend himself. Even his prideful princely techniques were rendered ineffective. As the air grew increasingly thin above, he struggled to find a secure footing below. Consequently, when the tide of battle began to turn against him, he came perilously close to being eliminated by Vegeta. Ultimately, it was the referee's fair judgment, along with the rules of the competition, that spared Vegeta from disqualification. With a countenance as dark as stormy waters, he slowly returned to the arena. Anger surged within him. He was truly enraged. How could the proud Saiyan prince find himself relying on the rules to avoid elimination, thus tarnishing his dignity and pride? It appeared that Vegeta was on the verge of an explosive outburst. In the audience, Beerus narrowed his eyes, noticing the rapid surge of energy emanating from Vegeta. The energy that had previously stagnated at Super Saiyan level 1 erupted once more, now accompanied by arcs of blue lightning encircling his aura. Transforming into Super Saiyan Form 2, Vegeta launched a fierce assault against Vegeta. The brutal intensity of Vegeta's attacks caught Vegeta off guard, forcing him into a defensive stance. Soon, the robot found itself cornered, teetering on the brink of elimination, just shy of being knocked out of the ring. Vegeta amassed all his energy into his fist, striking with a force potent enough to obliterate the arena. Vegeta, attempting to resist the onslaught, unleashed his own power in a desperate bid for counterattack. However, he ultimately underestimated Vegeta's strength. Vegeta was eliminated, succumbing to defeat, his resolve shattered by Vegeta's derisive insult, scrap metal. Chapter 62. Vegeta takes on a student. The current score stands at 3-0. The Seventh Universe had achieved 3 consecutive victories, while the unfortunate Sixth Universe had yet to secure a single win. In stark contrast to the jubilant Seventh Universe, the members of the Sixth Universe wore expressions of despair. Kampa was nearly driven to fury. Had he not been restrained by those nearby, he would have unleashed his wrath upon these inept contenders. How could such formidable beings perform so poorly? Yet, his impotent rage could not alter the course of history or time, for the Sixth Universe's defeat was an inevitability. The next match was fast approaching, featuring the Seventh Universe's Vegeta against the Sixth Universe's Cabba, a Saiyan from Universe 6. As they sized each other up, the battle commenced. Vegeta keenly observed that Cabba's attack methods and energy assaults bore a striking resemblance to those of his own Saiyan kin from Universe 7. Even the initial moves mirrored his own. Vegeta, ultimately dismissive, presumed this Saiyan to be lacking in power. Thus, he refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan at the outset, choosing instead to engage in combat in his base form. However, as the fight progressed, Vegeta quickly realized that this slender Saiyan was remarkably swift and possessed considerable strength. With a fighting style that was commendable, realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta could no longer afford to underestimate Cabba and began to intensify both his attack speed and power. The formerly one-sided battle swiftly shifted, nullifying Cabba's advantage. As time passed, the fight grew tedious and monotonous. Cabba implored Vegeta to teach him the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. During Vegeta's transformation, a flicker of desire ignited within Cabba. He too yearned to become a Super Saiyan, to protect more of his kin and friends. Upon hearing Cabba's request, a sly smirk crossed Vegeta's lips. He resolved to assist this Saiyan, recognizing his potential, ambition, and commendable learning pace. Vegeta began with verbal provocation before launching a more ferocious onslaught than before. Cabba's face flushed crimson. Pleading from an adversary was indeed a humiliation, yet the next moment, he was struck by a wave of excruciating pain. Vegeta's fist roared towards Cabba like a rampaging dragon, leaving him no opportunity for defense, forcing him to endure the blows. The relentless assault persisted until Cabba was utterly spent. Grabbing Cabba by the collar, Vegeta's gaze emanated a murderous intent. As a proud Saiyan, you dare to concede defeat. You've brought shame upon our entire race. Cabba, battered and on the verge of unconsciousness, realized the vast chasm between his power and Vegeta's. Upon observing that Vegeta showed no intention of imparting the transformation technique into a Super Saiyan, coupled with the vast disparity between the two combatants, Cabba found himself devoid of the will to continue the bout and reluctantly conceded defeat. However, Vegeta was far from gracious. Today, I shall bring your end, he declared, summoning a surge of purple energy that left Champa, who had been watching from above, utterly astounded. The audience was similarly shocked. Was Vegeta truly about to take a life? Yet, despite their astonishment, the dire situation on the battlefield afforded no time for contemplation. Cabba was on the brink of being obliterated by Vegeta. Had he forgotten the rules personally decreed by Lord Zhang Xuan? Beerus, wearing a grave expression, occasionally glanced towards Zhang Xuan, who was engrossed in his phone, utterly unconcerned. As the established order continued unabated, Vegeta escalated his threats, vowing to annihilate not only Cabba, but also his planet and family. These words ignited a fierce anger within Cabba, who retaliated by sending Vegeta's energy blast hurtling away, enveloped in a golden aura. This was entirely unrelated to the planet Sadala. As Cabba transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy erupted with boundless fury, launching a relentless assault upon Vegeta. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. This young warrior possessed remarkable insight and talent, quickly grasping the essence of the Super Saiyan transformation amidst battle. Goku, Krillin, and Vegeta themselves were left distraught. How had the newer generation of Saiyans become so formidable? The tide of battle shifted once more, with Cabba, now a Super Saiyan, gaining the upper hand. However, the notion of defeating Vegeta was utterly implausible. There was a chasm between regular forms and Super Saiyan transformations alike. Even in his Super Saiyan state, Vegeta regarded Cabba with disdain, merely feigning vulnerability to allow Cabba to acclimate to his new form. At a critical juncture, Vegeta stood steadfast, absorbing Cabba's onslaught without flinching. It was then that Cabba reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Vegeta smiled, a mentor's pride evident in his expression. The onlookers, alongside Cabba, finally comprehended Vegeta's earlier intentions. His actions were all part of teaching Cabba to master the Super Saiyan transformation. The threats made about harming his family were merely provocations to stoke Cabba's anger, the very essence required for the transformation. Under Vegeta's stern tutelage, Cabba transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. Vegeta nodded in approval. The spectators, relieved, exhaled, grateful that Vegeta had no genuine intention of killing him. The two gods of destruction expressed their boredom, feeling that the entire affair had been rendered meaningless. Just as one might heed the words of a sage, a triumphant smile graced Vegeta's face as he erupted into the form of a Super Saiyan 4. The entire neutral universe was suffused with the formidable aura of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 state, as a tangible red energy enveloped the arena. It finally opened his eyes, his expression serious as he regarded Vegeta. Champa, watching from the 6th Universe's audience, was beside himself with frustration, realizing that as a god of destruction, he had failed to discern the true strength of the two Saiyans, who had been concealing their prowess. Cabba felt as if his brain's CPU was overheating, stunned by the sight of the crimson-haired Vegeta. The contrast was stark, his own black hair now appearing feeble next to Vegeta's wild, powerful form. It was a sight he had never witnessed before. This is, Cabba stammered, Super Saiyan 4, the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan transformation. With diligent training, you two possess the potential to achieve this form, Vegeta proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than Cabba was struck by a sudden, intense pain in his abdomen, leading him to lose consciousness. Chapter 63, Vegeta's Dominance. A moment of glory. The referee announced the victory for Universe 7. Vegeta, seemingly pulling a jug of water from thin air, doused Cabba's face, bringing him back to consciousness. Do not forget to train. And never forget the pride of a Saiyan, Vegeta instructed before turning away and returning to the spectator area. Yes, Master, Cabba replied, tears welling in his eyes as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Vegeta smiled at Cabba's desire to be his apprentice, saying little but clearly indicating his acceptance. Years later, as Cabba had matured into a Super Saiyan Blue, he would reflect on this day with deep gratitude for having had Vegeta as his mentor. Campa, fuming with rage, felt his CPU nearly combust from the humiliation of losing 4 consecutive matches, an unbearable reality. The prize of the Super Dragon Balls paled in comparison to the significance of this contest for the 2 gods of destruction. Winning elicited elation, while losing invited despair. Being Beerus's brother, Campa was resolute in his rivalry with him, ever determined to prove himself superior. Watching Campa's frustration brought great amusement to Beerus, who relished the sight of his brother's dismay. Well done, Vegeta, Beerus congratulated, patting him on the shoulder and expressing satisfaction with the outcome of the battle. Indeed, Vegeta was the man he had chosen. As the jubilant Universe 7 celebrated, Campa seethed with envy yet quickly donned a confident facade. He had one last card to play, Hit, the universe's most formidable assassin, whose prowess would surely turn the tide against Universe 7. After all, warriors like Vegeta and Goku were hardly a concern. Just wait. You bag of bones. You'll see. Campa's expression took on a sly demeanor that even Beerus found unsettling. The next match would pit Vegeta against Hit. It appeared Goku would not be participating. Zhang Xuan chuckled, shaking his head as he set down his gaming device. In the original story, Vegeta had been caught off guard by Hit due to the vast difference in speed and power. It was Goku who ultimately turned the tide. Now, however, with Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form at full power, combined with the Kaioken times 10, his speed, strength, and profound understanding of martial arts rendered the outcome uncertain. Would Hit stand a chance? Given Vegeta's temperament, he would undoubtedly unleash his full power immediately. In this state, Vegeta could effortlessly overwhelm Hit, potentially breaking through his time skip ability. How could Vegeta possibly lose? Alas, the poor little fat one and Sun Wukong. This is the final match. If the 6th universe loses, it is truly defeated. And thus Sun Wukong will have no part in it. A rare moment of glory for Vegeta has finally arrived, as he stands tall, single-handedly piercing through the ranks of the 6th universe's strongest warriors. The referee begins to announce the participants for the final battle, Vegeta from the 7th universe and Hit, the assassin from the 6th universe. As the referee's words echo, the 2 competitors leap onto the stage. Above, Sun Wukong watches with an anxious itch in his hands, knowing that Vegeta's character would undoubtedly not leave him any room. He is convinced that this purple-headed warrior possesses formidable strength, a rare opponent for a sparring match. If only Vegeta hadn't seized the opportunity first. He can only fervently pray from the audience that Vegeta loses this contest, allowing him to take the stage for a duel. With the referee's declaration marking the commencement of the match, the strongest fighters take their positions, Vegeta from the 7th universe and Hit from the 6th universe. After more than a year of training and guidance, Vegeta's strength and martial insights have reached a level that rivals Sun Wukong. Like Sun Wukong, he has mastered the Kaioken technique. And both his Super Saiyan God forms, Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4, are fully powered. If they were to engage in a one-on-one battle without Sun Wukong experiencing an unexpected breakthrough during combat, Vegeta would be unlikely to face defeat. As the match begins, Vegeta and Hit do not strike immediately. Instead, they size each other up, releasing an invisible energy that collides between them. Campa, unable to breathe a word, clenches his fists tightly, praying fervently that this match does not end in loss. They are left with only Hit's final trump card. If Hit prevails, the remaining fighters from the 7th universe would pose no threat. Sun Wukong observes, yes. Hit, wearing a serious expression, realizes from the earlier clash of energies that he is at a disadvantage. He can feel that he falls short against Vegeta. He lacks confidence in his ability to defeat this Saiyan before him, certain that the Saiyan is concealing even greater power. The fact that he has hidden his strength until now makes it highly probable that it is intended for him. This realization weighs heavily on him. In stark contrast to Hit's grave demeanor, Vegeta's face radiates confidence. So, you are the top assassin of the 6th universe, Hit? Listen well. Victory will undoubtedly belong to our 7th universe. Vegeta declares with a smirk, pointing his thumb at himself, exuding self-assurance. Such arrogance. He is utterly convinced of his ability to triumph over this purple-headed warrior. As soon as Vegeta's words conclude, he instantly unleashes his Super Saiyan Blue form at full power. The entire arena is enveloped in divine energy, with the other Saiyans above gazing in disbelief at the blue-haired Vegeta. A new transformation. Has he truly reached this level? What incredible power! Hit prepares himself for the time skip technique. At the moment Vegeta blinks, he perceives that everything around him, even time itself, has come to a standstill. This is Hit's time skip, the very technique that has earned him his fearsome reputation in the 6th universe. The time skip allows him to leap through time, making swift judgments to overcome his opponents. In the original story, Vegeta suffered a significant defeat at Hit's hands due to this very technique. Later, Sun Wukong gradually deciphered its principles to counter Hit's attacks. The time skip is indeed formidable, but it pales in comparison to the Ultra Instinct or the Ultra Instinct sign techniques, which render it virtually ineffective. Consequently, Hit has previously fallen to both Sun Wukong and Jiren. Vegeta, however, stands ready. If speed is inadequate, he will simply compensate with force. Let us end this. Just as Hit attempts to unleash a strike, Vegeta, having been motionless during the time skip, suddenly reveals an enigmatic expression and swiftly seizes Hit's hand. Did you think I would be so easily defeated? I am the prince of all Saiyans. With a powerful punch, Vegeta connects squarely with Hit's face. Hit is sent flying, but quickly regains his composure. His expression is one of disbelief. His time skip has proven utterly ineffective against this Saiyan, easily countered. Even an experienced assassin like him has never encountered such a situation before. Chapter 65. Vegeta, you are strong? One-handed dominance. Among the spectators, apart from a few exceptionally powerful entities, none truly witnessed the events that unfolded on the battlefield. They merely observed a figure swiftly approach Vegeta, followed by the sight of Vegeta delivering a punch that sent Hit flying. It was that simple. Hit wipes the blood from his face, his purple aura more intense than ever, and activates the time skip once more. I told you, that technique won't work against me. Vegeta scoffs, effortlessly breaking through the confines of time imposed by Hit's technique. Once again, Hit's attack is thwarted. While Hit struggles to maintain his composure, Vegeta stands at ease. Fully aware that Hit's time skip holds no sway over him, Hit finally acknowledges that his time skip is ineffective against the Saiyan before him, and thus resolves to reveal his true abilities. Although he often relies on this technique to battle, it does not imply that his close-quarters combat skills are lacking. He is indeed capable of competing at the level of Super Saiyan Blue. However, Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form is at full power, and he has yet to utilize the Kaioken technique, which is akin to a cheat code in battle. No matter how one looks at it, Hit faces an inevitable defeat today, with no possibility of turning the tide. As their fists collide, their forms become mere afterimages. Each punch carries the capacity to shatter the very fabric of the cosmos. The clash of their energies ignites a dazzling spectacle, a sublime martial arts duel between the pinnacle of martial discipline and a top-tier assassin. Hit's martial prowess is hardly inferior to Vegeta's. Given his experience spanning over a millennium, after 1,000 years, even a pig could acquire some skills, right? Although their martial arts levels may be comparable, the disparity in their strength is glaringly unbalanced. Kampa, wearing a mask of agony, laments having lost 4 out of 5 matches, and given the current situation, it seems likely that Hit will also face defeat. Having lost all 5 matches without winning a single one, they have been thoroughly humiliated. Previously, Kampa had confidently proclaimed his intent to crush the entire 7th universe, yet now he finds himself outmatched and overwhelmed. Their team consists of one who cheats, another who is overly complacent, one who is simply too weak, and one with a fragile ego. The only top-tier assassin they could rely on, Hit, is being thoroughly dominated by Vegeta. How can they possibly fight back? Watching the vibrant expression on Beerus' face, Kampa's own countenance contorts with frustration. Once again, he has been outplayed by his so-called brother, having misjudged the capabilities of the two Saiyans, leading him to become complacent. Beerus has played a masterful game. It seems that Mr. Vegeta's growth over the past couple of years is truly remarkable. Lord Beerus, do you now believe what I said before? Whis casually sips his hot coffee, a smile gracing his face as he addresses Beerus. Indeed, the growth rate of these two Saiyans is indeed astonishing. As Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing Vegeta showcasing his prowess in the arena, a subtle smile graced his lips. To be frank, I have quite high hopes for this Vegeta. Oh, is Lord Beerus contemplating retirement? With a resigned sigh, Beerus refrained from countering Whis' jest, nodding calmly as he continued. The role of a god of destruction, day in and day out, entails the monotonous obliteration of planets, an endeavor that has grown wearisome. Despite the exalted status of a god of destruction, a pinnacle existence among the cosmos, even such divinity bears its own burdens. After all, engaging in the same routine daily while remaining ever vigilant against the Omni-King would weary anyone. Thus, the notion of retirement has taken root in my mind. Are you suggesting, Lord Beerus, that you wish for Vegeta to succeed your position? Whis inquired, unusually devoid of sarcasm, his expression serene. Beerus nodded once more. Mr. Vegeta is not suited to be a god of destruction. You are, without a doubt, the strongest warrior I have encountered in my lifetime. To attain such heights with mere mortal flesh is truly commendable. Unleash your full power. There is no need to hold back. Having been sent flying by Vegeta yet again, Hit regained his composure, the gravity of the earlier battle replaced by a radiant smile. This transformation astonished the Kaioshin and God of Destruction from Universe 6 seated in the audience. Hit, known for his solitary and taciturn demeanor, had never before spoken so extensively. During the earlier combat, Vegeta began to sense something amiss. He was astounded to observe Hit evolving with each step, the frequency of his time jumps increasing significantly. Moreover, Hit transitioned from defense to offense, deftly countering Vegeta's attacks with growing ease. The rate of his growth was indeed formidable. You are the most powerful opponent I have faced. Yet this is still far from sufficient. Show me if your time-jumping technique can truly restrain my power. You cannot defeat me, Vegeta proclaimed with a confident smile, pointing his thumb towards himself as he addressed Hit. Goodness, I've set a flag. This is becoming rather interesting. It seems not all is dull. Zhang Xuan, who had been idly resting above, sprang to life with renewed vigor, having found the previous matches rather tedious. Now, with Vegeta poised to unleash his full strength, he felt invigorated. He was eager to witness whether Hit could withstand Vegeta's full power, enhanced by the Kaioken times 10. Both contenders now faced each other with their utmost might, promising an exhilarating showdown. Heiwa, Kaioken. The latent power within Vegeta erupted like a tempest, saturating the arena in a deep crimson hue. An overwhelming force, far superior to anything previously displayed, left onlookers in awe. This power was akin to that of the divine. Were the fighters from Universe 7 truly monsters? The Kaioshin of Universe 6 was nearly left speechless. It was his first encounter with someone capable of reaching such a level. Vegeta's power was approaching that of a candidate for God of Destruction. The hurricane generated by Vegeta's aura devastated the arena, shattering even the protective barriers. Hit gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the onslaught of this overwhelming energy while grappling with the realization of Vegeta's formidable strength. He now felt increasingly uncertain about his chances of defeating Vegeta. Vegeta has gone too far, single-handedly taking on 3 opponents. You want to step up and spar with that individual? At this moment, Goku's eyes ignited with fierce determination. He longed to be the one participating in this match. Indeed, Vegeta had been right all along. I wouldn't mind taking them all on myself. This was a sentiment Vegeta had expressed before the tournament, initially dismissed as mere bravado, yet it had now manifested into reality. Vegeta's azure divine aura was enveloped in a crimson sheen, exponentially amplifying his power. The combined might of Super Saiyan Blue at full throttle, alongside the Kaioken, would warrant serious consideration even from later combatants like Jiren, let alone someone like Hit. Come forth. Let me see if your advanced time-skip technique has any efficacy, Vegeta taunted, extending a finger in provocation towards Hit. Chapter 66. The match concludes, rewards distributed, and the ascension to strength begins. One cannot deny that Hit's combat prowess is indeed formidable, within such a brief span of battle. He had rapidly evolved to a level where he could barely contend with Vegeta. However, despite his astonishing talent, he ultimately could not reverse the inexorable march of fate. I've got you now. A conspiratorial smile crept across Vegeta's face. He had feigned a vulnerability to lure Hit into attacking, setting up the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Even the top assassin of Universe 6 could err at times. His speed is astounding. Hit's pupils dilated. His velocity still fell short of Vegeta's. In that fleeting moment of mental blankness, Vegeta seized Hit's left arm with his right hand, extending 2 fingers. An invisible energy surged through Hit's left chest, and he immediately lost consciousness, frothing at the mouth as he collapsed. Thus, Universe 7 achieved a flawless victory, while Universe 6 was left in disappointment. The current score stood 5-0. Data showed a crushing superiority. Universe 6 had not won a single match. One was overly complacent, another faltered under pressure. Yet another became an admirer, while one was eliminated for a foul, and the disparity proved insurmountable. How can we possibly compete? Lord Beerus himself remarked on the caliber of your team. The only one capable of standing up was Hit, yet he still fell short. Can Hit truly stand against Vegeta? He cannot. Do you understand? It's disgraceful. Damn it. Damn it. Kappa threw a tantrum, rolling on the ground in disbelief, utterly unable to accept the match's outcome. At least we should have won one match. Losing is one thing, but not winning a single match is utterly humiliating. Ha ha ha, well done, Vegeta. Your rate of growth is genuinely astonishing. Beerus laughed heartily, reveling in the sight of his comrade sulking on the ground. This was the outcome he had longed for. In response to Beerus's praise, Vegeta merely chuckled. It is thanks to Lord Zhang Xuan and Lord Beerus and Whis' teachings that I have come this far. Had it not been for the guidance of these esteemed individuals, I, Vegeta, would not be standing here today. Vegeta spoke humbly, genuinely grateful for the training Zhang Xuan had devised for him. Truly commendable. I have indeed pierced through the ranks of Universe 6. Vegeta, you have gone too far. Taking on 3 opponents, all by yourself. Goku expressed his dissatisfaction over Vegeta's monopolization of the adversaries, having only faced 2 himself. Beside him, Piccolo noted that his participation today felt akin to having not participated at all, having not fought a single match, though he was unconcerned. Humph. Wasn't it you who was overly complacent when facing that fellow? Vegeta retorted, arms crossed in a haughty manner. Here they come. Zhang Xuan remained impassive, continuing to recline on the grass above while savoring his wine. What he referred to as they was the arrival of the Omni King. You have all profoundly disappointed me. Kampa's forehead veins throbbed as he conjured destructive energy with both hands. The warriors of Universe 6 remained silent, exhibiting no inclination to resist the god of destruction. However, the expressions of the 2 angels on the stage had lost their usual smiles as they gazed intently in a particular direction. Lord Kampa, leave me be. Kampa glared at Beerus, entirely oblivious to the arrival of Zeno. Lord Kampa, look who has come. I told you not to bother me. What the hell? Upon seeing the 3 figures that had materialized, both Kampa and Beerus's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Yet, in the next instant, both gods of destruction vanished from their positions, darting with lightning speed to stand before Zeno, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. So what do you think? This is the mysterious guest I mentioned. Surprised? Zhang Xuan remained motionless, squinting at Zeno with neither a bow nor a greeting, treating the entire spectacle as if it were inconsequential. Zeno, devoid of expression, cast a glance at Zhang Xuan, seemingly indifferent to his rudeness, choosing instead to overlook it. After all, even he could not reign in this subordinate. How dull. Zhang Xuan poured himself another cup of tea, completely disinterested in the unfolding events. Subsequently, Zeno expressed that he had come merely to issue a warning to the 2 gods of destruction, and he hinted that this event was quite intriguing, suggesting that a larger-scale competition should be held next time. The 2 gods of destruction dared not utter a word, merely nodding in agreement. However, Son Goku's audacity was remarkable. Even in the presence of the cosmos's most revered deity, he displayed his usual brash demeanor. Zeno expressed interest in such a character, successfully connecting with the 2 cosmic fools. Son Goku implored Zeno to organize an even grander tournament in the future. Having witnessed the vastness of the universe, his combative spirit and desire to spar with formidable opponents could no longer be contained. Zeno assured him that this would be no issue, promptly agreeing to Son Goku's request. Later, Zeno indicated that it was time for him to depart. After exchanging farewells, he and his attendant transformed into a stream of starlight, vanishing entirely from this realm. Beerus's CPU was nearly fried by Son Goku's audacity. This kid's personality was truly reckless, almost leading to the destruction of both the 6th and 7th universes. The angels present were left speechless, astonished by Son Goku's bold actions. Whis, with a serious demeanor, recounted the terrifying aspects of Zeno to Son Goku. Yet, Son Goku remained unfazed, finding Zeno no more fearsome than Beerus and Whis had depicted, treating him as a regular friend. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Enhanced, side effect-free amplitude core, 50 billion years of cultivation. The system will automatically store it in the host system space for immediate use. Ding. Bet successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained winning transaction points from your wager. Bet amount, 40,000 transaction points. Earned, 400,000 transaction points. Current balance, 400,390. The system's cold, mechanical notification echoed at that moment. Wow, what a splendid reward. Zhang Xuan remained unmoved, showing no particular astonishment at the newly acquired 400,000 transaction points. In truth, he had grown numb to such accolades. Presumably, after absorbing this reward, my strength will likely undergo a substantial metamorphosis, elevating me to the threshold of a half-step Tai golden immortal with a safety margin reaching mid-tier. At that point, facing off against that Velphus. Even without entering my death state, I could overwhelm him entirely. A wicked smile spread across Zhang Xuan's face. He had not forgotten the grudge he held against Velphus. Prepare to meet your end, you cur. In an instant, Zhang Xuan vanished from his location, re-entering the system space. Upon returning, he skillfully accessed the system backpack and extracted the 50 billion years of cultivation. Observing the celestial power emanating from his hands, he promptly sat cross-legged to absorb it. Meanwhile, Velphus, in the midst of recovering from his injuries, felt a chill creeping up his back. Chapter 67. Power ascends to cosmic supremacy. Revenge. During the process of absorption, Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled the existence of his limitless spirit time chamber. At his current absorption rate, it would take several years, a duration he could not afford to wait. Thus, the spirit time chamber, which had languished and used in Zhang Xuan's system space, finally found its purpose. Time swiftly passed. The tournament between the 6th and 7th universes eventually drew to a close. The prize for the victor of Universe 7 was the Super Dragon Balls. As the jubilant 7th universe celebrated, Kampa departed with his competitors, his expression one of dejection. Although Beerus and Kampa rarely got along, they were still brothers. Considering that Kampa had long coveted Earth's delectable cuisine, Beerus utilized the wish-granting power of the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect Earth in Universe 6. Kampa was taken aback by Beerus's sudden display of brotherly affection, yet the rotund deity, in an effort to maintain his pride, feigned indifference. This guy's still the same. But I want to thank you, Kampa proclaimed, though the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Time accelerated once again, as Zhang Xuan continued to absorb the cultivation. He finally reached the conclusion of his endeavor, gaining not only strength, but also experiencing some unknown transformations. His current state was significantly different from before, with his capabilities now far more formidable than the unfathomable depths of power he once possessed in this world. Extending his hands, an overwhelming celestial energy began to coalesce into an enigmatic sphere. Upon closer inspection, this sphere resembled a miniature universe. With his current strength, Zhang Xuan could create as many of these as he desired, albeit at a slower pace and with some complexity. The size was merely several hundred billion light-years. Was this truly a miniature universe? Zhang Xuan sighed in resignation, as the small universe he had conjured dissipated into particles in an instant. At present, he did not fully comprehend this newly acquired ability, managing only to create a miniature universe. To forge an actual universe would require further time for understanding. The amplitude core, once activated, would exponentially enhance power and all-around capabilities without any side effects, though activation was time-limited. Power multiplier, 3. If I am not mistaken, upon activation, my strength could reach the late stage of a half-step Tai Golden Immortal, making even a fully powered Velphus no match for me. Zhang Xuan chuckled, a broad smile gracing his face. In this world, he had finally achieved a fleeting sense of invincibility, having firmly established his position as the strongest in the universe. Prepare to perish. I'm coming for you now. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Xuan's face as he exited the spirit time chamber, employing the system's capabilities to locate the Dark Realms faction. The first order of business after gaining strength was to exact revenge. The grievances he had endured would be repaid double. Zhang Xuan was not one to forget, bearing grudges with a tenacity unmatched. In the Dark Realm, Velphus immersed himself in a pool of blood, steadily recovering from his previous injuries, his power significantly increasing alongside the healing. Beside him stood another figure cloaked in darkness. What a disgrace, Velphus! The essence of darkness has been compromised, and yet you have sustained such grievous injuries. Moreover, the power of that overseer is far inferior to yours. You have truly brought disgrace upon our dark realm. The figure cloaked in black scoffed, his disdain becoming ever more palpable. He could scarcely believe that a master of Velphus's caliber could ever face defeat, especially at the hands of Zhang Xuan, who is so vastly weaker. Humph. No need for your words, Nadel. Velphus glared at the black-cloaked man, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surging forth from him, enveloping all present in a palpable sense of impending doom. Yet, the cloaked figure remained unperturbed, continuing to mock him. What is the matter? Are you offended by my words that strike a nerve? Foolish wretch, to think you were chosen as the leader of this branch of the Dark Realm. I cannot fathom how the Master ever found merit in you, you worthless being. Upon hearing Nadel's taunts, a smirk of derision crossed Velphus's face as he retracted the lethal energy he had previously unleashed. That young man is indeed peculiar, with a strength that is terrifyingly formidable. His power system is markedly different from ours, seemingly capable of boundless ascension. Furthermore, that strange array and the enchanted sword of his continuously sap my strength. If our powers were truly on par, I would most likely face defeat. Velphus glanced at his wounds, a bitter smile gracing his features. Is that young man truly as powerful as you claim? How intriguing. The corners of the cloaked man's mouth curled into a slight smile, as he began to take an interest in this newly appointed overseer. Although his strength is considerably inferior, he still dared to confront the current chief of the Dark Realm, Velphus, and had reduced him to such a state. Incompetence is incompetence. Spare me your excuses. The cloaked figure continued his derision. Velphus could not help but chuckle, a cold smirk adorning his face. If you're not afraid of death, you may as well go find him now. I assure you, I won't be going to collect your corpse later. The black-cloaked man's forehead twitched violently at Velphus's words, as the dark power within him surged explosively. Without raising his head, Veilfist closed his eyes, continuing to absorb the medicinal effects from the blood pool to restore his strength. You don't truly believe my power has stagnated, do you? It seems you are indeed due for retirement, Veilfist. The cloaked man sneered, retracting the dark energy he had unleashed, and just as he was about to depart, he sensed an overwhelming force suddenly manifest in this realm. It seems that fellow has arrived. Were you not eager to test your mettle? Veilfist finally opened one eye, calmly addressing the cloaked figure. Mere overseer. I could crush him with a flick of my hand. The cloaked man scoffed, turning his back as he strolled away. Veilfist, come out, you wretch. If I don't make you suffer today, I shan't bear the name Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xuan had already arrived in the dark realm, using his celestial power to amplify his voice throughout the castle's expanse. It appears no one is left. A cold smile graced Zhang Xuan's lips as the sword in his hand thrummed ominously. Since I'm here, it would be remiss not to present a gift. With a single-handed swing of his sword, he cleaved the entire castle in two. The dark castle, standing for countless years, collapsed in an instant. Who dares to disturb my dark realm? A dozen figures cloaked in black appeared before Zhang Xuan, their tone accusatory. A cadre of low-ranking officials from the dark realm, numbering 12, each at the initial stage of the Shinxian. I'm addressing you. Are you mute? Seeking death, are we? Zhang Xuan burst into laughter, delighted that such inconsequential beings dared to provoke him. A beam of white light manifested in his hand, the principle of elimination revealing itself in its true form. An ultra-enhanced version of the elimination power. This is my first time employing it. Perish. As soon as Zhang Xuan's words echoed, the dozen low-ranking officials and the entirety of the Dark Realm were reduced to mere wisps under the principle of elimination, vanishing entirely from this world.